Her dad said he had a big surprise for her, but little did he know she had an even bigger surprise in store for him. Hanji wanted to meet her family as soon as possible to discuss the wedding, but she was still hesitating about how to break the news to her grandpa and dad. They didn't even know she was dating. If she suddenly told them she was getting married, wouldn't that scare them half to death? Haha. Thinking of this, Shui-han couldn't help but smile smugly. Maybe it wouldn't scare them, but it would definitely be a surprise. After all, the man she'd chosen was truly one in a million and would absolutely meet all their standards for a perfect son-in-law. Tall, handsome, elegant, and refined, he was a solid 10 in the looks department. His education was top-notch, too, a PhD from a world-famous university and in the most prestigious finance program. His family background wasn't lacking either, wealthy, both parents alive, and a strong, healthy grandfather. Their assets might be a bit less than her own family's, but they were still well off. His family was scholarly, with highly educated members everywhere, and he was the most outstanding of them all. Most importantly, he'd fallen for her at first sight, pursued her with warmth and romance, confessed his feelings with style, and eagerly proposed, just wanting her to marry him as soon as possible and spend their lives together. She loved this whirlwind romance, exciting, novel, and with a touch of exotic romance that made her heart flutter. Wow, she giggled. After spending so much time with someone as cultured as Hanji, she felt like her own literary side was finally awakening. She was starting to act all refined herself. Looking at her reflection, Shui-han gave her fair cheeks a satisfied pat, then hummed a tune as she went downstairs for breakfast. "Xiaohan," a familiar voice called out ahead. "It's already past 10, why are you only just up? Do you always sleep this late?" Shui-han froze. It was her dad. Shui-han stood there, dumbstruck, unable to react. It wasn't until Shui-hung stepped forward and brushed aside the damp, messy hair from her forehead that she finally broke into a delighted smile and threw herself into her father's arms. Dad, what are you doing here? How did you get here? Oh my God, is this the big surprise you mentioned? Seriously?" Shui-hung smiled and teased, "Well, what else could it be? What other big surprise were you expecting?" Shui-han burst out laughing. Shui-hung looked his daughter up and down. Her cheeks were plumper than before, her complexion fairer and rosier. He had to admit, Lingling and his brother-in-law had taken excellent care of her. She seemed so much brighter now, both physically and mentally healthier. Her old father had told him that Lingling had set up a routine for her. She had to swim for half an hour every day, eat 3 meals a day, and wasn't allowed to combine breakfast and lunch into one. Shui-han hadn't managed to stick to it every single day, but she kept it in mind and managed to follow it most of the time. Chung Tianyuan reminded her to take her medicine every day, without fail, never missing a single dose. Shui-heng knew just how pampered and hard to care for his daughter was. Seeing her now, vibrant and beautiful, he understood that it must have taken a lot of effort, and he felt deeply grateful to Chung Tianyuan and Shui-ling. "Dad," Shui-han suddenly asked anxiously, What are you doing here? Who told you to come? Was it Grandpa? Or was it Aunt? Oh no! Could her secret already be out? No, she'd given strict orders. How could the bodyguards and the psychologist dare go against her instructions? They always listened to her, almost to the letter. Could they have secretly tattled? Shui-han's heart was in turmoil, and she suddenly felt very nervous. What's wrong? Shui-heng chuckled. You can come, but I can't? Grandpa can come, but I can't. Seeing her face flush and pale by turns, her eyes full of anxiety, Shui-heng sighed inwardly. Your grandpa's been here for over half a year. No matter how at ease I am, I still have to come check on him, show a bit of filial piety. Besides, he's almost out of some of his medicine, so I brought it over for him. Shui-han was still suspicious. Didn't you say the nursing home was super busy and you couldn't get away? Did Uncle go back? Doesn't he have medical research to do? No, Shui-heng shook his head. Your uncle's still busy. The nursing home is busy, but it's not just me running the place. There are dozens of doctors, over 100 nurses, and more than a dozen managers. It's not like I'm the only one working. Sure, it's busy, but I can still sneak away for a breather now and then. Honestly, I just really miss the old man and my precious girl, so I wanted to take the chance to see you both and give myself a few days off. Shuehan let out a sigh of relief and chuckled. So that's it. I thought you just popped up out of nowhere. Of course, Shueheng knew what she was afraid of, so he casually came up with another plausible reason. Qingxiao thought there weren't enough chefs here. He bought a bunch of ingredients, but there weren't chefs to cook them, so he arranged for 2 chefs to fly over. I happened to overhear your aunt talking about it and asked when they were flying. I wanted to hitch a ride on the private jet. I thought it'd be a few days later, but it turned out they were leaving yesterday, so I quickly packed a bag and jumped on the plane. That's why I showed up so suddenly, a real surprise. Exactly. Shuehan was completely convinced now and laughed happily. It really is a big surprise. Heh. She hadn't expected her dad to give her such a big surprise today. And her dad would never guess that she had a big surprise for him, too. Shueheng sighed inwardly. This silly girl. Brave enough to do things but not to admit them? At this point, she's still worried someone will find out? They're already coming to propose marriage. Does she really think she can still keep it a secret? For how much longer? Huh. Who does she take after, being this clueless? And so, both father and daughter, each with their own secrets, kept things from each other. Shuehan ate slowly, distracted, sneaking glances at her father, who was looking at his phone. What should she do? Now that her dearest dad was here, should she give him a little heads up? Her dad was, at heart, a very traditional man. He wouldn't be able to handle anything too modern or shocking. For him to accept her getting married in a flash, it seemed unlikely. What should she do? Should she give him a little warning first? She could hide it from everyone else, but her dad cared about her the most, cared about her happiness the most. What if he got angry and refused to approve the marriage? Thinking this over, Shuehan decided to give Shueheng a little heads up. Dad, I've noticed there are a lot of Chinese people here in Wegua. Shueheng kept looking at his phone and absent-mindedly replied, I knew that already. Your grandpa said 60 or 70% of the people here are Chinese. Everywhere you go, you see familiar black hair and yellow skin. It's strange. Isn't this a tropical place? Why aren't people here tanned? Are there any black people? The locals should be pretty dark, right? Maybe like Africans. No, Shuehan quickly replied. Their features are pretty similar to ours, just a bit more defined. Even though it's tropical, it rains every few days, so it's not super hot. Oh, and it's a tropical rainforest climate. Wow! Shueheng laughed in surprise. Our little Han remembers what a tropical rainforest climate is. Looks like you still remember your middle school geography. Not bad. I'll have to give you a little red flower as a reward later. Shuehan realized the topic had drifted way off and hurried to steer it back. Dad, I've made a lot of Chinese friends here. Really? Shueheng interrupted. Who introduced you? The maids or the butler? Oh, by the way, Lingling formally introduced the butler to me earlier. Butlerly doesn't look that old, but she's really steady, very polite and proper, definitely capable. It's a pity she only manages household affairs. If we could hire her to run the nursing home, well, I wonder if she'd be interested or qualified. Dad, Shuehan said anxiously, I have something to tell you. Shueheng shook his head. Can't it wait until after you finish eating? Look at you, not paying attention to your food, you're about to spill your milk. Why not put some cheese on your bread? The cheese here is really good, so rich and fragrant. Earlier, your grandpa and I ate a bunch of steamed buns stuffed with cheese, so tasty. Steamed buns with congee and a few side dishes, delicious. Want some pickles? Dad. Shuehan grabbed his hand. Wait. Don't say anything yet, just listen to me for a second. To her surprise, Shueheng grasped her hand in return. Perfect timing. I have something to discuss with you too. Shuehan was taken aback for a second. You have something to say? What is it? It's about your work. Shueheng's expression grew serious as he lowered his voice. Before your mother passed, she told me to guide you toward a career that suits you. She said the 2 most important things in a woman's life are choosing a good career and marrying the right man. You've already graduated for a while now, you can't just keep idling around. It's time to choose a profession for yourself. Shui Han stared at him, dumbfounded. I'm not ready to start working yet. A job? Going to work? Was he kidding? With her current degree and zero work experience, none of the big companies she wanted to join would ever consider her. If she had to hustle like a fresh grad, sending out resumes everywhere, landing a job at some small company, working her butt off every month just to earn a few thousand yuan, it wouldn't even cover one fancy meal, let alone a handbag or a set of skincare products. No way. Just thinking about it made her heart rebel in every possible way. The jobs she wanted, she couldn't get. The ones she could get, she didn't want. Besides, she was about to get married soon. Shouldn't she focus on adjusting to married life first? She'd have to learn how to help manage both her in-laws and her own family's businesses. That would take time to learn too, and at least it would be worth her while. If she had to start from scratch like some rookie, who knew how many years that would take? She wasn't some ordinary girl with no family assets or business. Her fiancé's family was wealthy, her own family wasn't lacking either. As long as she didn't squander it and managed things well, she and Hanji could live comfortably for a lifetime. Shui Heng grew anxious as soon as he heard her. He raised his eyebrows and shot back. You've graduated already. How can you not work? Do you know how to write a professional report? Can you do a work summary? Do you even know how to read an Excel spreadsheet? You have to start learning these things bit by bit. Shui Han blushed, stammering, can't work, wait a bit? A job is only for half your life. My lifelong happiness, shouldn't that come first? No rush. Shui Heng waved his hand dismissively. How old are you now? Already thinking about dating and marriage? Be careful not to get fooled. Once you've established your career, your judgment and character will be more mature. Then you can take your time choosing the right person. Shui Han grew anxious inside and stammered, established my career? When will that be? I'm already in my 20s, not that young anymore. Shui Heng chuckled and gave her a sidelong glance. What's the hurry? In your dad's eyes, you'll always be my little baby who needs to be cared for. I didn't get married until my 30s, and your grandpa always complained I wasn't mature or steady enough. People these days prefer late marriages and late kids. Even if you wait until you're just over 30 to start dating, it's not too late. Your grandpa and I could never bear to see you married off so young. If anyone dares propose before you're 30, I'll break their legs myself. Shui Han. No way. 30? She could hardly wait 3 months, no, 3 days. She'd thought that once her dad arrived, she'd tell him the truth, then bring Hanji over to meet him, and in a couple of days, they could talk about getting engaged. Hanji's family had been urging him to get married, and he himself couldn't wait to marry her. She'd finally found someone she could proudly show off. There was no way she was letting him slip away. Dad, Shui Han grew nervous, fidgeting with her hands. 30 is still years away. What if I meet someone I really like? Shui Heng was scrolling through his phone, barely listening. If you really like him, then just date for now. Get to know him. Spend more time together, and only when you're sure he's 100% right for you, when you're sure you can spend a lifetime together, then you can get married. People are a lot more complicated these days. If you don't take the time to really get to know someone, how can you just rush into marriage? Oh, look at this luxury handbag. What do you think? Nice, isn't it? Yeah, it's nice. Shui Han glanced at it, replying half-heartedly, looks good. Without even looking up, Shui Heng smiled. Glad you think so. It's been a while since I got Lingling a gift. I'll buy her a bag. She and her husband have taken such good care of you and never accepted a penny from me. I should at least get them a little something. He mumbled to himself as he fiddled with his phone, getting up to leave. Huh? Dad. Shui Han finally snapped out of it, only to realize her father had already walked off. The villa was huge, with excellent soundproofing. No matter how many times she called out, he didn't come back. Shui Han was utterly defeated, her brows furrowing in frustration. What now? She never expected her dad to react like this. 30? That would mean waiting years. No way, no way. Hanji had said he couldn't wait to marry her and wanted to tie the knot as soon as possible. He'd even said his family had already picked out a date for early next month. They needed to settle the wedding plans in the next few days. He'd even urged her last night to invite him over to discuss the engagement. What should she do? What if Dad really got mad and broke Hanji's legs? No, he's just saying that. He wouldn't really do it. Clearly, talking to Dad in advance wasn't going to work. She'd originally planned to surprise him by bringing Hanji over and then video calling him. Forget it. Better stick to the original plan. Just bring Hanji over. Dad couldn't possibly make things difficult for her future husband in front of Grandpa, Aunt, and Uncle, right? Her uncle's family was always kind and understanding. They definitely helped persuade Dad. With them around, she didn't have much to worry about. Plus, Dad always listened to Aunt. As long as Aunt spoke up, Dad would definitely listen. Bringing Hanji straight here was the safest and most reliable plan. Thinking this through, Shuehan finally breathed a sigh of relief. With all of Hanji's excellent qualities, Aunt and Uncle would surely be pleased with him. They'd probably even praise her for her good taste, and say something like, if it's meant to be, you'll meet even from 1,000 miles away. Alright, she'd message Hanji right away, and ask him to come over this weekend. Now that would be a real surprise. Haha. She pulled out her phone and sent Wang Han a cute, playful sticker. A while later, he replied, saying he was busy but would call her soon. They hadn't seen each other in over 10 hours, and he missed her terribly. Shuehan giggled. She sent back a Roger sticker and exited the chat. Suddenly, she noticed someone had sent her a friend request. She tapped on it. The profile picture looked familiar. She almost cried out in surprise. It was Hanji's mother. His mother had gentle features and an elegant air. She'd only met her once, but it was unforgettable. Without thinking, Shuehan immediately accepted the request. Very quickly, she and Wang Mama became friends. She politely and sweetly sent a message, "Hello, Auntie." Wang Mama replied, "Hello, Xiao Shui," then sent a mischievous sticker, saying she was secretly contacting her behind Wang Han's back to share some funny stories and photos from his childhood. Shuehan was overjoyed and quickly promised not to tell Hanji, urging Auntie to send them over as soon as possible. After a while, Mama Wang really did send over an old photo. Shuehan looked at the miniature version of her beloved in the picture and grinned like a little mouse, giggling to herself. Very quickly, she and Mama Wang were chatting enthusiastically. Meanwhile, in the large room on the other side, Cheng Huancheng was nervously clutching his phone. Will this really work? I feel like my tone was a bit too cold. Lin Qingji, sitting nearby, reminded him, according to Xian, the other party's mother is elegant and gracious, but keeps a polite distance from people, very cultured, but not warm. You can't be too enthusiastic or she'll get suspicious. Exactly, Shui Xian chimed in, lowering her voice. I heard she didn't approve of Han at first, but in the end, she couldn't resist the good news that her son, who always insisted he didn't want to get married, was finally tying the knot. She had to swallow her displeasure. So, keep it cool, not too warm, and definitely not too lively. Cheng Huancheng rolled his eyes at her. If you're so good at it, why don't you do it? I'm done. I'm busy over here too. Shui Xian grumbled. This is a team mission, so don't try to shirk your responsibility. All right, enough arguing, Cheng Huanran said, tapping away at his keyboard. That boyfriend of his took the bait. Hurry. Chop chop. Qin Xinji handed over the materials in her hand. Say it like this. Don't make it too deliberate, but don't be too subtle either. So troublesome. Cheng Huanran couldn't help but curse. Damn. That brat is pretty cautious. Keep going, Qin Xinji reminded. He's really into a certain fitness product lately, uses it every day. Use that as your angle, get him hooked first. Cheng Huanran glanced at the notes and quickly followed the instructions. On the other side, Shui Heng was sitting anxiously, unable to sit still. Shui Ling shot him a look and reassured him, stop fidgeting. Be patient. You'll need to cooperate well next, don't let anything slip. Relax, Shui Heng raised his eyebrows. Didn't I do great earlier? You did, Shui Ling said. Next, just avoid her as much as possible. When she realizes something's off and comes back, We'll find a way to distract her. Shueheng couldn't help but ask, how long until she notices? Give them a bit of time, Shueling replied. Shueheng gave a wry smile. I hope it's soon. That girl seems pretty anxious. That afternoon, Shuehan stayed holed up in her room. Shueheng made an excuse to go out shopping with their dad, then hid away in a corner. By dinner time, Shuehan came out to eat. Huh? Why is it so empty today? Uncle, haven't my dad and grandpa come back yet? Chung Tianyuan was feeding a child and didn't even look up. Not yet, they said they'd eat out. Don't worry, they have bodyguards with them. Shuehan picked up a plate of lobster fried rice and started eating. What about the third cousins? And cousin Xian? Aren't they coming back to eat? Qing Tianyuan replied, Oh them? Third and Qing are busy, I think they're discussing business, said they'll eat later. Xian isn't feeling well, Shinji is keeping her company in her room. Butlerly will bring them their meals, they won't go hungry. Shuehan nodded, not suspecting a thing, and started scrolling on her phone. Qing Tianyuan, still chasing after his grandchild with a spoon, reminded her, Han, don't look at your phone while you eat. Hurry up. When your dad and grandpa get back, go out for a drive with them. I might have to go out, Shuehan said sheepishly, lowering her voice. I have something to do tonight. According to Mama Wang, tomorrow was Hanji's lunar birthday, and he usually went home to celebrate with his family. Mama Wang said she wanted to invite her over to join the fun, the more the merrier. She felt a bit down about it. Why didn't Hanji invite her himself? Later, Mama Wang explained that maybe he wanted to give her a big surprise. That made her secretly happy, and she said she'd love to go and would make sure to buy a birthday gift in advance. Since she hadn't prepared anything, and it was too late to order online, she'd have to go to a big mall to buy something. Chung Tianyuan didn't blame her. It's fine, your dad's not just here for one day. You can spend time with him in a couple of days. Shuehan grinned. Yeah, there's plenty of time in the future. Once she's married here, she'd have all the time in the world for drives and outings, no need to worry about missing out. After dinner, Shuehan went upstairs to shower and change, put on some beautiful makeup, and then left with a cute little bag. Upstairs, everyone watched the surveillance feed, all tense and busy with their own tasks. Butlerly brought up everyone's dinner, reminding them to eat while it was hot. Xian, sensitive to strong smells, pinched her nose and asked what was for dinner. Butlerly replied respectfully, Madam, your dinner is pineapple fried rice, boiled cabbage, and a light chicken soup. Dessert is a modified tiramisu mini cake. Xian let go of her nose, relieved. Good, nothing I dislike. Sounds delicious. Shinji quickly helped her to her seat. Come, sit over here and eat slowly. Over here. Xian hesitated. On the other side, Chung Huanran gently pushed her away. You don't need to watch the screens, I'll handle it. Go eat, don't starve the baby. Okay. Xian happily went to eat. Butlerly set out the rest of the dinners, reminding everyone to be careful with the hot soup. She didn't know what everyone was secretly busy with, but guessed it had something to do with Shuehan, since they'd been avoiding her. Since the hosts didn't say anything, she sensibly kept quiet. Shaoli, Shueling called. Assign another bodyguard to follow Shuehan, but not too close. Make sure he looks as ordinary as possible, nothing conspicuous. Butlerly replied, Right away, madam. Now. Yes. Go now. Shueling ordered. Butlerly immediately went to carry out the task. Shueheng watched her leave and praised, What a talent, such a waste, though. Why do you say that? Shueling shook her head. Everyone has their own ambitions. As long as you do what you love and are good at and do your job well, it's not a waste. Shueheng gave a wry smile. She's a top management talent, but only manages the daily lives of a dozen family members. If she worked at a nursing home or in the company, she'd definitely become an outstanding leader in time. Not necessarily, Shueling smiled. Everyone has their specialty. She might do well, but not as well as she does here. She's meticulous, observant, thorough, an excellent housekeeper. Maybe she'd fit in at a nursing home, but probably not in the company. Why not? Shueheng asked. Shueling replied, The decisiveness and charisma needed for top management isn't something everyone has. True. Shui Heng gave a thumbs up. Well said. Right to the point. That's probably what she lacks. That night, Shui Han didn't stay out for long. She bought an expensive designer belt at the mall, swiping over 20,000 yuan, then picked up a dress that cost several tens of thousands more, and came home in high spirits. Shui Heng looked at the string of numbers in the credit card notification on his phone and sighed helplessly. On Father's Day, she didn't buy me anything nearly this nice, just gave me a wrinkled old wallet to get by. But for some scumbag's birthday, she drops over 100 grand without blinking. Of course, it's not her money, so she doesn't feel a thing. You feel bad? Shui Ling raised an eyebrow. What's the point of you feeling bad? You need to make her feel it. Shui Heng was momentarily at a loss for words. He stammered, she's never really earned a cent in her life. If you never let a child experience how hard it is to earn money, Shui Ling said, they'll never understand how precious it is, or that you can't just spend it recklessly. She gestured at the 3 children in front of her. The eldest had to work part-time before graduating. The third has been earning his own money since high school. In college, I only needed to pay his tuition. The fourth was a bit of a spendthrift, didn't make any money until right before graduation. Back then, she spent money like water, and I really let her have it. But once she started earning her own money, things got much better. That's just how people are. If you don't experience the hardship of earning money yourself, you'll never truly appreciate what your parents give you. Shui Heng nodded, taking it to heart. Before, she hadn't graduated yet. Now she finally has, and her health is better too. It's time for her to experience the hardships of real life. No rush, Shui Ling said. Let's see if she can get through this on her own first. If her health takes a turn for the worse, her well-being comes first. After all, with our family's situation, we're not short on a little money. The main thing is to focus on what she really needs. Shui Heng looked at the busy children with envy, unable to stop himself from sighing inwardly. No wonder Dad always said Lingling and her husband raised their kids so well. You don't realize it until you compare, then it's a real shock. He was well-educated himself and didn't have a ton of kids to juggle. In terms of education, he was no worse than Shui Ling and her husband. Yet Lingling's kids all turned out so outstanding, and he only had one, but, sigh. It was hard to put into words. Shui Ling glanced at the time and asked, so? Has the target taken the bait? We're good. Cheng Huanran explained. He's already contacted Wang Han to see if they can meet in the next couple of days. That scumbag Wang is busy at the moment and hasn't replied yet. Qin Xinji had been tracking Wang Han's movements closely and answered. He's entertaining clients in a private room at a high-end club downtown. All right, Cheng Huanran rolled his neck and declared, tomorrow, we have to lure the snake out of its hole. Shui Xian held her phone and asked, third brother, how's it going on your end? Is Xiaohan steady? She's steady, Cheng Huanchong replied. She's already decided to show up tomorrow in some romantic way and give that scumbag a surprise. Shui Ling hadn't slept well for 2 nights and yawned. All right, keep following up. If you get tired, get someone to take over. No need, Qin Xinji replied. Let's keep it among ourselves. The fewer people who know, the better. The more people involved, the easier it is for something to slip. Right now, this was being kept from Shui's parents, from Uncle and Aunt Hu, and especially from the younger kids. Shui Yang and his wife were far away in China, so there was no need to tell them either. For now, it was best to keep it quiet. Cheng Huanran stood up and thoughtfully massaged his mother's shoulders. Mom, it's getting late. You should go rest. Uncle Hung, you too, don't stay up all night. Don't worry, we've got things covered here. Shui Hung couldn't help but ask, has Xiaohan gone back to her room? I don't even dare talk to her right now. She's back, Cheng Huanchong replied. The cameras show she went in a few minutes ago. Uncle Hung, you and Uncle Jilian can head out now. It's almost 11, get some rest. Shui Heng was exhausted. He reminded the young people to take shifts and not stay up all night, then left with Shui Ling. As soon as they left, Lin Qingji came in with a big plate of fruit. Cheng Huanchong grabbed a few cherries and mumbled, you go rest first, I'll come over later. We need to keep a close eye on things here. The outcome depends on tomorrow. Lin Qingji wasn't in a hurry to sleep and sat leisurely in a rocking chair. Should we make tomorrow night a bit livelier? Maybe throw a little party, say it's a welcome dinner for Uncle Hung? We've had a lot of fresh ingredients delivered these past few days, and the chefs are itching to cook, but none of you have had time to eat. Even the freshest ingredients won't keep their flavor if you wait too long. Sounds great. Xue Xian immediately chimed in. It's been ages since we had a big, lively dinner together. I vote for barbecue. You can't just eat whatever you want, Qin Xinji said indulgently. You always pick the things you shouldn't eat. Eat, eat, eat. Cheng Huancheng teased. Careful you don't get fat. Cheng Huanran, always the calm one, thought for a moment and agreed. Cheng's idea makes sense. Based on the timing, tomorrow night will probably be the hardest for Xiaohan. If we throw a party as an excuse to welcome Uncle Hung, even if she's upset, she'll have to join in. With everyone around, she might feel a bit better. We can keep her talking and distracted, help her get through it. Sounds good, Qin Xinji said. Let's do it. Lin Qingji smiled. All right, I'll have my assistant arrange it. Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but remind, let's make it a bit formal. We'll get a professional team to decorate, Lin Qingji suggested. Have the chefs cook on site, eat, drink, chat, the time will fly by. Xue Xian grinned and raised her hand. I want grilled lobster. No problem, Lin Qingji agreed readily. It's been a while since we had a dinner party. I'll have to share a drink with Xinji. Nice. Qin Xinji patted his arm, sighing. It's been ages since we had a drink and a chat together. On this vacation, we've got to have a few more. Of course, Lin Qingji smiled. I brought plenty of good wine. Tomorrow I'll open something special for you to try. Qin Xinji's eyes lit up. I can't wait. Hey, hey, hey. Cheng Huancheng suddenly got agitated and shouted anxiously, don't just think about eating and drinking. Something's happened. Xiaohan, she just messaged that scumbag. She told him Uncle Hang is here on vacation and suggested meeting the day after tomorrow or the day after that. Oh? What did he say? Did he agree? He hasn't replied. Wait, he just did. He says he's free tomorrow afternoon. How about meeting then? Everyone panicked. Crap. The plan can't keep up with the changes. An unexpected change at the last minute. What should we do? The whole plan is a mess now. Xue Xian was the first to jump up, agitated. Are you kidding me? How did things suddenly turn out like this? We can't let him come. None of us want to see him. If Uncle Hang sees him, he'll punch him for sure. How are we supposed to explain that? He's already furious. Calm down. Qin Xinji hurried over, helping her sit back down and frowning as he reminded her, we'll handle everything. Don't get so worked up. Remember what the doctor said? No stress or shocks in the first 3 months. I know. Xue Xian shoved him away, anxious. I'm fine. My son and I are not that fragile, okay? Back to the point. Stop him from coming, quick. Cheng Huancheng rolled his eyes, looking exasperated. Xiaoan agreed right away, saying she couldn't wait to introduce him and bring him over to meet Uncle Hang and the rest of us. She's over the moon. That girl, she'd help someone count the money after being sold off. I've never seen anyone like her. The sudden turn of events left everyone a bit stunned. Cheng Huanran thought for a moment, then glanced at his phone, which was now filled with sweet nothings meant to coax a girl. He quickly lost interest. Looks like we'll have to move up the plan. It's already late at night, so Xiaohan probably won't go out again. That leaves us with only tomorrow morning. There's not enough time, Cheng Huancheng explained. That guy's still at the downtown club. His boyfriend is currently at a rented place in the suburbs, more than 10 or 20 kilometers away. Qin Xinji narrowed his eyes, pacing back and forth. If we can't do it earlier, we'll have to delay. For now, we'll just have to play along with him. Don't worry about Uncle Hang, he's been around for years and has plenty of business experience. Acting for a bit won't be a problem for him. Cheng Huancheng wasn't convinced. There are a lot of us here, a big family with all ages. The more people know, the worse it'll be for Xiaohan. If he shows up early, doesn't that defeat the purpose of our plan? True, Lin Qingji nodded calmly. Delaying isn't an option, so we'll have to act early. Luckily, We still have tonight and tomorrow morning. There's still a chance. Qing Huanran frowned. It'll be tough, though. There's not much time. His boyfriend isn't stupid either. It won't be easy to lure him out. Lin Qingji smiled slightly and said quietly, if we can't lure him out, then we'll force him out. As long as the result is the same, we can use a more flexible and efficient method. Exactly. Cheng Huanchong asked excitedly, do you have an idea? Lin Qingji swirled the wine in his glass elegantly. Everyone gets sick sometimes. It's only natural. And in a society like ours, accidents happen. I get it. Qin Xinji grinned. I'll arrange it right away. Will there be enough time? Xue Xian asked nervously. We have to get it done before tomorrow afternoon. Can we make it? Qin Xinji hesitated, but said, it should be fine. Then add more people. Lin Qingji set down his glass, speaking calmly. We have plenty of people around. They don't have to take the lead, just cooperate a bit and it'll be easy. If your friends aren't available, I'll send my bodyguards. They can get it done within an hour. No one doubted the skills of Lin Qingji's bodyguards. Using them for something like this was overkill. No need, Qin Xinji shook his head. Let me try arranging it first. Lin Qingji stood up and ruffled Cheng Huanchong's black hair. I have a video conference in 10 minutes. I'll get to work. Cheng Huanchong didn't even look back. Okay, go ahead, I'll come find you later. Lin Qingji chuckled and walked out gracefully. Watching his elegant, upright figure leave, Xue Xian couldn't help but ask curiously, third brother, just now, what did young Master Qing mean? He's not planning anything extreme, is he? Cheng Huanchong shot her a look. I told you to stop reading so many trashy novels, but you never listen. Your head is full of wild, unrealistic ideas. At least novelists are creative. Your imagination is just all over the place. Xue Xian. Cheng Huanran chuckled, his voice gentle. Young Master Qing is a proper, scholarly businessman. But after so many years in the business world, a little scheming is inevitable. Of course, Qing Huanchong said. You have to be on guard against others. If you don't want to be taken down by someone else's tricks, you have to be strong yourself. Without self-reliance, how can you ever become truly powerful? Xue Xian was full of curiosity, grinning. Any real-life examples you can share? Nope. Cheng Huanchong refused without hesitation. Xue Xian rolled her eyes and pouted. So stingy. It's not like I'd go blabbing. Come on, tell me. Cheng Huanchong shook his head. I'm not interested, and he rarely tells me about that stuff anyway. Why not? Xue Xian's face was full of gossip as she laughed. Aren't you worried he's hiding things from you? If this goes on, you might end up feeling really insecure. But Cheng Huanchong wasn't worried at all. He teased, you think I'm like you? If I didn't even have that much confidence, how could we spend our lives together? Might as well break up early. Huh? Xue Xian pouted. Of course I have confidence. But the key is, that confidence comes from him, not just from yourself. You know what I mean? He has to give you a sense of security, or else your relationship will eventually run into trouble. I get it, Cheng Huanchong replied casually. He basically takes care of everything for me, food, clothing, housing, you name it. Does that count? When he's not working, he spends all his time with me. Does that count? He says he wants to put all his private collections under my name. Does that count? He even sent people to help me manage my entertainment company, and when it goes public, I might be worth billions. Does that count? Xue Xian was stunned. Really? That does sound pretty secure. Did you agree? How much money is that? I don't know, Cheng Huanchong answered honestly. Some of the old stuff he wears on his wrist is worth millions, even tens of millions. He never said, and I never asked, how could I possibly keep track? Xue Xian didn't really get it and asked suspiciously, really? Did he give it to you? He should. It doesn't count if he just wears it himself. Here. Cheng Huanchong raised his left hand, showing off a delicate little bracelet on his wrist. He put this on me, said it's perfect for this weather. At first, I had no idea how much it was worth, but then I saw an auction catalog and realized the starting price was over 10 million. I don't know the final price. It's just this tiny thing. I still don't really get what's so special about it, but it feels cool on my wrist, so I wear it anyway. Xue Xian listened with great satisfaction, nodding repeatedly. All right, that sounds great. He gives you a real sense of security and trust. That's Qingsha for you. Some people are just born to be outstanding. No matter what they do, they excel. Even when it comes to relationships, he handles things so perfectly. What are you really trying to say? Cheng Huanchong glanced at her and said, shouldn't we get back to the main topic? No rush, no rush. Xue Xian's interest was piqued. She stepped forward and hugged his arm. Third brother, Qing Xiao is so outstanding and amazing. Do you ever worry that he's too popular? Why should I worry? Cheng Huanchong shot back. It's not like he just became popular yesterday. If I were going to worry about that, my hair would have turned white from anxiety long ago. So, what if he's in demand? What's the big deal? Xue Xian asked in disbelief. Really? You're that confident in yourself? I'm confident in him too. Cheng Huanchong shrugged. Not just anyone can get close to him. You've lived in the capital for so many years. How many times have you seen him in newspapers or magazines? Have you ever seen him at public events? Or heard any gossip or scandals about him? Now that you mention it, I haven't. Xue Xian realized with surprise. I never noticed before. Ha ha. He really is extremely low-key, even mysterious. Cheng Huanchong tapped away at the keyboard and scoffed, silly girl. He's not an ordinary person, so don't judge him by ordinary standards. That would be an insult to him. Even his cousins, he never goes out of his way to get close to them. He's lived with our family for so long. Have you ever seen him buddy up with anyone? Or get all chummy with someone? No. Xue Xian muttered, it seems like only with you. Cheng Huanchong smiled and said, so, there's nothing more to say, right? Xue Xian nodded in understanding. You're right. You really can't judge Qing Xiao by ordinary standards. The way I just asked was from a typical woman's perspective, but that doesn't really fit you too. It's all the same principle, Cheng Huanchong said. It just depends on the person. Some people are naturally wild and unrestrained. No matter how closely you watch them, they'll still find ways to mess around. Others, even if you throw them into a world full of temptations, can remain untouched. Tai Tu is also someone who's very self-disciplined, so you trust her a lot. But you women like to measure so-called security in material terms. In the end, it's just a lack of security. You think relationships are unstable, so material things seem more reliable. That's kind of true. Xue Xian pouted. But nowadays, most girls do use material things to judge whether a man really loves them. It's probably because of the social environment. People are becoming more and more realistic. You're wrong, Cheng Huanran interjected with a slight smile. It's really all about mindset. In the old days, people didn't have much materially, but their spiritual lives were rich, sometimes even passionate. Young people today are overly materialistic, and their attitudes have gradually become the mainstream of society, so people mistakenly think it's all because of the social environment. Xue Xian gave a thumbs up. Big brother, your analysis is spot on. Just because some people think that way doesn't mean everyone does. Now it's the internet age, phones connect the whole world. But the people expressing opinions online are mostly that same group, so it gives the illusion that the whole society is like that. In reality, there's still a big gap between online and offline. Some people say one thing online and something else entirely in real life. Good point, Cheng Huanchong agreed. We're probably only interacting with a small segment of people. They don't represent the whole society. Actually, most people are still kind and upright. Otherwise, our society wouldn't be so harmonious and good. Hey. Xue Xian tugged at the two of them, smiling wryly. Weren't we just talking about women's sense of security? How did we end up so far off topic? Cheng Huanchong answered directly, men's sense of security is completely different from women's. Besides, my partner is too unique, so my views aren't universal. Xue Xian looked to her eldest brother for help and asked, what about you? Even though sister-in-law is a bit special, she's still a woman. It still depends on the person, Cheng Huanran shook his head. An isn't an ordinary woman, but her tastes and hobbies are simple. For her, security means I love her and treat her well. That's enough. She doesn't care about material things and doesn't chase after them. She says as long as there's enough to eat and drink, The rest isn't worth worrying about. Cheng Huancheng chuckled. Of course, sister-in-law is different. She used to live on the edge, licking blood off the blade, and has long since become indifferent to life and death. Someone who's seen through life and death wouldn't care about material conditions, right? That's just impossible. Second sister-in-law. Xue Xian raised her hand. She's not that special, is she? Second brother chased her down south to make up with her. Little Tiger said she's mainly upset because second brother didn't give her enough sense of security. She wants him to hand over all financial control. She has to be in charge of all the money. Pfft. Cheng Huancheng burst out laughing, relieved. Good thing I don't have to worry about that. How would I even ask Cheng to hand over all the finances? That would probably throw the whole society into chaos. The Lin family's businesses had long since become intertwined with most sectors of the country, involved in the daily lives of ordinary people, past, present, and future. If he really had to hand over all his assets, it might actually disrupt entire industries, maybe even cause a huge incident. Cheng Huanran couldn't help but ask, did second brother agree? No. Xue Xian smiled wryly. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be down south and not back in the capital. Second sister-in-law is still mad, so of course she won't come back with him. Cheng Huanran found it odd and asked, why did Xiao Xiao suddenly make such a fuss? Is there something else going on? It's just a security issue, Xue Xian replied. I don't know about anything else. Cheng Huanran felt a little sorry for his brother. His business isn't big enough yet, he still needs a lot of cash flow. If Xiao Xiao wants him to hand over all financial control, it could really affect his business. And not just a little, it could even ruin the live streaming business he'd worked so hard to build. On one hand, there's a business that's just starting to take off, Xue Xian sighed, waving her hand. On the other, there's his beloved wife. How is second brother supposed to choose? Gosh, just thinking about it makes my head hurt. The eternal dilemma. Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but feel sorry for his brother, too. He's been building his business for years, mostly relying on himself. It hasn't been easy. The live streaming industry changes in the blink of an eye, miss one opportunity, and it could all fall apart. In this case, I'm afraid he can't just go along with second sister-in-law. If he doesn't agree, second sister-in-law is going to threaten him with divorce, Xue Xian explained in a low voice. Cheng Huanran exchanged glances with his younger brother, both of them looking incredulous. Seriously? It's gotten that bad? No way. What's gotten into second sister-in-law? Why is she suddenly so angry? Xue Xian just gave a silly laugh, indicating she had no idea. Cheng Huanran frowned slightly and said, once we're done dealing with Xiahan's situation, I'll go have a talk with second brother. Yeah. Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but suggest, fourth sis, you and second sister-in-law are both women. Women understand each other better, so you should be the one to talk to her. Xue Xian pulled a face. Can't you find someone else? I'm really not good at persuading people. I'm afraid I'll just make things worse and second brother will end up hating me. Let's ask Mom. Cheng Huanran thought for a moment and said, Mom's an expert at this kind of thing. She'll know what to do. Cheng Huancheng grinned and gave a thumbs up. Why didn't I think of that? Mom's definitely the best choice. Xue Xian rolled her eyes at both of them and explained, second sister-in-law said this idea was Mom's suggestion in the first place. Cheng Huanran. Cheng Huancheng. No way. The two of them were stunned for half a second, then said in unison, absolutely impossible. Xue Xian pursed her lips and said, I didn't believe it at first either. But thinking about it, this is about second brother's future career and marriage, it's not something to joke about. Maybe Mom didn't think it through, or maybe second sister-in-law misunderstood her. It must be second sister-in-law misunderstanding. Cheng Huancheng shook his head immediately. Mom's a businesswoman, she knows how important money is. Second brother's live stream business is just getting off the ground and doing really well, and Mom's very optimistic about him. It's only been, half a year? Just a short time. There's no way Mom would give second sister-in-law such a terrible idea. At this, Cheng Huancheng shot a mischievous look at his sister. It's always you women going on about needing security and trust. We're all human, marriage is built together, so why do women expect men to provide their sense of security? Shouldn't that come from within? Even a housewife should have a sense of control over the family and the ability to manage her husband, right? Security is something you build for yourself. If you rely on a man to give it to you, what if one day he doesn't? Won't the result be the same in the end? Xue Xian glared at him, flustered. What are you talking about? Is that even the same thing? Marriage, its true marriage is between two people, but women are just naturally more insecure. If a man can't give his wife enough security in a marriage, how is she supposed to live with him? See? Qing Huanchong snorted. That's exactly the wrong mindset some women have, especially women like you. On the one hand, you're always talking about feminism and women's rights and equality. But as soon as you're in a relationship, whether it's dating or marriage, you start holding men to a different standard. How can it be the same? Xue Xian huffed. The relationship is different, so the standards are different too. Qing Huanchong chuckled. If the husband supports the family, people say women lack financial independence, lose their voice, get looked down on by the in-laws, and the marriage becomes unstable, even losing basic dignity. If both work, women have their own money, but still want to control the husband's assets, worried that men will go bad once they have money. If you can't control his heart, you control his wallet. No money, no way for the man to go astray, and at least if there's no love, there's still money. If you can't count on the man, at least you can count on the money. And what's wrong with that? Xue Xian said, perfectly justified. That's the smartest choice. Cheng Huancheng rolled his eyes. The smartest choice is not to get married at all. If a man is bad, he'll cheat even if he's broke and treat his wife badly. If he's a good man, even if he gets rich, he'll still love his family and wife. Money makes men go bad? That's just blaming money for no reason. Money is just money, it doesn't decide whether someone is good or bad. In the end, it's about the person, not the money. If you think controlling a man's money will keep him from going bad, it just means you don't really know your man, or yourself. Xue Xian was left a little dazed by his argument and muttered, second brother definitely isn't a bad man. He's not short on money, but he still works so hard to earn more and prove himself. Maybe second sister-in-law just doesn't have confidence in herself. Most likely, Cheng Huancheng analyzed in a low voice. She's been at home raising kids for years. Once you lose touch with society, it's easy to get anxious. And once that anxiety sets in, you start overthinking everything and lose your sense of security. Xue Xian disagreed, shaking her head. But it's not like second sister-in-law doesn't have any income. She's in charge of all second brother's properties. Even with all that, she still feels insecure? That's a bit much. Their parents, plus the properties left by their grandparents, had all been divided among the 4 siblings. Each of the 3 of them owned a lot of real estate, worth billions. Qing Huancheng shrugged. That's why I say sometimes you women can be really greedy, especially after you get married. Nonsense. Xue Xian pouted. Women marry men, have their children, and build a family together. Men marry women too. Cheng Huancheng interrupted, arguing, men have kids too, they just don't have to carry them for 9 months. A good man will share in raising the kids. The family belongs to both, not just the woman's sacrifice. You women shouldn't judge all men by the standards of bad men. That's really unfair to the good ones, you know. I'm not a man, Xue Xian huffed. I don't have to understand. Anyway, my husband is a good man, so I'll judge him however I want. Cheng Huancheng corrected her helplessly, we're talking about second brother and second sister-in-law, not you two. What, are you insecure too? Of course not. Xue Xian shook her head. Second sister-in-law and I are different. I'm much more confident than she is. Yeah, right, Cheng Huancheng said. Different family backgrounds, different education, there's no comparison. Qing Huanran waved his hand. All right, enough arguing. Let's get back to work. I'll ask Mom about second brother's situation later. For now, the most important thing is Shaoan. Once we get through this, we can all finally relax. Oh, right? Yeah. That night, Cheng Huanran and the others stayed up chatting until after 2 a.m. before finally heading back to their rooms to rest. Meanwhile, Shui-han had gone to bed early. She wanted her beauty sleep so she could look her best for her boyfriend's birthday celebration the next day. But going to bed early doesn't always mean waking up early, especially for those who love to sleep in. Even after turning in a few hours earlier than usual, she still woke up at about her regular time. Shui-han hurriedly tossed aside her covers and rushed to the bathroom in a fluster. Then, one after another, she started applying all sorts of skincare products to her face. Knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Come in. Shui-han called out. A moment later, Shui-han walked in, calling, Xiao-han, you're up? I brought you breakfast. Oh, thanks, Dad. Shui-han replied gratefully. Shui-han leaned against the doorframe with a smile and asked, you don't have anything going on this morning, do you? Nope. Shui-han replied. Shui-han nodded in satisfaction. Good, then come out with me for a bit. What for? Shui-han muttered as she explained, I still need to do my skincare routine. That's enough with the skincare. Shui-han said. You're at the age when you have the most collagen. Just go barefaced. Putting anything on is an insult to the words youthful and beautiful. Shui-han burst out laughing. Dad, I just realized you've gotten a sense of humor. What can I do? Shui-han gave a wry smile. Life's too hard these days. If I don't add a little fun for myself, what's the point? Shui-han eyed him suspiciously. Seriously? Dad, you get sentimental like this too. Why not? Shui-han sighed. The pandemic's still pretty serious, lockdowns everywhere, travel is tough. This illness is especially dangerous for the elderly. I really don't dare bring your grandpa home. Your uncle has told me over and over not to let him go back, or the consequences could be dire. There are crowds of tourists in the capital every day, and even with strict controls, there are still outbreaks every couple of weeks. Your grandpa can't go back, and since he's not going, neither are you. Your mom's not here anymore, so all I have left is work. Just imagine, if all you have in life is work, what's left to enjoy, huh? Shui-han felt a pang of sympathy and tried to comfort him. Dad, since you managed to catch a ride here this time, why not stay for another 10 days or 2 weeks? Take a real vacation. Spend some time with me and Grandpa. No way, Shui-han sighed. Things are really busy at the nursing home. I can be away for a little while, but not for too long. But, Shui-han hesitated, stay a couple more weeks, okay? I have something wonderful to share with you, and I'll need your help too. Shui-han smiled. While I'm here, you should spend more time with your old man. Sure. Shui-han agreed without a second thought. Shui-han suggested, the weather's great today. How about we go out for a walk this afternoon? I've been here almost 2 days, and you haven't taken me out once. Shui-han forced an awkward smile and shook her head. No way. I'm busy this afternoon. Dad, let's do another time. I have a friend coming over this afternoon. It's really, really important, super important. You have to stay here, you can't go out. I'll take you out tomorrow instead. No can do, Shui-han explained. This is pretty important, I have to go out today. How important? Shui-han asked, a bit impatient. Is it more important than my thing? Of course. Shui-han nodded. Lingling just told me that I got back a bit late the other night, so they couldn't give me a proper welcome. The young folks are planning a dinner party tonight to celebrate and welcome me. Tonight? Shui-han breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. That's fine. I'm busy this afternoon, but I'm free tonight. Don't worry, I'll be there on time. Shui-han frowned. Not tonight, I mean this afternoon. I came in a hurry and didn't bring any formal wear, just vacation clothes, which aren't suitable for a party. I never buy dress clothes for myself. You're the expert here, and you're my daughter, so I need your help picking out something appropriate to wear for tonight's welcome party. Oh, Shui-han finally understood. That's no problem. But I really can't go this afternoon. How about I go with you this morning instead? Shui-han hesitated. Really? Will there be enough time? It's almost 11 already. No worries. Shui-han quickly started getting changed. I know a few great men's stores at the mall. We'll have the driver take us over, pick something out quickly, and be back in time for lunch. Lunch is usually late here anyway. What if we don't make it back in time? Shui-han suggested, why don't we just eat out? I've been here 2 or 3 days and haven't tried any of the local specialties yet. That works too. Shuihan nodded. But we have to be back early, by 1 at the latest. Shuiheng smiled, chin lifted. All right, I'll go get changed. Be quick, we'll leave in 5 minutes. Got it. Shuihan called. Don't forget to tell the driver to bring the car around. A few minutes later, father and daughter set off to buy a suit. That afternoon, the luxury car returned early. Dad, I'm not feeling well, Shuihan said, eyes red as she got out of the car, head down. I'm going upstairs first. You haven't had lunch yet. Where do you feel unwell? Do you need to see a doctor? Should I get the psychologist to come over? Shuiheng called after her. No. Shuihan hurried inside. Don't run. Be careful you don't trip. You always rush and end up falling, don't be careless. Shuiheng called after her. Shuihan paused for a moment, then quickly continued, hurrying through the side door, quietly up the stairs, and soon closed and locked her room door behind her. Shuiheng stood where he was, frowning as he watched his daughter's anxious, stumbling figure disappear. He couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt and let out a low sigh. She seems to be holding up, Shuiling walked over and whispered. She didn't call you out on it? Didn't say anything. No, Shuiheng replied with a frown. She just looked really down and was flustered at first. She even stammered when she spoke. I didn't ask anything, just pretended to look at my phone. She kept it together, and apart from her eyes being a little red in the car, there wasn't anything too out of the ordinary. Shuiling let out a quiet sigh of relief. She's stronger than we thought. All right, don't worry about it. Are you sure? Shuiheng couldn't help but worry about his daughter. What if she can't handle it? What then? I mean, just in case. Shuiling shrugged. We already prepared for the worst, didn't we? Don't be so pessimistic. Xiaohan really is a lot stronger this time. Shuiheng thought for a moment and said quietly, it's true. She really does manage her emotions much better than before. Don't worry, Shuiling reassured him again. She'll be fine. We need to have faith in her. Shuiheng gave a wry smile. If it weren't for the plan you all came up with, I wouldn't have dared to try this. Honestly, I don't have much confidence in her, you've always known that. I know, Shuiling replied. But things are different now. Shuiheng spoke gently, she's grown a bit during her time with you all. You can really see it. Today, she was able to control most of her emotions. I have to admit, I'm really surprised. The kids are the brave ones, Shuiling said honestly. When we first found out, Ayuan and I were so worried we couldn't sleep for nights on end. She still needs a psychologist with her, and if she gets hurt again and can't recover, what would we do? All our previous efforts might be wasted, and her condition could even get worse. We were so anxious. We went to talk to Uncle Julien, then to you, just worrying ourselves sick. If the kids hadn't come up with this idea, I'd probably be just as troubled as you. Shuiheng chuckled. That's why I say we're getting old. Luckily, the younger generation is outstanding, much better than we were at their age. Absolutely. Shuiling laughed too. Every generation should surpass the last. That's what every parent hopes for. Shuiheng gave her a thumbs up. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll get your wish. Each generation will be better than the last. Not necessarily, Shuiling shook her head. Life has its ups and downs. A family's fate and fortune can't always be on the rise or at its peak. We have to accept that. The kids are already doing great, keeping most of the family business going and building their own careers. I'm quite satisfied. As for the next generation, I'm not going to worry about them. It's not our place. If things keep flourishing, that's wonderful. If not, there's no need to force it, and certainly no need to be anxious or disappointed. The ebb and flow, that's the real rhythm of the world. So open-minded and wise. Shuiheng gave her another thumbs up. That's the right way to think. At our age, we've learned to let go of many things, and our mindset has to keep up. Not bad, Shuiling smiled. Now I'm supported by the kids, with Duo and Ran looking after the company. I just spend my days with the elders and the children. It's busy, but my mind and body are both in good shape. Honestly, at my age, to still have my parents around and even get scolded by mom now and then, I feel really content and happy. Me too. Shuiheng laughed heartily. With my dad living here with you, I haven't been scolded or nagged by him for months. I actually kind of miss it. These past couple of days, getting a few scoldings and some teasing from him, I feel especially relaxed. Xueling pointed out mercilessly, you could handle being scolded and teased when you were young? I'd turn and run right away. Xueheng admitted, secretly cursing him as an old stick in the mud or old geezer in my head and running off as fast as I could. Xueling burst out laughing. Xueheng put his arm around her shoulders and they kept walking. I bought you a really nice handbag. It should arrive in a few days. What do I need another handbag for? Xueling shook her head. Return it. I already have plenty, and they're all in good shape. Whenever I want to use one, there's always something to carry. No need to waste money. Having handbags is one thing, Xueheng insisted, but me buying you one is another. I'm also planning to get a gift for your husband. What, thanking us in advance? Xueling saw right through him. Things aren't even fully resolved yet. What's the rush? Besides, the idea came from the kids, and they did all the work. Ayuan and I just stood by and watched. We didn't help at all. Xueheng shook his head repeatedly. I'll find a way to make it up to the kids eventually. But you and your husband, I have to arrange your gifts properly. No need, really, Xueling refused. I don't care about handbags, as long as it's usable, I'm fine. I might not even like the one you bought, and it'll just sit in the closet wasted. Xueheng couldn't help but explain, it's a limited edition investment piece. You can keep it as a collectible. The longer you hold on to it, the more valuable it'll get. All right then, Xueling knew he was determined, so she relented. I'll accept it. Just consider it a gift for both me and Ayuan. No need to get him anything extra. Xueheng rolled his eyes at her and teased, your husband doesn't even like handbags. You take your gift and you're still worrying about his? What? Is your marital property shared to this extent? Of course. Xueling shot back without hesitation. We're an old married couple, our love just keeps growing, and everything else has to keep up. Xueheng was amused. All right, I won't ask anymore. I'll just ask your husband myself later. Let's go eat, Xueling reminded him. There's baked lobster rice today, your favorite. Oh no, Xueheng gave a wry smile. No matter how much I like it, I have to watch my diet now. Eating seafood triggers my gout. Don't worry, Xueling said, there's also sweet and appetizing pineapple fried rice. Xueheng shook his head at once. No way. Pineapple isn't good for me, my stomach is sensitive, and pineapple irritates it, makes me produce too much acid. I hardly eat anything sour these days, not even haw flakes. Xueling shook her head and snickered, useless. And you're even a bit younger than me. Hey, Xueheng protested, half laughing, just because you're healthy doesn't mean everyone else is. I'm already doing pretty well. Xueling chuckled, can't eat this, can't eat that, how is that pretty well? I can't win with you. Xueheng waved his hand. Let's go eat, I'm done talking. Haha. After lunch, everyone chatted for a while, ate some fruit, and then went back to their rooms for a nap. Cheng Huanran and the others had stayed up late the night before, so they planned to catch up on sleep. Still, they kept in close contact, especially keeping a close eye on what was happening in Xiahan's room. Xue Xian was particularly careful, making sure nothing went wrong. She's just been lying in bed the whole time, Xue Xian yawned as she explained. After she got back, she just sat dazed at the head of the bed for over 10 minutes. When Mom called her down for lunch, she just got up and said she wasn't hungry. Later, Uncle Hung brought her a bowl of seafood congee upstairs. She changed clothes, ate a few bites, then lay back down and zoned out again. She hasn't moved since. The psychologist nearby looked a bit worried and said quietly, she hasn't taken her medication today either. Spacing out like that isn't a good sign, Cheng Huanchang reminded them. Keep a close eye on her mood. Oh, and have Uncle Heng, or better yet, Uncle Jillian, go check on her. Try not to leave her alone for too long. Xuehan was feeling pretty miserable. She just wanted to crawl under her covers and have a good cry, but before she could, her aunt came looking for her. Her aunt greeted her with a bright smile, saying she'd made Xuehan's favorite fried rice downstairs, along with some freshly squeezed orange juice. Xuehan shook her head, saying she felt a bit dizzy. She forced a smile and said she wanted to take a nap and would eat after she woke up. Her aunt fussed over her, asking if she was all right and if she needed her older cousin to come check on her. That startled Shuehan, and she quickly shook her head and waved her hands, explaining that she'd be fine after a short rest. Finally reassured, her aunt left the orange juice for her before leaving. The strong, sweet scent of oranges was irresistible, and Shuehan couldn't help but take a few sips. The tangy sweetness slid down her throat, and the pleasant taste lingered at the corners of her mouth, lifting her mood a little without her even realizing it. Before she knew it, she'd finished the whole glass of orange juice. Once she was done, the urge to break down and cry seemed to have vanished into thin air. She sat on the edge of her bed for a while, but just couldn't get that feeling back. So she got up and went to the bathroom to wash her face and remove her makeup. Maybe it was because she was feeling so down, but as she listened to the sound of running water, she couldn't help but recall what she'd seen earlier. This afternoon, her brother Han, who was supposed to come here to meet her father and discuss their engagement, had been holding another man, one about his height, looking at him with nothing but tenderness and affection. She'd been about to go over and say hi, but before she could, the two of them quickly got into a car and, just around the corner, shared an intimate kiss. She hadn't seen wrong, not one bit. The same man who, just a few days ago, had proposed to her in front of the fountain with a huge bouquet of roses, had just kissed another man. And it wasn't like how he acted with her. When they were together, he was always the perfect gentleman, holding hands, hugging her, brushing her hair aside, and at most, giving her a kiss on the forehead. He'd never once kissed her on the lips. That kind of kiss was something only lovers shared. But she, his so-called fiancée, had never had that. Clearly, in his heart, she was never really his lover or girlfriend. She couldn't believe it. She didn't want to believe it. She immediately texted Aunt Wang, asking if she knew anything about this. Aunt Wang hemmed and hawed, saying Wang Han liked her too and told her not to overthink things. But Shuehan noticed the odd use of the word too, so she pressed for the truth, even threatening to break up with Wang Han if she didn't get a straight answer. Aunt Wang panicked and finally admitted that Wang Han had been in a relationship with another man for years, but the family was strongly against it and wouldn't let them be together. But the more the family opposed, the more determined they were to stay together, to the point that the elders at home couldn't eat or sleep well out of worry. Eventually, Wang Han's grandfather relented, saying that as long as Wang Han married a woman and had children like a normal person, he'd allow him to continue seeing his boyfriend. Aunt Wang sighed, saying the two men had been together for so long and their feelings were so deep that no one could break them up. She even shamelessly asked Shuehan not to mind too much. If she could just give their family 2 children to carry on the family line, they'd give her $2 million. Huh. 2 million? 2 million. Shuehan could easily drop tens of thousands on a designer bag, even hundreds of thousands without batting an eye. They wanted to use her, trick her into having 2 kids. Did she look like someone desperate for money? 2 million wouldn't even last her half a day. What a joke. Aunt Wang kept begging, saying that if Shuehan married into their family, she'd live a life of luxury. As long as she gave them children, even if they divorced, they'd give her a generous settlement. She'd never lose out. Huh. Trick her into marriage, trick her into having kids, and that's supposed to be a good deal for her. She blocked Aunt Wang on the spot, then texted Wang Han 2 words, "We're done." She told him she'd seen him kissing another man and found him disgusting, and that was all she had to say before blocking him too. So he'd been in love with someone else all along, and for years at that. According to Aunt Wang, the only reason he wanted to marry her was to appease the elders at home, so they'd allow him to keep his secret relationship. What did he take her for? Some silly girl he could easily trick into being his wife? No, just a tool for him. No wonder he'd rushed to get engaged, proposed so quickly, and barely asked about her family, just which university she went to, and how many people were in her family. No wonder, no wonder. How could she have been so naive? Just because he was polite, good-looking, tall, well-educated, and had a high income, she thought she'd found a perfect catch. If he was really that great, would he not care about her family background or that she was just a recent graduate from an ordinary university? Maybe he'd picked her precisely because she was naive. Only a gullible girl would be so easily manipulated, would agree to his proposal right away, would be so eager to bring him home to meet her family. A boyfriend she'd been so proud of, a fiancé she'd been eager to show off to her relatives and friends, hoping to finally prove she'd found the best. But the truth was so different. If she hadn't found out in time, he'd still be pretending to come here to propose. Thank goodness. Thank goodness she'd discovered the truth in time. Otherwise, if her father and the others found out later, she'd have been utterly humiliated. Imagine showing off her love in front of everyone, rushing to marry some rich, handsome guy overseas, only to be dumped and divorced soon after, left with a measly $2 million. What a joke! That was close, way too close. Just a few hours, just a few hours. If her dad hadn't dragged her to the men's clothing store, if she hadn't looked around and noticed, if she didn't even want to think about it. How could he be so heartless? Had he ever spared a single thought for her? No. A jerk like him would never care about anyone else. Another failure, another heartbreak. Thinking of this, Shui Han's heart ached sharply, and tears welled up in her eyes. Suddenly, she heard her father calling from outside. He noticed she hadn't come down for dinner, so he'd brought her some fragrant porridge, worried that she'd get a stomachache if she didn't eat, and urged her to have a few bites before resting. Dad was always the one who loved her most. Afraid he'd worry or see through her, she quickly explained that she was just washing her face and removing her makeup, and her eyes were red from getting water in them. Her father smiled and told her the porridge was delicious, reminding her to rest up for the welcome banquet tonight. Tonight was a welcome banquet, specially arranged for her father. How could she, as his daughter, not attend? So she quickly agreed. Her father watched her eat a few bites before heading back downstairs. She had no appetite, and after closing the door, she set the porridge aside. Her father's interruption had completely dried up her tears. So she changed into pajamas, brushed her hair, and went back to her bedroom. Not knowing whether to sleep or cry, she just sat on the edge of the bed, staring into space. However, Shui Han didn't stay in a daze for long. After a little while, someone knocked on the door again. Grandpa came in with a cheerful smile, saying he wasn't sleepy and didn't want to take a nap today. Instead, he planned to take this opportunity to go to the kitchen and see how the master chef made cakes. Henin, I heard this cake master is really famous. His cakes are delicious and beautiful. This cake is specially made for your dad's welcome banquet. Why don't we go help out a bit? It'll be a way to show your dad how much you care. Shui Han really wanted to refuse, but she couldn't resist Grandpa's expectant and loving gaze. She was racking her brains, trying to think of a way out. Unexpectedly, Grandpa continued, "Last year, we weren't with your dad on his birthday, and we probably won't be able to this year either. It's rare that Qishao found such a great cake master, so I finally have a chance to eat cake with him again. I'm getting old, you never know when I'll close my eyes and not open them again. There aren't many chances left to eat cake with you all, every time is one less." How could Shui Han dare refuse after that? She quickly took Grandpa's arm and went downstairs with him. The big kitchen in the corner was bustling, with several chefs and assistants working hard, busy preparing for the upcoming banquet. The cake master was at his own long table, fully focused on making the cake. Shui Han's foreign language skills weren't great, so she stammered for quite a while before finally explaining why she was there. The cake master smiled and taught her some simple techniques, even letting her decorate the cake's edge with small pieces of fruit. With something to do, Shui Han gradually forgot her sadness, clumsily following Grandpa around the cake master. "Henin, look." Grandpa Shui pointed to another chef who was preparing slices of ham and explained, "I heard that's jabugo ham from Spain. It's supposed to be amazing." Shui Han nodded in awe. "That's such a huge ham, it must be expensive, right?" Grandpa Shui shook his head. "I don't know the exact price. I heard the most classic, most expensive ones can go for over $1 million, maybe even more. But the most valuable things here aren't these hams, it's the rare wines that Qingxiao and Xinji have collected. I heard there will be some really special bottles tonight. You should try a glass or two, taste what a wine worth several million is like. Xuehan couldn't help swallowing. It's our own party anyway, so it's fine even if I get drunk. Grandpa Xue smiled and lowered his voice. There's something I've always wanted to tell you, but I never found the right time. What is it? Xuehan asked curiously. Grandpa Xue said quietly, your grandma and I used to be salaried workers, always busy, and our pay was just enough for the family. Later, when your dad and uncle graduated and started earning money, our burden got lighter. The older I got, the higher my salary became, and then I was rehired for another 20 years or so, with a really high salary. I started saving up some money. Following your Aunt Lingling's advice, I bought some fine wines to collect, some antique paintings and calligraphy, and a bit of gold. Really? Xuehan broke into a smile. Grandpa, are you just trying to make me happy? How come I never knew? Where do you keep it all? In a safe. Silly girl. Grandpa Xue explained, collecting fine wine is tricky, you can't just put it anywhere. The wine is stored at the winery, and the antiques and gold are kept at the bank. Xuehan's eyes sparkled. Grandpa, how much is it all worth? It's decent, Grandpa Xue said gently. I only have 3 grandchildren, so of course I'll leave everything to you all. Even though you're younger than Ayu, you're the eldest son's daughter, so you get to pick first. When the time comes, you can choose the wine if you like, or the gold. The antique paintings and calligraphy are all worth at least $1 million at auction now, and maybe in a few decades they'll be worth much more. The wine is valuable too, the older, the better. Xuehan's eyes lit up and she nodded eagerly. Then, I want the antique paintings and a third of the wine, is that okay? Of course, Grandpa Xue replied with a loving smile. Didn't I just say? You get to pick first, then Ayu and Nyonyo can choose. Xuehan was overjoyed and stood on tiptoe to kiss Grandpa on the cheek. Grandpa, you spoil me the most. The old man laughed heartily and patted her on the back. You're our precious darling, who else would we spoil? Remember, you have a whole family to be proud of, and you're our pride too. Xuehan froze. That's right. Xuehan, was never just an ordinary girl. She was her family's beloved, their proud little princess. Wang Han's family background was decent, but that's all decent. How could it compare to her dad's sanatorium? That sanatorium cost billions to build, and it all belonged to their family. Half the shares would be hers in the future. No matter how high Wang Han's education or ability, at the end of the day, he was just an employee earning $1 million a year. How many years would he have to work to match her wealth? Even without taxes, $1 million a year is only $10 million in 10 years, $100 million in 100 years. He'd have to work an entire year just to buy a couple of glasses of the wine she'd be drinking tonight. He couldn't even match a fraction of her wealth in his whole life, and yet he wanted to trick her into having his children? He should take a good look at himself in the mirror. Thinking this, her mood inexplicably improved. Why should she feel sorry for a man who wasn't worthy of her? If he didn't love her, that was his greatest failure in life. He was the one whose plans fell through, the one who failed. Why should she be the one to feel sad? She'd be a fool to cry over a man like that. If you like someone, why not go after them openly? Why use other girls' happiness and marriages as stepping stones for yourself? Heartless. Despicable. Brother Chong and Qingxiao loved each other too, but they were always open about it, never hiding or pretending. They fought for their happiness, worked hard for it, and finally earned the support and recognition of their whole family. They would never build their happiness on lies or by tricking other girls, because they had too much pride for that and would never stoop so low. TCH. She'd blocked them too early before. She should have sent them photos of her royal villa and told them about the billions she was set to inherit. Did the Wang family have a throne to inherit? Why did they have to find a woman to have kids for them? They thought 2 million would be enough to get her to have 2 kids? That was the biggest joke of her life. Everyone around her was a top-tier billionaire. She ate the finest food, drank the best wine, lived in a luxurious villa, and was pampered by her loving family. With her background, Why should she shed a single tear for a loser who couldn't even make a fraction of her wealth in his lifetime? He didn't love her, so why should she be sad for someone who didn't love her? She was just innocent, not stupid. Thank goodness no one else knew, or she'd really be a laughingstock. She had the most loving family and the most comfortable, wealthy life. Why should she let someone unworthy ruin her mood? One word, not worth it. Thinking this, Shui-han quickly recovered from her sadness and turned to prepare a gift for her father. That night, the villa was brightly lit inside and out. Glasses clinked, and the lively, wonderful music didn't fade until well past midnight. Even though it was already late, quite a few people were still awake, feeling both excited and happy. So, did she go to bed? Shui Ling asked. Did she say anything to you while she was tipsy? Shui Hung smiled and waved his hand. No, she wasn't drunk, just a little tipsy. She didn't dare say anything, kept her mouth shut tight like a clam. Shui Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like this has become her secret alone. Mom, Cheng Huancheng teased, there's something wrong with that sentence. You need to put quotation marks around secret, otherwise it's not quite right. Exactly. Shui Xian giggled. After all, it's already an open secret. Shui Ling chuckled and shot back. How do you know I didn't put them there? Everyone burst out laughing. Shui Hung looked at the younger generation with gratitude. You've all worked so hard these past few days. If it weren't for you, Xiao Han would have suffered even more and, maybe, her condition wouldn't have improved. Thank you, all of you. Thank you. The younger ones quickly waved off his thanks. No need, really. Uncle Hung, we're all family, no need to be so formal. In the end, it was up to Xiao Han to figure things out and get through this herself. We just helped a bit. She's the one who pulled herself through, we can't take the credit. Shui Hung smiled kindly. That may be true, but without your support, Xiao Han probably wouldn't have made it. Her recovery is thanks to your care and company, and the psychologist's consistent help these past months. In the end, it's all your achievement. That's right, Shui Zhilian agreed. Everything went perfectly this time. Cheng Tianyuan waved his hand. All right, you two don't need to keep praising them, you're making me embarrassed. We're not praising you, so why are you embarrassed? Shui Zhilian teased. Fine, then I'll praise you for having such wonderful children, how about that? Everyone laughed again. Shui Ling rubbed her neck, yawned, and stood up. All right, from tonight on, let's let this matter become a secret. It's almost 2:30, getting late. Everyone should get some rest. Right? It's late, let's all head to our rooms. Good night. Qing Tianyuan and Shui Hung helped Shui Zhilian up, one on each side, and walked toward the small elevator in the corner. The younger ones watched the elders leave, then collapsed onto the sofas, lazily scrolling through their phones, not in a hurry to go. Shui Xian asked in a low voice, that account of Wang Mama's, did you get rid of it? Deleted right after blocking her, Cheng Huancheng replied. Chen Xinji took a sip of water and handed the rest to his wife. It's warm, drink a bit more. We should get some sleep. You can't keep staying up late. I slept enough during the day, Shui Xian muttered. I'm not really tired. Chen Xinji reminded her again, pregnant women shouldn't stay up late. All right. Shui Xian grumbled, taking a few sips. I'll go to bed in 5 minutes. Chen Xinji squinted at Qing Huanran across from him. Ran, what do you think? Qing Huanran smiled gently. Heaven has the virtue of cherishing life. Since Xiao Han is okay, let's let those two off for now. That guy was scared half to death last night, that's punishment enough. But the real scumbag wasn't. Shui Xian said heatedly. The worst one is that big jerk. Why should he get away with tricking and deceiving Xiao Han? He wasn't the one who got scared half to death. His boyfriend was at most an accomplice. He was the mastermind and the one who carried it out. We absolutely can't let him off. Chen Xinji frowned and quickly tried to calm her down. Let's talk this through, no need to get so worked up. We're just discussing, not making a final decision. I have the right to offer my precious opinion. Shui Xian pouted. And you all have to take it. Otherwise, heaven won't tolerate it. Qing Huancheng burst out laughing. So if we don't teach him a lesson, even the heavens will be angry. Of course. Shui Xian snorted. If it wasn't Xiaohan this time, it could be another girl next time. Xiaohan was lucky to have us help her see his true colors, but not every girl will be so lucky. Lin Qingji glanced at Cheng Huancheng beside him and smiled slightly. When he pretended to be that Wang Mama and said one child would get 1 million, two would get 2 million, I couldn't help but laugh. If their family was willing to pay that, they wouldn't be lacking grandchildren. Actually, the Wang family's business hasn't been doing well these past few years. They're basically losing money. They just want to trick naive girls into having children for them, then kick them out. If they were really willing to spend money, they wouldn't have trouble finding women to bear children for them. Exactly. Xue Xian gave a thumbs up. Qingji's analysis is spot on. They have the money, but they're just too stingy to spend it. They want to take advantage and keep the child, but get rid of the mother. Business is bad, they don't want to spend, so they encourage their son to go out and scam people. Cheng Huancheng snorted. They know full well their son already has a boyfriend he loves, but they still force him to get married and have kids. They don't care who he tricks as long as she's healthy and good-looking. From the start, all they wanted was a child, not a daughter-in-law. Selfish and scheming. When you put it that way, it really is despicable, Cheng Huanran said seriously. Even that guy who got scared half to death last night doesn't deserve sympathy. He knew what his boyfriend was doing and didn't try to stop him. He only cared about their own future, never about the poor girl whose youth, marriage, and child would be stolen from her. Severe punishment. Xue Xian huffed. We have to teach them a lesson, or they'll think our Xue family are pushovers. They've bullied our family, how can we just forgive and let it go? Being merciful to the wicked is being cruel to ourselves. Agreed, Qin Xinji echoed his wife. Even though Xiaohan's okay, we can't let that Wang guy off easy. If it wasn't Xiaohan, he'd just go hurt another girl. We're not saints, we don't have to forgive him. Anyone who dares mess with people from Xinyuan shouldn't get away with it. Cheng Huancheng raised his hand. I agree. 1 vote for severe punishment. Me too, Lin Qingji said quietly, wiping his phone screen. He thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he's well-dressed, from a good family, and highly educated. If he doesn't get his way this time, he'll just target another girl next time. If we don't teach him a lesson and make him behave, those of us who've seen his true colors can't just stand by. Cheng Huanran hesitated a little and lowered his voice. We've made quite a stir these past few days. After all, we're guests here, not locals. If we make too much noise, won't it bring us trouble? That's exactly why Mom doesn't agree with us taking revenge for Xiaohan, Qin Xinji explained. She said, since Xiaohan is fine and didn't really lose anything, we should let it go and not blow things out of proportion. Cheng Huanqing looked at Lin Qingji, then at his brother-in-law. We've already discussed this. Getting revenge isn't just about payback. More importantly, it's to stop this guy from hurting other women. Besides, teaching him a lesson will keep him from thinking he can do whatever he wants just because he's got some advantages. Of course, your concerns are valid too. Lin Qingji smiled slightly. That's where Xinji's connections and skills come in. A lot of things can be handled quietly, without making a scene or letting everyone know. In fact, sometimes you don't know, I don't know, none of us need to know. Xue Xian. She didn't quite get it and looked to her third brother for help. Cheng Huancheng understood perfectly and couldn't help but ask, tough guy, do you have confidence you can pull this off? Of course, Qin Xinji nodded. Whether it's out in the open or behind the scenes, I have ways. Keep it low-key, Cheng Huanran explained. That Wang guy has been in the finance world here for years and is doing pretty well for himself. He's no pushover. Plus, his family made good money in the past and has deep roots here. He's not alone, he's got a whole web of family influence behind him. Got it? Xue Xian said loudly. So we do it in secret. Qin Xinji gave her a doting look and reminded her, don't be so jumpy. Cheng Huancheng also supported a discreet approach. We always repay kindness, and we always settle scores. That's how our family operates. But the method should be low-key, not too flashy. Exactly, Lin Qingji agreed. There are countless ways to do things quietly. We don't need to poke around aimlessly or worry about his background. Just hit him where it hurts, and that's enough. Xue Xian asked in surprise, you mean beat him up? Really give him a thrashing. Everyone laughed. Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but tease her, "You're too simple-minded. A few bruises on the outside are nothing, a few days and he'll be fine. The real way is to destroy what he's most proud of, really crush his arrogance and that fake fox's mask." Exactly, Lin Qingji praised. He relies on his knowledge of the law here and knows his strengths. He deliberately acts a certain way to make girls fall for him, then uses them for his own gain. He's greedy, confident he can make big money, but still covets his family's old assets, so he resorts to these dirty tricks to please his elders. Those are his strengths and weaknesses, so that's where we strike. Qin Xinji understood. All right, I'll start making arrangements. Cheng Huanran, feeling a little itchy, couldn't help but remind him that Guy invested in 2 or 3 good projects recently. One just started, and he's already made quite a bit. His clients trust him a lot and give him high marks. Oh, Qin Xinji chuckled. I know those projects well. They're not that big. I even invested a little in one, the coastal wind power plant. Cheng Huancheng looked a bit worried. Not easy to hit him there, right? We want revenge, but we need to keep the time and money costs as low as possible. I don't like that stupid, hurt the enemy 1,000, lose 800 yourself approach. No worries, Qin Xinji shook his head. I'm not stupid. I'll find the most effective way to hit him. Lin Qingji smiled. If you need help, I can lend a hand. Great, Qin Xinji replied without hesitation. I'll look into things first, and if I need you, I'll let you know. Cheng Huancheng reminded, he's greedy and ambitious. That's a big weakness. Qin Xinji nodded. Cheng Huanran rubbed his nose and whispered, let's not tell Mom and Dad about this, or Uncle Heng and the others. Don't want to get scolded. No way. Xue Xian giggled. Uncle Heng would love to tear that guy apart. When that jerk gets what's coming to him, I'll secretly tell Uncle Heng so he can be happy. Cheng Huanran laughed helplessly. I mean Mom and Dad. If Uncle Heng finds out, he won't be able to keep it to himself, and Mom will know in no time. If Mom finds out, we'll definitely get scolded. True, Cheng Huancheng glared at his sister, warning, don't go blabbing. Just as few know, that's enough. Shaoan is safe, and that's all Uncle Heng cares about. Xue Xian pouted and muttered, fine, I'll let it go. Uncle Heng really can't do anything when Mom's around. He listens to her about everything. Lin Qingji was curious and asked, did Uncle Heng and Mom grow up together, like childhood friends? Not really, Cheng Huanran replied. You could say sort of, but not exactly. They met from time to time as kids, but not that often. Later, Uncle Julien was transferred down south, and with the distance and poor communication back then, the families even lost touch for a while. I see, Lin Qingji chuckled. I always felt Uncle Heng relies on Mom a lot. And not just as siblings. Cheng Huancheng explained, back then, Uncle Heng did business with Grandpa, who almost treated him like a son. But Uncle Heng's abilities were a bit weaker, well, compared to Mom and Grandpa at least. In the end, Mom took charge, carried on Grandpa's business, and brought Uncle Heng along to make a fortune. Uncle Heng says 90% of his wealth was made with Mom's help. For a long time, he was Mom's right-hand man and always listened to her. Maybe after decades, it's just habit. He's used to relying on her for everything. It's all sibling affection, nothing else, Xue Xian added. Huh? Everyone glanced at her, then smiled helplessly. Xue Xian was confused and asked, what? What do you all mean by that? Qin Xinji took her hand and said, you're overthinking it. There are many kinds of feelings in this world, not just romance. Uncle Heng and Mom are family and also longtime partners. Decades of ups and downs together can't be summed up in a few words. Xue Xian nodded. That's true. All right, it's settled then. It's late, let's call it a night. Okay, good night. Over the next few days, Xue Han continued to laze around on vacation just as she always had. The only difference was that she didn't go out at night anymore. Xue Heng was quietly relieved by this, and soon brought up his earlier request to his daughter again. You've graduated from university now. It's time for you to start working. The moment Xue Han heard this, she frowned and muttered, Dad, I really don't want to go back to the capital yet. She'd just gone through a breakup. Even though she hadn't told anyone in the family, she was still feeling it deeply and needed some time to recover. Besides, she really liked the environment and atmosphere here. Every day, she got to enjoy herself with her uncle's family, and the days just flew by. For some reason, being surrounded by people made even the most painful things seem not so bad. This breakup seemed to pass pretty quickly, maybe because the guy was such a jerk, or maybe because they hadn't been together that long. But mostly, it was the company of everyone around her that helped her forget about that short-lived relationship. Even so, she still didn't want to go back to the capital. She wanted to keep living her carefree, pampered life here. The scenery was beautiful, the food was great, and there were so many elders doting on her. She really couldn't bear to leave. But you can't just waste your time like this. Shui Heng shook his head. A person's life is only so long. Besides the years spent in childhood, muddling through, and the 2 or 3 decades of old age, there really isn't much time left to work, earn money, and contribute to society. Shuehan rolled her eyes in secret and mumbled, "Who even talks about contributing to society these days?" Shueheng couldn't help but get angry. We grow up, live, and die in society. When are we ever apart from it? Huh? If nobody contributed to society, how would it even exist? If your generation doesn't contribute, can you just leave society? Can you produce everything you need by yourself? Live completely independently? Can you? Shuehan shook her head. Of course not. Shueheng snorted. If you can't, then what independence are you talking about? And why don't you talk about contributing to society? Without society, where would your parents come from? Where would you come from? Ridiculous. Robinson Crusoe could survive on a deserted island, but that's just a novel, not real life. Dad, Shuehan had no choice but to give in and quickly found herself another excuse to slack off. I still need to stay here to take care of Grandpa. I'll go back with him when he leaves. In reality, Grandpa didn't need her to take care of him at all. It was mostly her uncle and aunt who looked after the elders. The old folks kept each other company, chatting and spending their days together. But Grandpa was the family's precious treasure now, and her dad would definitely let her off the hook for Grandpa's sake. Unexpectedly, this time her dad wasn't giving her any chance to escape. Shueheng frowned and shook his head. No. The pandemic situation is still uncertain, and we don't know when it'll end. This place is semi-closed and isolated, which is great for Grandpa to stay, but not for you. If you keep dragging it out, you'll just get lazy. Once people get lazy, they don't want to do anything. You're still young. How can you compare yourself to Grandpa, who's already retired? He contributed to society for 40 or 50 years, and you haven't even worked for a few dozen days. How can you compare? I can't, obviously, Shuehan muttered. But I don't even know where I'd work. Besides, our family doesn't need me to earn money. Other people had to work hard because they needed the money. Her family was rich, owned a huge convalescent home, and had plenty of property. Why should a pampered young lady like her go out and work for a few thousand yuan? That wouldn't even cover one of her meals. She didn't need to earn money. She just needed to take care of herself, enjoy life, and make the most of her days. That was enough. Shueheng couldn't help but ask, "Who's earning money for our family right now?" "Obviously you, Dad," Shuehan replied. Shueheng sighed softly. "So you know it's me. Then why don't you feel any sense of crisis? Your grandpa is already old, and I'm at retirement age myself. Your Aunt Lingling has been retired for years and keeps urging me to retire too. As I get older, my health is getting worse every year. I'll get old, too, just like Grandpa, with white hair and needing a cane to walk. If you still can't be independent by then, who will take care of me? Who will manage the business I've worked so hard to build all my life?" Shuehan shrank back, her eyes starting around. "What's so hard about that? Just hire professionals to manage it. Real bosses know how to use people. As long as you can see the big picture and give the right orders at the right time, your subordinates will handle everything." Shueheng chuckled. "Do you know what a professional is? Do you understand how to use people? Those are skills you have to learn and accumulate over time, not something you can just talk your way into. Do you know how to see the big picture? Do you know when the right time is? Just because you give an order, your subordinates will listen? Why? Just because you pay them? Don't other bosses pay their employees? Why don't their people always listen? Shuehan was completely stumped by his questions and couldn't answer even after a long pause. I. Shueheng sighed helplessly. If you really don't like working and don't want to work, then you won't be able to inherit any shares of the convalescent home in the future, and you definitely won't be allowed to get involved in its daily management. What? She wouldn't be able to inherit it. Shuehan was shocked. Why? If I can't inherit it, who will? Shueheng seemed to have already thought this through and answered calmly, naturally, I'll leave it to someone suitable. I'll set up a small trust fund for you, enough for your living expenses each month, so you'll have enough to live on. No way. Shuehan immediately panicked and shouted, I'm your only daughter. If you don't leave your assets to me, who are you going to leave them to? I don't agree. Shueheng smiled. You are my only daughter, that's true. But who says your career must be inherited by your own children? Look at your aunt. Her most valuable asset is the company outside the city, and now it's managed by Zhang Duoduo, isn't it? Zhang Duoduo owns a good share, and he's the one in charge. Look at your younger cousins. They started their own businesses and never got involved in the family's affairs. If you're not capable of managing things, I can't let my life's work be ruined by you. I'll have to find someone else to inherit it. Dad. Shuehan jumped up in frustration. Do you really have to force me like this? When Shueheng saw her angrily questioning him, he felt a surge of irritation inside, but couldn't help letting out a laugh. What am I forcing you to do? You don't like studying business, and you don't want to work. So how are you supposed to manage such a large nursing home? You can't, and you don't want to try. That leaves me no choice but to entrust it to someone else, doesn't it? I'm not young anymore. With my health, I'll be lucky to live as long as your grandfather did. I don't have much time left, so naturally, the time I can give you is limited too. Shuehan was still fuming, complaining, I don't care about business or management. Just looking at accounts and all those reports gives me a headache. I've told you I don't like it, but you keep forcing me to learn. Shueheng curled his lips, his expression calm. If you don't like it, then I'll hand it over to someone else. I won't force you anymore, all right? Shuehan snorted in dissatisfaction. Let someone else manage it, fine, but all the shares must go to me. Why? Shueheng took a sip of tea, raised his eyebrows, and smiled. You don't like learning, you don't want to manage, you just want to hold the shares and collect dividends? Han, you should know that you can't get something for nothing. Even kids in kindergarten understand that. Surely you do too. In this bustling world, most people are just ordinary. Most people earn a living by putting in a certain amount of work, which allows them to survive in society. Those with resources and connections may have it easier, since they can get a lot without putting in much. But that's a tiny minority, and you can't judge everyone by that standard. In Shueheng's view, he was just lucky to be born on his parents' shoulders and to have the chance for a good education. He was even luckier to have earned this vast family fortune with the help of his uncle and Lingling. All of this was the result of a lifetime of hard work. How could he let it be squandered? Besides, half of the nursing home belonged to Ahwan and his wife. That made it all the more important to handle things carefully. The long-term success or failure of the nursing home would determine the future and quality of life for the whole family. Shuehan's cheeks flushed as she stammered, I just want to inherit your shares. Isn't that reasonable? I'm not good at management, so let someone who is good at it handle things. I can hire people to do the work, why not? You don't have the ability to oversee things, Shueheng pointed out bluntly. Can you tell who's good at management, who should handle HR, who should be in charge of finances? Can you? You don't even understand the basics of hiring people. How are you going to manage anyone? Shuehan had no answer. Shueheng shook his head with a wry smile. You don't want to put in the effort, but you want to reap the rewards. You realize work is hard, so you don't want to work. You see that learning business is tough, so you don't want to study. You just want to be a parasite, draining away the family assets your father left behind. Do you really think, with that attitude, I'd feel comfortable handing the nursing home over to you? Over 90% of my assets are invested in that place, and your uncle has put in everything he is too. That's the result of a lifetime of hard work for both of us. How could we let you squander it all? Shuehan was getting upset. Why would I squander it? I just want to live my life as usual. That should be enough. The nursing home has been doing so well these past 2 years, bringing in tons of money. Just give me a small portion and it'll be more than enough for my daily expenses. I couldn't possibly spend it all. There's no way I'd use it up, so how could I squander everything? After hearing this, Shui Heng glanced around, then looked at the walk-in closet and the vanity behind her. Han, have you ever calculated how much you actually need for your daily expenses? Have you? Shui Han had never really thought about it. She just bought whatever she liked, whenever she wanted, and simply handed over her card to the salesperson. I haven't, but it can't be that much. Not much. Shui Heng gave a bitter smile. So in your eyes, your spending isn't much at all. No wonder you're so extravagant and have no concept of thrift. Shui Han's face turned red with embarrassment. She stammered, I'm not that bad. Compared to those rich heiresses who throw money around, I'm definitely frugal. They spend millions or tens of millions without a second thought. I don't do that. But you still spend quite a lot. Shui Heng pulled out his phone, brought up her credit card statements, and read aloud, the month before last, I paid off over 5 million for you. Last month, it was more than 3.2 million. This month's bill hasn't come yet, but it won't be less than 3 or 4 million. I just bought some clothes and bags, Shui Han mumbled. The new season came out and I liked several things, so I bought them one after another. These are daily necessities, not wasteful spending. Shui Heng chuckled. Daily necessities? How many people earning just a few thousand a month could afford these daily necessities? If you started as an intern at the company or the nursing home, could you afford this kind of daily spending? Even if you didn't eat or drink for a whole year, you still might not be able to buy them. Shui Han looked a little embarrassed, not knowing how to defend herself. Shui Heng gestured around them. You just said you'd be fine living at your current, normal, standard, right? Let me give you a rough estimate. Maintaining this lifestyle requires at least several hundred million. This ultra-luxury villa alone is worth at least 500 or 600 million, and renovations cost tens of millions more, if not more. Just keeping the place running costs at least 10 million a year. Add in security, maintenance, the housekeeper, the chef, and so on, and you're looking at another 20 or 30 million annually. That much. Shui Han could hardly believe it. Shui Heng nodded. If you don't believe me, ask your cousin's husband. This is a royal villa, nestled between mountains and water, with the best surroundings and the cleanest, safest stretch of coastline. You get to enjoy the mountain and sea views. There's a massage pool upstairs, a heated swimming pool downstairs, and just a few steps away is a beautiful, private beach. Every day, there are bodyguards stationed on the yacht to protect you when you swim. Do you realize all of that costs money? The food you eat is all prepared by chefs according to your tastes, using only the finest ingredients. Have you ever looked in the kitchen? There are 5 or 6 people working there every day, not counting Qing Xiao's personal chef. To maintain this normal lifestyle you talk about, even if I gave you 2 billion, how long do you think it would last? How many years could you keep this up? Shui Han had never been good at math. All she could see were endless dollar signs, and she couldn't make sense of any of it. Shui Heng sighed. You're so lost in this beautiful life that you can't see past it. Have you ever thought about who's actually paying for all this? Your cousin's husband makes money hand over fist. He can afford it. Qing Xiao has countless assets. Even if he spent 100 million a day, he wouldn't bat an eye. But our family isn't like that. The life you love so much, I could work my whole life and not be able to support you for even half a year. Shui Han stared in shock, feeling thoroughly defeated. Ever since she could remember, she had always believed she grew up in an extremely wealthy family. Other kids would brag endlessly if their families owned a house worth several million in the capital. Those classmates who lived in houses worth tens of millions usually dressed well and liked to show off from time to time. But she was different. From the time she was a young teen and started spending money on herself, she could buy whatever she wanted, never needing to save up or worry about the price. Even though her parents often reminded her not to flaunt their wealth and not to spend recklessly, she never really grasped the concept of money. She knew the sanatorium was built by her father and uncle, who invested several billion yuan into it, not even counting the 1 or 2 billion spent on the land itself. Her father had once confided in her that he'd poured almost his entire fortune into the sanatorium. Including other real estate, she guessed her father's net worth was at least 5 or 6 billion. For most ordinary people, 1 million yuan was already a huge sum. Numbers in the hundreds of millions or billions were astronomical, almost unimaginable. But her family actually had that kind of astronomical wealth. And she was her father's only daughter, his sole heir. Subconsciously, she'd always assumed all of that was her inheritance. Yet today, her father suddenly said, "If you can't do it, I'll give it to someone else," which scared her out of her wits. She loved the resort environment here and thoroughly enjoyed this kind of wonderful life. Her demands weren't high, she just wanted to maintain this standard of living for the rest of her life. But then her father suddenly said he couldn't afford to maintain this lifestyle. Sure enough, she was stunned all over again. Is it really that much? Does all this really cost that much money? Xueheng wasn't surprised at all. He replied frankly, "If you don't believe me, you can go ask your cousin-in-law or your aunt right now." Xuehan couldn't help but feel a little hurt and muttered, "Our family isn't poor, right? It shouldn't be a problem to move a few 100 million around." "Move it from where?" Xueheng asked with a laugh. "I told you before, all the money is tied up over there. In the end, I even had to borrow some from your aunt just to finish the last round of equipment upgrades. The first 2 or 3 years after opening, we didn't make any money at all. We had to keep investing until revenue increased, and we finally broke even, then slowly started making a profit. If you want a few 100 million, which property do you want me to sell? Where else am I supposed to get that kind of cash? All our assets are in real estate. You can't just spend it whenever you want." Xuehan's frown deepened as she asked, Then what about my expenses here?" "Your aunt's family covers all of it," Xueheng explained. "Your personal spending is all on your credit card, which I've been paying off for you. If you count everything, just the salaries for the bodyguards and the 2 rotating psychologists cost several 100,000 a month. If you add in everything else and all the luxury goods you enjoy, it's easily over 1 million a month." Xuehan lowered her eyes, not daring to ask any more. She really didn't dare ask further. The more she asked, the more anxious and insecure she felt. But Xueheng wasn't about to let her off the hook. "With expenses this high, if no one helps, I absolutely can't afford it. Henin, if you went to work at the company, how long do you think it would take you to earn your monthly living expenses? The highest paid interns make 6,000 or 7,000 a month, maybe 100,000 a year. That's not even enough to buy you the latest designer bag. And this comfortable life you long for, I can't afford it either. Business has its ups and downs, sometimes you make money, sometimes you lose. I really worry about you. If something ever happened to me, how would you survive, you silly girl who only knows how to enjoy life?" Xuehan's eyes instantly turned red and she mumbled, "Don't say that. You have to live a long, long life. Live even longer than Grandpa." "Impossible," Xueheng shook his head. "My health is much worse than your grandfather's. With my current state, I don't even know if I can keep going for another 10 years. In 10 years, you'll only be in your 30s. Your life will still be long ahead of you. Just thinking about it makes me worry." Xuehan hesitated, her timid instincts making her look for an excuse. "Grandpa and Mom left me some good things too." Xueheng reminded her, "If you sell those, it'll only last you a year or so at most, not much longer." Xuehan burst into tears, crying loudly, "Then you have to live a long, long time. Live to be over 100. "I'd like to," Xueheng waved his hand. "But even if I could take care of you, I can't take care of your children or your children's children. Family business and legacy are passed down generation by generation. No one person can protect it forever." Xuehan sobbed uncontrollably and snuggled into his arms. "Dad, I'll learn, but I might not be good at it." Xueheng didn't push her, gently patting her back. "If you can't learn, or if you don't manage well, even if you lose everything under my name one day, at least it'll show you tried your best to save it. If you really don't want to learn, I won't force you. But you have to promise me, from now on you must learn to be frugal. You don't have to scrimp and save, but you absolutely can't be wasteful anymore." Shui Han's eyes darted around as she tentatively asked, "About how much can I spend a month then?" "Tens of thousands," Shui Heng thought for a moment and replied. "Cut your spending in half first, then slowly reduce it to a few thousand a month. Only at that rate will your remaining assets last." Shui Han was dumbfounded, her little face falling instantly. "That's way too little." Shui Heng said, "You'll never get rich by saving, you have to earn more to preserve and grow your wealth. Earning money isn't guaranteed, and if you fail, you'll lose even more. But if you don't try, you'll never have a chance to increase it. The more you spend, the faster it disappears." At this point, he couldn't help but sigh. Society is changing so fast, I haven't kept up for years. If the sanatorium ever fails, 90% of our wealth will be wiped out, and there'll be almost nothing left. "I'll learn," Shui Han suddenly said, fired up. "I'll definitely work hard and learn." Shui Heng gently patted her head, asking kindly, "Are you sure? You won't regret it." "I won't regret it," Shui Han explained. I've already graduated. It's time I learned to stand on my own." Shui Heng smiled with relief. "All right. If you're serious about learning, I'll find someone to teach you, and I'll guide you myself." Should I start working at the sanatorium?" Shui Han asked. "Start as a middle manager?" Shui Heng shook his head. "No, you'll start as a regular employee." "A regular employee?" Shui Han hesitated. "But aren't I supposed to learn how to manage people?" Shui Heng smiled lovingly. "If you've never been managed yourself, how will you know the best way to manage others?" "Oh, okay." In the end, Shui Han could only agree. After successfully persuading his daughter, Shui Heng finally brought up the matter with the others. Everyone reacted differently, and for a while, there was a flurry of opinions. Shui Jilian didn't really support the idea. He shook his head and said, "Xiao Han just isn't cut out for that. Why force her? She's only just started to recover from her illness. There's no need to rush things." Cheng Tianyuan agreed, saying, "She doesn't like studying those things. What if she doesn't do well and gets upset again? It's taken so much effort for her to get better. We can't let all that go to waste." Father Xuen nodded in agreement. "She's a girl, after all. It's only right to spoil her a bit. You can hire as many people as you want to work for you, but you only have one daughter." "Exactly." Who chimed in with a hearty laugh. "She's happy here. If she likes staying, just let her stay. Don't worry, we'll help you take good care of her." The younger people at the table kept their heads down, eating in silence. It was hard to tell whether they disagreed or just didn't want to share their opinions, but none of them spoke up. Shui Heng couldn't help but look at Shui Ling, hesitating. She finally agreed. "We should at least let her give it a try." Shui Ling nodded. "I support Ah Heng's idea." As soon as Shui Heng heard her support, he broke into a delighted smile. Lingling agrees too. She's still young, she can't just waste her days away. Once people get lazy, it's hard to get motivated again. She's already graduated, and her peers are all out there making money. How can she just drift through life, thinking only about having fun? I agree too. Qing Huanran raised his chopsticks. Xiao Han has been doing really well lately. There's no need to worry about her relapsing. If she can join a small team, learn to get along with colleagues, and figure out how to earn money, it'll be great training and help her grow. But what if she doesn't improve? Shui Jilian couldn't help but worry. What if it backfires? She's always been a bit fragile and not very sociable. Handling relationships at work, especially with colleagues, is a big challenge. It's not that easy. Don't worry, I'll keep a close eye on her, Shui Heng promised quickly. She'll be right under my nose, and I'll guide her every step of the way. Shui Jilian shot his son a look, not giving him any face at all. Yeah, right? If you could guide her properly, she wouldn't be so sensitive and fragile now. What were you doing all these years, huh? Shui Heng rubbed his nose, not daring to argue. The younger ones pretended not to hear and kept eating. Cheng Tianyuan, still skeptical, asked, "Xiao Han actually agreed to go to work? That's a real surprise." Shui Ling chuckled and glanced at Shui Heng. "I doubt she agreed on her own. If her father hadn't come up with something, she never would have said yes." Shui Heng looked a bit embarrassed and forced a smile. "I used a little trick and coaxed her. She agreed pretty quickly." Seeing the atmosphere lighten, Chang Huanchong raised his hand. I think Xiaohan usually likes being around people. Spending too much time alone isn't good for her. If she's willing to work, that's great. Being with her peers will give her more to talk about and help her improve her social skills and confidence. Seconded. Xue Xian raised her hand as well. The more we try to protect her, the more fragile she'll become. Xiaohan is still so young, she should be making friends, dating, building her own career. There's so much she should experience. We have to support her. Xue Ling nodded. Anyone else want to add something? I do. Kong'an, holding his son in one arm and chopsticks in the other, smiled. Xiaohan isn't very good at taking care of others or considering their feelings. I agree she should spend more time with people her own age. She'll learn a lot that way. Chen Xinji raised his head too. Xiaohan doesn't seem to be good at studying, especially theory. I suggest Uncle Hung find someone to mentor her and let her learn more through practice. It might be more effective. Xue Heng listened and took notes. Anyone else? Come on, everyone, give me your ideas. These are great. There really is strength in numbers. There's always something to learn from others. Come on, keep them coming. Everyone laughed. Mother Xue wiped her chubby fingers and swallowed her food. I think Xiaohan shouldn't just learn work skills, she should pick up some life skills too. That might help her love life more. A girl shouldn't just focus on looking pretty, learning to cook, tidy up, decorate the house. Those are all good things for her to try. People who love life tend to have better personalities. They're more cheerful and confident. Auntie, that's a great point. Xue Heng gave her a thumbs up. That's exactly what I was thinking. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but remind him, take it slow, don't rush. Xiaohan can't handle too much pressure at once. Go easy. Of course. Xue Heng smiled wryly. She's not particularly gifted, and she doesn't have much perseverance. It'll take years before we see real progress. Hearing this, Xue Zhilian couldn't help but retort. If you know she's not gifted, why are you pushing her so hard? Xue Ling shook her head. Uncle, you can't say that. Even if someone isn't especially talented, they can still learn. Maybe it'll take longer and the results won't be as good, but there's still hope. She's our own child, how can we give up on her? It's not giving up, Xue Zhilian corrected quietly. It's just that there's no need to force things. Xue Heng smiled bitterly. There's no choice, even if we don't want to push her, we have to. She's not a child anymore. She needs to try doing things she should be doing. We can't let her miss out on too much. Xue Zhilian still didn't really agree. She's finally emotionally stable. There's no need to force her to change. What we're leaving her is enough for her to live a safe and happy life. Dad, Xue Heng shook his head. You can't think like that. I used to feel the same way, but now my mindset has changed. We can leave her a lot, but what if she can't hold on to it? What will she do then? If we're still around, maybe we could help her out. But what if we're gone? She has to learn to help herself, that's the right way. Heaven helps those who help themselves. If she can't even help herself, who can she help? What can she do? Xue Zhilian fell silent, saying nothing more. The atmosphere grew a little tense, until Lin Qingji looked up and smiled. Uncle Hung, I have a suggestion too. Xue Heng snapped out of his thoughts and quickly smiled. Great. Go ahead, I'm listening. Lin Qingji suggested, it would be best if Xiaohan's workplace has more men, it would be more beneficial for her. The smile on Xue Heng's face gradually faded. He couldn't accept this new suggestion. She's still young. There's no rush for her to find someone. What do you know? Xue Ling shot him a glance and explained, Qing doesn't mean Xiaoan should go out looking for a boyfriend. The reason Xiaoan keeps having relationship problems is largely because she hasn't met enough boys. If she could interact with more guys, things might improve. Xue Heng finally caught on. Oh. He quickly put his smile back on. Thanks. That's actually a good idea. I'll make sure she gets more chances to meet people, so she can see for herself how fake men can be. As soon as he finished, he was met with a chorus of eye rolls from the men present. Cheng Huanran couldn't help teasing, Uncle Hung, are there any fake sides to you that you haven't shown us yet? Xue Heng laughed awkwardly, of course there are. But I can't tell you. Everyone burst out laughing. Who advised? A girl's youth is her most valuable asset. If your daughter finds someone suitable, don't stand in her way or set the bar too high. When it's time to say yes, just say yes. Look at my daughter Shaoan. She kept putting things off, and now she's become a leftover woman. She used to be open to meeting people and being introduced, but as she's gotten older, she's become pickier and pickier. Now she doesn't want this one, doesn't want that one, almost like she doesn't plan to get married at all. There are so many young people not getting married these days, Shueheng said honestly. I know plenty myself. I even heard there are no marriage clubs now and lots of young people are joining. How bizarre. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. That's what happens when people have it too easy. They don't understand the true meaning of marriage, so they break up or get divorced at the drop of a hat. It sounds carefree and independent, but really it's just being willful and lacking patience. If marriage is just about one person constantly having to put up with things, then it's better to get divorced, Xue Xian said. Marriage is about two people, it's supposed to be mutual. If only one person is making the effort and being patient, then the other is being wronged. Why should anyone have to suffer for someone else? That's not right. Cheng Tianyuan laughed and pointed at his daughter. See, with more young people thinking like this, no wonder there are so many not getting married or getting divorced. Everyone laughed again. Xueling asked, when are you and Shaoan planning to leave? If you go back now, you'll probably have to quarantine for half a month, maybe even 20 days. Quarantine is quarantine, Xueheng replied. Given the current situation back home, no matter where you go, you can't avoid it. Cheng Tianyuan suggested, since you're here, why not take the chance to have a little vacation and rest up? Maybe by the end of summer, the pandemic restrictions will ease up a bit. Not likely, Xueheng shook his head. Back home, they're sticking to strict controls and won't relax them easily. I can't stay here too long either. I'm worried Xiao Yi won't be able to handle things on her own. Xueling chuckled. If she couldn't handle it, she would have called and told you to come back by now. The fact that she hasn't means she's managing just fine, so you don't need to rush back. That big nursing home can't run without you? Cheng Tianyuan scoffed. Don't act like you're the sun and the whole world has to revolve around you. Xueheng laughed and joked, it's not often I get a chance to show I exist. I have to make the most of it. Father Xue was reluctant to see Xueheng go. Don't just focus on work, you need to rest sometimes. Resting helps you recover your energy and makes you more efficient at work. I've already been resting for days. Xueheng laughed. When I'm working, it always feels like getting off work is so far away. But ever since I got here, it's just eating, drinking, playing, relaxing. I feel like there are only a dozen hours in a day, never enough. If I stay any longer, I'll end up like Shaoan and won't want to go back. Who laughed loudly, that's great. Why not just stay here for good? Xueling looked at the children playing nearby. I'm thinking about taking one or two of the kids back with you. Great. Xueheng immediately brightened up. During quarantine, they could keep each other company. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. It's quarantine. How are they supposed to keep each other company? Quarantine means one person per room, locked up for half a month or more, not allowed to go anywhere. Xueheng looked a bit disappointed and turned to Xueling curiously. Why are you suddenly thinking of going back? Are you planning to take one or two of the kids back first? Xueling explained, the pandemic is still serious, and it probably won't be over for another year or two. Xiaoxiuhu has already gone back to school, but Minihu is still here. As for Xiaoshuang and the other two older ones, they'll have to start elementary school next semester, so they probably can't stay here much longer. Have you talked it over with Yangong and the others? Cheng Tianyuan asked. What did they say? Not yet, Xueling replied. Yangong hasn't replied to my messages. I don't know what he's busy with, he hasn't video called us in days. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. He hasn't talked to me either. Xueling turned to her eldest and second son. What about you two? Has your second brother contacted you? No, Cheng Huanran looked away. He seems really busy. Cheng Huanchong saw his older brother hesitate, so he didn't dare say anything either. Second brother's live streaming work is super busy. I haven't been in touch with him for a while either. Cheng Tianyuan felt something was off. Even you guys haven't heard from him? He must really be busy. Wait, what about Xiao Xiao? Has anyone talked to her? It's been days since we video chatted with the kids. Yeah, Xueling nodded. The others all had different expressions and focused on their food. Cheng Tianyuan glanced over the younger ones and quickly sensed something was wrong. But he was smart enough not to say anything and just kept eating. The straightforward Xueheng cheerfully said, Lingling, if Yangyong's kids have to go back to school, you'll probably have to fly back and forth a lot. Live streaming sales are huge back home right now. If Yangyong rides that wave for a few years, he'll do really well. Xiaoxiao can handle the older kids, but not the little ones. Most likely, all 4 kids will have to go back, and you or your husband will have to go too. Xiaoxiao can't handle 4 kids alone. That big house at Xinyuan would be way too empty with just her and the kids. We'll see, Xueling said, feeling a bit troubled. With all the quarantines, flying back and forth isn't really practical, and the kids are still so young. It's not a wise move. Chen Xinji suggested, if Yangyong and his wife agree, I can help send the kids to a top Chinese school here. The education won't be much different from back home. Let's discuss it first, Xueling said after thinking it over. No need to rush into a decision. Cheng Tianyuan turned and reminded her, once Yangyong and Xiaoxiao are done with work, get them on a video call together, and we'll all talk it over then. That night, Xueling glanced at the clock on the wall and dialed Wang Xiaoxiao's number. Unexpectedly, Wang Xiaoxiao didn't pick up. After thinking for a moment, Xueling called her second son as well. But again, no one answered, and the call eventually disconnected automatically. Cheng Tianyuan came out, towel in hand, and asked, well, did you get through? No, Xueling felt something was off and analyzed. We've been busy with Xiaoan these past few days and didn't notice how strange those two have been acting. No matter how busy they were before, they'd always make time to video call the kids. But now, several days have gone by without a single video call or even a phone call from either of them. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, could it be they had a fight? Or maybe one of them is sick. He couldn't think of any other reason. Xueling shot him a helpless look and retorted, isn't there any other possible reason? Can you say something more positive? Would it help if I did? Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. Want me to try coming up with a few more? Xueling was amused and leaned back on the sofa. It's normal for couples to have disagreements and the occasional argument. But honestly, it's not good for young couples to be apart for too long. When we first came here for vacation, who would have thought there'd be an outbreak in the capital halfway through? After that, everything was chaotic and flights kept getting canceled. The two of them were forced to be apart for over half a year. They couldn't see each other at all. That's really tough. It's just the way things are, Cheng Tianyuan shrugged. With such a serious pandemic, everything has to be put on hold. They're not kids anymore. They should know how to adjust. People in the past had poor communication. Sometimes they couldn't go home for years, even decades, and might not hear from family for ages. How did they get through it? It was all about holding on to that hope and strong faith. Now these two can video call and talk every day. What more do they want? Is it really that hard? You don't get it. Xueling shook her head. Times are different now. The more advanced communication gets, the less real connection there seems to be between people. Emotions can feel even more distant. Cheng Tianyuan looked puzzled. What are you talking about? I'm not making it up, Xueling explained. Young people nowadays would rather stare at their phones than talk to the people right next to them. Through a screen, they can be warm and affectionate, but face-to-face, it's all awkwardness and embarrassment. When it's time to part, they act all reluctant, add each other on social media, exchange emails and phone numbers, and then forget all about it, sometimes not contacting each other for years. Times have changed. Feelings aren't as simple, and maintaining relationships takes more time and effort than ever. Cheng Tianyuan still didn't quite get it. If that's the case, why invent cell phones at all? If there weren't all these apps, could young people today even survive? Probably not, Xueling laughed softly. And not just them, even we probably couldn't adapt anymore. Seeing the towel tossed aside, Cheng Tianyuan sat down. How about we take the kids back ourselves, so the whole family can be together again? Xueling raised her eyebrows, quietly considering it. Cheng Tianyuan reasoned, if we have them fly over to pick up the kids, they'll have to quarantine for over half a month. Our second son is so busy at work, He can barely spare a few days, let alone that much time for quarantine. His work would definitely be affected. Plus, Xiao Xiao already quarantined once. It's not fair to make her do it again. The kids need their parents. It's not good for them to be apart from Yangong for so long. After listening, Xueling nodded slowly. I agree, it's not good for them to be separated for too long. I heard from Ah Huan that this illness is most dangerous for the elderly with weak health. Young people and kids don't have much to worry about. The pandemic is well controlled back home, and the death rate is extremely low. Other families have kids and elderly too, Cheng Tianyuan said. They all have to tough it out. We'll stay here with the elders, let's send the 4 kids back. But Xueling was worried. We're old enough to handle being cooped up for half a month, but the 4 kids are used to their freedom. Suddenly locking them up for half a month, they might not be able to take it. Cheng Tianyuan hesitated too. It's true, it'd be tough. They can eat and dress themselves now, but they're still just kids. They won't understand why they're being locked up. With Yangong and Xiao Xiao not around, they'll probably cry and fuss. The nanny would have to quarantine with us too, Xueling said. But we'd still need one of us to help, at least one more adult. And the quarantine hotel should be decent, with a TV and enough space for the kids to play. Cheng Tianyuan immediately felt it was impossible. You can't just pick any place you want for quarantine. Once we're back in the capital, we have to follow their rules. We can't make things difficult for the epidemic prevention staff. Xueling sighed in frustration. That makes it tough. After a moment's thought, Cheng Tianyuan suggested, maybe we should have Xiao Xiao come pick them up. She's their mom, if she's there. Even if the environment isn't great, the kids probably won't make too much of a fuss. Let's discuss it some more, Xueling said. Maybe we could quarantine at our own villa in the suburbs, have the local community staff come by for daily testing, or we could do it ourselves. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, should we talk to Aching about it? Maybe he can arrange something better. Xueling nodded. Sure, I'll ask him later. We still have some empty properties, someone could tidy them up and we could move in within a day or 2, so there's no need to worry about not having a place to quarantine. The main thing is coordinating everything. Someone will need to help arrange it. Let Aching handle it, Cheng Tianyuan waved his hand. We haven't been in the capital for a while, so we don't know the latest regulations. Better let him arrange it so we don't run into problems. We adults can handle it, but the 4 kids would suffer. Xueling agreed with a nod. Alright, let's have Aching take care of it. Anyway, Aheng and Xiaoan are planning to go back soon too. Why not all go together and quarantine as a group? That way, they can look out for each other. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and asked, should I go with them and you stay here with the elders? No, Xueling shook her head. You stay, I'll take the kids back. I just feel like something's off with our second son and Xiao Xiao. I need to get them together and sort things out. Alright, you go then, Cheng Tianyuan shook his head with a wry smile. I'm really not good at that kind of thing. Xueling urged, go take your shower, let's get to bed early tonight. I already did, Cheng Tianyuan replied. My hair's almost dry. Suddenly, there was an urgent knock at the outside door. Xueling raised her eyebrows. Who is it? Why are they knocking so anxiously? Cheng Tianyuan grumbled, looks like we won't be getting to bed early tonight after all. Sure enough, the visitor burst in and shouted, Dad. Mom, something's wrong. Yang is asking a lawyer to draft divorce papers. What? Xueling and Cheng Tianyuan were both thoroughly shocked. The person who burst in was Cheng Huanran. The eldest son, always the most steady and reliable, was actually so rattled by his younger brother's news that he came running in a panic. One of his slippers had even fallen off. Xueling frowned, momentarily unsure how to ask, and beckoned her eldest son over. Don't panic. First, tell me, how did you get this news? Are you sure it's true? Cheng Tianyuan, who had forgotten to ask this himself, snatched up his phone and frantically searched for Shui Yang's number, dialing immediately. Cheng Huanran, clearly flustered and upset, said, I called the second one this afternoon, but he was busy and couldn't answer, so we didn't get to talk. Then, out of the blue, he called me back and quietly said Xiao Xiao wants a divorce. He's already contacted the group's lawyers to draft a divorce agreement. I asked him about it, and he actually said he really wants to go through with it. Ling was dumbfounded. Xiao Xiao wants to divorce him? Seriously? Yes. Cheng Huanran explained with a frown. They haven't been getting along for a while now. When the third one and the others were in the capital, things were already tense between them. According to Xiaohu, Xiao Xiao had a fight with him during quarantine, and as soon as it ended, she flew south without even seeing Shuiyang. The second one was angry too and didn't go after her for days. It wasn't until Xiaohu kept urging him that he finally stopped working and went south. But for some reason, instead of making up, things just got worse, and now it's come to this. The more Ling listened, the more wrong it sounded, and her face darkened. So, it's been going on for a while. Why didn't any of you say anything? Why didn't you tell us? Xiao Xiao had been back for quite some time, and every time they video chatted with the kids, everything seemed normal. Other than the fact that they'd been video calling less often lately, there hadn't been any signs that something was wrong. The second one's calls with the kids only lasted a minute or two. He'd call quickly and hang up quickly. Every time, he'd ask about the elders' and parents' health, and after hearing "we're fine" or "all is well," he'd quickly change the subject. Who would have thought that behind such calm, something so serious was brewing? Cheng Huanran explained helplessly at first. We thought it was just a little spat between husband and wife. Nobody took it seriously. Yang Ang was busy and didn't contact us much. When Xiao Xiao went south, the second one chased after her to make up, so we thought it would be fine. Who knew it would blow up like this? Xiao Xiao stayed at her parents' place, and the second one went back to the capital alone. We didn't even know at the time, he only told the third one afterward. The third one? Ling asked in surprise. He knew too? Are your father and I the only ones who didn't know about this? Cheng Huanran hurriedly waved his hands. Of course not. We weren't trying to keep it from you. We were busy with Xiao Han's situation, and since we couldn't tell who was right or wrong, we decided to wait a few days before bringing it up. Mom, the second one wouldn't say much, and his side of the story is just one perspective. It wouldn't be fair to judge based on that alone. When people fight, they always see things from their own side, so it's hard to say who's right. Who's right or wrong? Ling was baffled. You couldn't figure it out, so you just didn't tell us? If the people involved won't say anything, and you bystanders won't say anything either, what? You didn't want us to worry, so you kept it from us for now. Cheng Huanran nodded. That's right. And at first, we didn't think it was this serious. I'm really impressed with you all. Ling snorted coldly. You don't want us to worry, so you should do something to actually keep us from worrying. Don't think we like meddling in your business. When you're fighting, you don't want us to worry, so you keep it from us. Now look, it's escalated to divorce, and you immediately let us know, so now we're not supposed to worry? Do you think that's possible? Cheng Huanran was at a loss for words and could only give an awkward smile. Mom, that's not what we meant. Ling glared at him. Cheng Tianyuan, furious, slammed his phone on the ground and snapped, You're all glued to your phones all day. But when it matters, not one of you can be reached. I called 3 times in a row, not one of you picked up. What's the point of having a phone? Just to play around. Watching videos, scrolling Douyin, shopping, liking posts on Moments. Don't your phones have a call function anymore? Landlines are obsolete, and now cell phones can't make calls either. Cheng Huanran shrank back, not daring to say a word. At that moment, Shui Xian and Qin Xinji arrived, along with the third son, who stumbled in with messy hair and sleepy eyes. Qin Xinji had just received Cheng Huanran's message and hurried over with Shui Xian. Cheng Huanchong had stayed up late working the night before and had gone to bed early tonight, only to be woken up halfway through by his eldest brother's voice message. He hadn't understood what was going on, just that it sounded urgent. Then the call ended. He tried to go back to sleep, but Lin Qingji, who was reading nearby, stopped him. She asked if he'd heard clearly, then repeated what the eldest brother had said. Only then did Cheng Huanchong fully wake up. He quickly threw on his pajamas and rushed out in his slippers. Instinctively, he ran to his eldest brother's room, but only found his sister-in-law there, who was soothing their son. She said the eldest brother had gone over this way, apparently for something urgent. He said it was nothing and turned to head this way too. But just as he reached the door, He saw his sister and brother-in-law hurrying over from another direction, both looking anxious. Before he could say anything, his father's furious voice inside the house scared him speechless. Cheng Tianyuan was still fuming, scolding all his children at once. You're all glued to your phones. But when it matters, no one can be found. You all knew the second couple was having problems. Why didn't any of you try to talk to them? What have you all been doing? Can't you say a few words? If you can't talk to them, you could at least tell us. What, have you all lost your tongues? Huh? Cheng Huanran stammered, Dad, it's not that we didn't want to say anything, we just didn't know how to help. We really didn't expect things to get this bad at first. Yeah, Xue Xian shrank back, mumbling, we thought it was just a little disagreement. Cheng Huancheng looked away. I didn't know how to help either. I thought second brother's perspective made more sense, but I didn't want to blame second sister-in-law. I didn't contact her because I didn't agree with her views or actions. Qin Xinji didn't dare claim innocence and gave a few awkward laughs. Dad, Mom, please don't be angry. I really don't know much about this. Back in the capital, I vaguely knew Xiao Xiao and Yang Ang were having issues, and she went back to her parents' place alone. We tried to talk to Yang Ang, but then we got busy taking care of Xiaoxin and flew over here. We thought it was all fine. I was just as shocked to hear about the divorce today. Cheng Tianyuan asked angrily, so every one of you has a reason, huh? Why didn't you tell us? What is it this time? Which reason? Second brother wouldn't let us say anything. Xue Xian shrank her neck and mumbled. He said you two have to take care of the elders and the 4 kids, so he didn't want you to worry too much. Cheng Tianyuan barked, and now? We're not supposed to worry anymore? Is that it? Now that they're getting divorced, there's no need to worry. He's got such a big head, what's inside it, huh? Water. Has his brain turned to mush? Getting divorced on a whim. What about the 4 kids? Did he ever think about them? Is he out of his mind? Dad, please don't get so worked up, Cheng Huanran reminded him in a small voice. Your heart isn't good. You can't get this angry. Cheng Tianyuan let out a cold laugh and retorted, Shui Yang knows I have a heart condition, doesn't he? When he and Xiao Xiao were having problems, we couldn't know, because he didn't want us to worry. But now that they're getting divorced, suddenly we're allowed to know, so he lets you tell us? And now we finally don't have to worry, is that it? Cheng Huanran was at a loss for words, unable to answer, and hung his head awkwardly. Xue Xian nudged Cheng Huancheng beside her, signaling that it was his turn to speak. Cheng Huancheng braced himself and said quietly, Dad, Mom, We've been here for quite a while, but we don't really know what's going on between second brother and second sister-in-law. Right now isn't the time to get angry and blame anyone. We should figure out what's really happening and ask them why they want a divorce. The room fell silent. Cheng Tianyuan stood there with a dark face. The phone on the carpet had already gone black. No one knew if it was broken or just turned off. No one dared to pick it up, and no one dared to say a word. Shui Ling glanced at her husband and sighed helplessly. All right, neither of the people involved are here. No matter how angry we get or how much we scold, they won't hear it. What's the point of losing our tempers? It's not these few in front of us who want a divorce, so why scold them? The marriage is between Yang Ang and Xiao Xiao. If they didn't take care of it and let it get to this point, that's their own fault. Who else can they blame? Is it these kids' fault? Or ours? Cheng Tianyuan was momentarily stunned, turned his face away, and sat down on a low stool on the other side. I'm angry they didn't tell us sooner, didn't help talk some sense into them. Is that so wrong? What are siblings for if not to help at critical times? What's the point otherwise? What really gets me is that Shui Yang told them not to say anything, and they actually listened. If they're so capable, why not just never tell us anything for the rest of their lives? What now? Things have gotten serious, and only now does he remember he has parents to answer to. Shui Ling's gaze swept over the bowed heads, and she advised, what's done is done. Scolding them 100 times won't help. It's pointless and only hurts yourself. The elders need us, and so do the kids. If you collapse, how many people will have to run around taking care of you? Who'll look after the elders and the children then? We really owe them. Cheng Tianyuan fumed. When they didn't have money to get married, we paid for their wedding. When there was no one to look after the kids, we gave our time and money. Now that the kids are a bit older, they just throw everything at us. No money. No concern. We still have to work like oxen for them. And how do they repay us? The moment they're unhappy, they get divorced and don't even have the basic courtesy to let us know. Shui Ling sighed softly. Debts to your children are never repaid. As long as we're alive, as long as we're their parents, we'll always owe them. It's infuriating. Cheng Tianyuan was still fuming. Something as big as a divorce, and they dare hide it from us. Shui Yang, that brat. Just because he can earn his own money now, he thinks he can do whatever he wants, is that it? Who does he think he is? If he's so great, why doesn't he just fly to the sky? All the younger ones kept their heads down, not daring to utter a single word. Cheng Tianyuan raged. If he's so capable, then don't let us know. If he's so capable, then never show up in front of us again. Get in touch with them. Tell them to take all 4 kids away. If they don't even want to live together anymore, let them do as they please. All right, that's enough. Shui Ling couldn't take it anymore and snapped enough. What's gotten into you today? Getting this worked up. Didn't Huanran just say? They've only asked the lawyer to draft the divorce agreement. They haven't actually divorced yet. If they go so far as to hide the divorce from us, then we can really get angry. There'll be plenty of time for that. Dad, please don't be angry, Shui Xian whispered, her eyes red. When you're like this, it really scares me. Cheng Tianyuan shot her a glance, and his scowl eased a little. Qin Xinji immediately seized the moment and supported his petite wife. Dad, Xian is still pregnant, and it's not a stable period yet. She really shouldn't be frightened. Qing Tianyuan grumbled, I'm only scolding Shui Yang, not you. Though his tone was still a bit harsh, it was much better than his earlier shouting. Chang Huanchong hurried over to Shui Ling's side and, taking the opportunity to scold by implication, said, Mom, you shouldn't get upset either. Dad just misunderstood and thought second brother and second sister-in-law were already divorced. He's mad that we all kept it from you, and even madder that second brother didn't say anything. It's understandable. Don't be mad at Dad, he just lost his temper for a moment. We all know he's usually gentle and loving. It's rare for him to be like this, so please don't take it to heart. Of course Shui Ling understood her youngest son's good intentions, and she gave her husband a helpless look. He really is understandable. People our age, many of us didn't even have marriage certificates when we got married, but in our hearts, we all believed in being together for life. Unless things are truly unbearable, we'd never consider divorce lightly. Your dad is from the countryside, even more influenced by traditional values, and takes family responsibility very seriously. That's why he can't accept something like divorce. Qing Tianyuan's expression softened a lot, and his mood gradually calmed. He bent down to pick up the phone from the floor, tapped the screen a few times, saw it was still black, and quickly handed it to Cheng Huanran. Cheng Huanran took it and carefully checked it over. Soon, he managed to turn it back on. It seemed fine, everything working as usual. Shui Ling waved her hand and said, Don't just stand there, come sit down so we can talk this through. Everyone quickly gathered around and found seats. Cheng Huanran explained, Yang not in a good mood. He just said Xiao insists on a divorce, and he's not willing to compromise, so he agreed. He's had the lawyer draft the divorce agreement. It's pretty much done. As soon as both sides agree, they can sign. Why is Xiao so determined to get a divorce? Shui Ling frowned. Is there some kind of misunderstanding between them? It's not just a simple misunderstanding, Cheng Huanchong muttered. There's a real rift between them, a big one. Shui Ling was a little confused by this. Shui Xian, standing nearby, explained, Second sister-in-law wants second brother to hand over all control of their finances, but he refuses. Cheng Huanran added, Second brother mentioned it before, though he didn't go into detail. Actually, there have been signs of disagreement for a while now. He never said it outright, but he's hinted that he resents Xiao for not being good at managing the household. Sometimes she's too focused on herself and her own family, which puts invisible pressure on him, especially last year when he was having financial difficulties. Not only could Xiao not help him, she insisted on moving out, which pushed him into a financial crisis. Of course, The main problem was with the company's management, so it wasn't really Xiao Xiao's fault. He kept everything from her and bore it all alone until the end. Is that so? Cheng Tianyuan asked suspiciously, why didn't you say anything earlier? If you ask me, if anyone's to blame, it's Shui Yang for not being capable enough. If he made enough money to support his family, he wouldn't be under so much pressure. And keeping things from Xiao Xiao, thinking he can handle it all himself? Does he think he's some kind of hero? How would Xiao Xiao know if he doesn't tell her? She's not the kind of girl who lacks understanding. If he'd just told her, she definitely would have helped him share the burden. Exactly, Shui Ling agreed. We should be fair, not just take sides. He didn't manage the company well, put himself under pressure, and he can't blame anyone else, least of all Xiao Xiao. Qin Xinji's eyes darted around, and she said quietly, Dad, Mom, we're outsiders, so of course we see it this way. But from Yangzhang's perspective, it's different. He struggled so hard on his own, but his wife didn't notice at all. In fact, she even added to his burden. It's only natural he'd feel some resentment. True, Cheng Huancheng, though not the bravest, stood his ground. Even before he got married, second brother cared a lot about whether his future wife would be too materialistic. Now that second sister-in-law is insisting he hand over all financial control, she's crossed his bottom line. His bottom line is money? Shui Ling snorted. That foolish boy. What did he used to say? A wife is to be cherished. A man earns money so his wife can spend it. How many years have they been married? Now all those words are worthless? Was he just talking nonsense back then? I'm his mother, and I'm only realizing this now. Cheng Tianyuan looked equally unimpressed. He started his own business right after college. When he got married, how much money did he really have? Worried his wife would be too materialistic? What material things did he even have for her to care about, huh? Back when Xiao Xiao first moved in with him, he couldn't even afford a single apartment, Shui Ling scoffed. If she really cared about that stuff, would he have ever gotten a wife? Cheng Huancheng looked skeptical. Maybe, people just change. Especially women, they're the most changeable. Get lost. Shui Xian snapped, unable to hold back her anger. What's wrong with women? Changeable? Are you sure you want to say that? Can't you watch your mouth? You're lumping us all together. Mom and I are both women, how can you say that in front of us? No, Cheng Huancheng quickly backtracked. I just meant maybe second sister-in-law changed, and doesn't trust second brother as much, so she's doing this. Shui Ling nodded approvingly at this. Actually, I noticed something was off with Xiao Xiao before. Maybe it's because the two of them have been apart for too long, or maybe Xiao Xiao feels there's a growing distance between her and Yang Ang, and she's lost confidence. I even advised her to learn how to manage her husband's finances. Really? Shui Xian stared in shock. Mom, so you really told second sister-in-law to do this? Shui Ling shot her daughter a look. Didn't you hear me clearly? I told her to learn to manage, not to take over all of Yang Yang's finances. Oh, right. Shui Xian looked away awkwardly. Looks like second sister-in-law misunderstood what you meant. Cheng Huancheng analyzed, second brother's business is still in a growth phase. He needs a lot of investment and publicity. Before the market stabilizes, he has to use huge traffic to attract new fans. The future of live streaming is huge, and second brother is very confident. He can turn his money into cash pretty quickly, but to compete in the market, he even asked me and Ching to invest more money as shareholders. We all invested. Even Xiao Huzi put in some money. Really? Shui Xian interrupted angrily. Why didn't you tell me? Secretly raising funds? I'm optimistic too. I want to invest. Cheng Huancheng shot her a mocking look. Why didn't you say so before? We're talking billions. Can you manage that? You barely have enough to raise your kid. Huh? Shui Xian was frustrated and huffed. I have other resources. I may not earn that much myself, but I'm not short a few billion. Fine, Cheng Huancheng reminded her. Remember to contact second brother tomorrow and see if he still needs investment. Cheng Huanran shot his brother a look of disapproval. Back to the main point. Oh, right. Cheng Huancheng straightened up. In summary, second brother's cash flow isn't that fast, and he's still in the investment stage. There's just no way he can hand over full financial control right now. If his funds get tied up, he could miss a great opportunity to make money and lose his edge in the market. Second sister-in-law probably misunderstood mom's advice, started worrying that second brother would go astray if he had money, and stopped trusting him. She started pressuring him, which made second brother snap and say some harsh things. Most likely, Shinji analyzed. After all those years together, finally getting married, being so loving, and having 4 adorable kids, Xiao saying she must get a divorce is almost certainly just angry talk. Yang agreeing, even drawing up a divorce agreement, is probably just a spur-of-the-moment reaction. There's no way he really wants a divorce. Everyone agreed on this point. There was no need to verify it. Years of accumulated affection were there, beyond doubt. Ling glanced at her eldest son and said calmly, "Let's hear your thoughts." "Earlier, you said you thought there was a crack in their relationship." "Sort of," Cheng Huanran explained. "Their relationship is deep, but disagreements can still happen. If it were just a small issue, they'd probably ignore it. But now, a small problem has become a big one, and they can't just brush it off." Ling nodded approvingly. At the end of the day, the main issue is that Xiao lacks confidence in herself and her marriage. She's worried Yang will change once he has money. And the root cause is that they've been apart for too long, their communication has broken down, and Xiao has been out of the workforce for too long. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Xian was unusually animated. "I've always thought it wasn't good for second sister-in-law not to have her own career. Second brother works so hard. Even if he can't make a fortune in the short term, with his intelligence and our family's connections, he's bound to achieve something big eventually. There can be distance between a couple, but not too much. She does have a career," Cheng Tianyuan reminded them. Xiao manages the properties under second brother's name, collecting rent, leasing them out, and she also receives some of the stock income. Xian shook her head. "That's not a real career." "But she can't really leave the kids," Cheng Huanran said. Xiao had Xiao and the others not long after getting married, and then 2 more after that. The kids are so young, even with a nanny and grandparents helping out, they still need their mom. Ling nodded. With so many kids, she can barely keep up with them, let alone a career. You all probably don't know this, but Xiao used to manage second brother's properties. Later, because of the pandemic and because she couldn't handle things from here, she had to hand everything back to Xiao Liao and the others to manage. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, "What about the stocks under second brother's name?" "The profits just go into Xiao's account," Ling explained. "Since Yang isn't involved in managing them, that's how it's set up. I told Xiao that when she has free time, she could learn more about finance or investing. All those profits under Yang's name are hers to invest as she likes. She doesn't have to worry about losses or gains, and she'll pick up some skills over time." But Xiao just doesn't seem interested. Xian nodded in agreement. "Exactly, second sister-in-law has no interest at all. Last time I asked if she wanted to invest in some shared economy projects or online food delivery apps, she said it was too risky and she'd rather not. Business and investing are always risky. There's no such thing as a guaranteed profit. But she said she just isn't interested in that stuff and couldn't do it even if she tried." So basically, Cheng Huancheng frowned, summing up, second sister-in-law doesn't have any real career or investment project she's focused on. Ling shook her head. "She's never invested in anything. Whether it's rent or profits, it all just sits in the bank as numbers. Other than daily expenses, she hardly touches it." Cheng Huanran explained, "Other than that, Xiao just handles paying the nanny and the bodyguard. She doesn't have to do anything else." "No wonder." Cheng Huancheng threw up his hands helplessly. Second sister-in-law has been stuck in place, while second brother's career is taking off, especially in the past 6 months. It's been growing exponentially. She's happy for him, but I bet she's even more anxious and worried. Shinji chimed in, mainly, they haven't seen each other for over half a year, and Yang's been so busy. Xiao can't help but overthink things, and the psychological pressure just builds up. "That's right," Ling explained. "If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have let her take the risk of coming back to China." She was always down and worried about Shui Yang. I could already see the signs. I just didn't expect that even after coming back and seeing each other, things would get so out of hand. Qing Tianyuan sighed softly. I guess I'm a bit slow. I didn't notice anything. But still, mainly, it's the kids holding Xiaoxiao back. She started from such a high point, and if she'd put in the effort, her career wouldn't have been bad. If she hadn't gotten married and had kids, sacrificing her own career development, she wouldn't be so lacking in confidence now, even to the point of suspecting Shui Yang of cheating. Everyone felt a pang of sympathy for Wang Xiaoxiao. Yeah. Second sister-in-law was a world champion. Her starting point was incredibly high. It took her more than a decade of hard training to become a world champion. She laid such a solid foundation for her future. When she was admitted to Imperial University, her grades were great too. If she hadn't gotten pregnant right after graduating, she wouldn't be left with no career at all. She had one kid after another, 4 in total. Even with a nanny, the kids still need her. We can all help a bit, but she's always been the main one. Things outside are developing so fast now, especially with new generations of smartphones and all the anxiety and pressure of the information age coming through our phones. Xiaoxiao's been at home for years, seeing the vibrant, fast-paced world outside. It's no wonder she feels such a gap inside. Second sister-in-law has become suspicious and controlling over second brother's finances, all because she lacks confidence. She's worried second brother's career is taking off too fast, or that he'll attract other women with his money. The root of it is still her own insecurity. Cheng Tianyuan was a reasonable person and knew it wasn't fair to blame only his daughter-in-law. It takes two to tango. Marriage isn't just Xiaoxiao's responsibility, and the kids aren't just hers either. Is Shui Yang blameless? Is he always right? Just because he works hard to make money, does that mean he's never wrong? Of course not. No, Qin Xinji quickly shook her head. None of us think that. Shui Xian rolled her eyes. How can a perfectly good family just fall apart like that? Second brother's so quick to talk about divorce. Let him try staying home with the kids for a few years. He doesn't have to get pregnant or give birth, of course it's easy for him. I haven't even given birth yet, just a couple months pregnant, and I already feel awful. Second sister-in-law has her faults, but can't he cut her some slack for bearing and raising his children? He's so heartless. Cheng Huanchong muttered, the kids belong to both of them. Saying she had them just for second brother doesn't sound quite right. If not for him, then for who? Shui Xian snorted. You men don't have to get pregnant, don't get stretch marks, don't suffer after childbirth, you just contribute the tiniest cell and get to be happy dads, so easy for you. Shui Ling waved her hand. All right, let's not get sidetracked. Now that we've analyzed the reasons, we need to figure out how to stop them from making a rash decision and actually getting divorced. Then we need to find a way to talk to Xiaoxiao and help her out. Exactly. Qing Tianyuan frowned. Hurry up and think of something and stop making a fuss here. Cheng Huanran was the first to raise his hand. I'll talk to second brother. I'll definitely stop him. Good, you take care of second brother, Shui Ling nodded, then asked, what about Xiaoxiao? Who can handle her? Cheng Huanchong shrank back and mumbled, I'm kind of on second brother's side. Shui Ling thought for a moment. Forget it, I'll talk to Xiaoxiao myself. Things have gotten this bad, and as elders, we still don't know what's going on. It's our failure as parents-in-law. Mum, you can't blame yourselves for this, Shui Xian said sweetly. Shui Ling waved her hand to dismiss them. It's late, let's call it a night. I still need to get in touch with Xiaoxiao. Imperial Capital, Xian Garden. Xiao Huzi was half asleep, vaguely aware of something hard pressing against his stomach. Instinctively, he reached out to touch it, only to find it was his son's round, chubby head. He gently pushed his son aside, rolled over onto his stomach on the pillow, twisted his body to find a comfortable sleeping position, and tried to drift off again. Bzzz. Suddenly, his phone on the side started vibrating noisily. Xiao Huzi groggily woke up, frowned, grabbed his phone, and forced his eyes open to take a look. Then, he threw off the covers, quickly picked up the edge of the blanket, tossed it onto his son's belly, and hurried out of the room. As soon as he closed the door behind him, He swiped to answer the call. Ranji? Calling me in the middle of the night. What's up? Missing me all of a sudden? Or did your son wake you up for a midnight feeding and now you can't sleep, so you finally decided to chat with me? On the other end, Chung Huanran gave a bitter laugh and asked, Huzi, you're at Xian Garden, right? Yeah. Xiao Huzi flopped onto the sofa in the small lounge at the corner of the hallway, stretching his neck comfortably. I've been helping my son with his homework lately, so I come home early every night. My routine is super healthy now. My son goes to bed at 10, I go to bed at 11, and we get up together in the morning. I drop him off at school before heading to work. Early to bed, early to rise, feeling great, but so sleepy. Cheng Huanran glanced at the clock on the wall and asked, It's past 1 over there, right? Now, Xiao Huzi replied, Not quite 1 yet, but almost. Cheng Huanran couldn't help asking, Yang still hasn't come home? No idea. Xiao Huzi answered. His schedule's all over the place these days. Sometimes I don't see him for days on end. Occasionally, he'll come home, eat, then dash back to his room and sleep the whole day away. Right now, it's just me and Little Hu in Xian Garden, plus the bodyguards and maids. At this, Xiao Huzi couldn't help but laugh. Little Hu asked me if you guys are never coming back and if Xian Garden is just going to be ours from now on. He even asked if I could buy Xian Garden so it could be our home forever. Haha. I told him I'd need to work for a few more decades before I could afford it, and that he should hurry up and grow up so he can help me earn money, and maybe we'll buy it sooner. Cheng Huanran listened to his rambling jokes, but wasn't in the mood to banter. Huzi, I've been trying to reach Yang for hours, but he's not picking up. Do you have any way to find him? Xiao Huzi asked suspiciously, Is it urgent? He's probably still at the streaming company. When he's busy, he just tosses his phone to his assistant. If it's urgent, I can go look for him right now. Cheng Huanran sighed and said in a low voice, I'm worried that Brat isn't working. He might have gone out to buy booze and drown his sorrows. Huh. Xiao Huzi was a little slow to react. Drown his sorrows? What's he upset about? His streaming company's raking in money like a bank robbery every day. What could he possibly be worried about? Worried he won't know how to spend all that money? Haha. Cheng Huanran explained helplessly, earlier tonight, around 8 or 9, he suddenly called me and said he was going to divorce Xiao Xiao. He'd already gotten a lawyer to draft the divorce papers. I was so mad I started yelling at him. Before I could get the details, he hung up on me after a few scoldings. I called back, but he hasn't answered since. What? Wait, what did you just say, divorce papers? Who? Yang and sis-in-law? No way. Really? He said that himself. Cheng Huanran sighed, looks like you didn't know either. I really had no idea. Xiao Huzi admitted. Last time he came back from the south all angry, I asked him why sis-in-law didn't come back with him, if he hadn't managed to make up with her. He just scowled and said she was staying to be with her parents, then turned and left. I thought they'd already made up. He's barely around, and even when I catch him at dinner, he barely says a word before disappearing again. Cheng Huanran couldn't help but ask, he's been in a bad mood this whole time, right? You didn't notice? Now that you mention it, it has been weird. Xiao Huzi muttered, he hasn't been smiling much. He used to love joking around, but the last few times I saw him, he barely talked, didn't smile at all. Damn. How did I only just realize something's wrong? This is really bad. Cheng Huanran said helplessly, honestly. You're the only one at home who still sees him, and you're even slower to notice than those of us 1,000 miles away. Unbelievable. I never thought it was this serious. Xiao Huzi said with a wry smile. How did things get so bad all of a sudden? Sis-in-law isn't still suspicious of Yang, is she? Suspicious of what? Cheng Huanran asked. Xiao Huzi replied, she used to get all paranoid, saying Yang shouldn't hire female assistants, that he was always surrounded by young women. Yang said streaming is all about looks, and having pretty girls around makes the fans flock in, so there's never a shortage of traffic. He ignored her and hired a bunch of young female streamers, tall, slim, beautiful, fair-skinned, long-legged. Sis-in-law got so mad she wouldn't talk to him, and they had a fight. Cheng Huanran rubbed his temples. When was this? There was all that too. A while ago, I think, Xiao Huzi replied. Before sis-in-law came back. Cheng Huanran was running out of patience. He sighed. What's done is done. The only thing we can do now is stop them from making a rash decision and getting divorced. I'll try to talk sense into Yang Ong. My mom will talk to Xiao Xiao. But right now, I can't even get hold of him, and there's no way to stop him. Even if I flew back now, I'd have to quarantine for over 2 weeks. There's no way I'd make it in time. I'll do it. Xiao Huzi volunteered quickly. Don't worry, I'll go find him right now. I'll definitely talk to him, stop him if I can. Cheng Huanran finally sounded a bit relieved. That's great. Huzi, I'm really counting on you now. Otherwise, I'm really at my wit's end. If I go back, I can't see him right away because of quarantine. If I stay here, I can't even reach him by phone, can't even yell at him. I'm totally helpless. You have to find him and give him a good beating. Tell him if he dares get divorced, we'll skin him alive. Xiao Huzi agreed repeatedly. I'll go find him right now. Don't worry, I'm heading out this instant. After hanging up, Xiao Huzi quickly grabbed a light jacket, snatched his car keys from the table, and ran toward the garage. But just then, headlights shone from the front gate. It was Yang Yang's car. Xiao Huzi let out a sigh of relief and put away his keys. Looked everywhere with no luck, only to find him right at the door. The security guard on duty at the gate recognized the familiar car and quickly opened the door. The car had already driven a few meters inside when the sharp-eyed guard noticed something was off and reached out to stop the vehicle. The driver's side window rolled down, and the guard stepped forward to ask questions. Little Tiger, Xiao Huzi, saw what was happening and couldn't wait any longer. He dashed outside. It turned out, the person in the driver's seat wasn't Shui Yang at all. Instead, a delicate, fair-skinned, beautiful young woman sat behind the wheel, smiling as she explained, "The boss is drunk. He asked me to bring him home." Little Tiger cleared his throat and calmly asked, "You're his new assistant, right?" "Yes," the young woman replied sweetly. "Open the car door," Little Tiger ordered. "We'll just haul him inside." The woman glanced at the back seat and hesitated. "But the boss is drunk. Are you sure you can take care of him?" "Of course." Little Tiger waved her off. "We have plenty of staff at Xinyuan." Hearing the impatience in Little Tiger's tone, the assistant's face fell a little. But she knew that the former #1 mansion in the capital wasn't a place she could throw her weight around, so she obediently unlocked the car. Little Tiger and the guard dragged Shui Yang, who reeked of alcohol, out of the car. Shui Yang was already completely wasted, mumbling in a daze, I'm not drunk. I can still drink. Damn it. You might as well drink yourself to death." Little Tiger couldn't help but curse. "Why'd you drink so much? You're so far gone, you probably don't even remember your own name. Damn. You're heavy as a pig." Shui Yang just giggled, letting Little Tiger and the guard half carry, half drag him inside. "Pigs aren't as strong as me, I'm solid. Pigs are fat. I'm strong." Shui Yang protested. Yeah, you're a strong pig. You're plenty strong. People fear fame, pigs fear getting fat, but you're not afraid of anything. Little Tiger retorted. "Of course, not afraid at all." Shui Yang mumbled. The pretty assistant called out anxiously, "Hey, what about me? Should I just take the boss's car back to the company?" Little Tiger turned around and said sternly, "If you drive it away, what's your boss going to use when he wakes up? Leave the car keys and go catch a taxi outside. It's easy to get a cab here, just wave and one will stop." The assistant glanced at Shui Yang, but had no choice but to hand over the keys, slam the car door and leave. The main gate closed again. Another guard on duty drove Shui Yang's car into the garage, parking it in his usual spot. Meanwhile, the car's owner had already been dragged back to his room by Little Tiger and the guard and dumped onto the big bed. Little Tiger was exhausted and couldn't help but curse. "Couldn't you walk on your own? You dumped all your weight on me. Trying to kill me with exhaustion." Half awake and half drunk, Shui Yang squinted around, seemingly unable to figure out where he was. Suddenly, he shot up and staggered toward the bathroom. His eyes couldn't focus and his legs wobbled, but his body's instincts took over and he rushed into the bathroom to vomit loudly. Little Tiger rolled his eyes and wrinkled his nose in disgust. Damn. Look at the state you're in. You're really something. The guard couldn't help asking, should I make some hangover tea? The head chef gave us a few packets. We haven't finished them yet. Yeah, go on. Hurry up. Little Tiger nodded. Shui Yang threw up so hard he nearly brought up bile. Exhausted, he flushed the toilet, yanked off his dirty clothes, and turned on the tap to take a shower, only to be stopped by Little Tiger. You can't even stand straight. What if you slip and fall in there? Little Tiger scolded. Get out. I'll get some water for you to wipe yourself down. After vomiting, Shui Yang was a bit more sober. He wobbled out, his muscular frame swaying, and flopped straight onto the bed. Little Tiger brought out a basin of hot water, wrung out a towel, and tossed it to him. Shui Yang didn't want to move at all. With no choice, Little Tiger resigned himself to wiping Shui Yang down and helping him change into a bathrobe. It was already autumn in the capital, and the nights were chilly. Leave the covers off even a little and you could catch a cold. Little Tiger tucked him in with a thin quilt. Just then, the guard came in with the hangover tea. Little Tiger flicked Shui Yang on the forehead and asked, "Can you drink this? Are you a bit more sober?" Shui Yang opened his eyes, looking much clearer. He sat up, grabbed the cup, and gulped it down. "Is there more?" he asked groggily. "I'm still thirsty. Is there any more?" Little Tiger poured him some water from a nearby thermos. The guard hesitated. "Young Master Tiger, when was this water boiled?" "Second young master hasn't been back to Xingyuan for a few days. No one's boiled water in his room, right?" "Oh." Little Tiger quickly set the cup down. "You're right. I almost forgot." The guard ran out and soon returned from the main hall with a big cup of fresh water. Shui Yang gulped it down, not leaving a drop. Little Tiger handed the cup back to the guard. "Thanks. You can go back to your post. I'll take care of things here." The guard agreed and hurried off. Little Tiger opened the window a crack, then closed it again. Shui Yang let out a burp, slumped on the bed, eyes blankly staring at the ceiling. Little Tiger knew he was feeling awful inside, and that now wasn't the time to talk. "All right, get some sleep. I'll be on the sofa. If you need anything, just call me." Shui Yang was seriously drunk and had just thrown up. Little Tiger didn't trust him to sleep alone, so he planned to keep watch nearby. He quickly went to his own room, changed into pajamas, and returned. But to his surprise, Shui Yang was gone from the bed. Little Tiger jumped in alarm, ran to the balcony, no one. Checked the bathroom, empty. Only when he heard noise from the walk-in closet next door did he rush over in a panic. There he found Shui Yang, sprawled over the wardrobe, groggily rummaging through his clothes. Little Tiger rolled his eyes and asked, "What are you looking for?" "Go back to bed. It's the middle of the night, get some sleep. You can change clothes in the morning." But Shui Yang muttered, "Where's my light blue t-shirt? That really nice one, where did it go?" Little Tiger couldn't be bothered to explain. He grabbed Shui Yang's arm, trying to haul him back to bed. But Shui Yang shook him off. "What are you doing?" "I'm looking for my shirt. I want that t-shirt, the blue one." Little Tiger staggered, realizing there was no reasoning with a drunk. He spotted a row of t-shirts nearby, grabbed a light blue one, and handed it over. "Here it is. Take it." Shui Yang took it and examined it carefully. "This doesn't look right, doesn't seem like the one." Little Tiger dragged him back toward the bedroom, coaxing, "This is the one. Looks great. Come on, let's go to bed." A moment later, Shui Yang was sitting passively on the edge of the bed, staring blankly at the t-shirt for a long time, not lying down. Little Tiger lay down on the sofa and let out a huge yawn. "You've been staring at that t-shirt for ages. You're going to see flowers in it soon." Still not sleeping. Shui Yang didn't move. Little Tiger couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He shifted into a comfortable position, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. Suddenly, Shui Yang spoke up. "It's actually pretty nice looking." Little Huzi lifted his eyelids, suspicious. "What's nice looking?" "It's just an old t-shirt." "What's so nice about it?" "You don't get it." Shui Yang sounded exhausted, slowly closing his eyes. "This t-shirt was the first gift she ever gave me." "She?" Little Huzi couldn't help but ask, who? Your wife. Who else could it be? Shui Yang slumped onto the bed, his voice muffled. Who else but her? The woman who once swore she'd be with me for a lifetime. Not even 10 years have passed, and now she wants a divorce, wants to go her own way. She doesn't even want the kid. How heartless can she be? Hearing this, little Huzi realized they'd finally gotten to the real issue. He immediately sat up. Bro, you've sobered up, right? What's going on with you two? How did things get so serious all of a sudden? Brother Ran was about to lose his mind after your call. What happened? Why get divorced for no reason? Are you out of your mind? Shui Yang let out a low, cold laugh. She's the one making a scene, not me. How should I know what she really wants? She's the one asking for a divorce, not me. How would I know if she's just lost her mind? Little Huzi heard his calm tone and guessed that after throwing up and drinking some sobering tea, Shui Yang was finally clear-headed. Your wife wants a divorce, and you know nothing about it? Yang, are you kidding me? If even you don't know, who else could? Shui Yang didn't reply. Maybe he didn't understand, or maybe he just didn't want to answer. He lay there, motionless. Little Huzi sighed and flopped back onto the sofa, crossing his legs. Bro, we may not be blood brothers, but we're as close as real siblings. Let me speak from the heart. You can be impulsive when getting married, otherwise you'd never go through with it. But when it comes to divorce, you absolutely can't be impulsive, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Some people, once you miss them, they're gone forever. Sometimes, don't act on impulse. If you can just hold on, maybe things will pass. As he spoke, his eyes unknowingly reddened. Sometimes, late at night, I can't help but wonder if I ever really loved you. Maybe at first I was drawn to her beauty, maybe her gentleness made my own wildness stand out. Whatever it was, I really did like her back then. Even when we got married, I was still clueless, didn't really understand what marriage meant. There were plenty of arguments in the beginning, but after she gave me 2 sons, after she stood by me when I was seriously ill, as the years went by, I realized I truly loved her. But I'm not good at expressing myself, so I just kept living as best I could. But for a big family like ours to have a good life in the capital, how could I not work hard? I threw myself completely into the club, came home exhausted, and once I hit the bed, I didn't care about anything else. Honestly, my mom used to secretly complain that she didn't know how to take care of the family or the kids, but she forgot one thing: her own son didn't know how to take care of anyone either, even less than you. She had her faults, but she had her strengths too. Maybe she made mistakes, so people blamed everything on her. To be honest, that wasn't fair to her. She wasn't a great wife, but I wasn't a great husband either. I wasn't a total jerk back then, but I wasn't much of a husband or father either. If I'd spent more time with her, kept her in the capital, maybe she wouldn't have been talked into leaving. The man on the sofa narrowed his eyes, letting out a long, quiet sigh. When we divorced, I didn't say much, but besides being angry, all I could think about was divorce. My heart was full of humiliation. I didn't care about the kid, or the family, or our years together as a couple. After all, we lived together for so many years, had 2 kids, right? Who'd believe there were no feelings left? She was confused and got talked into it, but I wasn't. Poor me. All I had left was a head full of sadness and pain, and that damn, impulsive urge to get divorced. Back then on South Island, it was all thanks to you being there for me, taking care of me. Otherwise, I might have just collapsed and never recovered. When I got the divorce certificate, I didn't feel relieved at all. Instead, I felt even heavier. The humiliation was still there, but now there was a weight on my chest I couldn't shake. Bro, that kind of pain, I can't even describe it now. It was awful. Just one word, awful. She betrayed me, betrayed our family, but when I got divorced, I didn't feel any sense of release. I just felt miserable. Do you get it? Do you? Shui Yang let out a low grunt, unclear if he understood or was just acknowledging he'd heard. Little Huzi stretched his neck and put his legs down. Our marriage was a mess, and even so, the divorce was that painful. You and your wife haven't even had any major fights. Why let it end in divorce? Bro, take my advice. Don't get divorced on impulse, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Shui Yang chuckled and asked, what about you? Do you regret it? How much? Little Huzi was stunned for a second, then answered, of course I do. I regret it so much. Shui Yang was surprised, finally lifting his head to look at him, his expression complicated and shocked. You're just trying to cheer me up, right? Come on. It's one thing to give advice, but why use your own story? Our situations aren't the same at all, okay? Little Huzi didn't bother to argue. Instead, he asked, how many kinds of divorce are there, really? Isn't it all just ending a marriage? Isn't it all splitting up and not living together anymore? What's the difference? Huh? Shui Yang found himself unable to refute, mumbling without a clear explanation. Little Huzi didn't bother to press the point. Staring at the ceiling, he murmured softly, I regret it. I've regretted it all this time. I've never said this to anyone else, not once. Late at night, I still think of her sometimes. Maybe I don't love her as much anymore, but she was my wife, the mother of my 2 sons. Sometimes I even secretly ask myself if I'd been calmer back then, if I'd looked into that guy's background more carefully, if I'd swallowed my pride about being cheated on, maybe things would have been different. At this point, little Huzi's voice unconsciously grew choked with emotion. For the kids, if I'd just held on a little longer, for the sake of keeping our family together, if I'd just held on, maybe she would have come back to the capital with me. If I hadn't been so impulsive, only thinking about divorce, if I'd tried to coax her, taken the kids to bring her back, maybe she would have given up on that guy and come home with us. If that had happened, she wouldn't have died. She was still so young. Now she's gone, forever separated from us, and the kids have lost their mother for good. Shui Yang stood frozen in place, not moving for a long while. You're the one who's drunk, aren't you? What man could tolerate being cheated on? Huh? Aren't you afraid you'll never be able to hold your head up in public again? What are you even regretting? But to his surprise, Xiao Huzi was unusually calm, his tone cold and steady. When you're riding high, you can live just to save face. But when I saw my 2 sons crying for their mom, all that pride just disappeared. We men can fight for our pride out there, but not at home. The kids are still so young, they don't understand life and death. All they know is that other kids have both a mom and a dad, but they only have a dad and grandparents. They remember they used to have a mom, so why is she gone? Little Hu has started keeping a diary. I sneaked a peek at it. He wrote in it that he misses his mom so much. At this point, his voice choked up again. If we didn't have kids, things wouldn't be so complicated between us. If she didn't love me anymore, I could just live my own life. But we have 2 children. Back then, I was only thinking about myself, acting on impulse, never considering the kids. I really regret it. I mean it. If I'd been calmer, if I'd just thought it through, I'd have realized she was never a decisive woman. She always listened to others, easily swayed. And my in-laws, well, their values were never exactly upright. She spent over a year with them, and of course she was influenced. If I'd pulled her back in time, talked her out of it, maybe our little family could have stayed together. She's not some promiscuous woman, she was just too naive, too innocent, and got tricked. But all I cared about was being angry, about my pride as a man, about her abandoning her husband and kids. All I could think about was divorce, so I just went through with it without a second thought. If I'd known what would happen later, nothing could have made me go through with the divorce. If I'd tried my hardest to keep her, she wouldn't have stayed on that island, and maybe she'd still be alive now. Compared to life and death, all that so-called male pride and dignity means nothing. When I saw my son secretly wiping away tears, writing in his little diary, I miss Mom so much, I just couldn't stop crying. Bro, I really regret it. I mean it. When I saw her cold, lifeless body, my heart just went numb from the pain. Every time my sons ask me for their mom, it hurts all over again. Compared to a happy, complete family, compared to the healthy growth of my kids, my pride as a man is worth nothing, really. Xiao Huzi turned to glance at him, unable to suppress a cold laugh. I've been through it, so I'm qualified to tell you, don't rush into divorce. If I had another chance, I'd rather swallow my pride and never get divorced, no matter what. Do you get what I'm saying? Yang, are you really worse off than I was back then? Are you? Shui Yang didn't move, his face dark and unreadable, whether from shock or fear at Xiaohuzi's words. Xiaohuzi pressed, did your wife do something even worse than cheating? No, Shui Yang replied quietly. Xiaohuzi snorted, then why are you even thinking about divorce? Just because your wife acted on impulse, you have to be impulsive too? I was stupid, too much of a typical stubborn man, never knew how to make Yo-Yo happy. Looking back, she was always a romantic, cared about those things, but I was too careless to give her what she wanted. If it hadn't been like that, would she have been tricked by that bastard? Sure, she cheated, she let me down. But if I think about it, I wasn't blameless either. I couldn't give her what she wanted. Don't think just because your wife brought up divorce, it's all her fault. There's no way you're completely innocent. Shui Yang's expression was ugly, and he mumbled, She wishes I could go back to being poor. Says that was when we were happiest together. I really don't get her. She denies everything about my career, is dissatisfied and distrustful of everything I do. Xiaohuzi frowned, rubbing his temples. But have you thought about it? Back when you had nothing, she still followed you without hesitation. Did she marry you for your money? If your actions make her feel insecure, of course she can't trust you. Shui Yang fell silent, slumping onto his blue t-shirt, eyes closed in exhaustion. Xiaohuzi sighed helplessly. Bro, don't act on impulse, especially with something as big as divorce. You can't just split up because you're angry. You two fell in love and married for love feelings, don't just disappear overnight. And think about your 4 kids, how cute, how lively they are. If you get divorced, split them 2 and 2, or even if you keep them all, do you think they'll still be happy and carefree? Is that possible? Shui Yang buried his head in the bed, not daring to answer. Seeing this, Xiaohuzi could already guess he didn't really want a divorce. If you don't really want to split up, then why not swallow your pride and make up with your wife? Sometimes, between husband and wife, you can't just talk about right and wrong, or you'll never make it work. In my opinion, a real man knows when to bend and when to stand tall, especially when it comes to family. Look at my dad, your grandpa, brother Ran, brother Tai, all of them made it through the same way, didn't they? Where's that Shui Yang who used to say his wife was someone to be cherished? Huh? Where'd he go? Shui Yang still didn't move. Xiaohuzi eyed him suspiciously, sensing something was off. He quickly got up and tried to pull him up. He saw Shui Yang's eyes tightly shut, breathing steady. He'd fallen asleep at some point. Damn. I said all that for nothing, wasted my breath. Though he cursed, his hands were gentle as he helped Shui Yang lie down comfortably, arranging his limbs and pulling a thin blanket over his stomach. Xiaohuzi yawned, flopped back onto the sofa, and twisted his neck, trying to get some sleep. But after a long while, he still wasn't sleepy. He pulled out his phone, opened the cloud album, and started looking through old photos, one by one. The day his eldest son was born, the baby's tiny fist was only as big as a piece of candy, while he and Shanyo's fists were next to it, forming a cute little circle. On his son's first birthday, Shanyu held the little guy, beaming with joy, while he was eating cake, his face smeared with a dab of cream by Shanyu. When Minnie was born, the 4 of them put their fists together, making an even bigger circle. As he looked, a tear slid down his cheek before he realized it. He quietly wiped it away, put his phone away, pulled a jacket over himself, curled up, and slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, little Tiger was jolted awake by his alarm clock. He scrambled out of bed in a panic and slapped the alarm off. Shui Yang was still sprawled out on the bed in a big X shape, sleeping like the dead. Little Tiger yawned and, resigned, tucked the covers back over him before stumbling out of the room. As usual, he went to wake up his eldest son. Little Tiger groggily sat up, pulled on his soft, fuzzy robe, and, eyes barely open, shuffled toward the bathroom. Little Tiger filled a basin with water for him to wash his face, then started brushing his own teeth nearby. Father and son stood side by side in front of the mirror, eyes closed, toothbrushes moving slowly. After a while, little Tiger reminded him, Dad, it's about to drip onto your chest. Little Tiger snapped awake, quickly spat out the foam and wiped at his chest in a hurry. But there was too much foam and he almost choked. After a bout of chaos, the two finally left the bathroom. But that was just the beginning of another round of frantic activity. Dad, where's the moisturizer? Dad, where's my school uniform? Dad, socks. Dad, where are my gloves? My gloves. Not these ones, the pair Grandpa bought me. After a while, the pair dashed to the dining room in a hurry. Thankfully, Xiaoli was already used to their morning dawdling. She had let the soy milk cool and was now serving up warm buns and fried dough sticks. So, father and son wolfed down their breakfast and jogged to the garage. They got in the car, slammed the doors, buckled up, and sped off. Dad, what time is it? Little Tiger shouted. Little Tiger replied calmly, relax. Even if we hit 2 more red lights, we still won't be late today. Little Tiger let out a sigh of relief and grumbled, yesterday, I almost got to class late. That was close. The teacher said if I can keep it up for 2 more days, I'll be this month's perfect attendance star. That's awesome. Little Tiger praised with a smile. Little Tiger couldn't help but remind him, we can't be late tomorrow or the day after, and we can't ask for leave either. The teacher said if you're late or take a day off, you can't be the perfect attendance star. No problem. Little Tiger said. Tonight I'll set the alarm 10 minutes earlier. That way, you won't have to run to class and you still won't be late. But Little Tiger was reluctant and bargained, how about 5 minutes? That way I can sleep a little longer. Autumn in the capital was the most comfortable, especially in early fall. The temperature was just right, not too hot or cold. Even without the AC, it stayed around 23 or 24 degrees indoors. Early autumn was the best weather for sleeping, even harder to get up than in the dead of winter. Not just for kids, even a grown man like Little Tiger needed all his courage to get out of bed every morning. All right, Little Tiger agreed immediately. 5 minutes it is. Little Tiger started playing with a toy and asked quietly, Dad, when are little brother and Grandpa and Grandma coming back? We'll have to wait, Little Tiger replied. Once the pandemic is over, they can come back. Little Tiger couldn't help but ask, why isn't it over yet? If it never ends, does that mean little brother won't come back to go to school? He's so lucky. I'm so jealous he doesn't have to go to school. Little Tiger snorted, he's actually jealous of you. He wishes he could sleep with Dad and go to school every day to play with friends. Liar. Little Tiger huffed. He's not jealous. He gets to play every day. Little Tiger was a bit embarrassed and explained, he doesn't have to go to school, but he can't just play all day either. Mini Tiger still has to study, write, and draw. Whatever Xiaoshuang and the others are learning, your brother has to learn too. Last week he learned 5 new words, and that 2 plus 2 is 4. That's so easy. Little Tiger scoffed. It's so easy, he doesn't even need to learn it. I bet he just plays all day and doesn't study at all. Little Tiger couldn't help but laugh. When you were in kindergarten, did you get to play all day? Did you learn everything the teacher taught you right away? Was it all super easy? I remember a certain little kid who used to cry and complain about copying words because it was too hard. Who is that, huh? Do you know him? Little Tiger's cheeks turned bashful and he giggled. I know how to do it now. Little Tiger chuckled dotingly. But your brother doesn't know yet, so he has to study every day. You need to work hard, or your little brother might catch up to you. No way. Little Tiger said proudly, lifting his chin. I'm older than him, I've learned more. I'm already an elementary school student, and he's still a little kindergartner. Little Tiger nodded along. That's right. This little rascal is absolutely right. Dad, look. Little Tiger shouted. That car. That's my classmate Xiaowang's car. It's so cool. Little Tiger glanced over and asked, really? Are you sure? Is flashy the same as cool? That's Xiaowang's mom's car, Little Tiger explained. I recognize it because I've seen it a bunch of times. Little Tiger nodded absent-mindedly. Little Tiger went on excitedly. Xiaowang says he not only has a little brother, but also a little sister. His mom had another baby girl this year. They also have a dog and a cat at home. The dog is a husky, and the cat is a big orange tabby. They're both so cute. Little Tiger just replied with an "oh" and kept driving. But suddenly, the little guy in the back changed the subject and turned it on him. "Dad, can we have a little sister too?" Little Tiger cleared his throat and replied, "No. Dad, having you two is already a lot. We can't have any more." Little Tiger was disappointed. "Why not?" "Is it because Mom isn't here anymore, so she can't give us a little sister?" "Well, little sisters cry a lot," Little Tiger fibbed. "Little brothers are cuter. You can sleep with him, take baths together, play with Legos. Little sisters like to play with dolls you don't like. You'd find her really boring." "Really?" Little Tiger asked suspiciously. "Is that why you and Mom only gave me a little brother and not a sister?" "Yes." Little Tiger could only bite the bullet and answer. Little Tiger was still disappointed and couldn't help but ask, "Then, can we get a dog, please?" "Okay," Little Tiger replied. "When Grandpa, Grandma, and little brother come back, we'll go to the pet store and get a kitten or a puppy." "Both?" Little Tiger shouted. "I want both. I love dogs and cats. Xiao Wang has them, so I want them too." Little Tiger tried to reason. "That's too many. Our house can't fit them all. But I want them." Little Tiger muttered gloomily. "Xiao Wang is so much luckier than me. He has a brother and a sister, one more sibling than me. He has a dog and a cat, and I have none. He always has both his mom and dad. I have so much less than him." "Okay," Little Tiger blurted out. "We'll get a dog and a cat too." The little guy quickly regained his smile. "My daddy is the best." Hearing this, Xiao Huzi's eyes crinkled with laughter too. Kids have short memories, turn your head, and they might forget everything, so he wasn't worried at all. As long as he kept the child happy for now, he could deal with everything else later. When his son was happy, he was happy. He walked his son to the school gate, watching as the boy waved at him from among a group of children, grinning as he blended into the crowd. Only then did Xiao Huzi's smile fade as he turned to leave. "Mr. Wan." Someone called from behind. Xiao Huzi stopped and turned around. He saw his son's homeroom teacher hurrying over, wearing a typical professional smile. "Hello. We're conducting a family background survey in our class. Could you please help by answering a few questions? It won't take long, just a minute or two. Is this a good time?" Xiao Huzi thought of Shui Yang, still fast asleep back at Xin Yuan, and immediately shook his head. "Sorry, I have something urgent to take care of. Maybe next time. Ask me then." The teacher, already holding a pen and paper, gave an awkward smile. "I've actually messaged you before, but you didn't reply. Normally, these questions would go to the child's mother, but you can just ask me," Xiao Huzi interrupted calmly, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. "Whatever my child needs, contact me directly. I get a lot of messages, so sometimes I miss one. If it's urgent, just call, I'll always answer." Seeing his cooperation, the teacher's professional smile returned. "That's great. Don't worry, it'll only take a minute or two." Xiao Huzi nodded. The teacher handed him the pen and paper, asking him to write down his name and occupation. "Mr. Wang, some of these questions might be a bit personal, so I hope you don't mind. It's all for the children's healthy development. Please don't take offense." Because Xiao Wan is from a single-parent family, the school requires teachers to pay extra attention to the physical and emotional well-being of such children. They tend to be more sensitive and have bigger mood swings than others. Xiao Huzi's brows furrowed slightly, but he nodded. "That's good." The teacher continued, "How many years have you been divorced?" "The child's custody is with you, correct?" "His mother passed away," Xiao Huzi replied, face darkening. "He only half understands. We haven't told him the full truth. He just knows his mom isn't coming back." "I'm sorry," the teacher apologized awkwardly. No wonder Xiao Wan never talks about his mom with the other kids. Last time, when I asked them to write an essay about my mom, he didn't write a single word. I thought he hadn't done his homework and gave him a light scolding, but he started crying. Another child said he didn't have a mom, and I assumed the parents were divorced. There was an activity class right after, so I just comforted him and let him go, without getting to the bottom of it. That was my oversight. It's fine." Xiao Huzi felt unbearably heavy inside, but forced himself to sound casual. "It's all in the past. In the future, if there's anything related to Mom, please let me know in advance. A message is fine. I'll make time to help him with it. He still remembers his mother clearly. He'll be able to handle it. The teacher agreed, quickly jotting notes on the paper. She asked a few more questions, thanked him, and left. Xiao Huzi got into his car, started it, and drove away. The car glided smoothly down the road, but his mood was weighed down by the earlier conversation. When he arrived at Xin Yuan, he went straight to Shui Yang's room and found him still fast asleep. Xiao Huzi sent a WeChat voice message to Cheng Huanran, explaining that Shui Yang had gotten drunk last night and his phone was off, which was why no one could reach him. He added that Shui Yang was clearly reluctant to get divorced. The whole business about preparing divorce papers was just a moment of impulse. Finally, he told Cheng Huanran not to be angry and to let everyone know there was no need to worry for now. He would do his best to talk Shui Yang out of it. Putting down his phone, Xiao Huzi glanced at the man in bed. Bro, if the guys weren't all overseas, you'd have gotten your ass kicked a few times by now. He hadn't slept well last night, and his mood this morning was already dark and gloomy. Xiao Huzi really didn't feel like going to work, so he messaged his sister to say he wouldn't be coming in today. Shui Yang probably needed him too, so he decided to take the day off and keep him company, in case he went out drinking again. Drowning your sorrows was one thing, but what he really worried about was some scheming woman taking advantage of a drunk Shui Yang. Even if it didn't end in divorce, it would cause enough trouble to make separation inevitable. Small mistakes could be forgiven, but piling mistake upon mistake could turn into a major crisis, one that would be much harder to fix. Now, with only the two of them and his son left in the big house at Xinyuan, it seemed like Xiao Huzi was the only one who could shoulder this responsibility. So, he accepted his fate, took leave, and planned to stick close to Shui Yang for the next couple of days, until this storm had passed. The club was already running smoothly, with Wang Yun managing things, so he barely needed to worry. Missing a day or two, or even a few days, wouldn't be a problem. Still, Xiao Huzi was diligent about checking in and occasionally scouting for new talent, so he kept himself busy. He yawned and flopped onto the sofa to catch up on sleep. He couldn't sleep deeply in the morning, drifting in and out of a half-awake state. Over half an hour later, Cheng Huanran replied to his voice message. Compared to last night, Cheng Huanran sounded calmer, not as angry. He told Xiao Huzi to take care of Shui Yang and to make sure he didn't impulsively go through with the divorce. He also explained that everyone was actually more worried about Xiao Xiao, since her phone had been unreachable and she'd been out of contact for 2 days. She'd said she was going out to clear her head, but even her family hadn't heard from her. Xiao Huzi broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. Cheng Huanran continued, saying the Wang family still didn't know about the divorce situation. They'd only been told that Xiao Xiao was feeling down, probably missing the kids, and that she'd gone to meet up with some old friends she hadn't seen in years. She said she'd be back in 3 or 4 days and told them not to worry. Right now, no one could reach her and no one knew where she was. Earlier, Lin Qingji had said he had a way to investigate and had already sent someone to look for her. Hopefully, they'd find her soon and make sure she was safe. Xiao Huzi breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Sis-in-law has always been strong. She's not the type to do anything rash. It's probably just a phone issue or bad signal." Cheng Huanran soon replied, saying they thought the same, but couldn't help worrying. Xiao Xiao had always been sensible and wouldn't want to worry her family or do anything foolish. He ended by saying they'd keep in touch and would update if there was any news. Xiao Huzi agreed, then tossed his phone aside, jumped off the sofa, and pounced on Shui Yang in bed. "Wake up! Get up, quick! Sis-in-law is missing." Shui Yang had pulled an all-nighter and gotten dead drunk last night, sleeping like the dead. He vaguely heard someone buzzing noisily by his ear, so he waved his hand and pushed little Huzi away, rolling over to keep sleeping. But little Huzi was relentless. He grabbed Shui Yang's big arm and started yanking hard. "Wake up! You pig! I told you, sis-in-law is missing. And you're still sleeping. Get up now." Shui Yang was about to kick him away, but the word sis-in-law finally made him snap out of it a little. He cracked open one eye, his voice hoarse. What's up? Which sis-in-law? Little Huzi nearly choked on the stench, recoiling in disgust. Damn. You smell like a sewer. Drinking and staying up all night, sooner or later you're gonna drop dead. If I were sis-in-law, I'd leave you too. Taken aback by the scorn, Shui Yang scowled and shut his eyes again. Get lost. Seeing he was finally somewhat awake, little Huzi yelled, sis-in-law's missing. And you're still sleeping like a log. Shui Yang's eyes flew open in shock. Who? Who's missing? Your wife. Wang Xiao sis-in-law. Little Huzi replied. Shui Yang grabbed him, anxious. She's missing? What do you mean? Little Huzi rolled his eyes. Exactly what it sounds like. Shui Yang's face went pale in an instant, looking around in panic. Where's my phone? Phone? Huh? Where did my phone go? Little Huzi kicked the phone over from his feet. Here. You dropped it last night. Shui Yang didn't even bother cursing him out. He dove for the carpet, hurriedly unlocking the screen, only to find it black and unresponsive. What's wrong? Why won't my phone turn on? Little Huzi couldn't help but remind him it didn't ring at all last night. Probably just ran out of battery and shut off. Shui Yang quickly plugged in the charger. Soon, the screen showed it was charging battery at 1%. When did it die? How come I didn't notice? Little Huzi snorted. What do you ever notice? All you know is to go drinking with your pretty assistant, then get chauffeured home by her and enjoy being surrounded by beauties. Shut up. Shui Yang snapped. What beauties? I took the whole livestream team out for late-night food and karaoke. Little Huzi pointed at the intercom on the wall. Want me to have security send you last night's front door footage? Huh? It was a pretty girl driving your car back and she was alone. I was there, the security guard was there, we all saw it. There are plenty of witnesses and video evidence too, alright. Shui Yang denied it flatly. Even if only one person drove me back, I was drinking with a whole group. She just happened to be the one to drive me, nothing else. We're just coworkers, that's all. The phone was already at 5%. He quickly pressed the power button. You said Xiao Xiao's missing? You're just trying to wake me up, right? Who told you? When did you talk to her? Where is she? You're messing with me, right? But little Huzi wouldn't let the earlier topic go. Just coworkers? No male colleagues? You, a grown man, drunk in the middle of the night, getting driven home by a dainty woman who wouldn't get the wrong idea. Even I, a guy, would totally misunderstand. Shui Yang couldn't be bothered to explain, frantically tapping at the screen. She was the only one who didn't drink. If she didn't drive, who would? I just happened to be the last one. What's there to misunderstand? Can't I have female colleagues? In our line of work, if you're not good-looking, you don't even get hired. Little Huzi snorted. How old are you? Don't you know how rumors start? Like you know anything. Shui Yang grumbled. You joke about everything. Trying to scare me to death? Missing? You want to give me a heart attack? Little Huzi rolled his eyes. If you can't handle this, what'll you do if sis-in-law really divorces you? Shui Yang stared at the barrage of missed calls on his screen, his scalp tingling. Last night, why so many missed calls? I only talked to my big brother, right? Why are my dad, mom, third bro, fourth bro all calling me? Over 20 missed calls, my god. I've never seen so many in my life. My parents know too? Damn. Didn't I tell big bro not to say anything yet? Little Huzi couldn't hold back his anger. You're about to get divorced and you think your parents shouldn't know. Shui Yang, are you trying to get yourself killed? That's like looking for death with a lantern in a latrine. I haven't even decided yet. Shui Yang stammered, face white as a sheet. I got a bit carried away last night, called my brother, and said Xiao Xiao insisted on a divorce, so I told him to have the lawyer draft the papers. Who knew? The lawyer took it seriously and got it done right away. I was just mad at her, I never really meant to get divorced. Little Huzi sneered. Oh? Now you're finally sober? Now you know you can't get divorced? Who was the one yelling last night about how you had to get divorced, how nothing about sis-in-law was right? Drunken talk. Just drunken talk. Shui Yang explained nervously. You can't take what a drunk says seriously. Come on, man. I wasn't in my right mind. Why are you taking it seriously too? Little Huzi gave a mocking smile. Whether I take it seriously doesn't matter. The point is, your brother did. And not just him, he told your parents, and they believed it too. Shui Yang. Little Huzi slouched on the sofa, legs crossed, looking lazy. You were out drinking and singing with your coworkers, ran your phone dead, didn't even glance at it, let alone answer. Your phone died, so your parents and brothers kept calling, hence all those missed calls. Your brother was so mad he wanted to hit someone, called me at 1 or 2 in the morning. I was just about to go look for you when I saw a pretty girl drop you off at the door. So, with all that, what do you think your sentence should be? Shui Yang's face was ashen. Crap. I'm dead. Completely dead. Even dying 100 times wouldn't be enough. With what he'd done, his father was bound to explode in fury. God. Just imagining it made his legs go weak. He didn't dare think any further. He was terrified. Little Huzi happily took in Shui Yang's miserable expression, then leisurely asked, well, ready to call them back? Or are you going to keep playing dumb? Man, I'm sweating bullets for you. Just thinking about it makes me anxious. Shui Yang lunged over and grabbed him in panic. Huzi, help me. Xiao Huzi was sprawled out lazily, leisurely shaking his crossed legs. Help? The second young master of Xinyuan actually needs to call for help? Seriously? I must have heard wrong. Shui Yang cupped his face in his hands, pleading pitifully. Huzi, you can't just stand by and do nothing. That's not who you are, definitely not. Uncle who has always been the most loyal, surely you inherited at least half of that. Get lost. Xiao Huzi wrinkled his nose in disgust. You stink. You reek from head to toe. Shui Yang simply collapsed onto him, shamelessly clinging. I don't care. If you won't help me, I'll just stink you to death. I'll stink you. Xiao Huzi couldn't win against him and shook off his arm. If I didn't want to help you, I'd have stayed in my own room last night and slept till morning. Damn it. I spent last night keeping an eye on you, sleeping alone on the sofa. My back is still sore. Shui Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief and grinned. We're not real brothers, but we're closer than real brothers. Xiao Huzi pushed him away in disgust. Go. Hurry up and wash up and take a shower. You really do stink. Shui Yang didn't dare delay and quickly headed for the bathroom. Of course I stink after staying up late and drinking. You think I wanted to? We broke a record 3 days in a row, and the employees kept clamoring for the boss to treat them. Yesterday, we finished early, so I took them out for karaoke and dinner. I was in a bad mood and couldn't help but drink a few more. Xiao Huzi leaned against the bathroom door, shaking his head. You think drinking will make you feel better? Over 1,000 years ago, Li Bai already knew, draw a sword to cut water, water flows even more, raise a cup to dispel sorrow, sorrow grows heavier. And you, a modern man, don't get it? Huh? Excuses. Well. Shui Yang adjusted the water temperature as he brushed his teeth. You actually know Li Bai's poetry. The sun must be rising in the west. A semi-illiterate showing off poetry. You must have crammed it last night, right? Haha. I knew it. Xiao Huzi rolled his eyes and explained, Little Hu's extracurricular class has a poetry section. He has to memorize 2 poems every week. I study with him, and after a while, I just learned them too. Shui Yang burst out laughing, teasing, looks like that class was worth it. 1 tuition fee, but 2 people learned. Xiao Huzi looked pained and waved his hand. Don't mention it. When will these days ever end? Shui Yang kindly reminded him, once they're in high school and college, you probably won't have to do this anymore. Xiao Huzi. While washing his hair, Shui Yang asked through the shower curtain, hey, why don't you talk to my big brother for me later? Xiao Huzi played dumb. About what? Don't play dumb. Shui Yang snorted. Just tell him that Xiao and I are just having a spat, we're not actually getting divorced. Last night I was drunk and talking nonsense, don't take it seriously. He's the one who spread the word, so he's responsible for helping me clean up the mess. As for my parents, I'm counting on him. Luckily, his parents were far away on the other side of the South China Sea. Otherwise, he'd have been scolded and beaten by now, not enjoying a leisurely hot shower. Xiao Huzi sneered, just a spat? Didn't the lawyer already draft the divorce agreement? Hey, Shui Yang, impulsive as he was, wasn't that muddle-headed. He explained, I was just talking, it wasn't serious. I am a bit disappointed in Xiao Xiao, but disappointment is disappointment, anger is anger, it's nowhere near that bad between us. She was mad and said she wanted a divorce, and I just agreed offhand. But I'd never really go through with it. We dated for years, have been married for years, and have 4 little kids. How could we just split up like that? At least you've got some sense left. Xiao Huzi curled his lip. Marriage isn't a joke. Don't think that just because things aren't going well, you can just walk away. Rushing into marriage is bad, but rushing into divorce is even worse. Shui Yang vaguely remembered some of their conversation from last night and didn't dare poke at Xiao Huzi's old wounds. We're definitely not getting divorced. I'll call Xiao Xiao in a bit and beg for her forgiveness. How many days has she not contacted you? Xiao Huzi frowned. You haven't reached out to her? Shui Yang gave a wry smile. Didn't we have a fight? I finally managed to squeeze out some time to see her. Took a bunch of gifts to visit her parents, had dinner and chatted with them, got them all smiling. But she kept giving me the cold shoulder, even told me to leave. At first, I tried to make up with her, but then she demanded I hand over all the finances and fire all the pretty girls at the company. I thought she was being unreasonable, and she got even angrier, threatening divorce. I was mad too and said, fine, let's divorce. Then I flew back to the capital for work. Xiao Huzi rubbed his temples and asked, so you two haven't been in touch for at least 10 days, right? About that, Shui Yang replied. Almost 2 weeks, more than 10 days. Xiao Huzi wanted to smack him. It's been that long. Are you out of your mind? You didn't even say a word. What have you been doing? I don't want to talk about it, Shui Yang admitted. I didn't think it was that serious. I figured I'd make it up to her later. But I kept putting it off, and now here we are. Xiao Huzi rolled his eyes and asked irritably, so you really don't know about your wife going missing, right? Whoosh! The shower curtain was yanked open. Shui Yang, dripping wet, roughly wiped his face. Missing? Seriously? When did this happen? Where did she go? Isn't she still at her parents' place? He hurriedly grabbed a towel and started drying off as he rushed out, flustered. Have you looked for her? Found her yet? Where's my phone? I'll call her right now. Xiao Huzi had already tried calling and replied, can't get through, probably out of service range. Brother Ren said your in-laws don't know either. She didn't tell them. She said she missed the kids and was feeling down, so she went out with some old friends. She hasn't contacted home for 2 or 3 days. Shui Yang paused, letting out a breath of relief. If that's the case, she wouldn't do anything stupid. We don't need to scare ourselves. Xiao Huzi glared at him helplessly. That may be true, but how can everyone not worry? How long have you two been at this? Aren't you tired? I'm exhausted just listening to it. She just refuses to compromise, Shui Yang explained. I can coax her, but that doesn't mean I can agree to everything. If I hand over all the finances, how can I keep expanding my business? The live stream hosts are all pretty girls. If I fire them, who'll host? How do I keep the business running? How do I make money? These days, who watches live streams if not for the eye candy? If I fire them, I'll be left with nothing. How will she and the kids live? Xiao Huzi turned and walked away, snorting, she won't compromise, you won't compromise, so keep fighting. I'm done with this. Hey. I'll compromise. Shui Yang hurriedly grabbed him. Xiao Huzi finally stopped in his tracks and snorted, if you're a man, show some responsibility. All right. Shui Yang gave a wry laugh. I give in, I'll show my sincerity. If I need to take responsibility, I'll take responsibility. Xiao Huzi jerked his chin toward the main kitchen. Come on, let's talk while we eat. Shui Yang's stomach had been growling for a while, so he grabbed his phone and power bank and headed out. Wait. Xiao Huzi reminded him, aren't you going to change your clothes? You're just going out in your pajamas. Shui Yang shook his head. I don't have to work this morning, so I'm just lounging around at home. Who cares? Xiao Huzi shot him a sidelong glance and countered, shouldn't you at least video call uncle and auntie? Try to explain things. If you're going to apologize, you have to show you mean it. With his hair still wet and messy, and wearing a loose bathrobe that barely covered him, how could he possibly video call his elders to apologize looking like that? Never mind anything else, just the attitude was all wrong. I don't dare, Shui Yang admitted, giving in immediately. Xiaohuzi couldn't help but ask, seriously? You're just going to rely on Ranji for everything? He's the one who caused this mess, so who else should clean it up if not him? Shui Yang said gloomily. How did I not realize before that he was such a gossip? How could he spread something like this for everyone to hear? Xiaohuzi laughed and scolded. You got drunk and started blabbing nonsense, and now you have the nerve to blame someone else. You brought this on yourself. Shui Yang gave an awkward grin. Later, help me talk to Big Brother, see if you can get him to plead for me. Once I've eaten, I'll go apologize to Xiao Xiao and try to cheer her up. Xiaohuzi couldn't help but remind him, you didn't forget again, did you? You can't get in touch with her right now. Could she have gone to a temple in the mountains? Shui Yang wondered aloud. The mountains? Xiaohuzi looked puzzled. A temple? No way. Is she so upset she's gone to become a nun? Come on. Shui Yang laughed and scolded. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. It's a monastery for monks, not nuns. Xiaohuzi asked curiously, is it on the mountain near her family? High up. Shui Yang explained, it's still dozens of kilometers from her family's place, not exactly close. She told me before that whenever her training wasn't going well, or if she was injured and on break, or just feeling down, she liked to go up to the mountaintop, eat vegetarian meals, donate some rice or money, and play with the little novice monks up there. No wonder. Xiaohuzi guessed, she's probably up there where there's no cell signal, so no one can reach her. Shui Yang nodded. That's most likely it. Xiaohuzi advised, things have gotten a bit out of hand. Why don't you make another trip down south and bring her back yourself? Going in person shows you're sincere. Only when they see you two are okay will Uncle and Auntie really feel at ease and calm down. Go again. Shui Yang immediately pulled a long face. I really can't get away right now. The two of them arrived at the main dining hall. The table had already been cleared, leaving only the cold, empty dining table. Shaoli came in cheerfully and asked, Second young master, there's still some warm soy milk inside. Should I steam a few char siu buns for you? Sure. Shui Yang rubbed his empty stomach. And some fresh pork noodles. The biggest bowl you've got. Shaoli nodded quickly. No. Xiaohuzi stopped her and glared at Shui Yang. You were drunk last night and even threw up. No meat for you. Eat something light. Shui Yang gave an embarrassed smile and changed his order. Then, just a bowl of pork congee. Not too much meat, Xiaohuzi added. Shaoli agreed and hurried off. Picking up the earlier conversation, Shui Yang explained, recently, business partners have been popping up like mushrooms after the rain, all rushing to schedule meetings. My calendar is packed. I have to meet 5 clients this afternoon, 1 over dinner and 2 more tonight. Every day is fully booked. How am I supposed to go south? Xiaohuzi snorted. What happened to all that talk about compromise? Sincerity? Responsibility? Did you feed all that to the dogs the moment I turned around? Huh? Shui Yang explained sheepishly, I'll try to smooth things over first. If it doesn't work, I'll go south. Xiaohuzi snorted, at a time like this, you're still thinking about making money? Are you that desperate for cash? Even if you are, can't you spare a day or 2? What's more important, your wife or your money? Don't you know the answer? If you miss a business opportunity, you can always work hard to get another one. But if you lose her, you might never get her back. If you keep dragging your feet, don't blame me if you regret it when it's too late. Shui Yang meekly gave in, I'll book a flight for tonight, no matter how late, I'll go. Exactly. Xiaohuzi said. Just hand things over to your assistant for now. You hired all those people, you can't just let them collect a paycheck for nothing. Give them the work and just keep an eye on things yourself. There's no need to do everything personally. If you insist on handling everything yourself, you'll work yourself to death. It's not easy. Shui Yang gave a wry smile. I'm still new to this, so I'd rather keep a close eye on things for now. Xiaohuzi couldn't help but ask, how's the sportswear company doing? Can't even fill all the orders. Shui Yang replied, everything we put up sells out in minutes. I've basically handed that side over to my partners now, and I'm focusing on live stream e-commerce. There's huge potential in this market, so I have to move fast and grab my share. Xiao Huzi was full of envy and muttered, "It hasn't even been that long, and you've already made so much. What are you so anxious about? Every minute counts," Shui Yang said. "I'm running ads, attracting followers, and keeping everything in check. I've been working nonstop, or I wouldn't have made that first wave of money. Now that the foundation is set, I need to work even harder and make the most of this opportunity." Xiao Huzi nodded. "That's great. As for your wife, just agree to whatever she wants for now and win her back. She's just worried you'll cheat on her, that's all. Women want a sense of security, it's understandable. You used to be surrounded by swimmers, now you're surrounded by all these pretty girls. No wonder she's suspicious." Shui Yang muttered gloomily, "I just feel like she doesn't need to doubt me." "Yeah, right?" Xiao Huzi shot back. "Put yourself in her shoes. What if you stayed home with the kid while she went out to work, surrounded by a bunch of young, handsome guys all day? Wouldn't you feel a little insecure? Wouldn't you worry?" Shui Yang was taken aback, but in the end, he had to admit Xiao Huzi had a point. "But that's just my work environment. Maybe she could be my assistant, follow me around 24/7, and keep an eye on me." Xiao Huzi rolled his eyes. "Go tell her that, not me. The more open you are, the less you try to hide or make excuses, the more she'll trust you. You can invite her to help out at the live stream company whenever she's free, even if it's just bringing you a drink or some food. The more involved she is, the more she'll understand your real work environment, and the more at ease she'll feel." "That actually makes sense." Shui Yang broke into a smile. "All right, I'll take your advice on that too." Xiao Huzi let out a chuckle and said with a sigh, "I've been through this myself, you know. Just speaking from experience." "Huh?" Shui Yang felt a little embarrassed and ladled a bowl of soy milk for him. "We've been talking for ages, you must be thirsty. Here, have some to soothe your throat." Xiao Huzi didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the service without a second thought. "I served you tea and water last night and stayed up with you all night. Wouldn't it be wrong if you didn't return the favor?" Of course. Shui Yang nodded repeatedly. "It's only right." After thinking for a moment, Xiao Huzi reminded him, "I heard there's a typhoon brewing over the southern seas. Not sure if your wife's side is affected. You'd better check and don't delay booking your ticket." Shui Yang quickly pulled out his phone. "Doesn't matter if I can or not. I'll just book one right away. The typhoon's still near the coast, so it shouldn't affect things for now." While drinking his soy milk, Xiao Huzi took out his phone and dialed Cheng Huanran's number. But Cheng Huanran didn't pick up. Shui Yang shrank his neck and whispered, "When you talk to my brother, tell him you already beat me up. Say I've been wasting away over this divorce, feeling miserable as hell." "I can't say that," Xiao Huzi interrupted coldly. "I nearly spat out the soy milk I just drank." Shui Yang rolled his eyes. "At least tell him how pitiful I am, will you? Otherwise, he'll chew me out, and my dad might beat me up too. Just make it sound as tragic as possible. The more miserable, the better. Try to get me some sympathy." Xiao Huzi could only agree with difficulty, grumbling, "Must have owed you in a past life. And you still owe me in this one." Shui Yang replied with a cheeky grin. A while later, Cheng Huanran called back. Xiao Huzi hurried outside with his phone and started making things up off the top of his head. "Ranji Yangong? He's still asleep. Got way too drunk last night, looks terrible. I'm just about to call the family doctor over. Fever? No fever, just keeps mumbling your wife's name in his sleep." Sigh. It's both infuriating and pitiful. After a round of exaggerated misery, Xiao Huzi received another bombshell and rushed back in after hanging up. Shui Yang was wolfing down his food. Xiao Huzi's eyes widened as he announced the explosive news. "Ranji and Auntie are bringing the kids back. Their flight's this afternoon. They'll be in the capital tonight." Shui Yang was dumbfounded, nearly dropping his spoon. "My mom? Why are they suddenly coming back? Huh? Wait, what about my dad? He's not coming, right? The kids too? Seriously?" Xiao Huzi snorted, "Don't play dumb. Why are they coming back? If not for you and your wife's mess, why would Andy bother? You know exactly why. She's bringing all 4 kids back to you too." Can't you see what's going on? Isn't it obvious? Shui Yang panicked, forgetting all about his porridge. I can't handle those 4 little troublemakers right now. What did my mom say? No. What did my brother say? He's coming too. Xiaohuzi nodded. Ranji said he's coming back for business and will help bring the kids. Andy said you and Xiao have too much free time, otherwise you wouldn't have stirred up all this drama. She also said from now on, you two are responsible for your own kids. Take responsibility for yourselves. Shui Yang looked terrified. I'd rather get a few beatings from my dad. Get real. Xiaohuzi reminded him again, they're packing up right now. They'll be in the capital tonight. Shui Yang suddenly looked up. Wait. They'll have to quarantine after they arrive. At least 2 weeks. Xiaohuzi shook his phone and explained. Ranji said Qing Xiao already made a special arrangement with the authorities. After they land, they'll be taken to Qing Xiao's private villa for quarantine. Medical staff will be assigned for regular checkups, and all logistics will be handled. Auntie and the kids will be well taken care of. Sooner or later, they'd have to come back anyway, and with a big shot like Qing Xiao looking after them, it's all very convenient. Shui Yang let out a sigh of relief. That's good, I guess. Avoiding the problem won't solve it. Xiaohuzi reminded him. Auntie's definitely going to give you a piece of her mind. If Uncle Yuan didn't have to stay behind to look after the elders, you'd be in for a beating for sure. Shui Yang forced a laugh. At least I've got 2 weeks. If I can coax Xiao back before they return to Xinyuan, we'll just miss each other. Problem solved, and even if my mom's mad, she won't go too hard on me. Xiaohuzi nodded. That's true. Make the most of it. Oh, by the way, your Uncle Heng and cousin are coming too. They'll quarantine with Auntie and the others. Nice, Shui Yang muttered. Last time Xiao came back, she flew alone and had to quarantine in a hotel by herself. Pretty rough. Xiaohuzi shot back, you didn't know? Only just realized? If your wife wasn't coming back for you, why else would she travel all this way? 2 weeks of quarantine isn't as easy as it sounds. Yeah, Shui Yang mumbled. Back then, he'd been too busy sulking to realize how hard it must have been for her to fly all that way, only to be stuck in quarantine. But Xiaohuzi was happy for him, explaining, if a couple's having issues, having the kids around to mediate helps smooth things over. You haven't seen the kids for over half a year, you must miss them a lot. I'm sure your wife feels the same. Nothing in the world is better than a family reunion. Auntie's bringing the kids back to help you two patch things up sooner. Shui Yang couldn't help but ask, so my mom plans to leave the kids here? Not take them back. Yep. Xiaohuzi replied. Ranji said he'll stay in the capital for a while. Auntie will bring the kids back, sort out your problems, then head back herself. The kids will stay with you, they're not going back to country. Shui Yang gave a bitter smile. That's even harder than getting a few beatings. Why? Xiaohuzi looked incredulous. Don't you miss your kids? Seriously? Shui Yang shot him a look. Of course I do. If I go 2 days without video chatting with them, I get all kinds of anxious. Xiaohuzi countered, so what's the problem? I was hoping for some alone time with Xiao, Shui Yang admitted. We've barely seen each other these past 6 months. Her being upset might have something to do with that. I wanted to spend more time with her after coaxing her back. Then bring the kids back for New Year's. Xiaohuzi shook his head. No chance now. If you'd thought of that earlier, things wouldn't have gotten so bad between you two. What were you doing all this time? Shui Yang sighed helplessly. Yeah, what was I doing? Oh well, I'll just deal with things as they come. At least I've got 2 weeks, let's take it one step at a time. After breakfast, Shui Yang hurried back to his room to change clothes. Xiaohuzi gave Cheng Huanran another update, explaining where Wang Xiao might have gone. Cheng Huanran said that Lin Qingji's people had quickly tracked down Wang Xiao's whereabouts. She really was at the small temple on the mountaintop. Xiaohuzi quickly added that Shui Yang would be flying over tonight to try and coax her back. Cheng Huanran didn't care at all. If he can't get her back, he can just wait to get beaten up. We're far away now, so if he wants to play ostrich and hide, we'll let him off for the moment. But Mom and I are heading back soon. He can hide for a while, but not forever. Xiaohuzi struggled to hold back a laugh, but still tried to plead Shui Yang's case. Cheng Huanran had to go pack, so he said he'd be in touch once he got back to the capital, then hung up. Xiao Huzi wandered over to Shui Yang's room and found him already dressed for work, about to head out. "I thought you didn't have work until the afternoon?" Shui Yang explained, "I'm flying south tonight, so I want to meet with tonight's clients earlier and get more work done ahead of time. That way I won't fall behind." "You're really going all out," Xiao Huzi shrugged. "I took time off to keep you company, but now you're off to work." "Forget it. I'll just go back to my room and catch a nap." "Don't." Shui Yang lifted his chin. "Come with me to meet the clients, and we can swing by the live stream company too." Xiao Huzi perked up. "Your live stream company is still under renovation while working at the same time. If it hadn't been for the construction, I'd have gone over already to check it out." "Sure, let's go." The two of them drove out of Xinyuan, heading straight for the live stream company. But halfway there, Xiao Huzi's phone rang. He answered, and after just a couple of sentences, his expression changed and his voice grew tense. "Pack up?" "Pack what?" No, wait. Let me ask, are the kids quarantined together or separately?" He nervously fired off a few more questions before finally hanging up. Shui Yang asked suspiciously, "What happened?" "Where's the trouble now?" "In Xiaoxiohu's class." Xiao Huzi explained irritably. "One of the parents snuck off on a trip without reporting it and caught something. Then his wife and kid both came down with fevers. They finally couldn't take it anymore and went to the hospital today, and that's when it was diagnosed." "You're kidding." Shui Yang cursed angrily. "Why didn't they report it? That's just endangering everyone." "So irresponsible. Grown adults with no sense of social responsibility." Xiao Huzi was furious too. The teacher said everyone in the class, including the teachers, might have been exposed. Now they all have to follow the epidemic control staff's instructions and go into quarantine. Since the kids are so young and there are a lot of them, they'll probably be quarantined together at school, since it's hard to move them all. "That's the best plan," Shui Yang frowned. "Last time, there was a case in the office building next door. So many people coming and going, 500 or 600 in total. Where could you find enough rooms for them all?" In the end, they had to quarantine in place, deliver supplies and bedding, and just try to keep things running. Then do 3 or 4 rounds of testing a day, slowly screening and transferring people as needed. Xiao Huzi gave a wry smile. "But this time it's all kids, just 6 or 7 years old. They can't be without their parents or teachers." Shui Yang couldn't help asking, "What about you? Do you have to quarantine too?" "I have to get tested for a week straight," Xiao Huzi explained. "For now, I have to wait for further notice. The school leaders and teachers are all scrambling to figure things out. Once they have a plan, they'll let us know." Shui Yang thought for a moment. "How many days has it been? How long have they had fevers?" "A few days, I think," Xiao Huzi tried to recall. "Anyway, the whole family's been confirmed." Shui Yang glanced at him and suggested, "Bro, just in case, maybe you shouldn't come out with me." "Oh, come on." Xiao Huzi snapped. "I feel fine. I even shared a room with you last night. If it's contagious, you'd already have it too." "Shui Yang." Xiao Huzi waved his hand. "Let's head back. Don't think I'm that eager to see your new company. I need to go help Xiaoxiohu pack, and there are things I need to run out and buy." "No time." Shui Yang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned the car around toward Xinyuan. "I'm just worried that if you have to quarantine, I'll get caught up in it too. I have to fly south tonight. It's urgent. I can't afford any delays." I know. Xiao Huzi understood. "I'm just worried Xiaoxiohu might get infected. He's still so little, and if he has to quarantine, who knows if he'll make a fuss." Shui Yang reassured him, "Don't worry. If he's surrounded by his friends, they might just treat it like a big group activity. And the teachers will be there too. Just think of it as an extra long school event. You'll finally get a few days to yourself." But Xiao Huzi couldn't relax. "All right, let's hurry back. I need to pack his daily necessities and buy him a few warm jackets. It's autumn now. If the temperature drops, he'll need them." "Hey," Shui Yang reminded him, "if you're going out, remember to wear a mask. If you're a close contact, you're a priority for protection." Xiao Huzi nodded, not daring to be careless. "Don't worry. We always wear masks in crowded places." With a kid at home, you can't be too careful. When they got back to the gate of Xinyuan, Xiao Huzi was just about to open the car door when his phone rang again. He hurried to answer. His expression changed again, and he turned to glare at Shui Yang. Shui Yang felt a chill run down his spine under that glare and shrank his shoulders. What? It's not my dad, is it? Xiao Huzi swallowed. Are you sure? Is it necessary? Really necessary? I only talked to her for a few minutes. No, maybe not even a few minutes. Whatever the person on the other end said, Xiao Huzi finally sighed in resignation. All right, I'll go pack up. Don't worry, I'll be careful. I'll cooperate as much as I can. Hearing this, Shui Yang's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Huzi hung up and looked at him, speechless. Shui Yang felt a chill. What happened? I have to quarantine, Xiao Huzi said, dead inside. I talked to Xiaoxiu's teacher this morning for a bit, doing a family survey. She just tested positive and has been sent to the hospital. I'm a close contact, so I have to go into quarantine. You're kidding. Shui Yang panicked. You have to quarantine? Where? What about me? Xiao Huzi glanced at his phone and said quietly, You're a secondary contact, so you probably don't have to. But you might not be able to fly south tonight. Shui Yang. Win Country, Seaside Royal Villa District. A few children were happily playing in the sand on the beach, their laughter ringing out from time to time. Who watched Minnie who below, covered in sand and having a great time, and couldn't help but smile along with him. Wang Qing, who was sitting in a wheelchair, saw this and couldn't help but tug at his hand. I'm reluctant, but if he doesn't have playmates, he won't be happy either. Who gave a wry smile at her words and patted his wife's hand. That's right. I'm really torn too. He's been with us here for over half a year now. He's grown taller, become more lively, and speaks much more fluently. We've gotten so used to having him wander around us all the time. If he goes back, I'll really miss him. But if he doesn't go back, he can't be isolated alone in the future. If we keep him here, I'm afraid he'll be lonely without Xiao Shuang and the others to play with. But Wang Qing had already made up her mind and said, Let's let him go back. Let him go with them. Children need to be with their parents. They can't be apart for too long. That's true, Ahu muttered. We're just the grandparents, after all. We can't take the place of his mom and dad. Wang Qing nodded gently. Ahu hesitated, but he was also reluctant to leave such a good environment. We could actually go back with them too. But it's already autumn in the capital, and soon it'll be winter. Winters there are so long, at least several months. I really don't want you to be stuck at home again, unable to go out. Since coming here, Wang Qing's health had improved a lot, especially her speech, which had become noticeably clearer. Every time Xiao Huzi video called them, he would observe his mother's complexion and expression, and almost every time he would praise how rosy Wang Qing looked. Here, they ate well and nutritiously, lived comfortably and happily, and had good friends and children around every day. Naturally, their bodies and minds became healthier. Besides, I heard from Ah Heng and Uncle Jilan that the pandemic isn't friendly to us elderly, especially those with underlying conditions. My health isn't great, and neither is yours. If we catch it, the consequences could be serious. This place is isolated from the world, hardly any outsiders come and go, and the environment is so good, I really can't bear to go back. Wang Qing chuckled softly. But this isn't our home. Sooner or later, we have to go back. But not now, Ahu explained. Uncle Jilan said this virus will gradually evolve, and in a few years it should be able to coexist peacefully with humans. Maybe in 2 or 3 years, it'll be gone. But right now, it's too dangerous outside. It's safer to stay here. After all, they didn't have to hide away forever. They could just stay a few more years and see how things went. Anyway, this place was beautiful, and every day felt like a vacation in paradise. Wasn't it normal not to want to leave? I never thought about going back. I just can't bear to leave the grandkids. Everything else, I'm 100% satisfied with. Wang Qing smiled. Ahu sighed, oh well. Let's just let him go back. There'll only be Ah Chengzhe left here, and without a playmate, he'll definitely be lonely. It's better for them to go back together and be quarantined with the others. He should be fine. Wang Qing couldn't help but remind him Qing Xiao's arrangements are the best. Of course. Ah Hu explained, if we flew back on our own, we'd have to follow the health department's quarantine instructions. But Qing Xiao's arranged place is private. Not only are there professional doctors and nurses, but also chefs and servants. It's not quarantine at all. It's just another vacation spot. Minnie, who is still young. Without playmates or a good environment, he might act up. Since we have such a great opportunity, Minnie, who shouldn't miss out. At that moment, Xue Zhilan came in from outside, carrying a large bag. Ah Hu hurried over to help when he saw him. Xue Zhilan waved him off with a smile. No need, no need. It's just an empty bag, nothing inside. Oh. Ah Hu laughed and asked, for packing a Hong and the others' luggage. That's right, Xue Zhilan explained. Xiaohan's suitcases are all full. She even borrowed mine, but it still wasn't enough. Girls always bring a lot of stuff, and with all the shopping during this time, it's at least half again as much. Butlerly had a few big bags sent over, and since I was free, I went to pick them up. Ah Hu asked curiously, there's still one more inside. More than one, Xue Zhilan replied. At least 5 or 6, all big bags. Ah Hu laughed heartily. Girls are meticulous and love to dress up. It's normal to have more things. Exactly, Xue Zhilan sighed. Good thing we have a private jet. Otherwise, just getting all this luggage through airport security would be exhausting. Ah Hu and Wang Qing both laughed. Xue Zhilan couldn't help but ask, is Minnie Hu going back with them? Have you decided? We have, Ah Hu said helplessly. Just decided, he'll go back with them. Xue Zhilan agreed. Once Xiao Zhu and the others leave, he'll be the only kid left here. He'd inevitably feel lonely. Kids need playmates to grow up with, and this villa district is practically empty, hardly any kids around. Even if some families let their kids come over, the language and habits are all different. It's better for him to go back. Exactly. Ah Hu explained. That's the main reason. Once he goes back, he probably won't be able to come back. Not necessarily, Xue Zhilan smiled. I heard from Lingling that during winter and summer vacations, they'll bring the kids back. Ah Hu's eyes widened in surprise. Really? That's so extravagant. Flying back and forth like that costs a fortune. Lingling and the others aren't short on money, Xue Zhilan said. The only thing is, the kids all have to be tested in advance to make sure they're not positive. Only then can they come back together. Ah Hu nodded approvingly. Right? That's for sure. Sister-in-law always makes the best arrangements. Where's Lingling? Wang Qing asked, looking around slowly. Xue Zhilan replied, she's helping my wife wash her hair. My wife is used to Lingling helping her, and since she's worried Lingling will be gone for a long time, she wanted her to wash it one more time before leaving. Lingling is having her eldest daughter-in-law watch and learn, hoping Anin can help out sometimes. Why not just hire someone? Ah Hu suggested. Getting a professional hairdresser should be easy. No, Xue Zhilan explained. With the pandemic everywhere, the Villa District sent out a notice last night. No outsiders are allowed in and out of the compound. Anything brought in has to be disinfected first. See, even these bags were sprayed with disinfectant at the gate before they'd let me bring them in. It's that serious? Ah Hu was a bit stunned. Is it getting bad here too? Xue Zhilan replied, right now, only the domestic situation is relatively stable. But there are still occasional cases. This is a royal compound, after all, so strict management is understandable. Of course, of course. Ah Hu agreed. Wang Qing had been worried about her son and daughter far away in the imperial capital, but after hearing that things were actually more peaceful back home now, she finally felt relieved. All the kids are in the country. I just hope they stay safe. Xue Zhilian smiled reassuringly, don't worry. Young people have stronger immune systems than we do. Even if they do catch it, most of them just need to take some medicine and rest for a few days, and they'll gradually recover. The cough might linger a bit, but with some medication and care, they'll get better. Really? Ah Hu asked doubtfully. Is the death rate high? Xue Zhilian shook her head. Not really. The virus keeps mutating, but hopefully a vaccine will be developed soon. Then there'll be nothing to worry about. Who couldn't help but ask, a vaccine? What about medicine? How's Awan's research going? They're still working on it, Shui Jilian explained. Medicine can't be developed that quickly, it takes time, step by step. Who frowned. But what if the medicine can't keep up with the mutations? Is it still worth developing? Of course, Shui Jilian replied. No matter how hard it is, we have to speed up drug development. Huan and his team are working overtime, hoping for a breakthrough as soon as possible. It's really not easy. Who sighed. Wang Qing echoed, it's really not easy. Shui Jilian said, we're not professionals, so there's not much we can do to help. All we can do is protect ourselves, stay put, and not cause extra trouble for the country and the government. Wang Qing nodded. Right. Who said, we're just ordinary folks. Whatever the country says, we'll cooperate. I heard if you don't cooperate, you could be detained or punished. Only with strict measures will everyone comply. We just have to do as we're told and be careful not to get infected, that's all we can do. We have to be especially cautious, Shui Jilian reminded them again. We're getting older, and we have some underlying health conditions. If we catch it, the risk is much higher than for young people. Who nodded timidly. I haven't dared to go out. I'll just stay here with Qing. But there are a lot of cases outside now, aren't there? What should we do? Will it affect us? Don't worry, Shui Jilian explained. This place is locked down, and food supplies are handled very carefully. Plus, the weather here is really hot, which isn't good for the virus. As long as we don't go out and stay put, we should be fine. That's good. Who shook his head. We definitely won't go out. But Xiaohuzi said there are still cases popping up in the capital from time to time. It's making everyone nervous. Little Hu was quarantined at school yesterday because a classmate tested positive, so the whole class had to isolate and get tested. Xiaohuzi was taken into quarantine too, as a direct contact. It's okay, Shui Jilian reassured them. Ranan told me last night Xiaohuzi just needs to stay there for 2 weeks, and as long as his tests are clear, he can leave. Ugh. Who cursed, frowning. This damn virus. Not only does it make everyone anxious, but traveling in and out of the country is a hassle, and daily life is disrupted. Once you're affected, who knows how many people can't live or work normally. Take Xiaohuzi, he can't go to work for half a month. Luckily, Xiaowen is helping run the club, or how would things keep going? It's such a waste of time and resources. Shui Jilian couldn't help but sigh as well. Luckily, the country is so careful and strict. Even if it means wasting manpower and resources, it's worth it to avoid the deadly consequences of the virus. If they just let things go, who knows how many people would die, especially elderly people like us. Who grumbled, but it's too strict. What about our daily lives? Look at this. Even when no one's really sick, they make the whole family and all the kids quarantine for half a month. If Qingxiao didn't have connections and couldn't arrange for them to quarantine privately, the kids would go crazy. Stuck in a small room for over 2 weeks, eating, drinking, and sleeping all in there, how can kids handle that? Wang Qing felt sorry for them too, and said softly, the kids will get stir-crazy. Shui Jilian disagreed and explained, there are so many people in this country, especially in big cities like the capital. We have to be extra careful. If we're not strict, some cases will slip through the cracks. If an infected person goes out, rides the bus, walks around, or plays in a public square, how many people could get infected? And then those people could infect their families, coworkers, anyone they come into contact with. If you add it all up, who knows how many people could be affected? That's why things have to be strict, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who still didn't quite get it. But why aren't other countries this strict? Why do we have to make things so complicated and tense? Shui Jilian chuckled, because we have a huge population, and because our country cares about the health and lives of ordinary people. Wang Qing nodded in agreement. Yes, they're protecting us. But when will the virus go away? Who said with a bitter smile. When will it end? It's been so long, and it feels like it'll never be over. Xiao Huzi and his son are both in quarantine, and I heard Yang can't go out either and has to self-isolate somewhere. My sister-in-law and the kids have to quarantine for more than half a month after going back. It's just too much trouble. Xue Jilian shook her head helplessly. I don't know. I just hope this wave of the pandemic ends soon, so everyone doesn't have to go through all this hassle and hardship. Who explained, we're only letting the kids go back this time because Qing Xiao can help take care of things. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the heart to let them go. That's good, Xue Jilian lowered her voice. In special situations like this, if you don't have the right connections and a strong background, it's impossible to arrange things. I'm really happy for Aheng and Xiaohan that they could catch this lucky break. Xiaohan hates being cooped up. If she had to quarantine in a hotel, she'd probably cry. She's never suffered much, and she's delicate. She can't handle tough conditions. Exactly. Who said cheerfully. That's why we wouldn't have let Minnie who go back otherwise. Luckily, by the time his quarantine is over, his dad and brother should be fine too. Otherwise, we'd be worried about who would take care of him. Xue Jilian asked suspiciously, isn't Yang still there? I heard he's self-isolating in his room at Xinyuan for at least a week. He can barely take care of himself. Who explained? He's in quarantine, but he still has to work, video meetings, talking to clients, negotiating deals. He's got no free time at all. That's tough. Xue Jilian picked up her travel bag. I'd better get going. Aheng and the others are waiting for these bags to pack their luggage. The flight was delayed yesterday because of a thunderstorm, but the weather's good today, so we should be able to leave on time this afternoon. All right. Who waved. See you later. Upstairs, outside in the corridor. Mrs. Xue sat on a chaise lounge, basking in the sunlight and enjoying the sea breeze. Xue Ling carefully dried her mother's silver hair with a hairdryer, reminding her as she worked, if you wash your hair at night, don't come straight outside. The sea breeze is strong, and it gets chilly in the evenings. If your hair is still wet, it's easy to catch a cold. I know, Mrs. Xue teased. I'm just old, not senile. Xue Ling set down the hairdryer and began to comb her mother's hair. I've already told housekeeper Li and Anan that when they help you wash your hair, you should lie down instead of bending your neck. You need to remember that too, don't just lower your head for too long. All right. Mrs. Xue joked about herself. Getting old is useless. I can't even lower my head anymore. When I was young, I never bowed to difficulties. Now that I'm old and life isn't difficult anymore, I still refuse to bow my head. Xue Ling laughed and gently stroked her mother's silvery hair. That's because you're a new era woman who never learned how to bow her head. Mrs. Xue's smile held a trace of bitterness. That so-called new era is long gone. Our new era was decades ago. The new era now belongs to the young people. It has nothing to do with us anymore. The new era is wonderful and novel, but while we never bowed our heads, we still have to bend our backs. Isn't that how it goes? Xue Ling smiled. I'm a generation younger than you, and even I have to admit I'm getting old, let alone you. Mrs. Xue chuckled and sighed. It's easy to accept getting old, but it's hard to accept your own aging. Go on, get back to whatever you need to do. Your father and I can still get around. Besides, isn't Ayuan here? He's even more attentive than you, and nags us old folks even more than you do. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. So, are you praising your son-in-law or complaining about him? Of course I'm praising him, Mrs. Xue said emphatically. He's my son-in-law. Taking care of us isn't really his duty. The fact that he does it is pure kindness. How could I not praise him? He does it so well that we can't find fault. Whatever he says, we just have to do. Exactly. Xue Ling teased. When I say something 3 times, you all pretend not to hear. But when a Yuan says it once, you all obey immediately. I guess a son-in-law's words really carry more weight. Of course, Mrs. Xue replied bluntly. You can't compare to him, not at all. Xue Ling grinned. That's why I leave your son-in-law here to take care of you too, while I go off to look after the grandkids. At the mention of her great-grandchildren, Mrs. Xue's heart softened. They're all still so little, at the age where they can't be without their mother. Since Xiao Xiao can't come back yet, you need to help look after them. Taking care of someone else's children is a responsibility. Xueling couldn't help but laugh. So as a grandma, I have no obligation to watch the kids, but I do have the responsibility. Exactly. Mrs. Shui explained. When young people entrust their children to you, they expect you to take good care of them. If you don't, if the kids get hurt or sick, they'll naturally think you weren't careful enough or did something wrong. That's just how it is. If you do well, they take it for granted. If you don't, they'll secretly blame you. Xueling understood the hidden meaning in her mother's words. Kids and their parents can't be separated for too long. Things are pretty stable here now, and the situation is even better than abroad. We've been here for 8 or 9 months. It's about time to go back. Mrs. Shui nodded. That's right. It's fine for you to help, but you can't do everything. You're getting older, and you can't keep up with society anymore. You can't teach the kids as well as their own parents. In the end, it's up to their real parents to raise them. Grandparents can't compare. Don't think you're so great. Young people are much more capable than we are. True, true, Xueling nodded vigorously. Ultimately, it's up to their parents. We're just here to help, not to be full-time grandparents. Mrs. Shui raised her sparse eyebrows and said quietly, you also need to think about your other daughters-in-law. You don't just have Yang as a son, and Xiao Xiao isn't your only daughter-in-law. You're helping your second son with 4 kids. What about your eldest? If you help your son, can you not help your daughter? You need to consider all sides, not just help wherever you can. Your eldest already has 1 child and will have a second soon. The 4th is about to have a baby, and the 3rd isn't far behind. You have 4 children, you may not favor anyone, but if you always help just one, over time the others will mind, won't they? You're right, Xueling said with a wry smile. Before, it was just the second son's family, so we naturally helped them more. But now the eldest has kids too, we can't just help the second son's family all the time. Mrs. Shui looked around and said, don't think all your daughters-in-law are so understanding that you can be careless. Even if they are, as elders you have to be fair. Otherwise, over time, the younger generation will inevitably feel dissatisfied or even resentful. I understand. Xueling gently stroked her mother's hair and said softly, thank you for the reminder. Mrs. Shui nodded in satisfaction and said quietly, you've only been grandparents for a few years, so of course there are things you haven't thought through. Remember, don't favor any one family or child. Treat them all equally. When it comes to looking after the kids, be consistent. Let their parents handle things themselves, and we just lend a hand. If they have something urgent, we help out temporarily, but not for the long term. No matter how capable you are, you can't be everywhere at once, so you have to be careful. Yes, Xueling said with a wry smile. Yuan and I aren't young anymore. When the kids get rowdy, we get dizzy easily. Even with 4 or 5 kids and a nanny to help, we're still overwhelmed. If there are any more, it'll be impossible. Take care of yourselves, Mrs. Shui continued to remind her. It's not that the kids aren't filial, they're just busy earning money and looking after their own families and children. They don't have time to care for you. While you're helping them, you need to look after yourselves too. If you fall ill, they can take care of the little ones, but not you. If you stay healthy and happy, they'll have no worries. Care for others, but care for yourselves even more, especially at your age, when it's easy to be overlooked. Isn't that the truth? Xueling grumbled. Now that Yuan and I are older, we get tired easily. We don't mention our little aches and pains because we don't want the younger ones to worry. They think we're still as strong as ever, but they have no idea how hard it is for us. Of course they can't understand, Shui's mother shook her head. They're so busy every day, making money, socializing, spending time with their partners. Where would they find the time to look after you? Unless you collapse, only then will they realize they need to take care of their parents. Xueling couldn't help but laugh. Exactly. Unless we fall ill, they'll always think we're superhero parents. Her mother spoke earnestly, we've been through it all, so we understand how hard it is for you. Our family is relatively well off, at least we don't have to worry about our next meal. But the better off you are, the more likely other conflicts arise. As long as you're human, you'll always have worries. If it's not one thing, it's another. Sometimes it's minor, sometimes it's serious. That's the only difference. There's no such thing as a life without worries. That's true, Xueling gave a bitter smile and sighed. I've lived for decades, but it seems like there haven't been many easy days. Her mother rubbed the wrinkles on her forehead and said, I'm almost 100, and I haven't had many easy days either. Didn't I just say? As long as you're human, you'll have worries. It's a bit better when you're a kid, Xueling chuckled. You don't understand much, just muddle through, as long as you have food and toys. Her mother shook her head. Kids have their worries too. Today they want fried dough sticks, tomorrow they want soy milk, the day after they want to go to the park. But you can't always get what you want, right? So they get disappointed and upset too. Don't think old people have no worries, it's the same. Xueling gently stroked her mother's hair, comforting her. Fewer desires, fewer expectations, and you'll have fewer worries. The key is your attitude. Exactly. Her mother snorted. At our age, we can let go of a lot. If you still can't, then there's nothing to be done, you're just making yourself suffer, and what's the point of that? If I couldn't let things go, I wouldn't have lived this long. Xueling teased. If you could let go even more, maybe you'd live to 200. Keep it up. Haha. The old lady laughed. Wouldn't that make me a monster? I'm human, not a god. How could I be that amazing? Xueling deliberately praised. With your wisdom and intelligence, becoming an immortal or a goddess would be a piece of cake. Oh, give it a rest. Her mother waved her hand. Being human is hard enough, and you want me to be an immortal? Wouldn't that be even harder? No thanks. Xueling burst out laughing. What, you wouldn't even want to be a goddess if you could? What for? Her mother said with disdain. I've been human all these years and still haven't figured it out. Now you want me to be a goddess? No way. The longer you live, the more worries you have. Xueling put away the comb and sat beside her elderly mother. People always say being an immortal is blissful. Maybe immortals really are happy. Otherwise, why would they say so? You really believe everything you hear? Her mother retorted mockingly. Everyone tells you to work hard and you'll get this or that. Others tell you to do this or that, and you'll get something else. But how much of that is actually true? You can't believe everything people say. Who is proof? Who can guarantee it? Maybe real immortals are miserable, frowning every day, envying us ordinary folks. Xueling stifled a laugh and nodded in agreement. Good point. Otherwise, why would the 7 fairies descend to marry a poor scholar, or the weaver girl marry a cowherd? If being an immortal was so wonderful, why would they choose a hard life on Earth, right? Exactly. Her mother giggled. So, let's just enjoy our comfortable days. Even immortals would envy us. Xueling looked at her mother with admiration. Mom, if I live to your age, I hope I can be as open-minded and optimistic as you. That's tough. Her mother glanced at her. You can't compare to me, not at all. Xueling. That answer stings a little. The old lady fiddled with her peachwood comb, smiling. I only have to worry about 1 husband and 1 daughter. I don't have to manage anything else. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. But you're different. You have a husband, 4 kids, and in the future, a dozen grandkids. I don't have the ability to manage them, but you do. Can you not care? Would you dare not care? So even if you reach my age, you won't be as carefree and optimistic as me. Xueling muttered to herself, now I'm even more jealous of you. What am I supposed to do? No need to be jealous, her mother comforted her cheerfully. The capable do more, that's how it should be. However much talent heaven gives you, that's how much responsibility you have to bear. The more you're given, the more you have to give. When you can't give anymore, that's when it's time to go. Xueling squeezed her mother's soft shoulders and laughed. If I want to live longer, I'll have to keep working hard. Since you don't have to give as much, you can keep living longer too. Her mother closed her eyes, enjoying her daughter's massage. Debts to parents, debts to children, they all have to be repaid, one by one. If you can't pay them back or don't pay them back properly, you'll keep worrying and keep working hard. Looking at her mother's silver hair, Xueling couldn't help but ask, Mom, now that you're this age, do you ever look back on your life and feel any regrets? I don't. Her mother shook her head immediately. I'm not stupid. Why think about things like that? If it's already a regret, what's the point? Thinking about it only makes you feel bad, makes you regretful, and you can't change it anyway, so why dwell on it? Amazing! Xueling gave her a thumbs up. Your attitude is really top-notch. Her mother pointed toward the house and said irritably, "You're just like your dad, always analyzing this and that. With his personality, he probably has regrets every year." I don't bother. What's the point? You can't go back and change it, right? Just let it stay in your memory. Don't even think about it, and you'll be able to live well. Truth. Xueling praised. A good attitude and a healthy body, that's real health. Just then, Xue's father, who was fiddling with the TV by the window, poked his head out. "Talking about me again, aren't you?" "I knew it. Just by the look in your eyes and your posture, I can tell you're bad-mouthing me." Her mother burst out laughing. "Look at that. Everyone look. This is a classic case of a guilty conscience needs no accuser." Xue's father wagged his chubby finger and scolded with a laugh, "You old lady. What's that saying? If you don't want anyone to know, don't do it. Even with my toes, I can guess you're mocking me." "This one's brain is useless," her mother said, pretending to be very serious and regretful to her daughter. "He can only think with his toes. And he still loves to daydream with his toes." Xueling burst out laughing. At that moment, Dad Xue quickly changed into a loose floral t-shirt and strode out. "Lingling, do we have any snacks this afternoon? I want that mousse cake." "No way." Mom Xue glared at him, gesturing at his body. "Just look at yourself. You've put on so much weight these past months. You can barely squeeze through the door, you know that." Dad Xue pretended not to hear, muttering, "How about some Chinese spring rolls, then? The ones made with fresh bamboo shoots. They're the best when they're just fried." "Also no." Mom Xue stopped her daughter, scolding, "Fried food will make you even fatter. He's already so overweight it's ridiculous. If he keeps eating like this, he'll eat himself to death." Xueling didn't dare agree, her eyes darting toward her father. "Dad, how about some bird's nest with rock sugar?" Xue Wu looked utterly aggrieved and glared at his daughter. She pretended to look at the scenery downstairs, not daring to meet his eyes. But his wife wasn't about to let him off the hook, continuing to complain. "Look at you, fat as a pig. Only these tourist t-shirts here can fit your square-shaped body. You wear those loud shirts every day, looking like some old man trying to be trendy. People who don't know you might think you've gotten younger, ditching your traditional clothes for t-shirts. But I know the truth. You can't even fit into your old clothes anymore." Dad Xue looked around awkwardly and stammered, "Nonsense. I just think these are cooler and they fit the tropical vibe here. Jilan likes them too. Last time we bought 10 together." "That's because Jilan's gotten fat too." Mom Xue pointed out mercilessly. "None of the clothes we brought fit anymore, so of course you had to buy more." Dad Xue. Xueling stifled her laughter. Anyway, Dad Xue smartly changed the subject. "Lingling, how's the flight this afternoon? Is it still on? Good thing there wasn't a heavy rain today, or we'd be leaving at night." "No problem this afternoon," Xueling replied. "I've packed my things. A Yuan and the nanny are packing the kids' toys and clothes." Mom Xue chimed in, "I just told her not to take on too much. Yongong and the others should be handled mainly by their parents, not us." Exactly, Dad Xue agreed. Their parents should be the main ones looking after them. As the saying goes, it's not about having too little, but about being unfair. Xueling nodded. "I get that. The main thing is, Xiao Xiao hasn't come back. She and Yongong are having a spat. I figured I'd use this chance to send the kids over and maybe comfort Xiao Xiao a bit." "What are they fighting about?" Mom Xue asked. Xueling answered vaguely, "Just some minor issues. All couples bicker now and then. They're still young, having a temper and complaining sometimes is normal. When they get to mine and a Yuan's age, even if they want to argue, they won't have the energy or mood for it." Dad Xue lifted his chin. "Just dump the 4 kids on them. They won't have time to fight." Exactly, Mom Xue suggested. With kids around, no matter how badly they've argued, they'll have to put their tempers away and pretend to be good parents in front of the children. Kids can help smooth things over. No matter how tense things are, they'll get better. Xueling nodded repeatedly. Yes. That's exactly what I was thinking, so I'm planning to send the kids back to them." "You mustn't take on all the responsibility of looking after the grandkids," Dad Xue said, feeling sorry for his daughter. "Helping out is fine, but you can't do it all. If you and a Yuan could handle it all, that'd be one thing, but it's impossible. Each of them has several kids, and together that's a dozen or more. Even if you were immortals, you couldn't manage that many. Mom Shwe snorted. Back then, the four of us elders looked after 4 kids, and we were already run ragged. If a Yuan hadn't helped with pickups and drop-offs, there's no way we could have managed. Later, if it weren't for a Chun handling the housework, you probably wouldn't have even gotten a hot meal. Mentioning Jua Chun, Mom Shwe's eyes grew misty. That damn plague. How could it be so vicious, taking so many lives at once? Chun was such a good person, and she left without a word. Even now, it still hurts so much to think about it. Dad Shwe sighed helplessly. Who doesn't feel that pain? Xiaotong said Duo seems fine most of the time, but every holiday or family gathering, he can't help but shed tears in secret. He even tried learning to make soup himself, but it tasted awful, and he ended up crying as he drank it. It's fine if we don't talk about it, but once we do, no one can hold back the tears. Xueling didn't dare continue on this topic. She asked, Dad, has Duo been video calling you much lately? Once or twice every few days, Dad Shwe replied. Usually around 8 or 9 in the evening, he'll video call me on his way home from work, chatting while he drives. Xueling did a quick calculation and explained, it's been a while since I talked to him. Sigh. Dad Shwe frowned. Their little boy gets sick every few days, so Xiaotong often has to take time off to look after him. Not long ago, Xiaotong's mom found some fortune teller who said the child's birth chart is too weak, lacking in metal, seriously lacking. So Xiaotong just changed the boy's name to Zheng Xian, even updated the household registration. Duo couldn't do anything about it and just let her be. Xian. Mom Shwe laughed. That's great. A pile of gold. He'll definitely get better, no more sickness or trouble. Dad Shwe shot his wife a look and explained, Duo said the little guy has allergies and can't eat a lot of things. If he eats the wrong thing, he gets stomach trouble and fevers. He's thinner and shorter than other kids his age. He could go to kindergarten, but Duo doesn't dare send him yet. He wants to wait a year or 2 and send him straight to the middle or senior class. It's just one child, take good care of him first. Mom Shwe waved her hand. No rush for kindergarten. With a kid like that, you have to be extra careful. Once he's older and stronger, he'll be able to eat anything and enjoy his food. But the first few years are tough. You really have to raise him with care. Dad Shwe lowered his voice. Back when Chun was around, she made nutritious, delicate food for the child. No nanny can be as attentive as a grandmother, so the child keeps having issues. They've changed nannies several times already. Why doesn't Xiaotong just quit her job? Mom Shwe wondered. It's not like they need her salary. She can always go back to work when the child is older. Her husband runs a huge company. Surely he can find her a good position. Dad Shwe shook his head. She refuses. Duo says she can't accept that idea at all, so he doesn't even bring it up. He even asked his mother-in-law to help with the child, but Xiaotong's younger brother has a fiancé now, and the family is busy renovating their house, so her mom can't leave at the moment. Mrs. Shwe wasn't surprised at all. She said, relying on the mother-in-law's side isn't the answer either. If the wife is an only child with no siblings, of course her parents would help out on her side. But if she has brothers, then the parents will definitely prioritize their son first. Older generations tend to believe that once a daughter is married, she belongs to her husband's family, and Mrs. Shwe was no exception. If she had a son, she would naturally stay by his side, not her daughter's. And you also have to consider your spouse, Mr. Shwe explained. I heard that his father-in-law's health hasn't been great these past few years. Xueling was quite surprised. She asked Tongzi, really? He always seemed pretty healthy before. I'm not sure, Mr. Shwe shook his head. That's just what Duo said. Apparently, it's some kind of hereditary skin disease in the family, not easy to treat. As he's gotten older, he has to take medicine from time to time. Renovating the house and marrying off a son are big events, but you still have to look after your spouse's health. Besides, with such a long distance between them, how could they possibly help take care of their grandchild? Exactly. Mrs. Shwe sighed deeply. If you lived together, no matter how busy you were, you could still help out a bit. But with such distance, even if the grandparents want to help, they just can't. Xueling couldn't help but state the truth. In the end, it still comes down to the parents themselves. No nanny can compare to family when it comes to looking after children. Take Yang and the others, for example. There was always a combination of nannies and family. We'd never dare leave everything to a nanny. It just wouldn't feel safe. Back then, her children were raised with the help of both sets of grandparents. Later, Aunt Chun, their kind neighbor, also helped out. There was never much to worry about. But times have changed. News about nannies abusing children or the elderly is everywhere, so you have to be extra careful. Even if you have to hire help, you still need family involved, otherwise you just can't feel at ease. Children are so little, they can't speak up for themselves, and even if they can, they might not be able to explain clearly. If something happens, it could be a lifelong trauma. That's why you can't just hand your child over to a nanny and be done with it. Parents or close family need to be there too. Both of them leave early and come home late. Mr. Xue shook his head. How can they possibly look after the little one? Unless the child gets sick, they won't even take a day off. Xiaotong is very dedicated to her work, and Duo even more so. At the end of the day, it's just not easy for anyone. Mrs. Xue couldn't quite understand. After all, in her generation, many women were housewives. Can't they wait until the child is older before going back to work? Why not have another baby or two while they're young instead of making things so hard for themselves? Someone should earn money, and someone should look after the elders and children. That's what makes a family whole. They're not short of money, so why work so hard? At this point, she couldn't help but glare at her daughter. Xueling shrugged innocently. I haven't managed the group's affairs for years now. I handed everything over to Duo long ago. I don't even attend most board meetings anymore. I've given him, as CEO, plenty of freedom and trust. She never restricted employees' rights. When she was in charge, everything was done by the book. No forced overtime. If you worked extra, you got paid extra. The more you worked, the more you earned. It's all that, what do you call it, wolf culture in the workplace. Mr. Xue sighed and shook his head. So much unhealthy competition, so much overtime, so much pressure. Just hearing about it gives me a headache. Duo likes that kind of thing, and now he's trapped by it himself. Exactly. Xueling explained. I've reminded him many times. He's toned it down a bit, but it's still basically the same. Luckily, it only applies to the younger employees now. The older staff don't have to be part of that system, otherwise my phone would be blowing up with complaints from them. But Mrs. Xue didn't agree. If you ask me, they're just too greedy. With all the shares and assets Duo has, he must be worth at least $1 billion or more by now. With that much money, one person could work while the other stays home to raise the kids. If they spend carefully, it's enough for several lifetimes, let alone just this one. Why put themselves through all this? They can't take care of the family or the child. I've said the same thing, Mr. Xue agreed. You don't understand, Xueling explained. After Xiaotong graduated, she started her own business and ended up in a really bad spot. She and Duo had different opinions, and their relationship suffered. She even developed depression. Duo secretly arranged a very easy job for her, but she still pushed herself, always wanting to be the best, never willing to fall behind, not even a little. Duo doesn't dare suggest she quit and stay home with the baby. He's worried it might make her depressed again. Mrs. Xue frowned. Why are there so many of these problems nowadays? We never heard about this before. I'm sure it existed before, Xueling shook her head. It just didn't have a name, so even if people talked about it, they didn't recognize it for what it was. It's all better now, right? Mrs. Xue asked. I think I remember you mentioning it before, but I forgot. I'm getting old and can't remember things. She's fine now, Xueling replied. It was only mild. She adjusted on her own, plus with family support and a relaxed environment, she was back to normal in a few months. Thank goodness it wasn't postpartum depression, Mrs. Xue sighed. Otherwise, young people these days would be too scared to have a second child. Xueling couldn't help but say, They've only had one so far. Without Aunt Chun, they can barely manage as it is. How could they handle a second? Some things can't be solved just by having more money. No amount of money can buy a child's health. Exactly, Mrs. Xue shook her head. There are so many things money can't buy. Children are the most important. No matter what, you have to put the child first. Wait until the child is older and healthier before focusing on your career. But Xue Ling didn't quite agree and said softly, young people these days think differently. They care more about themselves. Plus, they're afraid of missing the best years for building their careers. Mrs. Xue was speechless. So does that mean you just ignore the child? Of course not, Xue Ling replied. But maybe they can't be as attentive as before. Mr. Xue felt sorry for the child and sighed. That little one is smaller and thinner than other kids the same age and has a poor appetite. Already small, and with so many things he can't eat, he's getting even thinner. It's a vicious cycle. Just hearing about it makes me upset. Mrs. Xue looked at her daughter. When you get to the capital, remember to talk to Duo. He needs to figure something out. You can't let this go on. The child's healthy development is the most important thing. Nothing else compares. Xue Ling looked a bit troubled and said softly, parents can work hard for their children, but they can't live their whole lives just for them. They need their own pursuits, too. I'll try to persuade them to focus on raising the child first and adjust their lifestyle. Once the child is older and has a stronger immune system, things should gradually get better. As soon as Mrs. Xue heard this, she was displeased and frowned, retorting, but what if the child keeps getting sick and it affects his health in the long run? What then? Exactly. Mr. Xue was just as baffled. They only have one child. What could possibly be more important than him? He's the hope of their family, their future. Xue Ling felt even more caught in the middle and said softly, that might be how your generation thinks, but the new generation doesn't see it that way anymore. Their future is their own. Having a child doesn't necessarily define it. Nonsense. Mrs. Xue immediately snapped. How could you say that? If our ancestors had thought like that, humanity would have gone extinct ages ago. Without the previous generation, there wouldn't be us. Without us, there wouldn't be you. One generation after another, that's how the future and legacy continue. Otherwise, how could humans have survived on Earth for tens of thousands of years? Exactly. Mr. Xue agreed, shaking his head. I think young people these days study too much for their own good. They've read themselves backwards. It's basic biology to have children and pass on your genes and traditions. Isn't it only right to make sacrifices for your kids? It's not like we're asking them to be tied to their child for life, never to separate. Why make it so complicated? Xue Ling rubbed her nose and said quietly, all right. I'll try to talk to them. There was no way she could reason with her parents right now. The best she could do was placate them for the moment, otherwise, she might not even be able to get away. Mr. Xue finally seemed satisfied. Remember, you should talk to Xiao Tong. The company can't do without Duo anymore. It's better for her to step back for now. Mrs. Xue chimed in, right? Once the child's health improves, they can have a second one. When the second child starts kindergarten, it won't be too late for her to go back to work. It's not like the family needs the money. After 2 kids, she'll have her hands full. Who knows, maybe by then she won't even want to go back to work, she'll just want a good rest. Xue Ling could only keep up the act. Okay, I'll talk to her. After coaxing her parents downstairs for some snacks, Xue Ling turned and went back to her room. Her luggage was already packed, but she still added a few more emergency heart pills and some children's medicine, just in case. Cheng Tianyuan saw what she was doing and couldn't help but say, in the capital, everything is convenient. Qing even arranged a personal assistant for you guys. There's really no need to be so thorough. If you're too busy, you can just order delivery. Xue Ling explained, it's just easier if I have things on hand, no need to bother others. I'll take care of your parents here, Cheng Tianyuan said. As for the capital, that's all on you. I thought there'd be at most 4 kids, but now with Mini Tiger, there are 5. Just thinking about it makes me tired for you. Xue Ling laughed and shook her head. It's not that bad, we have 2 nannies, don't we? And besides, there's Ah Hung and Xiao Hano and Ranran too. With so many adults around, it'll be fine. But Chung Tianyuan still wasn't reassured. The eldest has to work every day. He may look like he's on vacation, but he hasn't missed a single meeting at the company. His inbox is always full. He works several hours a day at least. He'll be the same over there. Hung doesn't know how to take care of kids, and Xiaohan is even less reliable. Xueling was confident. Ching already had the assistants over there set up an indoor and an outdoor play area. The little rascals will have plenty of places to play. Once they're tired out, they won't be causing trouble. Ching really is thoughtful, Chung Tianyuan praised with a smile. He thinks of everything we never even consider. He's so meticulous and thorough. Xueling grinned. Honestly, he's more considerate than our own sons. True. Chung Tianyuan agreed. Xiao Xiao has been up in the mountains these days, doing charity work and tutoring the kids there. The signal up there is terrible. We couldn't get in touch with her at all. In the end, it was Ching who managed to pinpoint her exact location and even sent someone up the mountain to deliver a message and a mini signal tower. Otherwise, we still wouldn't be able to reach her. Thinking of Wang Xiao, Xueling couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. She said she'll come to the capital to join us as soon as she can. She really misses the kids. She was a mother herself and understood how hard it was to be separated from your children, the pain of longing for them. Cheng Tianyuan's face darkened as he reminded her again, when you see that brat Xueyang, make sure you give him a good beating. Don't go easy on him. Xueling nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, I won't let him off the hook. Sensing her husband was about to get angry again, she quickly changed the subject. Dad said Duo and his wife renamed their child Zheng Xian. After Xueling finished explaining, Chung Tianyuan immediately felt uneasy. When the baby was first born, he looked so healthy. I still remember how chubby he was. It's understandable that babies are hard to care for, but ever since Sister Chun passed away, he seems to be in and out of the hospital all the time. Xian alone has mentioned it several times. Oh, and I've heard Xiao Xian talk about it too. I heard he has allergies, Xueling explained. There are a lot of things he can't eat or use. Chung Tianyuan found it hard to believe. How come we never heard about this before? Could there be some mistake? I don't know, Xueling replied. We've only heard bits and pieces, and we haven't been back in a long time. We don't really know the details, so it's not our place to judge. Chung Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, Duo doesn't really keep in touch with you, does he? Or am I just not aware? Not much, especially in the past 2 months. We've barely even had a phone call, Xueling said. Dad told me he calls him from time to time, but it's usually when he's driving home from work. Shows how busy he is. Chung Tianyuan felt sorry for the child and said quietly, if it really doesn't work, they should just take a break and spend more time with their kid. Xueling hesitated. I wouldn't dare say that to Xiaotong. With Duo, I can say anything. Chung Tianyuan suggested, then tell Duo to take a break. Xueling agreed. What's the point of having so many managers at the company if he has to oversee everything himself? After thinking for a moment, Chung Tianyuan asked, how about we ask Ching to recommend a nutritionist for them? A nutritionist? Xueling raised her eyebrows. Chung Tianyuan nodded. If the nanny isn't reliable, then get a nutritionist. I remember Ching once said his mother had an eating disorder for a while and barely ate anything. He hired a bunch of chefs and nutritionists to make the most delicious and nutritious food, and she finally got through it. That little one can't eat a lot of things, so it's easy for him to miss out on nutrition. If a nutritionist can come up with things he likes, it'll help. It's not a serious illness. If his nutrition keeps up, his immune system will get stronger on its own. Xueling thought that made a lot of sense and agreed, all right, I'll mention it to Duo later. It's not hard to find a nutritionist, so there's no need to trouble Ching for a recommendation. That works too, Chung Tianyuan said. Ching is always so busy, he has a million things to do every day. It's really not good to keep bothering him. But Xueling didn't quite agree. He's our child too. Sometimes we shouldn't be too formal with him, only then will he feel a sense of belonging in our family. But just like with the other kids, we can't rely on them for everything. Even with your own children, there have to be boundaries. Chung Tianyuan nodded. Luckily, we're still able to handle things ourselves. We don't need to depend on them for everything. But we should let them help out more, Ling reminded him. We're getting older, and sooner or later this family will be theirs. If we don't let them take on more responsibility, how will they know how to manage things in the future? Qing Tianyuan agreed, you're right. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Ling got up and opened it. She saw Chen Xinji arriving with Xue Xian in tow, carrying a large box in his hand. Mom, this is some health supplements for you. Please remember to take them with you. Ling accepted them with a smile and thanked him. Then I won't stand on ceremony. But really, everything at Xinyuan is well stocked. There's no need to keep spending money on this. Got it, Chen Xinji replied. But Xue Xian pouted and protested. Even if it's well stocked, you still have to buy things. Our family doesn't produce supplements or medicine, we buy them, or you and Dad buy them, otherwise where would they come from? Whether you buy them or he does, it's all the same. Why can't he buy them? He can, Ling replied. We'll wait until we finish what we have before buying more. There's no rush. Xue Xian gently stroked her rounded belly, smiling happily. Mom, have you noticed he's been growing really fast lately? I have, Ling chuckled. It's about time. The last month or two is when they grow the fastest. Sometimes they gain half a pound in just 10 days. Xue Xian raised her eyebrows in surprise. Really? Are you sure you're not exaggerating? That sounds crazy. Why would I lie? Ling explained, when I was pregnant with you and your third brother, I got so big in the last month that I had to stay in the hospital. Xue Xian had never been a mother before and hadn't experienced the hardship of pregnancy, so it was hard for her to truly understand what it felt like. Now that she was on the path to motherhood herself, she realized how tough it was just to carry one child. She couldn't imagine how hard it must have been for her mom to safely give birth to both her and her brother back then. The more she thought about it, the more she appreciated how difficult it was for her parents, especially her mom, who kept working even while pregnant. Mom, Xue Xian acted spoiled. Once second brother and second sister-in-law make up, you should give those little rascals back to them and come back to keep me company while I wait to give birth, okay? Ling nodded. I know. This is your first baby, and you've always been a bit delicate, so of course I'll stay with you more. Besides, your grandparents are all here, so I can't be away for too long anyway. Hee. Xue Xian giggled happily. Then you have to come back next month. It'll be winter soon in the capital, so it's better to come back early and avoid the cold. Ling motioned for them to come in and sit. As soon as Chen Xinji sat down, he brought up the very thing Ling had been worrying about. Duo contacted me in the middle of the night yesterday. He said the little nephew isn't doing well. The doctor suggested they spend more time with him, as he might have some psychological issues. What? Ling was startled. Psychological issues? I thought he just had allergies. Why does it sound more and more serious? Qing Tianyuan also felt it was serious and quickly came over. Duo said that? What else did he say? Chen Xinji's face was calm but serious as he explained, the medical system in the capital is really strained because of the pandemic. The little guy has been in and out of the hospital, but it hasn't helped much. It's exhausting for everyone. The doctor said it might be because he was raised by his grandma when he was little, and then she suddenly passed away. He's in a familiar environment, but can't find the familiar person, and he doesn't know how to express his sadness or longing, so he's become more withdrawn. Over time, it seems to have developed into some psychological issues. Ling quickly said, then they should get a psychologist to help, and his parents need to spend more time with him. Chen Xinji explained, Xiao Tong is still working, so she can only be with him on weekends. Duo is planning to take a long leave and bring the little guy here for 10 days or so. He's trying to wrap up his work as quickly as possible. He also said he really misses Grandpa and wants to spend more time with him. Qing Tianyuan and Ling exchanged a glance, both guessing what was going on. Your grandpa has always doted on Duo the most. Duo grew up under his care, and whenever he felt wronged or upset, he'd secretly talk to Grandpa. This time, the little guy's situation must be pretty serious, and Duo is under a lot of pressure, so he wants to come here. Chen Xinji frowned. This is their first child, so it's normal that they don't have much experience. My mom used to help take care of the kid, but after she suddenly passed away, they've been struggling. Yeah, Shui Xian added. Back in Rongqing, Xiaotong's parents helped out. But there's no central heating there in winter, so the little guy caught colds several times. When they moved back to the capital, they mostly had to rely on nannies. But nannies aren't reliable. They've changed several, almost one a month, and some didn't even last 2 weeks. A nanny is just a nanny, Xueling said. How could she compare to his own grandma? Sister Chun was so attentive, gentle, hardworking, and loved kids. Where could you find another nanny like her? It's impossible. Shui Xian nodded in agreement. That's why Xiaotong isn't satisfied with any of the nannies. This one's not good, that one's not good, so they keep changing. The little guy is still so young, and having different people take care of him all the time isn't good for him. Just when he gets used to one auntie, she's replaced by another. I've never raised a child, but even I know that's not right. Chen Xinji didn't want to comment on his sister-in-law's choices, so he just said, I told Duo that mom is about to take the kids back home. Even if our nephew comes over, there won't be many playmates for him here. I suggested he quietly take the little guy to Qing's villa in the suburbs to find you all. Maybe the child just really needs some playmates. That's fine, Xueling said. We haven't been out, and we're all healthy. We'll take our own planes straight to the villa, so there's no need to worry about the pandemic. It's them I'm worried about, Shui Xian reminded. There have been a dozen new cases in the capital lately. Mom, you'll have to remind Duo to wear a mask. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and said, as long as the child has playmates and friends to play with, he'll cheer up quickly. There's probably not much to worry about psychologically. Xueling nodded in agreement. It's probably because he lacks companionship. The nannies around him keep changing. Just when the child finally gets used to someone, he has to adapt to a new stranger again. For such a young kid, that's really tough. I just don't understand what Duo and the others are doing. Qing Tianyuan said in a low voice. Every few days, we hear about the child going to the hospital. In the past 6 months alone, how many times has it been already? Xueling shot him a look and said quietly, they have their own difficulties and helplessness. We can't help, so it's not our place to judge. But Cheng Tianyuan didn't agree. Sure, we couldn't help, but that doesn't mean we can't say anything about them. I also think brother Duo and sister Xiaotong aren't working well together, Shui Xian muttered, pouting. Back when mom was taking care of the little one, we never had to run to the hospital all the time. Back then, we never heard anything about allergies or psychological issues. All right, that's enough out of you. Xueling glared at her daughter. You're the younger generation. It's not your place to criticize your brother and sister. Shui Xian mumbled in grievance, but I'm just saying what I really think. Don't be so blunt. Xueling sighed and explained, I know you mean well, but I can't let you say that in front of them. Xiaotong's situation is very special. Her failed business venture left her with a lot of psychological trauma. She even doubted herself and developed depression for a while. She's working hard on her career now, and even Duo doesn't dare disturb her. She's a mother, of course, she loves her child the most. If you say things like that, it'll put a lot of pressure on her. After all, who doesn't want their child to grow up healthy and safe? Shui Xian lowered her head and whispered, I'm only saying it in front of you. I wouldn't say it to her. Chen Xinji gently patted her head and said warmly, it's all right. Xian is just worried about her nephew, that's all. She means well but doesn't know how to say it, Xueling chuckled. Of course I know she's just concerned. But right now, Duo and Xiaotong are both troubled enough. You can't add to their stress by criticizing them, it'll only make things worse. If we can help, we should. If we can't, at least we can help them vent. Cheng Tianyuan finally understood his wife's intentions. It really isn't easy. Xiaotong went up north all alone to work, and her partner is so outstanding, the pressure must be enormous. It's not fair to blame her, or she might fall into depression again. Chen Xinji was always tactful. He explained, I haven't interacted much with Xiaotong, so I mostly talk to Duo. Actually, Duo is older than Xiaotong, and he's more shrewd and experienced. He can be a good boss, but as a husband, he's a bit lacking. He can't really guide Xiaotong, and it often leads to more conflict. Xue Ling asked curiously, "Did he say that himself?" "No," Qin Xinji replied. "He might have some idea, but it's hard to see clearly when you're in the middle of things. So I reminded him earlier." Xue Ling immediately caught the implication. "So the couple is fighting again?" Another argument. Qin Xinji's eyes flickered. Knowing his mother-in-law's sharp intuition, he didn't dare hide it. Yes, they argued again, and it was pretty bad this time. The doctor told them the child might have psychological issues, and they started arguing right in front of the doctor. Duo arranged to come here for a vacation, but didn't include Xiaotong clearly. They're still in a standoff, giving each other the cold shoulder. They argued in front of outsiders? Qing Tianyuan frowned. You can't argue in front of the child. A lot of children's psychological problems come from their parents. Qin Xinji gave a wry smile. They took the child to see the doctor. How could the child not be there? These two. Xue Ling couldn't help but scold. They're really worrying. If they can't even handle their own relationship, how can they take care of the child? How are they supposed to work together after a fight? Giving each other the silent treatment, how is that good for the child? Honestly. Qin Xinji sighed softly. Actually, part of it is because of my mom. They both relied on her a lot before. Whether it was Duo or my nephew, my mom took care of them herself. Her passing was so sudden. It was a huge blow to Duo. The little one lost his grandma and hasn't gotten used to it either. With my mom around, they had no worries. They could work, take time off, or work overtime without ever worrying about the child not being cared for. But now they can only manage their jobs and themselves. They can't take care of the child. And this is exactly when the child needs companionship and care the most. He can talk now and runs around everywhere. He needs constant supervision. It's not surprising they can't keep up. So, what can we do? Qing Tianyuan sighed. Sister Chun's passing was so sudden. No one could have expected it. When we left the capital, she said she'd come join us soon. Who would have thought that farewell would be forever? She's gone, and those of us still here just have to live our lives as best we can. It's not Sister Chun's fault, Xue Ling said. Life and death aren't up to us. If anyone's to blame, it's those two. At a time like this, they're still fighting. The child should be their top priority, not their tempers. Duo, too, why can't he just hold back a little? Xue Xian stifled a laugh. Mom, what did you just say? That we shouldn't say too much. Shouldn't criticize them. Pfft. Now you're even more worked up than I was. How is that the same? Xue Ling glared at her daughter. I'm their elder. I can say what I want about them, can you? Don't they deserve a scolding right now? Qin Xinji tugged his wife's hand, signaling her not to interrupt. Mom, Duo is really busy right now. Your flight is tonight, rest up tomorrow, and Duo can come see you tomorrow night or the day after. I really can't get away from here at the moment. If I flew over now, I'd have to quarantine for 2 or 3 weeks and wouldn't be able to do anything. Plus, I don't want to leave Xian alone. Her belly's getting bigger every day and she needs me. And I can't leave my business here unattended. My suggestion is for you to meet with Duo first, see how serious the problem is, and then we can discuss what to do next. Okay, Xue Ling agreed. Qin Xinji added, if the child gets along well with the other kids, I'd like to ask you to help take care of my nephew and let him stay with you for a while. Will that work? Xue Ling hesitated, lowering her voice. I haven't seen him in a long time. What if he feels distant from me? Having other kids around might not make up for Duo and Xiaotong's absence. Qin Xinji frowned. Don't even mention it. The two of them are still in a cold war. Xiaotong has moved out to a hotel. Rather than letting the nanny and the little one live all alone, it's better for him to be with you. With familiar brothers and sisters around, he'll be happier. All right, Xue Ling said. I'll see how it goes and do my best. That night, Xue Ling and Xue Heng boarded the plane with several children in tow, while Xue Han lingered at the very end, reluctant to leave. Grandpa. Xue Han called out with tears in her eyes, Grandpa. When will you come back? Xue Jilian smiled and waved. You all go ahead. When you have time during the new year, remember to come visit me. I'll be waiting for you. The other children, already excited, dashed inside. Xue Heng hurried after them, flustered. Xue Ling turned back and gave Cheng Tianyuan, standing at the bottom of the red-carpeted stairs, a gentle nod. Cheng Tianyuan understood her meaning, smiled, and nodded in return, waving. Xue Ling turned and went inside. Watching Xue Han's slow, dragging steps, Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but find it both funny and exasperating. Xiao Han, can you move a little faster? Nearby, Cheng Huancheng licked his ice cream and teased, don't think walking slow will make the plane wait for you. Here, the plane has to wait for its passengers. Even if you wait a few more days before going back, the plane will still be here. Everyone burst out laughing. Xue Han pouted and glared at her cousin, then finally picked up her pace and quickly disappeared through the door. Cheng Huanran, who had already settled the luggage on the plane, poked his head out, his smile warm as he blew kisses to his wife and child before ducking back inside. The rest of the group had to step aside, soon boarding the shuttle that took them away from the small airport. Xue Xian swallowed and called out, "Third brother, let me have a lick." "No way," Cheng Huancheng replied without even turning his head. "You're pregnant. You can't eat cold stuff. Just one bite." Xue Xian whined, "I'll be super careful, I promise." Cheng Huancheng snorted, "Careful? Careful to eat less or more. You know you're not supposed to eat it, but you're still craving it. And you call yourself a mother-to-be. Hopeless. You don't know anything." Xue Xian argued. "If I just let the ice cream melt in my mouth until it's not cold anymore, then it's fine, right?" Cheng Huancheng let out a long, exaggerated ah and gave her a fake smile. "That's the most bizarre and ridiculous excuse I've ever heard. Once ice cream is in your mouth, it's still ice cream, isn't it? And when you swallow it, it's still ice cream. Just because you're ignorant, does that mean it magically loses its cold nature? My God. Your ability to twist logic and make excuses is truly impressive. Let's just retire that excuse, shall we?" Xue Xian was fuming, glancing between the ice cream and her own mouth, unable to resist swallowing again. I haven't had any in 2 or 3 years. Yeah, right? Cheng Huancheng laughed. Wasn't it you last summer who was gnawing away at an ice cream cone like your life depended on it? They say pregnancy makes you forgetful for 3 years, but you haven't even given birth yet, and you're already losing your memory. Tragic. Third brother, Xue Xian tugged at his sleeve, acting cute. Just one bite, just a tiny bite. I haven't had any in so long. Just a little, that's all I want. Lin Qingji, who had been watching from the side, finally spoke up gently, "Xiao Xian, I'll have the chef make you a small strawberry-flavored one later." Xue Xian's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Qingji." Lin Qingji chuckled dotingly. Cheng Huancheng's face instantly darkened. Her constitution runs cold. She really shouldn't eat this stuff. If she gets diarrhea, just wait for Tai Tuji to come after you. Don't drag me into it. I'm not covering for you. Lin Qingji just smiled, completely unconcerned. "Don't worry, I'll have the chef prepare something suitable for her. Xian won't blame me. If anything, he'll probably thank me." Cheng Huancheng wasn't entirely convinced, but didn't argue further. "Why do you care so much? She's pregnant. She really can't eat just anything, especially things like hawthorn or anything too sour." "Strawberries are fine," Lin Qingji said gently. "She's just pitifully asking for a tiny taste, no need to be so heartless." Cheng Huancheng rolled his eyes dramatically. "That's because you don't know her well enough. She says she wants just one bite, but if you give in, you'll never get it back. And if by some miracle you do, it'll just be an empty wrapper, not even a crumb left for you." Lin Qingji laughed. "Seems I still have a lot to learn about Xiao Xian. Women are the most cunning creatures." Cheng Huancheng snorted. "Bar none. Absolutely none." Xue Xian just gave him a triumphant little humph and headed inside. Lin Qingji gave his assistant a few instructions, and the assistant hurried off. Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but say, "Don't bother with her. She'll forget about it in a bit." "No," Lin Qingji replied gently. "I can't go back on my word. If she gets upset later and Xian isn't around, you'll have to coax her." Cheng Huancheng sighed, "I'm not doing it. If she wants to be mad, let her. Ever since Tai Tuji spoiled her, she's been impossible to please. She can do what she wants, I'm not coaxing her. Lin Qingji's brows lifted slightly, as if remembering something, and he chuckled softly. Suddenly I remembered what Yang Yang said to me last night. What did my second brother say? Qing Huanchong asked curiously. He still can't go out? Lin Qingji replied, he probably can't move around freely for another week. But he's got a lot more freedom than Xiaohuzi. Cheng Huanchong got back to the point. So what did he talk to you about? Lin Qingji said, we talked for a long time, over half an hour. After listening to everything, I can sum it up in one sentence. Your second sister-in-law is really mad, and he can't make it up to her. Cheng Huanchong still had faith in his second brother. Once he's free, he'll fly over and apologize in person. It'll be fine. People are always softer in person. Your second sister-in-law seems truly upset, Lin Qingji explained. Yang Ang said he bought her loads of gifts, sent bouquet after bouquet of flowers, but she wouldn't listen to his explanations or accept anything. She sent it all back. Not only that, she's even started talking about how to split the kids. Your second brother is stressed out, and he's afraid you all will scold him, so he called me to vent. He deserves it. Cheng Huanchong showed no sympathy. The longer you let problems pile up, the worse they get. What was he doing all this time? If he can't make it up to her, he'll have to try something else. Why complain to you? He'd be better off coming up with more romantic ways to win her back. Like what? Lin Qingji was intrigued. Tell me, and I'll teach your second brother. Cheng Huancheng lifted his chin. It's all about winning her heart, get her to soften up and forgive him. Tell him to start with a little self-sacrifice, then pull off a touching scene. That'll guarantee a happy ending. Oh. Lin Qingji thought for a moment, then gave a thumbs up. No wonder you draw comics. Your plot is perfectly arranged. Heh. Cheng Huanchong sneered. That's just a petty trick. It's not that my second brother doesn't understand. He's just anxious and can't be bothered to think, so he's being so passive. He totally deserves it. That's one thing, Lin Qingji reminded him. But even if he deserves it, we're his brothers. We can't just sit back and watch him suffer. Didn't I already tell you what to do? Cheng Huanchong snorted. How old is he now? He's been married for years, right? If he still can't figure out what his wife is thinking, who can he blame but himself? Lin Qingji analyzed calmly. Maybe sister-in-law Xiao Xiao is just too angry this time. It's more than that, Cheng Huanchong continued. My second brother's been too busy these past few years. He still thinks his wife is the same naive girl she was before they got married. He thinks if he buys her a few gifts, some flowers, says a few sweet words, she'll just go along with whatever he says. His relationship skills are stuck in the past, but she's not that innocent girl anymore. Does he really think he can still win her over like that? Who'd believe it? Lin Qingji thought for a moment and said, how about you talk to Yang Ang? No, Cheng Huanchong snorted. I can't be bothered. If he needs my help, he can come to me himself. He's just hiding from us because he's afraid we'll all scold him. Let him hide. See if he can hide for a lifetime. Huh. Mom and Big Brother have already flown to the capital. He's in for it now. Lin Qingji couldn't help but laugh. He's already made it so obvious. Why are you being so stubborn? He called me to complain, which is basically the same as asking you for help. He's made it clear enough. Why keep making things difficult for him? Did he? Did he? Cheng Huanchong feigned ignorance. I have no idea what you're talking about. Lin Qingji chuckled indulgently. Come on, Yang Yang's having a hard enough time as it is. Stop rubbing it in. Cheng Huanchong finally dropped his mocking tone. Fine, call him back and tell him to pretend to be sick in front of his wife. If he can get her to feel sorry for him, there's still hope. But don't overdo it, or she'll see right through him, and it'll be even more embarrassing. Whatever she said about splitting up the kids, that's just talk, she didn't mean it. All right, Lin Qingji agreed. The next morning, the plane landed smoothly at the Capital International Airport. Soon after, Xue Ling and the others, along with the kids, were sent to a villa on the outskirts for a 21-day quarantine. When Xue Yang heard that his mother and Big Brother were back, and the kids too, he was both happy and terrified. He called Xiaohuzi to complain, blaming him for dragging him into this mess. Not only could he not focus on work, he couldn't even go south to make up with his wife. You've totally ruined me this time. Zayahuzi replied weakly, what's there to be afraid of? So you can't work, at worst, you'll just have no money. If it comes to it, I'll support you and your kids. How about that? Get lost. Shui Yang snapped. Do I look like I'm short of money? What I'm short of is freedom. My wife's still waiting for me to make it up to her. If I don't, want me to get you a new wife? Zayahuzi interrupted lazily. That's impossible. I don't even have a wife myself. Shui Yang rolled his eyes. Get lost. I can't even get up, Zayahuzi sighed. All I do is eat and sleep and play on my phone. I'm so sick of my phone now I want to puke, sigh. Shui Yang felt seen. Aren't I the same? Other than business calls and video meetings, all I do is eat or sleep. I feel like I'm about to grow mold. Zayahuzi lamented. Now I finally get that old poem. Life is precious, love is priceless. For freedom, both can be given up. I never understood it before, but now I do completely. Oh, please. Shui Yang couldn't help but laugh. Without life, how would you have love? Without life, what freedom is there? If you're dead, what's the point of anything? Zayahuzi sighed, just goes to show how important freedom is. It's even more important than your love, maybe even your life. So, bro, what you should be longing for most right now is freedom, not your damned love. Get lost. Shui Yang laughed. I lost my freedom because of you. I hate you. Zayahuzi snickered. No love, no hate, right? So can I say you love-hate me right now? It's all hate, Shui Yang snorted. Bored, Zayahuzi sighed again. I suddenly want to go back to work. If this keeps up, my bones will start to rot. God, how can it be so boring? Shui Yang kindly reminded him, I only have a few days left. You've got more than a week to go. Zayahuzi exploded like a firecracker. Get lost. I don't need reminding. I'm counting down every minute, every second. If I wasn't, I'd have gone crazy by now. This is torture. Seeing Zayahuzi was just as miserable as he was, Shui Yang couldn't help but laugh. Great. Hearing how much you're suffering makes me feel better. Bro, this is what they call sharing blessings and hardships, real hardship sharing. Get out of here. Zayahuzi snorted. Who knows when this damned pandemic will end? Luckily, Mini Tiger has so many people to keep him company. If such a little kid had to quarantine alone, I can't even imagine. Don't worry. Shui Yang explained. Ah-Ching's got everything arranged. Food, drinks, supplies, even toys. I heard there's a mini amusement park in the villa's yard, plus a go-kart track, a heated pool, and 2 rooms full of toys. Zayahuzi. After a moment, he gave a wry smile. Why can't I quarantine with them? Same quarantine, but such a huge difference. I'm jealous too. Shui Yang stretched his neck. I've only got 3 or 5 days left. Not long now. Hang in there, bro. The dawn is just ahead, just hold on a little longer. Zayahuzi asked, your wife still hasn't forgiven you? Did you send her the gifts and flowers like I said? 99 roses, 999 roses, I sent them all, Shui Yang complained. She just scolded me and that was it. Zayahuzi tried to comfort him. At least she's talking to you. Getting scolded is better than being ignored, right? Get lost. Shui Yang snapped. Why haven't you been scolded to death yet? Zayahuzi burst out laughing. Just then, Shui Yang muttered, I've got another call coming in. I'll call you back later. He hurriedly hung up. It was an unfamiliar number. Still, Shui Yang answered. His business had grown so much lately that a lot of people called from unknown numbers, so he couldn't just ignore them all. But as soon as he picked up, the caller said, Hello, are you Ms. Wang Xiaoxiao's husband? Ms. Wang Xiaoxia has been injured and is in the hospital. Are you her family or boyfriend? Her phone lists this number as husband. Shui Yang's eyes widened in shock. The sun was setting in the west, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Everyone was gathered on the lawn behind the house for dinner, chatting and enjoying their food and drinks. This mountain breeze is so comfortable. Shui Jilian sighed. Sea air always has that salty dampness, but the mountain breeze is so much fresher and milder. It really is, Dad. Shui agreed. The wind from the mountains is cool, but not nearly as humid. Mom. Shui glanced around and asked, Yuan, where are Hu and his wife? Where did they go? Aiching didn't sleep well, Chung Tianyuan replied. She said she felt a little dizzy, so Ahu is upstairs eating with her. Mom Shui didn't even have to think before guessing. She probably misses her little boy too much to sleep. Everyone laughed. What about Anan? Dad Shui asked. Why didn't she and Xiaozha come over? Shui Xian quickly answered, Xiaozha fell asleep, and my sister-in-law was worried he'd wake up and not see her, so she just stayed in the room to eat. Butler Li arranged a Chinese meal for her and already had it sent up. Mom Shui sighed. Kids are the hardest to take care of when they're little. As a mom, you have to be on high alert all the time. Meals aren't on schedule, sleep isn't on schedule, and even going to the bathroom is a mad rush. Grandma, Shui Xian pouted. Don't say any more, or I'll develop a fear of having kids. Mom Shui laughed heartily and teased, who's the one always saying she wants a bunch of little ones running around? If you end up having fewer kids than your mom, we won't let you hear the end of it. Everyone burst out laughing. Chen Tianyuan scooped some fruit salad onto the elders' plates and explained, the chef picked these wild berries from the mountain this afternoon. They're a type of strawberry, apparently. Give them a try. They're sweet and tangy. Shui Xian squinted her eyes in delight. My mouth is left sweet after eating them, so good. The three elders, hearing the praise, quickly tasted the fruit. Mom Shui nodded in satisfaction. They really are sweet. Delicious. Ever since I got older, I haven't liked sour things much. These are sweet with just a hint of tartness, really whets the appetite. Excellent. Shui Jilian gave a thumbs up. Only wild fruit has such a rich, natural fragrance. The cultivated stuff just can't compare, no way. Qing Tianyuan smiled. That's exactly why the chef was willing to trek over several mountains to pick them. He said they used to grow everywhere, but the environment isn't what it used to be, so they're much rarer now, makes them even more precious. Lin Qingji had a taste as well and was full of praise. The aroma is so intense, sweet with a touch of tartness that dances on the tip of your tongue. It's the ultimate satisfaction for the taste buds. Qin Xinji suggested, why don't we try planting some ourselves? Right here in the back garden, no pesticides, no interference. As long as the climate and water are right, we might get the same flavor. Probably won't get much of a harvest, Cheng Huanchong joked. Shui Xian couldn't help but turn to remind him, honey, if the fruit in your orchard could taste this good, you'd have people lining up to place orders. Qin Xinji chuckled and shook his head. Orchard fruit can't compare to wild ones. Quality and quantity are always at odds. The better the fruit, the fewer you get. Usually, the fewer the fruit, the better they grow. Every year we let some trees grow naturally to boost their resistance to pests, but the rest have to be managed for yield. It's impossible to guarantee top quality for every tree. You could make a fortune. Shui Xian insisted. Build a brand and sell them as premium fruit. Silly. Qing Huanchong rolled his eyes at her. It's just fruit, should we really turn them into luxury items? China is a fruit powerhouse. Supermarkets and fruit stands are overflowing with all kinds. Sure, you can sell some high-quality fruit to upscale customers, but turning them into fruit assassins or luxury goods doesn't fit the needs of high-end clients here, nor is it realistic. And why not? Shui Xian raised her eyebrows, unconvinced. There are people willing to pay 200 yuan for a single apple, you don't believe it? Of course I believe it, Cheng Huanchong shot back. But do you know how many apples a tree will bear in a year if you don't use pesticides or push for yield, just let it grow naturally? Shui Xian was a bit confused and looked to her dear husband for help. Qin Xinji smiled indulgently and replied, if you're lucky, maybe a few. Shui Xian. Qing Huancheng laughed. Hear that? Maybe not even a few. One tree won't even make 1,000 yuan a year. How many acres would you need to make tens of thousands? What about labor? What about costs? Can you just ignore those? And a 200 yuan apple, would you buy it? How many people in China do you think are as silly as you, willing to pay hundreds for an apple? Sure, there's a high-end market, but have you thought about how much you could actually sell? Shui Xian huffed, there will definitely be buyers. As long as the taste is good and unique, and the marketing is right, business won't be a problem. You're overcomplicating things. That apple would be old news by then. Cheng Huancheng teased. With your business sense, it's a miracle you haven't lost all your money. Shui Xian blushed and looked to her husband for help. I was just making a suggestion. Look at him, look at that annoying face. Qin Xinji quickly soothed her, ignore third brother, let's just eat more. He's too busy talking, so he'll end up eating the least. Shui Xian immediately buried her head in her food. Cheng Huancheng wasn't to be outdone and quickly grabbed more to eat. Whenever those two were together, it was either bickering or banter. Everyone was used to it and just smiled, paying them no mind. At that moment, Lin Qingji's assistant put down her phone and hurried over. Mr. Shui Yang just drove the Xingyuan business car out of the capital. The relevant personnel warned him, but he still headed south. He's on the highway right now. The others were sitting farther away and, not having the sharp hearing of the younger folks, just continued eating dinner. Lin Qingji and Cheng Huancheng exchanged a glance, both with a just-as-expected look. Qin Xinji suppressed a laugh and asked, "How's Xiao Xiao?" "You guys better not go too far." "It's fine," Lin Qingji replied. "Just a minor fender bender, nothing serious." Cheng Huancheng held back a laugh. Second sister-in-law just didn't want to talk to him, but our silly second brother thinks she's so badly hurt she can't even speak. Pfft. Shui Xian giggled. The real show is about to start. Oh yeah, Qin Xinji was a bit puzzled. What show? What else is there? Isn't Yangang already on his way? Cheng Huancheng flashed a mysterious, mischievous smile and lowered his voice. Someone violated the epidemic prevention rules and left the capital without permission. Time to file a report. Heh. As night deepened, Cheng Huancheng sat quietly by the window, working on his oil painting. On the other side of the hallway, Lin Qingji was reading a book, occasionally taking a sip of tea from the table. Just then, Cheng Huancheng's phone rang. He didn't even turn his head, his hand never pausing as he painted. "Ah Qing, can you get that for me?" Lin Qingji put down her book, got up, and walked over quickly. She picked up his phone and glanced at the screen. "It's Zaya Huzi." Cheng Huancheng raised his eyebrows. "Answer it for me." Lin Qingji picked up the call and put it on speaker. Zaya Huzi's voice burst out immediately. "Oh no. Third bro. Something big's happened. Your brother's been arrested." "Arrested?" Cheng Huancheng's eyes lit up. He exchanged a glance with Lin Qingji, both of them smiling. "My brother? Arrested? The eldest or the second? What happened?" Zaya Huzi sounded frantic as he explained, "Your second brother. Yang Ong. The poor guy's really unlucky. I'm a direct contact, so I'm still in quarantine. He hung out with me, so he's an indirect contact. He was supposed to self-isolate for a week and then he'd be fine. But for some reason, he suddenly went nuts, ran out, and even left the capital. Then he got caught. Now he's been detained. That's rough." Cheng Huancheng snickered, his hands moving skillfully and lightly. "So what now? We're so far away, nothing we can do." Zaya Huzi gave a bitter laugh. I can't help him either. I'm still in quarantine, I can't even leave." Cheng Huancheng stifled a laugh. "You can't be blamed. But honestly, he deserves to be detained. He broke the rules. It's not like you can just bail him out right now. Could young Master Qing help him out?" Zaya Huzi was getting desperate. "It's my fault he got dragged into this. Otherwise, he'd have flown south to see his wife by now instead of being stuck at Xingyuan. It's not really breaking the rules, is it? He's definitely fine. He's been testing negative every day. I'm the direct contact and I'm fine, so as an indirect contact, he's even less likely to have anything." Cheng Huancheng sighed lazily. "Whether he's fine or not isn't up to you. You have to strictly follow the epidemic prevention rules, otherwise it's illegal." "Aya," Zaya Huzi urged, "hurry up and get young Master Qing to help. He's really in a bind. His wife's ignoring him, so are his parents. He's in a bad way." Cheng Huancheng glanced at Lin Qingji, lying through his teeth. "He's not here right now, I'll look for him later. Hurry up." Zaya Huzi was practically jumping with anxiety. If only he'd listened to me and booked a flight south right away, instead of waiting until the evening. If he hadn't kept putting it off, he wouldn't be in this mess. Now he's basically in jail. And now he really is detained by the police. Cheng Huancheng replied absent-mindedly, "It's fine. I'll contact a lawyer to check out the details. However long he needs to stay, he'll stay. Serves him right for being so impulsive. Just hurry up." Xia Hezi pressed. "Talk to young Master Qing. Please, get him to help Yang Ang out." Cheng Huancheng gave a perfunctory reply. Lin Qingji hung up. The two of them exchanged a look and burst out laughing. Lin Qingji brought her tea over and helped Cheng Huancheng, who had one hand on a paintbrush and the other on a palette, take a few sips. "It's time to tell your second sister-in-law. It's getting late." Cheng Huancheng nodded. "Let me finish this bit of painting and get myself in the right mood." "All right." Lin Qingji chuckled. "If you call her a bit later, when it's late and she's half asleep, her judgment will be off and she'll be more likely to rush to the capital in a panic." "Good point." Cheng Huancheng glanced at the time on his phone. "No rush, let's wait a bit longer." It wasn't until late at night that Cheng Huancheng finally called Wang Xiaoxiao. After the deed was done, he yawned, flopped onto the bed, and quickly fell asleep. Those watching the drama were relaxed and carefree, but those caught up in it were scared out of their wits. In the middle of the night, someone booked a flight, changed trains and planes, and finally made it to the capital by the next morning. That afternoon, Xia Hezi called again, laughing as he said there'd been a sudden turn of events. Shui Yang had finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel. Turns out sister-in-law Xiao Xiao got into a fender bender and was sent to the hospital. Shui Yang thought something had happened to her, so he jumped in the car and drove south, only to get picked up by the police on the highway. Once sister-in-law heard the reason from you, she immediately flew over to see him. The lawyer and sister-in-law brought him home. Luckily, he was only in indirect contact, tested negative for a week, and posed no risk, so he just got a small fine and was sent home. Honestly, this was a blessing in disguise. He got out early and even managed to win his wife back, 2 birds with 1 stone. "Oh." Cheng Huancheng sat up, grinning. "Second sister-in-law forgave him?" "Really?" Xia Hezi laughed. "Pretty much. I heard that when sister-in-law Xiao Xiao saw him, she couldn't help but cry, yelling at your second brother while bawling her eyes out. The police thought something really serious had happened and quickly explained it was just a violation of regulations, not a crime, and told her not to get too worked up." "Ha ha." Cheng Huancheng laughed too. "So they're both home now? My second brother told you himself." "Yeah," Xia Hezi explained. "He said Xiao Xiao's still a little mad, so he has to explain everything to her. I told him he'd better apologize and make her happy, or there are a lot of people waiting to beat him up. He said he doesn't dare contact you guys for now, but as soon as they make up, he'll video call you." "Who wants to video call him?" Cheng Huancheng joked. "Always trying to show off. He can do whatever he wants, just don't bother us." "Exactly." Xia Hezi joined in. "He's been having issues with sister-in-law for so long. You guys are far away and don't have to deal with him, but I'm the one suffering, living under the same roof. When he heard sister-in-law was in trouble, he risked getting caught just to go south." Sister-in-law was angry but also touched, and her worry went out. She rushed back to the capital overnight. This kind of mutual devotion is just so romantic. If he still can't win her back now, I'll just beat him up myself. "Don't stop me. Seriously, don't." "I'll hand you the knife," Cheng Huancheng said mercilessly. "Keep a close eye on him, and make sure to pass on our pressure too. Either he wins her back, or we'll beat him up and start over, total annihilation." "Okay." Xia Hezi laughed. "I'll deliver your message word for word, not missing a syllable." Imperial Capital, Private Residence. Cheng Huanran had just finished a video conference with several top executives. Feeling tired, he stretched his limbs and stood up, rolling his neck to loosen up. Maybe his body was a bit sore and weak, so he stepped aside and did a few stretches right there. Knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. "Come in," Cheng Huanran called out. Unexpectedly, his mother's voice came from outside. "You rascal. Hurry up and open the door. My hands are full." Cheng Huanran quickly rushed over to open the door. He saw Xue Ling carrying a large tray with several stew bowls on it. With a grin, Cheng Huanran asked, "Mom, It's so late and you're still up? It's not that late, Xueling replied. It's only 10:30. I had the main kitchen prepare some fish maw stew as a late-night snack. It's good for your stomach and your skin. Thanks, Mom. Cheng Huanran hurriedly took the tray. That's a lot. How am I supposed to finish it all? Eating too much at night isn't good, it'll make me gain weight. Xueling explained, the other two are for your Uncle Heng and Xiaoan. Cheng Huanran thought for a moment, then pointed to the small round table in the corridor outside. How about you call Uncle Heng and Xiaoan over? We can eat and chat together, so you don't have to run all the way to the back. Back when Ching suggested they move into this private residence, saying it was spacious and had plenty of room for the kids to play, they agreed without a second thought. The kids were all at that energetic, lively age and really needed space to run around, otherwise, who could handle all their mischief? But after arriving, they realized this place wasn't just a private residence, it was more like a small estate. A big garden, a big house, a huge swimming pool, and even the living quarters were ridiculously large. The kids' play area was no exception, a playground plus a go-kart track, even he couldn't help but be tempted. And it wasn't just him, Xiaoan was hooked too, racing go-karts with the kids every day. Uncle Heng, watching from the sidelines, eventually couldn't resist joining the go-kart crew, so the track became a daily hangout for the old, the middle-aged, and the young alike. At first, they'd worried the kids would get bored being isolated, but with so many things to play with, they ran lap after lap, ending each day exhausted but happy. As soon as night fell, they'd be yawning, falling asleep like little piglets. With so much space, just running around was enough exercise. Xueling followed the kids around every day, even if she didn't join in the games. She was still worn out. By now, the kids were fast asleep, and she was too tired to trek to the back of the residence, so she took her son's advice and called Xue Heng and his daughter over. Cheng Huanran and Xueling lived in the front section, in a classical-style building, all on the second floor. The rooms were side by side, with a long corridor outside. Below was a large garden, with mountains and rice fields in the distance. The scenery was beautiful by day, and at night, the layered mountains were faintly visible, with the sounds of insects and frogs making the night feel even more peaceful and serene. Cheng Huanran couldn't help but joke, "Good thing we're all busy every day, my head hits the pillow and I'm out. Otherwise, with all this chirping and buzzing, I'd probably have insomnia." In another half a month or so, all the little critters will quiet down, Xueling explained. Winter comes early in the capital. Enjoy the sounds while you can. Cheng Huanran laughed. Just then, Xue Heng came up the wooden stairs from the other side. Xueling raised an eyebrow. Where's Xiaoan? Didn't you call her? She's already asleep, Xue Heng explained. She played with the kids all day, and after dinner she was so sleepy she kept yawning. After her bath, she went straight to bed. Cheng Huanran chuckled, no way. She used to just be getting started with her nightlife at this hour. She's been asleep for over an hour now, Xue Heng said with a smile. She says this kind of quarantine life is great, she's having a blast. Xueling teased, before, when I asked her to come back, she kept making excuses, complaining about this and that. She likes it here, Xue Heng joked. It's not the capital she likes. What she doesn't like is having to come back and start working. If she could just play here every day, she'd be happy to stay not just 3 weeks, but for a lifetime. The three of them laughed. Cheng Huanran thought for a moment, then praised, Xiaohan's complexion looks better and better lately, and her spirits are up too. It's thanks to you all being here, Xue Heng explained with a smile. Her psychiatrist says she only needs 2 medications now, the rest have been stopped. Even those 2 are being tapered off month by month. Xueling nodded in satisfaction. Makes this trip worthwhile. But we still need to stay in close contact with her doctor. Her health is important. Absolutely, Xue Heng agreed. I think so too. My dad also said Xiaoan seems much more cheerful now, and that it's time to gradually let her face some of life's pressures, not spoil her too much. I've got some news, Cheng Huanran said quietly. I heard that guy Xiaoan dated abroad has been having a rough time lately. Someone reported him for falsifying data last year, so he got fired. Looks like he'll never work in his old field again. And his boyfriend of several years dumped him and moved abroad just days after he hit rock bottom. Of course, they'd had a hand in this, but at least the bad guy finally got what he deserved. If he'd been a decent person and hadn't done anything wrong, there would have been nothing they could do to him. And if his beloved boyfriend truly loved him, he wouldn't have dumped him the moment things went south. In the end, he brought this all on himself. They'd just nudged things along a bit, making sure he got his just desserts a little sooner. Humph. Shui Heng snorted. That punk got off easy. I didn't even get to beat him up a few times. Just thinking about it still makes me mad. It's over now. Shui Ling shot him a look. What good does it do to get angry? If you'd hit him, he'd only hurt for a few days. But if he reported you, you might not even be back in the capital now. Why bother? Those who do evil will bring about their own downfall. People with impure motives always have plenty of weaknesses. Once they're exposed, they lose their arrogance. Why get your own hands dirty and cause yourself trouble? Shui Heng said helplessly, I was just too angry. That's how dads feel, you should understand. Shui Ling snorted, I get it, but do others? The police? Or do you think the judge would? Shui Heng gave a sheepish grin. Cheng Huanran tried not to laugh and spoke up for his uncle. After raising your precious daughter for 20 years, almost having her snatched away by a pig, who wouldn't be mad? Xiaoan is your pride and joy. Anyone would be furious if something happened to her. Shui Heng burst out laughing. See? Men understand men. Heh. Shui Ling picked up her stew and sipped it slowly. You two can commiserate all you want. Just sit here and enjoy the night air. But don't eat my late-night snack, and don't bother me. Shui Heng and Cheng Huanran were startled and quickly tried to smooth things over with a smile. We're just joking around. Where's the fun if you can't joke? I love Mom's late-night snacks the most. Come on, let's eat together. Shui Ling couldn't be bothered to respond to them and just kept eating on her own. Cheng Huanran asked curiously, Uncle Heng, what's your plan? Are you going to have Xiaoan start from the bottom? Shui Heng looked troubled and replied, she wants to go straight into management, but I don't agree. She has zero management experience and no people skills. She won't be able to manage anyone, and she'll probably end up suffering herself. Let her start from the bottom, Shui Ling suggested. Have her intern at the front desk first, so she can see how others interact with people. The communication skills and etiquette at the front desk are exactly what she needs to learn most. Let her observe and pick up some interpersonal skills. The rest doesn't matter. The front desk? As an intern. Shui Heng gave a wry smile. I think that's a good idea too, but she definitely won't agree. Cheng Huanran stifled a laugh. Xiaoan has always had her head in the clouds. If you make her start from the bottom, she'll probably throw a fit with you, Uncle Heng. Throw a fit? Shui Ling retorted. You're her father. Are you going to let her act out? Tell her if she doesn't like it, she can go find a job on her own. With her education and abilities, let's see what kind of job she can get. After what happened before, it's clear she can handle some pressure now. She's proud and thinks highly of herself. We don't want to crush her, but it's good for others to give her a reality check. Will that work? Shui Heng was a bit uneasy. But Cheng Huanran sided with his mother and analyzed, Uncle Heng, how will you know if you don't try? With Xiaohan's education and communication skills, she might not even get hired as an office clerk at a small company. Let her go out and hit a few walls, it'll be enough. We're not sending her out to gain life experience, just to let her taste some setbacks so she'll listen to your arrangements. All right, I'll give it a try, Shui Heng agreed. Shui Ling said, have her send out her resume first. Just email it online, that'll be enough for the first round of reality checks. Okay, Shui Heng said. I'll have her start preparing tomorrow. Shui Ling chuckled, tell her to send her resume to every big company and corporation, then wait and see if anyone replies. No way. Shui Heng laughed. With her diploma from that no-name college, what big company would want her? If she had work experience, maybe, but she doesn't have any at all. Shui Ling nodded in satisfaction. Good, that's exactly the effect we want. Once she's been knocked down by the first round, then have her intern at the front desk for a few months. The two girls working at the nursing home's front desk are pretty good. Let her watch and learn from them. It'll do her a lot of good. MHM, Shui Heng agreed. They really do have great people skills. Let Xiaoan see what real PR professionals are like. Cheng Huanran couldn't help but remind her, Mom, nobody calls them girls anymore. Now it's Miss or Big Sister Jia. Shui Ling shook her head. I can't keep up with you young people. Decades ago, we called them Miss, but then that became inappropriate, so it changed to Lady. Back in the old days, Miss was a respectful title for daughters of wealthy families. Big sister? If she's a sister, why call her little? What kind of logic is that? Cheng Huanran couldn't really explain it either and just laughed. It started online. For slightly older, more mature women, calling them Big Sister sounds more friendly and intimate. Shui Heng was also confused and shook his head with a wry smile. We're both in our 60s. Anyone we'd call Big Sister would be in their 60s or 70s. To us, girls in their 20s or 30s are just girls. It feels weird to call them sister. Cheng Huanran laughed, but didn't push them to adopt the trendy term. So, he changed the subject and asked, Mom, you're still in touch with Xiao, right? Yes, Shui Ling replied. She called me a few times before she left the mountain, and later we did some video calls with the kids. When she heard I was bringing the kids back to China, she cried right away, saying she missed them so much. If I hadn't brought the kids back this time, she was ready to book a ticket to come find us. Shui Heng, unaware of the couple's recent spat, said she hasn't seen the kids in ages. Of course she misses them. If it weren't for the quarantine, she'd never have left them for so long. Let's hope this wave of the pandemic passes soon, Cheng Huanran sighed. Otherwise, there's quarantine here and quarantine there, and just like that, more than a month goes by. There are only 12 months in a year. Shui Heng felt the same way and said quietly, with elderly at home, everyone's on edge. I've been through a lot, but even I feel like I can barely handle it. I can't imagine how dangerous and miserable it would be if the elders got sick. Ah Huan said, if the elders can be isolated, they should be. Life only happens once, no one can afford to be careless. The three elders are doing well over there, Shui Ling said. After all, it's the royal back garden. Very private and strictly managed. Outsiders can't get close easily. Plus, each villa is separate, so it's naturally isolated. There's nothing to worry about. It's the capital that's too crowded every now and then there's another outbreak, and everyone's on edge. Cheng Huanran agreed. Little Huzi is still in quarantine. He was a direct contact, so he has to isolate for 2 or 3 weeks. In short, until the virus mutates into something weaker, the elders have to stay hidden, Shui Heng said in a low voice. Ah Huan said, especially uncle and my dad. They're older and have underlying health issues. They absolutely can't get sick. Xin Yuan is good, but the young people have to come and go for work, and with bodyguards and security, there are still too many people around. There's some risk. Shui Ling had already anticipated this and shook her head. Don't worry, I won't let them come back anytime soon. Once Xiao and the second child take over with the kids, I'll go back there. You're not staying a bit longer? Shui Heng couldn't help but ask. Yang is so busy, Xiao might not be able to handle all the kids by herself. Shui Ling explained, they can't stay at the city center anymore. There's not enough space for the kids, and downstairs is a busy mall with lots of people coming and going. The more people, the higher the risk. So I suggested they move to Xinyuan. The 2 older kids can go to kindergarten and the younger 2 can stay home. With the nanny and Xiao, they should be able to manage. Xinyuan has a chef and cleaning staff, so there's not much work. It should be fine. Little Huzi and his son will also stay there, Cheng Huanran said. With the elders gone, it's much more convenient for them to live at Xinyuan. With so many kids, they can look after each other. Plus, I can help out at home in the mornings and evenings. You? Shui Ling shook her head. Better not. Cheng Huanran chuckled and explained, I'll go be with Anin and Xiaozha at the end of the year. Wait until Xiaozha is a bit older, Shui Ling suggested. After this winter, when spring comes and the flowers bloom, I'll have Anin bring Xiaozha back to the capital. Cheng Huanran raised his eyebrows in surprise. Is that necessary? Mom, Enin is very independent, and she really likes it there. I know, Xueling interrupted, reminding him, but it's not good for you two to be apart for so long. You have work and can't keep running back and forth. Right now, Xiaozhi is still little, and Enin needs to give him her full attention, so she can't look after you two. Remember, it's never a good thing for a married couple to be separated for long periods. Avoid it if you can. Once things settle down here in the capital, you can bring Enin and Xiaozhi back. Cheng Huanran couldn't help but think of Shui Yang and his younger siblings' messy divorce drama. Even though he was confident he and Enin would never end up like that, he still wanted to enjoy the warmth of his wife and son at home every day. Okay, I'll listen to you. But Uncle Li has to come back with them too. Enin really likes this new business and wants to keep learning how to make Chinese pastries from him. No problem, Xueling smiled. As long as Enin enjoys it, she can arrange things however she likes. When the kids are older, if she wants to make this her career, we'll support her all the way. Cheng Huanran shook his head. No rush, let her take her time learning. We're planning to have another child next year, or the year after. She said she wants to wait until the kids are in elementary school before looking for a suitable job. Let her keep being your bodyguard. Shui Heng suggested. Keep it in the family, after all, you need a bodyguard anyway. And when it comes to being a bodyguard, Enin is the most professional. Cheng Huanran hesitated a little. Let's wait and see. I'd rather not, if possible. Why not? Shui Heng didn't understand. Cheng Huanran looked a bit embarrassed and lowered his voice. Uncle Heng, back then we were in the honeymoon phase and wanted to be together 24/7. I liked having her work by my side, but now I'd rather she had her own independent pursuits, instead of spending all day at work focused on me, and then coming home to focus on the kids. She needs her own space and to do things she enjoys. As for what she wants to do, that's up to her. I'll support her no matter what. Exactly, Shui Ling agreed wholeheartedly with her son's decision. It's important to have a little space from each other. It actually helps keep the relationship stable. Enin is a very independent girl. Even if she has her own career or hobbies, you don't need to worry too much. On the other hand, Xiao might need to stay by Yang Yang's side. Cheng Huanran couldn't help asking, Mom, you talked to Xiao, right? What did she say? She doesn't feel very secure, Shui Ling sighed. After talking with me for a bit, she started crying. Maybe it's her upbringing, or maybe it's because she spent so much time away from her parents' training as a child, she really lacks a sense of security. Plus, she never had a proper job after graduation, so she's a bit out of touch with society, which has made her even more sensitive and lacking in confidence. She's been so focused on the kids that she's neglected herself, and that was bound to cause problems sooner or later, like this time. Shui Heng asked curiously, what happened? Did the couple have a spat? Yeah, Shui Ling didn't go into detail and just glossed over it. They were apart for too long, and with Xiao's lack of security and Shui Yang's careless nature, he didn't notice anything was wrong or give her enough attention. Things got tense. It looks like they've made up now, so it should be fine. Shui Heng laughed. That's marriage. A little spat now and then is perfectly normal. That may be true, but it's never good when it happens, Shui Ling said with a wry smile. Your Uncle Yuan and I have been married for decades and barely ever fought. I really have no experience with this. Who would have thought that at my age, I'd have to mediate between my son and daughter-in-law? It's tough. Shui Heng burst out laughing. Cheng Huanran asked, Mom, has Yang Ang contacted you? What are their plans? Xiuhu messaged me saying they'd made up, so I haven't really kept up with what's going on. Nothing for now, Shui Ling replied. But Xiuhu and I both suggested that Xiao should go help out at Yang Yang's new company when she has time, instead of staying at home all day. The younger kids will be starting kindergarten soon, so she'll have more free time during the day. She doesn't have to work full-time, just give Yang Ang a hand, it'll be good for her. That sounds good, Cheng Huanran said, not wanting to comment too much. Yang Ang isn't the most attentive type, so having her keep an eye on things is a good idea. Shui Heng thought for a moment and suggested, why not have Xiao open a swimming center? She used to be on the diving team. She could team up with some retired colleagues or teammates and start a swimming club. Those places are really popular now, especially the heated pools. She's not suited for it, Xue Ling said honestly. Xiao Xiao is very sincere, but she doesn't have a head for business. Plus, she's not bold enough to try new things. That's why all of Yang Yang's assets are just sitting there as reserves in her hands. Aside from collecting rent, nothing else has grown. She could give it a try, Xue Heng suggested. Sign up for a class or find some investment experts to teach her. Xue Ling smiled wryly. I've introduced her to plenty of people and even tried teaching her myself, but she's just not interested. Everyone else in the family is into investing and wants to help her, but she's not interested and doesn't want to get involved. Then she's probably just not suited for it, Xue Heng explained. Running a business is a form of investment too. If you don't have financial management skills, you can't handle it. Everything requires big investments these days, and sometimes you don't even see any returns after putting in tens of millions. If you don't have the talent or interest, you can't learn it well, so it's better to play it safe. All of Yang Yang's assets are tightly held by her, Xue Ling said with a chuckle. But being cautious has its advantages. Every investment carries risk, especially in today's unstable climate. Being conservative is safer. But being too conservative means your assets can depreciate over time. I recently bought a batch of gold and invested in some heavy metal stocks. Those are pretty safe and, over time, should make some money. I wanted to get her involved, but she refused, saying she doesn't understand that stuff and doesn't dare to invest blindly. Haha. Xue Heng couldn't help laughing. Your daughter-in-law doesn't even know how good you are at investing, Xue Ling. Ha ha. He then patted Cheng Huanran on the shoulder and asked, Do you know how many great stocks your mom has? Cheng Huanran looked a bit lost. Never asked. Xue Heng held up 2 fingers and said, I don't know about the rest, but I know she has at least 20 or 30. There's one in particular that's amazing. I remember it well. When that company first went public, your mom immediately bought in, spending several million at once. I thought she was crazy, but I followed her lead and bought 100,000. Later, that company grew and became a huge conglomerate, dominating the market with products all over the world. Unfortunately, when I was building my rehab center, I needed cash and, though I was reluctant, I ended up selling those shares. How much? Cheng Huanran asked excitedly. Xue Heng replied, It's gone up by nearly 230 times. Cheng Huanran. Xue Heng sighed with emotion. It's only been a little over a decade, about 17 years or so. If I'd left that 100,000 yuan in the bank, at most I'd have earned a few thousand more by now. But I followed your mom's lead and invested, and in a flash, it grew so much. If only I'd put all my money in back then. By now I'd be retired already. No need to bother with running a nursing home. Oh, please. Xue Ling pointed out mercilessly. Didn't you follow my lead for the group investments? Of all the profitable projects you've got, which one wasn't because I brought you in? You started the nursing home because you wanted to retire, so how did it become that you can't retire? Who would believe you? What a load of nonsense. Xue Heng burst out laughing and said, If I could make as much as you, I wouldn't need to run a nursing home. But anyway, speaking of which, the money I left with you, did you invest it for me? Half and half, Xue Ling replied. Half is in a fixed deposit, and the other half I invested in the gold market. Xue Heng asked in surprise, Really? The gold market? Is that reliable? I only put in a little, Xue Ling explained. I figured your money was just sitting there anyway, so I moved half of it into some investments. A little? Xue Heng asked skeptically. Or, do you mean a little, as in a billion little? Cheng Huanran laughed. When my mom says a little, she probably means a billion little. You heard her right. Xue Ling nodded. It's all right, hasn't made much so far, but it's a long-term thing. The way I see it, with this pandemic spreading so quickly around the world, the next few years probably won't be stable. If the pandemic isn't strictly controlled, the virus will wreak havoc and take lives. If it is controlled, it'll affect the normal business environment. No matter what industry you invest in, there's risk. Plus, I'm too busy these days to keep an eye on the market, so gold is a safer bet. That's true, Cheng Huanran agreed. In the next few years, the best industries might be pharmaceuticals or new internet sectors. Xue Heng thought for a moment and gave up. Better to listen to your mom, no big investments, just play it safe. We're getting older, we don't have the energy to get into those new, complicated industries. Being conservative is the right call, let's go with her plan. We're already in pharmaceuticals. Cheng Huanran explained. We invest a lot in R&D and marketing every year, no need to invest more. It's just some spare cash, Xueling said lightly to her eldest son. Some is set aside for spending and the rest, instead of letting it sit idle in the bank, I make small investments. I don't plan to put more into real industries. Xueheng couldn't help but laugh. Huanran, the pharmaceutical group is under your management now. Your mom hasn't been involved for years. Don't be fooled by how she's retired at home, split her assets among you 4 kids, and spends her time with the elderly or the grandkids. Actually, she's made plenty of money these years. All from stocks. Cheng Huanran asked curiously. Xueling shook her head. Mostly old stocks from before, some art pieces, some futures, and some gold or luxury investments. Not a lot, just a bit here and there, whenever I saw something suitable. Over the years, it's added up to quite a variety. Cheng Huanran was dumbfounded. Mom, seriously? This is what you call a little? Xueheng burst out laughing. Xueling, however, was calm. I started out in real estate, and only later switched to industry. Switching fields is tough, so I never dared to invest too much at once. Usually, if I saw something promising, I'd put in a bit. Over time, it just sounds like a lot of different things. What Cheng Huanran was most curious about was how much she'd made, so he asked, they must have done pretty well, right? Mom, how much did you make? Not bad, Xueling replied. Right now, most is in gold, then art, and the least in futures. Only the futures lost money, but I made most of it back later. The rest all made a decent profit. Xueheng gave her a thumbs up. I'll keep following your lead. Maybe I should invest the other half I left with you too. Money just sits in the bank, but with you, it grows. Are you that short on cash? Xueling shot him a look and countered. Wasn't that money you left with me for Xiaohan? What? Changing your mind and want to invest now? Isn't the nursing home making enough? You really are obsessed with money. Xueheng chuckled and retorted, whoever thinks they have too much money. If the money I left with you grows by 1/3 in 3 or 5 years, I'll be grateful. Oh, please. Xueling laughed. Do I need your gratitude? Do I? Yes, yes, yes. Xueheng blinked. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Let's stick to the original plan, Xueling interrupted. Half in savings, half in investments. Don't get too aggressive. I'm not worried. Xueheng patted his chest. I trust you 100%. If you want, I can even add 1/3 more. But Xueling still refused, explaining, the market these days is hard to read, and I'm gradually getting out of touch with society. I can't handle large-scale investments anymore. That's one reason I'm so conservative. All right, Xueheng raised his eyebrows. So how much have we made so far? I haven't checked closely, Xueling replied. But I can say for sure, it's up more than 10%. That's plenty. Xueheng's eyes crinkled with satisfaction. That's just perfect. Cheng Huanran listened in amazement and couldn't help but ask, Uncle Hung, just how much secret cash do you have stashed away? All left with my mom. Oh, come on. Xueheng laughed. Money I earned myself, how is that secret cash? I've been divorced from your aunt for years. The money's all mine. No such thing as secret. Leaving it with your mom is best. She makes it grow and fast. Leaving it in the bank, it's just a cold number, no real meaning. By the way, why doesn't Xiao invest with your mom? Haven't you told her about your mom's glorious history? Cheng Huanran shook his head with a laugh. No. My mom's always been low-key, she never told us much. All these years, I thought she just retired and stopped caring about everything. What a shame. Xueheng suggested, you should tell Xiao to learn investing from your mom. She'll make a fortune. No need, Xueling waved her hand. Xiao really isn't suited for it. Over the years, I've tried to sound her out. She has no investment sense, no guts, and no interest. Even if I taught her hand in hand, it probably wouldn't work. Oh. Xueheng shook his head. Then there's nothing to be done. Everything takes talent and interest, investing and doing business are no different. That's right. Xueling sighed. Talent is the most important. Interest comes second. Xiao Xiao is a good, honest kid, but when it comes to business, she really doesn't have the knack for it. That was simply the truth, not something she was making up. Qing Huanran gave a wry smile. All of second brother's assets are managed by her, but I've heard that aside from collecting rent, nothing else has changed at all. Exactly. Xueling explained. She's extremely conservative. I've given her some suggestions now and then she'll agree to them, but when it comes to actually doing things, she doesn't handle it well. Going forward, the two of them might have other plans, so for now I don't want to give any more advice. Earlier, when they thought Xiao Xiao had gone missing, everyone had been worried for a whole day and night. Fortunately, Eiqing's people found her in time, and they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Xueling had talked with Wang Xiaoxiao quite a bit and discovered that she and Yang had been apart for a while. After years of staying home with the kids, she'd lost her confidence and even felt insecure about Yang. The problem was, second brother was naturally scatterbrained and hadn't noticed anything was wrong. All he cared about was making money. Wang Xiaoxiao had cried to her, saying she and Yang had grown distant. There was even a huge gulf between them that couldn't be crossed. She even said maybe she'd made the wrong choice from the start, that she shouldn't have married such a wealthy young master. Families that aren't well matched can never be truly happy. She went on to say that ever since she noticed Yang growing colder toward her, she'd become paranoid. Whenever he got a new assistant, she'd want to know if it was a man or a woman, what they looked like, and she'd get anxious about it. Xueling listened and comforted her for a long time. The issues between second brother and his wife were serious, otherwise, it wouldn't have gotten to the point of talking about divorce. Now, thanks to the pandemic, the two of them were finally spending time together again. She decided not to interfere too much and let them work things out on their own. When it comes to relationship problems, you can't always be rational. If others get too involved, it can actually make things worse. Once Xueling realized this, she stopped saying more and left them their space. As for how Xiao Xiao would improve their relationship in the future, that brat Yang surely had some ideas of his own. As their mother, she planned to watch from a distance and step in only if necessary. As long as they handled things well, she'd even pretend not to know anything. Once they calmed down and got through this rough patch, things should work out. For now, Xueling just planned to wait and see. Xueheng nodded approvingly. That's right, the kids are all grown up now. It's not our place to arrange everything for them. Ayuan wanted me to give second brother a good scolding. Xueling chuckled. But second brother already guessed it and has been avoiding us. Forget it, he's not a little kid anymore. As long as he knows where he went wrong and how to fix it, that's enough. If he didn't realize his mistakes or know how to make up for them, then I'd have to step in and teach him a lesson. Xueheng burst out laughing. Cheng Huanran put down his soup bowl, licked his lips contentedly, and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Mom, you and Dad don't need to step in on this. Leave it to me. If you two won't scold him, I will. Yang really went too far this time. Go ahead. Xueling didn't stop him at all. You're the eldest brother. Your dad and I are getting old. The one with the most say in this family should be you now. However you want to deal with him, it's up to you. Qing Huanran nodded. All right. Xueheng gave a wry smile and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that in our big family, the older brothers and sisters always have the upper hand. It's like a bloodline suppression over the younger siblings. You're being suppressed? Xueling teased. Xueheng muttered in protest, aren't I? Haven't you bossed me around enough? Come on. Xueling laughed. Aren't you an older brother too? Isn't Huan your younger brother? No way. Xueheng protested. He's always had a mind of his own since he was little. He never listened to me. I was bossed around by Mom and Dad, then by Uncle and you. Even now, you all still boss me around. If that's not bloodline suppression, what is? Qing Huanran tried not to laugh. Sounds pretty tragic. Doesn't it? Xueheng suddenly felt he'd found a kindred spirit and threw his arm around his nephew. Your mom is even scarier than your grandpa. Uncle is always gentle and treats everyone well. But your mom, She has this natural authority over the younger generation, like, obey me and prosper, defy me and perish. You can't help but listen to her. Shui Ling shot him a look and retorted, is it really that exaggerated? It is. Shui Heng insisted. It was even worse before, now it's a bit better. Shui Ling couldn't be bothered with him and waved her hand. Huan Ran, take this to the kitchen later. It's late, I'm going to bed. Okay. Cheng Huan Ran replied respectfully, good night, Mom. Shui Heng quickly added, good night. They watched Shui Ling leave before continuing their conversation. Seriously, it really is a family trait. As long as you're older, even by a few months, you have this natural authority. You have to listen to me. Cheng Huan Ran grinned. Uncle Hung, if my mom said or did something wrong, would you still obey her? No way, right? No matter how strong the bloodline is, it can't override the facts. True, true. Shui Heng's eyes flickered. Mainly, she's always right. Otherwise, I wouldn't listen to her about everything. Honestly, all my achievements today are thanks to your mom. Exactly. Cheng Huan Ran reminded him. That's the real reason. If my mom didn't have the ability, even if she was 20 years older, you wouldn't let her boss you around. You'd just do whatever you wanted. Shui Heng thought about it. That's true. Still, in this family, there's a reason for respecting seniority. Of course. Cheng Huan Ran lifted his chin. I'm the oldest, so I get to scold second brother. Even if he's innocent, he wouldn't dare talk back. Shui Heng rolled his eyes. Exactly. Your mom just takes advantage of being a bit older than me and treats me however she wants. Scolds me, teases me, bosses me around. Even if all you kids or your dad are there, she doesn't care about saving face. Hee hee. Cheng Huan Ran's eyes sparkled. Can't be helped, you were just born later. She's the older sister, you're the younger brother. Shui Heng shot him a huge eye roll, then got up and stretched. I'm full. Time for a walk, then bed. Hey. Cheng Huan Ran grabbed him. Uncle Hung, it's not even 11 yet. Why are you in such a hurry to sleep? Come on, let's go have a drink. No, no, no. Shui Heng refused 3 times in a row. Don't tempt me. If we get drunk, your mom will kill us tomorrow. Cheng Huan Ran pleaded, just one. Just a small glass. It's only wine, not hard liquor, we won't get drunk. Shui Heng laughed and threw his arm around his nephew. All right, let's go. But don't let your mom find out. Don't worry. On the 4th day, everyone's COVID tests were still negative. Shui Ling called Zheng Duo to check in on him. Over half an hour later, Zheng Duo arrived at the suburban villa with his son. Shui Ling looked at the thin, worried little boy, then at the haggard, troubled Zheng Duo and for a moment didn't know how to begin. Lingjia, Zheng Duo called out, his eyes slightly red. It's been so long since we last met. Shui Ling looked at him with concern and sighed. Another few months have flown by. It really has been a long time. Zheng Duo coaxed his son gently, come on. Say hi to Auntie Ling. The little one shrank back, too shy to speak. Zheng Duo set him down and urged, go on. Go say hello to Auntie. She's got juice for you. But Zheng Xian stood rooted to the spot, glancing timidly at Shui Ling, then burying his head in his father's pants. Cheng Huan Ran frowned and crouched down to pick Zheng Xian up, but the little boy didn't remember him and backed away in fright. That's Uncle Ran, Zheng Duo reminded his son. But the boy just clung to Zheng Duo's leg, too shy to approach. Shui Ling called out toward the back. A moment later, a few chubby, fair little kids came running out of the playground. Their cheeks were flushed from playing, and their damp hair stuck to their foreheads. As they ran over, their laughter rang out. Shui Ling called, Xiao Shuang. Xiao Zhu. Hurry. Mini Tiger. Come see who's here. Little brother. Brother. Jing little brother. In no time, 5 kids surrounded Zheng Xian, chattering away in their childish voices. Zheng Xian's eyes lit up. At first, he didn't know what to do, glancing from one to another, then shyly smiling. Shui Ling said, you guys take Xiao Zheng to play with you, okay? And remember, be careful. Okay. Come on, little brother. Let's play bumper cars together. That's my favorite. Soon, the kids had kidnapped Zheng Xian away. The boy who'd just been clinging to his father's leg was now off playing without a backward glance. Zheng Duo couldn't help but laugh. It's great to have playmates. Look at him. He's already forgotten about his old man. Cheng Huanran said, "Come on, let's go sit under the tree." The three of them soon sat down at the stone table beneath the tree. A servant brought out some snacks and tea. Unable to see his son, Zheng Duo felt a bit anxious and asked, "Lingjia, is someone watching them?" "Yes," Xueling replied. "There's a nanny and 2 bodyguards inside. Don't worry, the playground was just built and all the safety measures are in place. The kids won't get hurt." "Xiaohan is in there too," Cheng Huanran added. "She's been loving playing with the other kids lately. Don't worry, there are adults around. The kids won't be left unsupervised." Zheng Duo relaxed, rolling his neck and stretching from side to side. Cheng Huanran immediately noticed something was wrong with his neck and asked, "What's up?" "Your cervical spondylosis acting up again." "Yeah," Zheng Duo explained. "These days I keep getting dizzy spells, and my neck feels awful." Cheng Huanran stood up, came over, and started massaging his neck and shoulders. "What's going on? You're stiff as a board. Your cervical spondylosis is pretty serious." Zheng Duo gave a wry smile. "What can I do? It didn't happen overnight, it's been years." "Ow, ow, hey, go easy. Take it easy, will you? The more blocked your blood flow gets, the more it'll hurt." Cheng Huanran didn't ease up at all, kneading as he saw fit. He warned, "Stop staring at your phone all the time. When you have a break, look at the ceiling. No slacking off." "I can't help it." Zheng Duo protested. "There are all sorts of work groups, info groups, WeChat circles, client chats. At the office it's computers and tablets, at home it's my phone. I can't get away from these gadgets." "Then get ready for it to keep getting worse," Cheng Huanran snorted. "If you keep this up, it'll only deteriorate further. Sooner or later, the pain will kill you." "No, please." Zheng Duo begged. "You have to save me. Help me out." Cheng Huanran kept working on his neck, but didn't stop lecturing him. "So, what's it going to be, money or your life? Huh? What's the point of having money if you lose your health? Without money, life's meaningless too," Zheng Duo joked. "You know what the most painful thing in the world is? Having no money but still being alive." "Wrong," Cheng Huanran corrected. "As long as you're alive, it doesn't matter if you lose your money. If you're alive, you can always earn more. But if you're dead, nothing matters, no amount of money can help. At a critical moment, money can buy your life." Zheng Duo laughed. "I heard the latest cancer research says that as long as you have enough money, even cancer can be cured." Cheng Huanran flicked the back of his neck and asked, "Can you buy a new neck and have it installed?" "Huh? Can you?" "Ow, ow." Zheng Duo laughed and scolded, "You're trying to kill me. Is this a massage or an execution? And you call yourself a doctor? Where's your medical ethics? Did you throw them away when you stopped practicing?" "Ow, ouch, ouch." Cheng Huanran decided he'd done enough and let go. "All right, try moving it yourself." Zheng Duo slowly turned his neck a few times, then broke into a delighted grin. "Not bad, not bad. Dr. Cheng's magic hands are scary, but they really work." Cheng Huanran pointed up at the tree and ordered, "Look up, no looking down." Zheng Duo had no choice but to prop up his chin and obediently look up at the sky, no, at the tree. Xueling poured him a cup of hot tea and handed it over. "Jie, I'm starving," Zheng Duo said, reaching for the snacks. "Let me fill my stomach before I drink tea." Xueling couldn't help but ask, "You haven't had breakfast?" "Nope." Zheng Duo munched on a bird's nest pastry and mumbled, "I haven't had a moment's rest since I got up. As soon as you called, I grabbed my son and rushed over." Xueling frowned. "It's past 10 already. That's not early." Sigh, Zheng Duo gave a wry smile. "I finished work after 1 last night, my neck hurt so bad I couldn't sleep. Got up after 8, had a video meeting, then got busy until now, didn't have time to make anything to eat. Besides, there's no food delivery at this hour." Xueling raised an eyebrow. "What about your nanny? Don't you have one at home?" Zheng Duo kept eating. "She was let go a few days ago. Haven't found a new one yet." The agency said there's no one suitable for now, but they'll keep an eye out. I made formula for my son and had a cup of coffee myself. I knew you'd have good food here, so I didn't bother buying anything on the way, just came straight over. See? I was right. Haha. Qing Huanran frowned. Xiaozheng only had formula for breakfast? He's old enough to eat proper meals now. Formula's just a snack at best. Jing Duo sighed helplessly. This child has had food allergies since he was little. It wasn't serious before. I don't know what happened, but this year it's gotten worse and worse. He ends up in the hospital at the drop of a hat. Xueling frowned and asked, "Did you ever find out the reason?" I remember Sister Achun mentioning it before, but it didn't seem that serious back then. As long as you paid extra attention to his meals, it was fine. Yes, Zheng Duo replied. Back then, my mom was in charge of all his meals, light vegetables with a bit of minced meat. He liked it and his nutrition was fine. But for some reason, it's gotten worse these past few months. He doesn't like to eat most things, and if he does eat, he gets a fever and feels terrible. What did the doctors say? Qing Huanran asked suspiciously. They all just say it's food allergies? Zheng Duo nodded. Every time, that's what they say. Every time I take him in, it's straight to the ER, and 4 drip until the fever goes down, then a long lecture about watching his diet. That's it. Always the same hospital? Qing Huanran asked. Jing Duo shook his head. No way. Ever since the pandemic started, every hospital has all sorts of tests and restrictions. Even for the ER, you need a nucleic acid test and green codes. I just go wherever is closest or easiest. Twice I went to private hospitals, and they said the same thing, just food allergies. Xueling couldn't help but ask, exactly which foods is he allergic to? Did you ever figure that out? No. Zheng Duo explained. My mom was the main one taking care of him before. We only knew he couldn't have too much beef, and some beans were off limits. When he and Xiaotong were in Rongqing, he mostly had pork bone congee with yam, and snacks were rice cereal and formula. But for some reason, things started to change. More and more foods became off limits. Now, aside from formula, there's almost nothing he can eat. How is that possible? Xueling was incredulous. He could eat those things before. How can he suddenly not tolerate them? Didn't you get him checked thoroughly? One doctor said it might be psychological, Zheng Duo replied. The others all said it's food allergies, told us to keep a list of things he can't eat, and just be careful. They said as he grows, it should get better. He's had all kinds of tests, blood draws, urine and stool samples. The kid's terrified now, he bursts into tears at the sight of a syringe. Lately, his mental state's been so bad, I don't dare take him for more tests. At this point, Zheng Duo's eyes were full of pain and helplessness. His appetite's getting worse, and he eats less and less. He's smaller than other kids his age, and his energy isn't good either. My child is sick, but I can't find the reason. I'm completely exhausted. Xueling frowned. The child's having problems, but you two can't coordinate your time to be with him, is that it? There's nothing I can do. Zheng Duo lowered his eyes. My schedule is always like this. Xiaotong just started her job this year. She's working hard and can't spare any attention for home. She used to help with the kid, but my mom was still the main caregiver. She doesn't have much experience, and after we moved back to the capital, she was overwhelmed, so we had to hire a nanny. We've gone through one after another, professional childcare workers, senior nannies. Even the agencies are scared of us now. Xueling was baffled. Why? Are your requirements too high, or are the nannies afraid to take care of your child? Afraid of the responsibility. It couldn't be that every childcare worker was unsuitable, or that so many senior nannies were unqualified. Zheng Duo frowned and explained, some were let go because Xiaotong wasn't satisfied. Others quit on their own. They found my son too hard to care for, always getting sick, picky about food, and with so many restrictions. The pressure was too much. Now the agencies are scared of us and just give us the runaround. Xueling pressed, so what about now? What's going on with you and Xiaotong? Are you taking care of the kid alone? Yeah. Zheng Duo lowered his eyes and spoke softly. I actually wanted to ask you guys for help. Taitu supports me bringing the child over, said he'd introduce some foreign doctors to take a look. But with the pandemic getting worse, all flights over there have been suspended. I can't get a nanny, and there's no one else to help, so I can only work from home and look after the little one myself. Taitu told me you guys were back and to wait for your call. I've been waiting, and as soon as you called, I brought my son over. Shui Ling stared at him, but didn't press further. Zheng Duo didn't dare meet her eyes and stammered, I really have no choice. Taitu's not here. You guys aren't here. I honestly don't know who else to turn to. My sister's super busy too. She comes to check on Xiaozheng when she can, but it's always in a rush. And now, Xue Hengji flew over to your side. The nursing home is short-staffed, so my sister's even busier. My brother-in-law is still in seclusion, so it's not easy for her either. I don't want to keep bothering her, so I just try to handle as much as I can myself. Xue Ling let out a long sigh and rubbed her temples. What are you all doing? The kid is sick and you're still fighting among yourselves. Are you all too idle or something? Zheng Duo didn't dare answer, his face a little grim. Cheng Huanran couldn't take it anymore and said, You and Xiaotong are on the outs again, aren't you? Taitu told us, but he didn't go into detail. Maybe you didn't tell him the whole truth. Duoduoji, it's not that we want to meddle, so don't blame us. Actually, what my mom said just now was absolutely right. Seriously, at a time like this, you're still fighting among yourselves? What's the point? Why can't you think about the child? His health is what matters most right now. Things had been tense between the two of them, but at least Sister Achun had always taken meticulous care of the child, so he hadn't been too affected. But now things were different. Sister Achun had suddenly passed away, and almost everyone at Xinyuan was abroad. Even if the two of them fought, there was probably no one left to mediate. Zheng Duoduo's handsome face turned cold as he said in a low voice, Of course I know. But Xiaotong doesn't get it at all. Every time something happens to the kid, she gets all irritable and anxious. One minute she's worried about the kid, the next she's worried about work, and she just gets herself all worked up. This time, when the kid got sick again, I was running around sweating, holding him, and she actually pointed at his forehead and yelled at him. She asked if he was sent by heaven to torment her. She said, Why can't you be like other kids? Why can't you just grow up healthy instead of constantly getting sick and making my life miserable? She even said she's sick of taking time off every few days. I got mad too and told her to just quit if she hated it so much. No one's forcing her to work. It's her own choice. Then we got into a fight and the kid just kept crying. If the doctor hadn't stopped us, we probably would have argued until morning. Cheng Huanran glanced at Xue Ling. Mom, how about, after we finish quarantine, you go back to the company and cover for Duoduoji? No need. No need. Zheng Duo answered quickly, Really, there's no need. I'm working from home now and I'm managing just fine. Xue Ling hesitated as well. Zheng Duo emphasized again, Lingjie, honestly, there's no need. Really? If I couldn't handle it, I'd definitely ask you for help. I've been working from home for a week now, the company is running smoothly, everything's under control, and the kid is doing fine too. But Cheng Huanran looked unconvinced. Xue Ling thought for a moment and explained, It's not that I'm unwilling to help. It's just that I haven't been back to the company in years, and I'm worried I wouldn't be able to handle it, or worse, I might disrupt the company's normal operations. If possible, it's best to keep the current management stable and continue with the original business model. That would be the least stressful for Duo. It's not good for the company's leadership to be shaken up. Otherwise, it would unsettle people and might even affect overall operations. Zheng Duo had been running the company for years, and under his management, the group had been thriving and steadily growing. If the leadership suddenly changed hands, no matter how legitimate or reasonable the reason, it would inevitably cause unrest and uncertainty. If that happened, the pressure on Duo would only increase, adding to his burden and to hers as well. She hadn't been involved in the company for years, and if she suddenly went back, she'd have to adapt to Duoduo's way of doing things all over again. For her, that would be a real challenge, a big one. She was getting older, no longer full of youthful energy, and her ability to learn and adapt had faded. She couldn't just force herself to keep up anymore. She was well aware of her own limitations. It wasn't that she didn't want to help, but rather that she couldn't help anymore and might even become an extra burden to him. So it was better to refuse up front. Yes, Zheng Duo had clearly thought about this too. He said, if I need your help, Lingjia, I'll just say so. Our relationship is way past the point of being polite. If I need something, I'll ask directly. There's no need to hide it. I really don't need help right now. What about your personal life? Xueling frowned. Where's Xiaotong? Is she still working at the company? Zheng Duoduo's face darkened. She is. She insists on going to work every day. She's not staying at home. I think she's living in a hotel. You think? Xueling sneered. Your husband and wife, and you don't even know where she is or where she's staying. What kind of marriage is that, huh? Zheng Duo lowered his head, not daring to answer. Xueling pressed on. Your child is sick and looks absolutely miserable. Instead of facing it together as a couple, you two are fighting, wasting energy on each other. Do you think you're being fair to your child? To your family? Zheng Duoduo's eyes reddened, but he still didn't dare respond. Cheng Huanran couldn't help but plead, Mom, don't be too hard on them. I'm sure Duoduoji and his wife don't want things to be like this. Don't want to. Xueling snorted. Then why did it end up like this? The child is sick, can't go to school. Your wife left. The house is a mess. You can't even manage breakfast. When a family falls apart like this, I'm not supposed to say anything. Then she turned to Zheng Duo. I've known you since you were a teenager. Let's be honest, the money your dad used to raise you is earned with my help. When your family fell on hard times and your father was seriously ill, I gave money and effort to help take care of things. The little property your family had left was preserved because I helped. Duo, I watched you grow up, and I've treated you like my own child. If it were anyone else, even if their family fell apart, I wouldn't say a word. It's none of my business, and I wouldn't care. But you're different. I'll say this proudly. I, Xueling, can still talk sense into you, Zheng Duo. I can still get through to you. Of course. Zheng Duoduo's eyes brimmed with tears. Lingjia, without you, without my mom, I wouldn't be who I am today. Don't just say a few words to me. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't complain. Xueling's face was stern. She asked, are you and Xiaotong just having a normal argument, or is it something more serious? Tell me the truth. Zheng Duo didn't dare hide it any longer. He answered, she said she wants a divorce. She doesn't want to live like this anymore. Live like this? Xueling frowned. How did she describe it? What kind of life is she after? Zheng Duo replied, she said she likes the feeling of working hard, of striving. She enjoys the happiness and satisfaction that comes from earning honor and money through her own efforts. She regrets getting married and having a child so early. The kid gets sick all the time, and she has to take time off to care for him. She works herself to the bone just to stay ahead of others. The child and the family keep holding her back. She also said I don't understand her. Don't understand? Xueling interrupted. What don't you understand about her? What was your last argument about? Zheng Duo said quietly. She said I focus too much on work and don't put enough energy into the family. I said the same about her, but she wouldn't admit it. The last argument was because the kid got sick again. I told her to take time off. She told me to take time off. She asked why she should be the one to sacrifice. Why not me? I said I earn more than her, so she could quit to take care of the kid, and when the kid's better, she could go back to her career. She called me selfish, asked why I couldn't quit. In the end, she said she wanted a divorce and walked out. Cheng Huanran frowned as he listened, unable to help commenting, you two are too much alike, both career-driven, both with strong ambitions. No wonder things have gotten so tense. Zheng Duo sniffed and turned his face away. She's passionate about her career, and I get that. The reason I arranged work for her was because she needs it. She can't be a stay-at-home mom. Originally, my mom and the nanny took care of the kid, so there were no worries. But I never expected the pandemic, and then my mom suddenly passed away. She was the pillar of our family. When she was gone, the whole family fell apart. Back in Rongqing, my in-laws helped take care of the kid. but after we moved back to the capital, it was just us. And then the kid kept getting sick, and it's driven us both to the brink. Sigh. The issues between me and her just can't be resolved. It's not that they can't be resolved, Xueling shook her head slowly. It's just the timing isn't right, and the circumstances don't allow for it. That's why it feels impossible. Cheng Huanran's eyes shifted thoughtfully, and he said in a low voice, when kids are little, they need their parents' company the most, especially their mother. Inan and I discussed this early on, and she agreed to focus on the kids and family for now. She grew up lacking a mother's love and doesn't want her children to go through the same pain, so she insisted on raising them herself, staying with them until they're through their rebellious years. I think you two should have talked this through from the start, instead of waiting until problems came up to argue about it. Discuss it in advance. Zheng Duo asked helplessly, how are we supposed to discuss it? After the baby was born, she just left him with my mom. She's extremely career-driven. I don't even dare to suggest she stop working. Cheng Huanran looked a little awkward and cleared his throat. Some men instinctively think that raising kids is the mother's responsibility. So, they believe it's only natural for women to quit their jobs to take care of the children and the family. Isn't that how it should be? Zheng Duo couldn't help but retort, this society has always been patriarchal. Men earn money to support the family, women take care of the home and the kids. It's been like this for hundreds, no, thousands of years. It's not that I don't support her working, I just hope she can wait until the child is a bit older and healthier before pursuing her career. I'm not some old-fashioned guy who thinks women should only stay home and look after the family. I wouldn't dare think that way. On the contrary, I support her work. Cheng Huanran rubbed his nose and said softly, maybe it's exactly those thoughts that Xiao Tong can't accept. She always thinks I look down on her, that I don't respect her. Zheng Duo frowned. I have no idea where she gets these ideas from. It's ridiculous. Why would I marry a woman I look down on? I'm not some male chauvinist. Cheng Huanran thought for a moment and said, maybe Xiao Tong's ideas are a bit extreme. More than just extreme. Zheng Duo snorted. She's practically lost her mind. I suggested she temporarily quit her job to take care of the child, and she almost had a breakdown, saying her career is everything to her. What, so the child isn't important? The family isn't important? Sometimes I really don't get it. It's not like we're struggling financially, we live in a big house and drive luxury cars. There's no need for her to work so hard to support the family. Is it really necessary? Your lack of understanding makes her feel you look down on her? Xueling asked. Zheng Duo nodded, exactly. She thinks my way of thinking denies her abilities and her future, that I don't understand or respect her at all. Cheng Huanran and Xueling exchanged a look, both feeling this was a real headache. Zheng Duo grew angrier as he spoke. I really don't know what she's thinking. When there's a problem in the family, shouldn't we try to solve it together? As soon as I suggested she quit her job, she went crazy. I was only trying to discuss it, not what, does she want me to quit instead? Does she realize how much more I earn than she does? If asking her to quit is disrespectful, then what about me quitting? Would that be the ultimate show of understanding? And if I quit, can I accuse her of not understanding or respecting me? Isn't it the same logic? Why can't she try to see things from my perspective? Xueling said helplessly, if everyone could see things from each other's perspective, would things have gotten to this point? Zheng Duo's eyes widened. No, how have I not considered her feelings? If I hadn't, I would have never agreed to her working in the first place. It's not enough, Cheng Huanran explained. Maybe you haven't considered her enough, so Xiao Tong is upset with you. Zheng Duo snorted. Well, I'm upset with her too. And then? Xueling countered. Did that solve anything? You're mad at her, she's mad at you. You both sulk and blame each other, and all this internal friction. Has the child's illness gotten any better? Zheng Duo lowered his eyes, unable to find an answer. Cheng Huanran couldn't help but comfort him. It's all just anger in the heat of the moment. Things said during a fight don't really count. She said she wants a divorce and that she'll leave the child to me, Zheng Duo said irritably. If she wants a divorce, fine. I'm not afraid at all. If the child stays with me, even better. I don't believe I can't take care of my own child. If she thinks the child and I are a burden, then whatever. She can go wherever she wants, chase her career all she likes. Why are you saying such things in anger? Ching Huanran glared at him. Don't talk nonsense just because you're upset. When the two of you couldn't even take care of Xiaozhang together, you think you can do it alone. You think you'll just breeze through it? Then why did you switch to working from home, huh? Zheng Duo was at a loss for words and couldn't answer at all. Cheng Huanran explained, if my mom and the others were in the country, they could help out sometimes, or the child could stay with us for a few days, no problem. But my grandparents couldn't come back, and my mom and dad are focused abroad, so they can't stay at Xinyuan long term. Even with a nanny, you can't fully relax, right? Don't act tough just because you're upset. Don't make a rash decision you'll regret as soon as you turn around. Zheng Duo slumped into his chair, exhausted, and closed his eyes. Lingjia, I really miss Uncle lately. I really do. When are you coming back? Xue Ling shot him a look and explained, as long as the pandemic isn't over, we probably can't come back. Ever since you were a kid, whenever you felt wronged, you'd run to my dad. Even now that you're a father yourself, you still haven't changed. Zheng Duo looked at Xue Ling pleadingly and said softly, Lingjia, don't make me step down, okay? No one's asking you to step down. Xue Ling shook her head. It's just that right now, the child's health is more important. You have to take care of the child first. She had never thought otherwise, not before, not now. Just now, Ranran's sudden suggestion had really scared this workaholic. Zheng Duo let out a sigh of relief and explained, I've already contacted a very famous psychologist, but unfortunately, she's fully booked for the next 2 weeks. I managed to get an appointment in 3 weeks, and I plan to take Xiaoxing then. Cheng Huanran thought for a moment and reminded him, based on what you just said, I also think it's probably a psychological issue, not a physical one. But that's just our guess. It's best to let a professional psychologist take a look. He's still so little. Xue Ling found it hard to believe. Could it be that Aunt Chun's sudden passing was too much for him to handle, or maybe you two haven't given him enough attention? Zheng Duo lowered his head in guilt and sighed, it's probably a bit of everything. Ever since we got back to the capital from Rongqing, he's been less lively and doesn't talk much. We basically take turns playing with him on weekends. He doesn't have any playmates, does he? Xue Ling frowned. You guys moved into that newly developed villa community, so there probably aren't many residents yet. Is it because he doesn't have friends to play with? They used to live near Xinyuan, and the courtyard house they bought back then was partly paid for with Xian's help. But later, Xiaotong's job was too far away, so they moved to a newly developed villa complex in the suburbs. As far as Xue Ling knew, most of the buyers there were investors, so there wouldn't be many residents for a while. She remembered Aunt Chun mentioning last year that while the community was new, it felt empty, with hardly any neighbors around and no real sense of life. Zheng Duo spoke honestly. There are only a handful of families coming and going in our community. As far as I know, there's only one other family with a child, but their kid is already 12 or 13 and doesn't like playing with little kids like Xiaoxin. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, so you guys only play with him on weekends? Take him out to have fun. Not much, Zheng Duo replied. When we leave in the morning, he's usually still asleep. By the time we get home at night, sometimes he's still up, sometimes he's already asleep. The nanny says he doesn't nap much during the day, he just quietly fiddles with his toys or watches TV by himself. There are occasional outbreaks here in the capital, and he's still so little, so we don't dare take him anywhere crowded. Basically, we just walk him around the neighborhood, here and there. Xue Ling frowned and explained, you're not spending enough time with your child. There's nothing we can do, Zheng Duo said. On weekends, we sleep in and don't get up until 11 or 12, so half the day is gone. Most of the time, Xiaotong is on her phone, I'm on mine, and the kid plays by himself. In the evening, I'll take him out for a walk. We rarely go to amusement parks this year, I think we've only been once. The kid gets sick every few days, so we're afraid to take him out, worried his immunity is low and he'll get sick again. Xue Ling's face darkened. You keep your child at home all day, with no playmates and no parents to keep him company. How's he supposed to be happy? He's not active enough, so he has no appetite, and over time, how could his immunity not drop? Jung Duo felt deeply ashamed and lowered his voice. Sister Ling, I don't have any experience raising kids. Every doctor says he's allergic to this or that, all kinds of allergies. We just have to be extra careful. Enough. Xue Ling glared at him. Spend more time with your child. The company won't collapse without you watching over it for a while. If he likes it here, let him stay, and you stay with him. You work from home anyway, what difference does it make where you live? Is that okay? Jung Duo looked around in amazement. The scenery here is really nice. I heard Brother Xueheng and his daughter are quarantining here too. Won't it be too crowded? There are still empty rooms, Cheng Huanran said. One more father and son won't make a difference. Xue Ling explained, they just built a new playground here, and there's a standard go-kart track for kids. It's perfect for children. As soon as the kids wake up, they run outside to play. They get tons of exercise, eat well, and sleep soundly. There's even a heated indoor pool. After their nap, the kids swim for an hour, and there's never any snack left over in the afternoon. They eat a lot and fast. Jung Duo's eyes lit up. This is amazing. How can there be such a great place? Is this some kind of amusement park estate? No, Cheng Huanran explained. It's Qing's family's vacation villa. He said they haven't used it much in recent years. When he heard we needed to quarantine, he suggested we come here. Since it hadn't been renovated in a while, he took the opportunity to turn it into a paradise for kids. He said there will be more and more children in the family, so they need a place like this. In the future, they can bring the kids here for weekends, let them have fun, and the adults can relax. Qing also said he'll keep renovating the gardens and orchards to make them more kid-friendly. Work will start next spring. That's awesome. Jung Duo gave a thumbs up, then smiled sheepishly. Then my son and I will just take advantage of your hospitality and crash here for a few days. Sure, Xue Ling suggested. If your son likes it, just stay. When we move back to Xinyuan, you can move with us. We can help you look after the child, but as for Xiao Tong, I'm not going to coax her. Jung Duo interrupted, face dark. She thinks my son and I are a burden, that we're holding her career back. Fine, let her go and chase her dreams. This time, I'm really done with her. Xue Ling glared at him and retorted, is sulking at each other really so great? How old are you? You're in your 40s. How can you still be so hot-headed? Jung Duo shrank back, mumbling, Sister Ling, she really isn't cut out for family life. As a boss, she's a great employee and subordinate. But as a wife, it's like she only loves her career and her future and that drive to work hard. I just can't take it anymore. Cheng Huanran frowned and tried to comfort him. Don't say things you don't mean in the heat of the moment, Duo. Words said in anger shouldn't be taken seriously. I'm not being impulsive, Jung Duo said irritably, running a hand through his hair. Why do I work so hard every day? It's not just for my own dreams, it's for my family too. All I want is a warm, harmonious home. Is that asking too much? I just want a hot meal in the morning and evening, a happy wife, and a healthy, growing child. I need a wife, not a coworker. Ugh. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Cheng Huanran shook his head. I don't understand, but that's because you chose Xiao Tong. Since you chose her, you should respect her dreams and choices. She should respect me too. Jung Duo shot back. Why should I have to give in to her just because she's a woman? Otherwise, I don't love her enough or respect her enough. Huanran, you have no idea how much I envy you. Cheng Huanran looked puzzled. Envy me? Envy what? Jung Duo explained, I envy your kind of marriage, you know? You earn money to support the family, your wife has her own hobbies and interests, and she can devote herself to the kids. Your family is simple and happy, everyone has their own role and strengths. Your wife doesn't feel inferior just because she doesn't have a job, she has her own confidence and sense of security. I want to be like you, busy with work, and then coming home to spend time with my wife and child. I want that, instead of discussing work with subordinates at the office, and then coming home to keep discussing work with my wife. The kid doesn't understand, just plays by himself. For a moment, Chung Huanran was at a loss for words and couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for him. Maybe talk things over with Xiaotong? Zheng Duo shrugged helplessly. There's nothing to talk about. I gave her a really easy job, but she insisted on turning it into the busiest position in the whole company. She loves the grind, loves the feeling of being super busy, but that doesn't include being busy with the family. How am I supposed to talk to her? What is there to discuss? Cheng Huanran glanced at him and patted his arm a few times in silent comfort. Shui Ling thought quietly for a moment, then said, no matter what, you two need to work things out. You can't just keep ignoring each other and undermining yourselves like this. Let's just get divorced, Zheng Duo said calmly. Cheng Huanran shot him a glare. Shui Ling simply frowned and calmly asked, is divorce really the only option? Is this truly what you want? Zheng Duo's face was grim as he replied in a low voice, I'm tired. My heart is tired too. Shui Ling didn't say much more, only added, I'll talk to Xiaotong later. Lingjia, please don't try to talk her out of it, Zheng Duo shook his head. She wants a divorce too. For her, divorce is a relief. For me, it's a relief as well. Shui Ling let out a quiet rubbing her right hand over her left. All right, then I won't try to persuade you. Since you're set on divorcing and separating for good, there's no need to keep living under the same roof, and even less reason to keep working together at the company, seeing each other every day. Call the head of HR right now and have them fire Xiaotong. Zheng Duo. Cheng Huanran. Shui Ling stood up, lightly tugging at her clothes. That's settled then. I'm going to check on the kids. It's almost time for lunch and a rest. Lingjia. Zheng Duo called out hesitantly. But Shui Ling acted as if she hadn't heard, walking away on her own. Cheng Huanran poured Zheng Duo another cup of hot tea and reminded him, have a few sips to soothe your throat. Zheng Duo was still processing everything and asked, Ranan, what did your mom mean just now? Nothing special, Cheng Huanran answered honestly. You two said you wanted a divorce. My mom thought you were being impulsive and wanted to help you work things out. But you said there was no way to fix things, no room for negotiation. So when she saw there was nothing to discuss, she gave up. If you're really set on divorcing, then just do it. Zheng Duo. After a while, he stammered, but how can I be the one to fire Xiaotong? She's so good at her job. I can't just fire her for no reason, can I? What excuse do I use? How could she accept it? Wouldn't she hate me? You're getting divorced, are you still afraid she'll hate you? Cheng Huanran countered. She thinks you're holding her back in her career. Don't you think she already resents you? Zheng Duo grew anxious. She works so hard and is so capable. What reason could I possibly give to fire her? That's strange. Cheng Huanran retorted. You're the big boss and you can't even come up with a reason to fire an employee? You don't need a reason, just do it. You've been fed up with her for a while now, haven't you? My mom's right, there's no need to keep running into each other. If you're going to separate, make it a clean break. Zheng Duo was at a loss. But I can't abuse my power, can I? She's so competent at work. Even if we get divorced, she should still be able to work at the company. Just fire her, Cheng Huanran said, leaving no room for argument. My mom said so, just do as she says. If you don't, knowing her, she'll call HR herself. Then, maybe it's better to let Lingjia handle it, Zheng Duo said with an awkward smile. After all, she's the one who mentored Xiaotong. If I fire my own wife, it just doesn't feel right. Cheng Huanran rolled her eyes at him. What are you so afraid of? You're about to get divorced, and you're still worried she'll hold a grudge? Or that people will say you fired your own wife? You're not afraid of divorce, but you're scared of a little bad reputation. Zheng Duo was left speechless. Cheng Huanran stood up. From now on, we'll need to prepare extra portions for 2 more people at each meal. I'll let the chefs know. Oh, and an hour after lunch, you'll need another neck and shoulder massage to get the blood flowing. Oh, okay. That afternoon, little Zheng Xian, his face flushed and sweaty from playing, ate half a bowl of rice in one go, plus a chicken drumstick and half a bowl of soup. Seeing everyone else enjoying dessert, he swallowed hard. Daddy, I want some too. Zheng Duo was startled and quickly shook his head. You've eaten too much already. No more. His son hadn't eaten this much in ages. He was worried his stomach couldn't handle it. The little guy was a bit disappointed and muttered, "It looks really yummy. I want some." Duo felt torn. His son hadn't asked for food in so long, and today his appetite was so good he couldn't bear to refuse. Ling, watching from the side, took a small piece of cake and brought it over. Jing, this is for you. But you ate a bit too quickly earlier, and Auntie's worried your tummy might hurt if you eat too much at once. So let's save this cake for after your nap, okay? When you wake up, Auntie will give you another piece, maybe even two. The little one thought for a moment, swallowed, and finally nodded. Duo kissed his son on the head. That's my good boy. Soon, the well-fed little tiger got up to digest his food. The other kids immediately abandoned their desserts and ran after him. Xian hurried to join them. Ling called out, "No running. After eating, you can only play with Legos or in the sandpit, remember?" "Okay, got it. Roger, Grandma." Duo, still worried, followed to check on them and found the kids playing in a big sandpit, digging holes, building castles and walls, completely absorbed. His son was following behind Xiaozhu, shoveling sand with a big smile on his face. Cheng Huanran, sitting nearby eating ice cream, explained, "It's all river sand, super fine, even better for kids' skin than beach sand. They love it." Duo stared at the ice cream in her hand, then looked at the kids in confusion. "They don't chase after you for ice cream?" Cheng Huanran shook her head. "Nope. They're full from meals and dessert. Even if you brought them dragon meat now, they wouldn't care. My mom always plans 3 meals and 1 snack for the kids, a full breakfast, a full lunch, a snack after their nap, a hearty dinner, and then after playing and bathing, they go to bed early. If they stay up a bit later, they get some milk as a late-night snack." Duo nodded approvingly. "That's a good routine. If kids have too many snacks, they won't eat their meals, and then they won't get proper nutrition or stay healthy." "See?" Cheng Huanran pointed at the little tiger. "When he first came to us, he was so skinny. In the past 8 or 9 months, he's been running, playing, swimming every day. He's much healthier now. He hasn't caught a cold or had any other minor illnesses. He used to look pale, but now his skin is a healthy tan, and with all the swimming, his arms and legs are stronger, and he looks more energetic. He really is different." Duo couldn't help but regret, "I should have let Taidu bring him over at the start of the year. Maybe things wouldn't have turned out like this." "Forget it." Cheng Huanran pointed out mercilessly, "Xiaozheng is still too young. There's no way you two would feel at ease. As for Mini Tiger, it's only because both his grandparents are there that Xiaohuzi can feel reassured." Sigh. Duo sighed. "The more you can't let go, the less effective your methods are. In the end, you just end up hurting the child." Cheng Huanran squinted, observing the kids, and said in a low voice, "It's probably a psychological issue, not some severe allergic constitution." Duo perked up immediately and explained, "A doctor said the same thing. He said that if the child really had an allergic constitution, it would have shown since birth. Plus, neither parent has any similar conditions. The child's increasingly severe allergic reactions are a bit too unusual. Every time it's a fever, then he just sleeps drowsily?" Cheng Huanran asked. Duo nodded. "Pretty much. Then he loses his appetite, gets clingy, wants us to hold him and stay with him." Cheng Huanran thought for a moment and said, "No rush. Let me observe for a few days. Since you have time now, go pack some things and come over. No, actually, buy new clothes for the child, and use all new daily necessities." "What's up?" Duo was a bit confused. "Everything has to be new?" "Why?" Cheng Huanran explained, "Some kids are allergic to certain new plastic products. Change everything out and try to use glass bottles for milk and glass cups for water. All clothes should be comfortable cotton, and shoes should be cloth shoes." "All right." Duo agreed without hesitation. "I'll arrange it right away. I have a senior management meeting at 3 this afternoon." Cheng Huanran continued licking his ice cream, waving his hand lazily. Go on. I'm so jealous." Duo gritted his teeth, turned to leave, but then suddenly doubled back, snatched the ice cream from Cheng Huanran's hand, and dashed away. Cheng Huanran. Damn. What a rascal. Is it too late to kick them father and son out now? Turns out, it was already too late. That afternoon, Zheng Duo came over with bags and bags of stuff. After a short meeting, he went out again to tidy up and shop, then came back with even more bags. He had originally planned to stay with his son for a few days so the child could settle in. But who would have thought that by the next day, his son didn't want him at all. He got up and immediately started following the other kids around, and even insisted on sleeping with them at night. Poor Zheng Duo, who had planned to stay as a full-time companion, found himself with nothing to do and went back to work on the fourth day. Xueling watched the kids playing happily, sipping her tea and chatting with Xueheng beside her. Where's Xiaohan? Why didn't she come play go-karts today? Xueheng took a sip of tea and explained, her resume was a mess, so I ordered her to fix it. She's not allowed to go out and play until it's done. Xueling burst out laughing. Cheng Huanran, who was reading a magazine nearby, looked up and asked, Mom, when Xiao video called with the kids yesterday, did she say when they'd be coming over? She didn't say, Xueling replied. I told them before to wait until our quarantine is over before coming, so they don't join the crowd. The young couple had just finished an argument and were now all lovey-dovey again. She didn't want to dump the kids on them so soon. After all, absence makes the heart grow fonder. It's best to let young people enjoy more sweet time together. Actually, they'd been semi-retired by the seaside, not really in contact with outsiders, and the kids even less so. They'd been getting tested regularly and always tested negative, with no one showing any symptoms, so there was nothing to worry about. The main reason for telling Xiao and her husband not to come yet was to give them more romantic couple time. Cheng Huanran sneered, it's probably that brat Yongong who doesn't dare come. After all the trouble he caused, everyone at home is waiting to give him a piece of their mind. He still hasn't dared to message me, not a single word. Even so, Cheng Huanran was calm. After all, those who need to be disciplined still will be. He wanted to add, it's not that I won't discipline him, just that the time hasn't come yet. When the time comes, he'll get what's coming. Xueling chuckled. Who cares if he dares or not? He'll have to come sooner or later. If not now, then after quarantine ends. Xueheng laughed heartily. At that moment, a chubby little fellow ran over, his forehead sweaty and cheeks flushed. Auntie, I'm thirsty again. Xueling gently wiped his sweat and handed him a glass of water from the small table. Just right, it's a bit cool. Mini Tiger pouted. Can't I have some juice? I want freshly squeezed orange juice. Just 1 cup. Just a small one. Xueling laughed. When you're thirsty, water is best. There's no juice right now, but Auntie promises you'll get a cup at mealtime, and a medium one at that. All right. Mini Tiger tilted his head, thought for a moment, and finally gave in. He took the cup and gulped down the water, then grabbed his little shovel and scampered back to the sandpit with the other kids. Xueheng looked at Mini Tiger's well-rounded figure and clicked his tongue. This little guy has gotten a lot sturdier lately, and much chubbier too. Xueling gestured with 2 fingers. At lunch, he can eat 2 bowls of rice, with boiled meat and some veggies, plus a bowl of soup. In the morning, he can scarf down 5 little buns and a bowl of rice porridge. Wow! Xueheng laughed. He eats more than I do. Xueling shot him a disdainful look. If you had the same level of activity and exercise as them, you wouldn't be able to eat that much. You'd just collapse in bed. Xueheng thought about it and nodded. I probably couldn't do it. Cheng Huanran stifled a laugh. These little guys can swim farther than me when we're at the beach. Even I'm impressed. A healthy body is more important than anything, Xueling said with feeling. After this pandemic, people in our country will definitely pay more attention to health, wellness, and exercise. The kids are still young. There's no need for too much early education. Let them exercise as much as they need. Once they're healthy, then we can talk about studying. Exactly. Xueheng nodded. That's how it should be. Health comes first, otherwise, everything else is just empty talk. Then he pulled out his phone and waved it. Whenever I see those ads about kids knowing thousands of Chinese characters at age 3 or reciting over 100 poems, I just can't stand it. I was scrolling through short videos earlier, and suddenly there was one saying, "Parents, if you don't act now, your child will lose at the starting line." I got so mad I deleted the app. I used to get anxious every time I saw those ads, and it was such a relief when Xiaohan finally grew up, but I can't believe those ads are still everywhere. And every time summer or winter break starts, they flood the TV, phones, and every app, bombarding parents and making them anxious and worried, so they end up forking over money. Xue Ling shook her head. I've never fallen for those tricks, and I've never wasted money on that sort of thing. Qing Huanran laughed. Mom, when we were kids, there weren't any of these things around. They only popped up in the last decade or so, Xue Heng said irritably. Your kids are all grown now, so of course you don't have to deal with it. Back when Xiaohan's grades were really bad, I was constantly shuttling her between all kinds of tutoring and remedial classes. Every time I heard those ads, I'd break out in a cold sweat and get anxious. Xue Ling chuckled. Was it really that bad? It really was. Xue Heng explained. Back then, Xiaohan would only get a dozen points on her tests, and her best subject was barely passing. The teachers always said she needed extra help, otherwise she'd fall behind and drag down the whole class. Just imagine your kid's already struggling, and people keep whispering in your ear, "Don't let your child lose at the starting line, your child is already behind, and while others are making progress over the summer, yours will fall even further behind if you don't act. How could you not get anxious?" Xue Ling shook her head. I'd be fine, not anxious. That's because your kids never gave you any trouble. Xue Heng concluded. You never had to worry like that. Qing Huanran waved his hand. Honestly, it's just that education in China has gotten way too competitive in recent years, that's all. Plus, my mom's always been the type to let us do what we like. She never forced the idea that studying is the only path to success on us. Back when Yang was just an average student and wanted to go to sports school to swim, my mom agreed. When the third child wanted to paint, she supported that too. Her open-minded attitude is why she's so relaxed. It's different for me, Xue Heng said with a wry smile. I only have Xiaohan, but your mom has 4 kids. Even if only half of them are academic stars, the numbers and quality are enough to keep her at ease. Qing Huanran thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. That's true. If you only have one child, all your hopes and expectations naturally fall on them. If they're not outstanding, it's hard not to feel anxious or worried. Xue Heng nodded vigorously. Exactly. I was tormented for years until I realized she just wasn't cut out for academics, and she had some minor psychological issues too. Only then did I force myself to let it go. As long as she's healthy, both physically and mentally, that's enough. As long as she grows up safe and sound, I have to learn to let go of the rest. What else can you do if you don't let go? Xue Ling laughed. Isn't that what all parents end up doing? Otherwise, they'd drive themselves crazy. Xue Heng shot her a look and snorted. Easy for you to say. Your grandkids are starting to grow up too. If they don't do well in school, let's see if you don't get anxious. Oh, please. Xue Ling leaned back in her chair, completely at ease. I didn't even want to stress over my own kids, let alone my grandkids. If their parents want to push them and worry, that's their business. I'll help look after the grandkids, but I'm not going to take on everything. Xue Heng asked in disbelief. But what if none of them are academic stars? You wouldn't worry about the next generation not measuring up? Really, you wouldn't be anxious. How could every generation be better than the last? Xue Ling retorted. Do you think that's possible? If it were, why do people say wealth doesn't last 3 generations? Ancient emperors could gather the best teachers and resources for their children and grandchildren, but did any dynasty last forever? Which one? There are countless dynasties and emperors, both at home and abroad. Did any of them never decline over thousands of years? Xue Heng didn't even need to think. She could only shake her head. Of course not. But if you had the chance, would you give up teaching your grandkids? You managed to raise your own kids so well. Don't you want your grandkids to be just as successful? That can't be true, can it? You've never thought about it? Really? No, I haven't, Xueling explained. Do your best, but don't force things. I've told you this 100 times. Every generation has its own blessings. We're responsible for our children, but how can we be responsible for every generation after that? People need to know their limits. No matter how capable you are, there's always someone better. Remember, there's always someone out there who's better than you. Just do your best, keep a good attitude, treat yourself and those around you well. Xueheng was convinced and made a mock salute. I hope that when I become a grandfather, I can have your mindset. Xueling teased, you think you can? What if your grandchild is really smart and talented? Could you resist pushing them? Some genes skip a generation, you know, especially the good ones. Oh, come on. Xueheng laughed and cried at the same time. Don't jinx me. I've finally adjusted my mindset. Don't tempt me. Qing Huanran burst out laughing. Uncle Heng is scared now. What, you don't hope the next generation will be even better? My mom's not just giving you empty hope. Sometimes those skip generation genes really are powerful. Who knows, maybe Xiaohan's kids will be amazing. I can't worry about that. Xueheng quickly surrendered. I can't even handle my own daughter, let alone my grandkids. I've figured it out. If a child is outstanding, they'll do well without you worrying. If they're average, there's no need to force it. Teach what should be taught, let them learn what they should, and leave the rest to fate. Then why are you asking me? Xueling scolded with a laugh. You've already figured it out, but you still want to mess with me. No, Xueheng laughed. Just chatting. Just making conversation. At that moment, another little one came running over. A skinny little body with tiny arms, hands, and legs, clearly smaller than the other kids. Zheng Xian swallowed and called out, Auntie, I want some water. I'm hungry, really hungry. Xueling took out a tissue and gently wiped his sweat. Then she handed him a cup of water. The little guy gulped it down in one go, his big eyes darting around. I'm still hungry, I want a snack. Xueling chuckled and glanced at the time. We've still got half an hour before snack time. Go play with your brothers and sisters for now. When it's time and the snacks are ready, I'll call you all to eat. The snacks are still in the oven, not ready yet. The little guy blinked a few times and whispered, I really am hungry, Auntie. I'm not lying to you. Xueheng ruffled his hair and laughed. Look at this little guy, so pitiful. Why don't we find him something to tide him over? Xueling looked at her eldest son and reminded him, go check the main kitchen and see if there are any pastries or buns already made. If not, go to my room and get some cookies. There are still a few left from what the chef baked yesterday. I put them on a plate. Qing Huanran grinned at the little guy and got up. All right, I'll go right away. Xueling nudged the little one and suggested, go play for now. I'll call you all over when it's time to eat. Little Zheng Xian ran off. Xueheng couldn't help but ask, why haven't I seen his mom around? Did the young couple have a fight? Zheng Duo had moved in with her son and had been here for several days, but there was still no sign of Xiaotong. Either he was on a business trip or out of town, or the couple had argued. Otherwise, Xueheng couldn't think of any other reason. Xueling also found it easy to guess. Anyone with eyes could see what was going on. They're in the middle of a divorce. Xiaotong hasn't gone home, hasn't paid any attention to Duo or the child. I heard she's still living in a hotel. Xueheng raised his eyebrows and scoffed. What's up with young people these days? They have a good family, a bright future, and at the drop of a hat, they're talking divorce? Back in our parents' day, they barely had enough to eat or wear, working themselves to the bone every day, but the divorce rate was so low because they didn't even have the energy to fight for a divorce. The older generation was more traditional, Xueling sighed. People's thinking was much simpler, even naive. You found someone you liked and just lived your life together. Even if there were bumps and arguments, very few people would actually go so far as to get divorced. Xueheng couldn't help but ask, but why? Isn't Duoduo's career really successful? They're such a good match. Their kid is already grown. What could possibly be so bad that they have to get divorced? It's because both of them are too career-driven, Xueling replied. Xueheng was a bit confused. Xueling had to explain, they both love their work, both are ambitious, and neither can spare time for the family or the child. At first, Sister Achun took care of the kid so they could focus on their careers. But then Sister Achun suddenly passed away, and even though they hired a nanny, the kid kept having all sorts of issues. Now the child has severe food allergies, gets fevers, and ends up in the hospital all the time. Duo wants Xiao Tong to focus on the family for now, but Xiao Tong wants him to do the same. Neither is willing to compromise or give in, so they ended up falling out. This, Xue Heng was incredulous. Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Why not just take turns taking care of the kid? Why make it so complicated? How would they take turns? Xue Ling retorted. What company or corporation would let their employees work every other day? Duo is the CEO of a big group. He's extremely busy, and he can't just sit idle. Xiao Tong started as a junior employee, but she worked so hard that she got promoted twice in 7 or 8 months, determined to climb from a nobody to deputy manager. She thinks the family and child are holding her back from advancing her career and making money. Duo thinks his work is more effective, he earns more, so if anyone has to sacrifice, it should be Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong believes her career's golden years will only last a decade or so, and if she misses out, that's it, so she's not willing to give in either. So, they really have to get divorced? Xue Heng was dumbfounded. My God, what's wrong with young people these days? It's just one kid, not 5 or 10, is it really that big a deal? Duoduo's assets must be worth billions by now, right? Xue Ling thought for a moment and replied, at current stock prices, yes, probably. Then, why are they working themselves so hard? Xue Heng suddenly got worked up. It's just one child, and it's only a matter of a decade or so before he grows up. Once he's in middle school, he'll have his own friends and social circle and won't want his parents around. With just one kid, instead of cherishing him, they're shirking responsibility and not taking care of him. It's just absurd. It's not like if they stopped working, the family would starve or have no money for life, school, or medical care. They're worth billions. Why put themselves through this? What's the point? Xue Ling shrugged. I don't get it either, and I don't know how to fix it, so I'm just staying out of it. Huh? Xue Heng couldn't help glancing at Xiao Zhangxin and asked, You call this staying out of it? The kid is a different matter, Xue Ling explained. Duo says he has food allergies every few days, but Ranran suspects it's just psychological. The kid's been staying and eating here these past few days, and there haven't been any signs of allergies. At first, he was picky about food, but now he's not. He's been running around playing, and as soon as he turns around, he's hungry. He eats whatever's available. So far, there's been no sign of allergies. If they want to fight about divorce, let them. I'll just help take care of the child for now. After a pause, Xue Ling added, I can't stand to watch, and I feel sorry for him. Besides, Taitu has repeatedly asked me to help look after the little one, worried something might happen to him. Xue Heng narrowed his eyes and glanced at the kids not far away, speaking in a low voice. It's true, this child is smaller than his peers, and his face is pale, obviously not very healthy. I'm stretched thin myself, there's not much I can do, Xue Ling said honestly. I just help however I can. Xue Heng asked curiously, what about the 2 adults? Are you really not getting involved? I can't, Xue Ling shook her head. I've asked around, and I've talked to Duo. He says their conflict is unresolvable, there's nothing to be done, so they can only get divorced. Fine, if they want a divorce, let them. Xue Heng stifled a laugh. Looks like they've really made you mad. Although Zheng Duo was of the same generation as Xue Ling, he was actually about the same age as her children. Xue Ling had always treated him like a son, even handing over her most important group to him and giving him a full 10% of the shares. When Xue Ling stepped down and promoted Zheng Duo to CEO and gave him so many shares, the entire business circle in the capital was shocked, except for the people at Xinyuan. In most domestic business circles, the next generation inherits from the previous one's sons, daughters, sons-in-law, even apprentices. But for someone like Xue Ling, who had both a son and a daughter, to hand over such a huge group to a junior with no blood relation, that was almost unheard of. Not that it never happened, but such cases were extremely rare. Ling had gone against everyone's advice to nurture Zhang Duo and put so much trust in him, not just because he was an outstanding business talent, but also because she doted on him. After old Zhang passed away, Zhang Duo had basically grown up under her watchful eye. She never openly helped him, but behind the scenes she did a lot, all the way until he grew up. Outsiders didn't know the details, but Heng understood very well. Ling had raised Zhang Duo like a son. Even Zhang Duoduo's partner, Xiao Tong, was introduced and matched by Ling. Back when Xiao Tong was an intern at the group, Ling personally mentored her, then arranged for her to be Zhang Duoduo's assistant. This kind of special treatment was unique in the group, showing just how much Ling valued Xiao Tong as a promising talent. When Zhang Duo wanted to marry Xiao Tong, it was Ling who personally acted as matchmaker. Even when they hired a nanny after having their son, Ling worried about it. Now, seeing them bickering and heading for divorce, Ling was probably the angriest of all. Ling curled her lips in a cold smile. So what if I'm angry? What can I do? They're the ones living their lives, not me. If they can take such a good marriage and ruin it, what am I supposed to do? Scold them? Order them not to fight, or tie them back together? Heng stifled a laugh and rubbed his nose. Clearly, she was angry, and not just a little bit. They're both still young, and they're both very capable. It's only natural for them to be a bit proud. When two proud people get together, they might be attracted to each other at first, but as time goes on, who knows what'll happen. Ling sighed helplessly. They really drive me up the wall. They already had a big fight before, almost to the point of breaking up. What really made me angry was that when their child got sick, instead of supporting each other through the tough time, they started blaming each other, refusing to take responsibility, and even talked about divorce. I'm really disappointed in them. Don't be like that. Heng gently patted her back and said softly, maybe they just haven't figured things out yet, or maybe they just said those things in the heat of the moment. Even if they take it seriously, you shouldn't. Ling gave a bitter laugh. But it's their life. I can talk sense into them for a while, but I can't do it forever. They've had it too easy, so when the slightest bump comes along, everything falls apart. Forget it, let them fight it out. Maybe after they really fall out and regret it, they'll have a chance to get back together. Heng was startled and couldn't help but remind her, they're both so proud. I doubt either of them will back down. If even one of them refuses to lower their head, there's no way they'll reconcile. Then let them be. Ling waved her hand dismissively. Duo is a bit better, he's older, so after the heat of the moment, he'll calm down. Xiao Tong is capable, strong-willed, and proud. Once she's been through some setbacks and disappointment, she'll probably become more steady. When I say I'm not getting involved, I really mean it. Really? Heng's eyes darted. Maybe getting divorced will actually teach them a lesson, is that what you mean? What else? Ling said. The prouder someone is, the higher they climb, the harder they fall. They both need a lesson, a real, painful one. Some things you don't learn to cherish until you've lost them, including marriage. They both took for granted that the other loved them, always trying to control each other. Even in marriage, even when it came to their only child, neither was willing to give in or compromise. Clearly, they really do need a lesson. Heng nodded slowly. Proud people are all the same. The more they act like they don't care, the more they probably care deep down. That's why I had him fire Xiao Tong, Ling said. Heng. Yes, Ling said firmly. She had to go. If the company didn't need Duo so much, I'd probably have kicked him out too. Heng's eyes widened. Really? You fired Xiao Tong? She was let go yesterday, Ling explained. He didn't dare do it himself, said he couldn't find a good enough reason. When I saw he was dragging his feet, I just called the head of HR and told them to fire her, give her the best compensation package, and make sure she packed up and left that very day. No lingering. Heng couldn't help but laugh. So, how did you explain it? Did you say it was your decision, or Duoduo's? Ling replied, I told her it was a board decision, and the CEO agreed. Ha ha. Heng burst out laughing. So you made Duo take the blame. Won't Xiao Tong be furious with him? Xue Ling curled her lip in mockery. They're already getting divorced? Are they really worried about keeping up appearances? Xue Heng laughed even harder. That's a ruthless move. Now they'll have to face each other head-on. Marriage is about living together, Xue Ling said. It's not a competition where one has to win and the other lose. If they're so competitive and combative, why not take it outside? Why fight with the person you love? They really do need a good lesson. Xue Heng nodded. The worst thing in a marriage is to be too petty. The more you nitpick, the more you end up hurting yourself. Exactly, Xue Ling snorted. Why argue with the person you sleep next to, the person you're supposed to spend your life with? Isn't that just making things hard for yourself? People are all smiles and politeness with strangers, but with their closest loved ones, they're critical and petty. I can't stand people like that. In life, people come and go around you. Some stay for a while, some just pass through. The ones who stick around are usually your family or closest friends, and there aren't many, just a handful. These are the people you interact with the most, and naturally, there will be more conflicts. But you must never forget, your meaning in life comes from having them around. The people closest to you will love you, care for you, and sometimes hurt you. But there's no need to be too calculating with them, because no matter what, blood ties can't be denied. Sometimes, the more you argue with them, the more it hurts you. The only way to feel better is to maintain a good balance with those around you. Only then, when they're doing well, will you be well too. Xue Ling shook her head. It's not just them. A lot of people are like that. Out in public, they're all polished and friendly, chatting happily with strangers for hours. But at home, with their loved ones, they're cold, distant, even abusive, arguing, fighting, sometimes even physically. Those people are the worst. Their thinking is so one-sided, and their personalities are fake. I don't like people like that either, Xue Heng agreed. If you can't get along with the people you should be closest to, but you can with others? Impossible. Unless you're wearing a mask or have a split personality, otherwise you're just being fake. Xue Ling looked at the children playing not far away, her gaze softening unconsciously. Let's just give them some time, there's no need to rush. It's this poor little one who really needs help. He needs company, and he loves a lively atmosphere. These past few days, he's played more, eaten more, and slept soundly at night. He doesn't seem like a child with psychological issues, other than being a bit shy at first. He seems fine. Xue Heng glanced over a few times and said, You taking care of their child is the biggest help you can give them. Maybe without this big conflict, they'll actually get along better. That would be a bit of a failure, wouldn't it? Xue Ling said with a wistful smile. He's their child, their love's fruit. Xue Heng didn't dare say more. The child's health is most important. You choosing to focus on the child and not get involved with them is the wisest choice right now. Amichem, Xue Ling nodded. I don't want to worry about them anymore. I'll just take care of the child. Xue Ling wasn't just saying it, she genuinely didn't want to get involved. Even when Zheng Duo came home from work that night, stammering as he told her that Xiao Tong had picked a fight with him and even slapped him, Xue Ling still pretended not to hear a thing. Lingjia Zheng Duo covered his face, complaining in a low voice, My cheek still burns and hurts. Xue Ling glanced at her phone and quickly called out, It's almost 9:30, we need to get ready for bed. The kids were a little reluctant to put down their toys, but they obediently stood up. Xue Ling waved her hand and said, Come on. Time to brush our teeth and change into pajamas. The nanny hurried over and led the kids to the bathroom. Xue Ling followed behind, holding Mini Tiger and little Zhang's hands, and instructed, Eldest, let the warm water cool a bit, then pour a small cup for each person. Drink up before going to bed. Okay. Cheng Huanran immediately went to pour the water. Seeing that no one was paying him any attention, Zheng Duo wandered around and realized that Cheng Huanran's side was the quietest, so he slipped over. Ran, what do you think I should do? Cheng Huanran glanced at his handsome face and replied indifferently, It's not swollen, not bruised, no need for a cold or hot compress. By tomorrow morning, it'll be fine, you won't even see a fingerprint. Nothing to worry about. Zheng Duo cried out, she went crazy. I'm afraid she'll come at me again tomorrow. Cheng Huanran snorted, What are you afraid of? You're a big CEO. There are 6 or 7 security guards on duty on the first floor every day. With one word, you could have her thrown out. What are you scared of? Huh? Zhang Duo frowned, looking miserable. That would be so ungracious. Even if we're divorced, we can still be friends, right? Even if we're divorced, she's still Xiao Xian's mom. I can't be that heartless, can I? You're getting divorced, so what's there to be afraid of? Qing Huanran shot back. Isn't it because the feelings have faded that you're divorcing? Being a bit decisive and clean about it is a good thing, isn't it? Zhang Duoduo's eyes darted away as he muttered, the feelings have faded, a little, but not that much. We argue, sure, but there are still feelings. Chang Huanran pretended not to understand, asking suspiciously, there are still feelings? Then why are you fighting? I bet there's not much left. Otherwise, would you really be talking about divorce and even getting physical? No. Zhang Duo frowned, explaining, the main thing is that Lingjia made the decision to fire her and said I agreed. HR told her it was the board's decision and that I signed off on it. Xiao Tong got furious and came to settle the score with me. She was so mad this afternoon, we had a huge fight and she slapped me. Qing Huanran shrugged. My mom is the chairwoman, after all. She has the authority to fire a deputy manager. It wasn't exactly a unilateral decision. She discussed it with you beforehand. You can't blame her. She was worried you'd go soft and wouldn't be able to do it and didn't want you caught in the middle. You're getting divorced. How can you keep running into each other at work and making things awkward? She did it for your own good. Yeah. Zhang Duo mumbled. I know Lingjia meant well. But maybe her approach was a bit too aggressive. Cheng Huanran finished pouring the cute little cups and put away the thermos. The method doesn't matter. What's important is solving your problem, that's what counts. It didn't solve anything. Jing Duo shook his head. If anything, she's even angrier, even crazier. Cheng Huanran widened his eyes. Isn't that great? The angrier she is, the sooner you'll get divorced, and the sooner you'll both be free. Jing Duo. Oh, by the way. Cheng Huanran suddenly grinned. This morning, Aiqing airshipped us a bluefin tuna, best for sashimi. My mom won't let the little ones know, says they're too young for raw fish. You hungry? I'll have the chef slice them up. We'll eat sashimi with Uncle Hang and have a little wine, can't get better than that. Huh? Zhang Duo was a bit distracted, but nodded. Sure. No, actually, I still have a document to review. Ching Huanran rolled his eyes. It's just one document. Can't you look at it in the morning? That tuna weighs hundreds of pounds, super rare. Zhang Duo didn't have much of an appetite and shook his head. No, I'd better go to bed early. Wait. Ching Huanran grabbed him. You still need your neck massaged, don't rush off. Zhang Duo agreed. He saw Xueling leading the kids upstairs and couldn't help wanting to call his son, but noticed his son didn't even look at him, happily following the group. That little rascal. He just said hi to me earlier, then disappeared. Cheng Huanran wasn't surprised at all. He's got toys and food, what does he need you for? He had a great nap at noon and slept well last night too. Zhang Duo couldn't help asking, you peeked at them in the middle of the night? Of course. Cheng Huanran explained, kids with psychological issues often have trouble sleeping. I get up once at night to check if they're covered up and see if little Zheng's sleeping well. My mom used to do it, but I told her not to keep getting up, she's older, and if she wakes up, she might not get back to sleep. Better I do it. Zhang Duo nodded gratefully. And he's been sleeping well? Very soundly, Cheng Huanran said. Probably because he's been active these days and has his familiar brothers sleeping next to him. He's been sleeping especially well. Zhang Duo was a bit incredulous. Before, he'd always want to sleep with us. But he's so big now, we didn't agree. When we didn't have a nanny at home a few days ago, he slept with me, and he did sleep pretty well with me there. Cheng Huanran narrowed his eyes and said quietly, from what I've observed these days, he doesn't have any major issues. Zhang Duo reminded him about food allergies. You've been following the diet I gave you, right? Stopped since yesterday, Cheng Huanran replied. My mom said whatever the other kids eat, he eats too. So far, he hasn't had any problems or discomfort. Seriously? Zheng Duo got nervous. What if he gets a fever or feels sick again, what then? Cheng Huanran patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, he should be fine. Zheng Duo was still doubtful and suggested, how about I sleep with him tonight, just in case he gets sick in the middle of the night and wakes up the other kids? You think he'll agree? Cheng Huanran said. He's been glued to Xiaozhu and Mini Tiger these past 2 days, doesn't want to be apart for even a minute. Zheng Duo was unconvinced and stood up. No, I'm going to go up and ask him anyway. A while later, Zheng Duo returned, looking dejected. That little brat completely ignored me. Went straight to Xiaozhu, pulled up his little blanket and wouldn't even say goodnight to me. Cheng Huanran showed no sympathy. Kids at that age prefer the company of their peers or adults. You haven't spent much time with him, so now that he has a new playmate, it's perfectly normal for him to ditch you. When your quarantine is over, he'll probably move with you to Xinyuan, Zheng Duo said with a grin. Bro, I'll be counting on you then. But Cheng Huanran wasn't worried at all. Xiao Huzi and Xiao Xiao who have been living at Xinyuan for a long time now, you know that, right? Even now that Minnie who is back, they're not planning to move out. Huh. Zheng Duo was a bit slow to react and stammered, we have a bit of a problem. No, Cheng Huanran pointed out mercilessly, your son isn't attached to you or Xiao Tong. Don't you think that's a problem? Zheng Duo froze for a second, then mumbled awkwardly, my mom used to take care of him. Later, we mostly left him with the nanny, but the nanny never stuck around. Xiao Tong and I really didn't spend much time with him. Cheng Huanran snorted. Go reflect on that. No. Zheng Duo grabbed his arm, gesturing to his neck. My neck's acting up again today. Bro, I'm counting on you. Cheng Huanran put his phone aside, rolled up his sleeves, and started massaging Zheng Duo's neck, working along the acupoints. Zheng Duo squinted, deep in thought. Huanran, tell me, how do you really balance family and career? No idea, Cheng Huanran replied. Zheng Duo turned his head and glared at him. I'm seriously asking you, okay? Cheng Huanran laughed and shot back. What makes you think I'm not seriously answering? Whether it's good or not, who can say? Isn't it all up to your own standards? If you think you've balanced it well, then it's good. If you think it's not enough, then it's not enough. Maybe you and Xiao Tong already think you've done a good job. In his own mind, they didn't even understand what balance meant. Otherwise, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. Their child's health was poor, his mental state wasn't great, and the two main pillars of the family were on the verge of divorce. What kind of good is that? But Cheng Huanran wasn't the type to say everything that was on his mind, so he phrased it tactfully. That's not it, Zheng Duo sighed. When my mom was around, I never had to worry about anything. Back when I was in school, I'd wake up to food ready, my freshly washed, fragrant uniform by my pillow. My mom organized my closet, my bedding, my bookshelf, even my pencil case. After school, I'd kick off my shoes, and there'd be snacks and drinks waiting for me. Even my towel for wiping sweat, my mom would have ready in advance. With her around, all I had to do was study. After I got married, it was the same. When little Zheng was born, my mom took care of him too. Except for when she got sick and Xiao Tong, and I had to take over. What a mess that was. We never had to worry about raising a kid. Then my mom was suddenly gone, and our lives and plans were thrown into chaos. It's only now that I'm forced to think about this crazy, world-class problem. It is tough, Cheng Huanran chuckled. But usually, only people who can't solve a problem go asking others for answers. All right, Zheng Duo grumbled. Stop roasting me. You're getting more and more like sisterling, even your way of talking is almost identical. Cheng Huanran couldn't help but laugh, so he changed tack. Honestly, you already know the answer in your heart, so why ask? Duo, you're just as smart as any of us. When it comes to cunning, you're even better. You're just too proud to admit it, that's all. He looked gentle and easygoing on the surface, but deep down, he was extremely proud. He refused to admit defeat, even in front of his own partner, which was why things with Xiao Tong had gotten to this point. Zheng Duo just curled his lip in disdain. Brat. When it comes to brains, none of us can compare to you guys. Your second brother looks rough around the edges, but he's a genius at business, loyal and generous. The old-timers love dealing with people like him. Ever since his live streaming company took off, his reputation has skyrocketed, and the money just keeps pouring in. Everyone in the capital is lining up to work with him. You know, his standards are so high now even I can't get in. As for your third brother, he looks reserved and innocent, but he's the wolf in sheep's clothing type. The #1 young master in the capital is completely under his thumb. Only your fourth sibling is a bit naive, but with that pretty face, no one can refuse her. Plus, she's lucky enough to have married that powerhouse, Tai Tu. Compared to you all, I'm nowhere close. Listen to yourself. Cheng Huanran teased. You sound so jealous, and Sundara. Zheng Duo was momentarily speechless, then sighed and patted Cheng Huanran's thigh. Huanran, I admit I'm a bit too proud, and I admit I sometimes neglect my family, all for the sake of some empty pride. Cheng Huanran smiled and continued massaging his neck. Duo, we've known each other since we were kids. We're practically like brothers. You should know that Xiaotong is the same type as you. You two are like poles of the same charge, attracting but also repelling each other. Yeah, Zheng Duo shook his head. She and I, we really are too alike. Sometimes I think maybe we just aren't suited for each other. Cheng Huanran disagreed. Who says only opposites make the best couples? Having shared interests is just as good. You and Anin are a great match, Zheng Duo frowned. Anin's the kind of woman who's seen it all, no amount of storms or temptations faze her. She doesn't care about those things, so she treasures the feelings and family she once lacked. You focus on your career, she takes care of the home, you're the perfect pair. Xiaotong and I, we both picked the wrong partner. Cheng Huanran let go of his neck and said quietly, marriage isn't just about love. Tolerance, understanding, all kinds of grievances and sacrifices, none of that is written on the marriage certificate. Zheng Duo paused, then gave a bitter smile. I just can't do it. Xiaotong can't either, Cheng Huanran shrugged. That's why you two ended up like this. Zheng Duo rolled his neck, tilting it left and right. Why should I be the one to make sacrifices? Why can't she be the one? I want to say this to her, and she says the same to me. But honestly, there's just no room for negotiation. Cheng Huanran turned to wash his hands, teasing, if I were 20 years younger, I'd definitely tell you, Duo, if you truly love Xiaotong, then you should be the one to take the initiative and sacrifice. If your love is real, you should be willing to give for her. You little brat. Zheng Duo couldn't help but laugh and curse. Good thing you're not 20 years younger. Otherwise, I'd beat you up. Cheng Huanran shook the water off his hands and grabbed a tissue to dry them. Hungry? Want to go get some sashimi? Zheng Duo slouched on the sofa, lazily saying, yeah. But I'm not drinking spirits tonight, just beer is fine. All right. Cheng Huanran picked up his phone. I'll ask the chef to prepare it, and I'll let Uncle Heng know to join us. Zheng Duo raised his eyebrows and muttered, tell him not to bring Shuihan. Cheng Huanran asked in confusion, why? Xiaohan's busy working on her resume anyway. Besides, she doesn't even like fish. She's just, Zheng Duo lowered his voice, too naively cute. Talking to her is boring. Get out. Cheng Huanran laughed and scolded, like you're so smart. You sly fox. Zheng Duo changed his excuse. Tonight I'm drinking to drown my sorrows. When men bare their souls and speak the truth after a few drinks, only other men can really understand. When guys are commiserating, having a woman around, it's just awkward. Drown your sorrows? Cheng Huanran teased, then at least drink something that'll get you drunk. Beer? What a joke. Zheng Duo pulled out his phone and started scrolling through group chats. I got hit by my wife today. How come nobody's sent me a red packet or something to comfort me? Come on, someone send me one. Cheng Huanran couldn't help but ask, you and your wife are flirting and bickering in the office, and you want everyone to know? Zheng Duo rubbed his face, looking resigned. Bro, I'm talking about a real hit. It still hurts. Cheng Huanran asked, and after she hit you? You haven't made up yet. Make up my ass. Zheng Duo snorted. She slapped my right cheek. Am I supposed to offer my left for symmetry? We had a huge fight. She left, I left, that's it. All right then. Qing Huanran scoffed. So all that talk just now was for nothing. Jing Duo shook his head. It's easy to say, but hard to do. Fine. Qing Huanran didn't bother to persuade him anymore. Do whatever you want. If you won't back down, just get ready for a divorce. Why can't the woman back down first? Zheng Duo retorted angrily. Why do we men always have to be the ones to give in? I can be gracious, but I'm not in the wrong. Why should I have to bow my head just to show grace? Qing Huanran was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to answer. Zheng Duo frowned at him, pressing, who decided that men have to be the ones to submit in marriage? Who started this? Isn't it supposed to be equality between men and women? Don't feminists always say men and women should be equal? So why, when it comes to marriage, do men have to be the weaker ones? Even if both sides are at fault, why is it always the man who has to apologize and make up? Why? No one made that rule, Qing Huanran shrugged. It's just the unspoken norm in most families around here. Why can't the unspoken norm be that women have to coax men? Zheng Duo asked, aggrieved. Why? I earn more, I'm taller, I'm stronger, objectively, I'm better off, right? So why isn't she the one coaxing me? Why does it have to be me? She can hit me, but I can't hit her. I get scolded and hit, and I still have to make it up to her? Why? Just because she's a woman. No, Qing Huanran replied. Because she's your wife. The way I see it, I only spoil the woman I love, not all women. I only pamper my wife, not every woman. Because I love her, I'm willing to bow my head and compromise. Doesn't she love you too? Zheng Duo shot back. Is it just because you love her that you can do this? She loves you too, otherwise she wouldn't have married you. So why can't she humble herself for you? Why? She would, Qing Huanran nodded firmly. If the situation really called for it, she would. Zheng Duo's face darkened, and his tone was just as firm. But my wife wouldn't, she'd rather die than do that. Qing Huanran couldn't help but advise, then you do it. You're older than her, more mature. In a marriage, someone has to give in first, or you'll just stay deadlocked. If she won't, then you do it. I won't. Zheng Duo snapped. If I give in, she'll just assume I'm the one who has to sacrifice my time to take care of our son, not her. She wants to work, she wants to get ahead, so I don't get to? There are way more stay-at-home moms than stay-at-home dads, right? No need to check the stats, it's obvious. Why can't she just go with the flow? Why does she have to use my love for her as leverage? No way. Qing Huanran sighed, a bit weary. Did you try coaxing her to be a stay-at-home mom? Did you? I didn't even get the chance. She blew up at me before I could say anything. Zheng Duo admitted honestly. I just tested the waters, and it already turned into this. This afternoon, she said, if she can't stay here, she'll find somewhere else. She'll go get a job, chase her own dreams, and wants me out of her life. Qing Huanran frowned. Sounds like you two really have some serious issues. It's a chicken rib situation, Zheng Duo sighed helplessly. I'm angry, I'm upset, but I have to admit, I still love her. Life wears you down, work is busy, maybe there's less love than before, but it's not gone. And besides, she's the mother of my son, my kid's mom. Divorce? Maybe it's not that bad, but it also feels like we can't go on. Tasteless to eat, a pity to throw away, Qing Huanran patted his shoulder. It all depends on what you want. If you don't want regrets, if you don't want to feel sorry, then listen to me, go make up with her. Zheng Duo looked at him weakly, not giving a clear answer. At that moment, Xue Heng arrived, strolling in leisurely, humming a popular internet tune. Hey, where's the tuna? I haven't even gotten a good look at it yet. Qing Huanran smiled, in the kitchen. Uncle Hung, wanna go watch the chef slice it? It's really satisfying to watch. Sure. Xue Heng agreed enthusiastically. Duo, coming with? Zheng Duo had zero interest. No, thanks. Too bloody for me, I can't watch. Seriously? Xue Heng teased. You're a big boss who's seen all the blood and storms of the business world, and you're scared of a little fish blood? Zheng Duo wasn't afraid of being laughed at and spoke honestly. I get a bit dizzy at the sight of blood. Xue Heng and Qing Huanran didn't push him. They waited until all the sashimi was beautifully plated and garnished before calling him over to eat together. "This is so fresh and sweet," Shui Heng exclaimed. "Delicious. By the way, where's Lingling? Why didn't you call her to eat with us?" "My mom doesn't like sashimi," Cheng Huanran replied. "Her stomach isn't what it used to be these past few years. She avoids raw and cold foods now. She won't even touch anything raw." Shui Heng felt it was a pity. Such fresh delicacies are rare. She should at least have a few bites. "No," Cheng Huanran shook his head. "Uncle Heng, you know my mom. If she says she won't eat something, she really won't." "That's true." Shui Heng chuckled. "She's always been a very disciplined person." Zheng Duo seemed to remember something. "Brother-in-law Yuan is also very disciplined." "Right," Shui Heng agreed. "He is. The two of them have a lot in common." Zheng Duo paused mid-bite, his expression darkening slightly. "People say couples should complement each other. That's the best match. But I've never seen Sister Ling and brother-in-law argue. Their relationship has been rock solid for decades." Cheng Huanran just smiled and said nothing. Shui Heng nodded repeatedly. "Exactly. Their relationship is great. I've known them longer than you have, and I've never seen them raise their voices at each other, not even once." "They must have disagreements sometimes," Zheng Duo said. "But they're both smart people. They know how to resolve things." Shui Heng didn't quite agree. "There are plenty of smart people in the world, but not every one of them has a happy marriage." Zheng Duo instinctively glanced at him. Shui Heng looked a bit embarrassed and shot back, "What? Did I say something wrong? I'm divorced, sure, my marriage wasn't happy, but that doesn't mean I can't talk about this stuff. In fact, I probably have the most authority to speak on it, don't you think?" "Good point." Zheng Duo gave him a thumbs up. "You've been through it, so of course you have the most to say." Shui Heng was a little flattered by the praise. Maybe it was the alcohol, but he started talking more freely. "My marriage was different from Lingling's. When we first got married, we were crazy about each other, couldn't get enough. But as time went on, we started arguing, couldn't see eye to eye. I didn't want to fight, so I just ignored her, gave her the cold shoulder, sometimes didn't even come home. She wouldn't back down either. When I didn't come home, she found other men, cheated on me. You guys were still young then. The adults tried to keep it from you, so you probably didn't know the details." Zheng Duo looked a bit awkward and rubbed his nose. "I didn't know the details, but I guess something was off. I just didn't realize it was that bad." Shui Heng didn't mind at all. There are millions of married people in the world and just as many divorced ones. Everyone has their reasons, their circumstances. Lingling and her husband have such a good relationship. They must have their own secrets to making it work. My marriage with Ah Fong ended in failure, and that's on us, no one else." "Secrets?" Zheng Duo was intrigued. "Is it because brother-in-law Yuan always gives in to Sister Ling? He doesn't have the upper hand financially, and financial status determines family status." "That much I can understand." "Bullshit." Cheng Huanran couldn't help but laugh and scold him. "Nonsense. My parents never fought over status in the family. They respect and love each other. It's not about giving in or being controlled, like you say." Shui Heng shot Zheng Duo a look and teased. "All you ever think about is money. Everything you say comes back to economics. If your status is determined by money, that's a bitter pill to swallow. Any man with real ability, who would accept that? Would you?" "Me?" Zheng Duo didn't even hesitate. "Of course not." Cheng Huanran thought for a moment, then explained, "My dad just gave my mom enough space and respected her career. My mom respected his career too, and did her best to support him. When we were little, my dad sacrificed a lot of time for the family, so his career couldn't keep up with my mom's. He understood how hard it was for her to start a business, and she appreciated how much he did for the family. There was no one making decisions for the other, just mutual understanding, love, and support." Zheng Duo mused quietly. "That takes a really big heart." "Most people can't do it," Shui Heng said loudly. "Especially young people these days. People now are restless, always measuring themselves by money and financial power. Men or women, as soon as they have some money, they think they're something special. They're always competing, always trying to climb higher. The older generation didn't think that way. Take my parents, for example. They never made much money, but as long as they felt worthy of their patients' trust and the honor of being doctors, that was enough for them. My dad worked hard for decades, even got called back after retirement for a few years, but in his whole life he didn't make as much as Ling Ling did in 2 years of investing. Still, they're proud, because they were useful to society. They lived a life worth living. In the end, it's people's values that have changed, not anything else. Cheng Huanran nodded approvingly. It really is a huge shift in mindset. People are too restless now. Exactly. Shui Heng lifted his chin. You can ask your dad, he never thought taking care of the family and picking up the kids was some kind of unbearable pain or a huge sacrifice. He'd never see it that way. On the contrary, he thought it was what he had to do, because the family needed him, the kids needed him, so he was happy to do it. Zheng Duo raised his eyebrows, deep in thought. Cheng Huanran smiled. That's right. As far as I can tell, my dad never felt wronged, never thought my mom owed him anything, or that our family owed him anything. Your dad is really something, Shui Heng praised without reservation. Not just 30 or 40 years ago, even now, people would laugh at him, look down on him. Even his own wife might not respect him, and that happens a lot. But he never felt inferior, never had that so-called male pride or competitiveness young people talk about. He kept the family running smoothly, raised you all safe and healthy. And he earned everyone's respect, the elders, you kids, and of course, your mom. Cheng Huanran grinned. That's true. My mom always says that without my dad's full support, she never could have succeeded in her career. Just for that, my dad is already a huge success. That's the right attitude. Shui Heng swirled his glass. You don't have to make a ton of money or have high social status to be considered successful. We all think your dad is a real success, truly. Cheng Huanran burst out laughing. My dad's a humble guy, he'd never think of himself that way. But it's the truth. Shui Heng said honestly. In my opinion, being able to have a happy family, respecting your elders, loving the young, and keeping the household harmonious, that's way more impressive than building a career. Your dad managed to do that, and a lot of people, myself included, can't help but feel inferior. I didn't used to think so, Cheng Huanran nodded in agreement. But now that I have my own little family, I realize just how hard it is to keep things balanced and peaceful at home. If it's this tough with a small family, imagine a big one like ours. Making money and striving for success, sometimes with hard work and a bit of luck, you can soar overnight. But happiness in a family takes diligence, day in and day out, sometimes for decades. In my eyes, that's way harder than building a career. Shui Heng seemed to recall something and gave a wry smile. My mom used to scold me all the time, saying, "Don't think you're so great just because you make a lot of money." She'd give examples, like a century ago, the richest man in China was wealthier than some countries, but he didn't raise his kids right. His descendants could lose an entire street's worth of property in a single night. No matter how much money or power you have, if your kids can't hold it together, a few prodigal sons can squander it all in days. But if you raise your children well and keep the family peaceful, even if you're not rich, life will still be happy. Me? I've got less money than your mom, and I'm worse at running a family than your dad. There's really nothing I can brag about. Auntie's just a typical mom. Cheng Huanran laughed. Uncle Hung, you're nowhere near as bad as she says. Maybe not as good at family stuff, but you're great in other ways. That one thing alone, Shui Heng shrugged, is enough for people to call my life a failure. Cheng Huanran shook his head. There are so many aspects to life, you can't judge success or failure on just one. But family is the most important, Shui Heng squinted, downing his glass of red wine. Without family, no matter how hard you work, what's the point? What makes me happiest now is that my old man's still around and my daughter's growing up day by day. As long as I have them, I have a reason to keep going. Cheng Huanran smiled and refilled his glass. Speaking gently, my dad says, among his peers, only you and Uncle Huan are still working on the front lines. Can't help it, just our fate. Shui Heng chuckled. If only Xiao Han were as capable as you guys, I'd have retired long ago. I'd hand over everything, business and all, and just enjoy my leisure time. Zheng Duo finally caught on and asked, "Brother-in-law Ayuan's business, is he not running it anymore?" "He handed it over to a few old employees," Cheng Huanran replied. "He's retired now. My dad gave all the employees shares, so now it's run on a salary plus dividends model." Business should have been tough because of the pandemic, but maybe the old staff stepped up, profits have stayed steady. My dad's not greedy. He kept 60% of the shares, and the income's still pretty good. Zheng Duo asked suspiciously, "When did this happen? How come I didn't know brother-in-law Yuan retired?" "Last year," Cheng Huanran said with a small smile. "My dad's always been low-key, especially about his own affairs. He worked in that field for over 30 years, long enough. It was time to step back." "That's right," Shueheng thought for a moment. He started out wholesaling tissues, and as the market changed, he diversified his products. Business was always steady. Cheng Huanran added, "My mom says the location of my dad's warehouse and small company has gotten better and better. Even if the company goes under and the warehouse isn't needed, the land alone would fetch a great price." "That land, wasn't it a gift from your grandfather to your dad?" Shueheng asked, a bit uncertain. "Am I remembering that right?" Cheng Huanran replied, "My mom had my grandpa buy it. It's a big plot, including some small shops along the roadside. Later, my grandpa gave it to my dad. At first, my dad built a small warehouse, but as things grew, he rebuilt a bigger one. Shops nearby came and went, and my dad gradually took them over, expanding the place. After the road out front was fixed, traffic improved, and the shops became valuable. My dad, following my mom's advice, tore down the old shops and built rows of new ones to rent out. That area will probably be redeveloped in the next couple of years," Shueheng guessed. "It's close to the city center, land there is expensive." Cheng Huanran shook his head. "I'm not sure. My mom says there'll be fewer and fewer buildings torn down in the future. Unless it's prime land and the timing's just right, you won't get a great price." Shueheng raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Well, your dad's not short on money anyway. If a good opportunity comes along, he might just hit the jackpot." "I can't say how many years it'll be," Cheng Huanran said. "The capital's expanding outward, but it can't go on forever. Old areas in the city center keep getting redeveloped, so sooner or later it'll be our turn. Whether we get a good price will depend on my mom, timing, location, and people all have to line up." "Haha," Shueheng sighed. "Anyway, even in retirement, your dad's set himself up with plenty of options and savings. You kids don't have to worry about his old age at all." Cheng Huanran explained, "After my parents retired, their main job has been to take care of their health, look after the elders and the kids. With them bridging the generations, our family can stay stable and harmonious." "That's the perfect phrase." Shueheng clinked glasses with him, then with Zheng Duo. "Each generation needs to know its place, bridging the past and the future. Otherwise, where would hope come from? Where would the future be? You young people need to learn. Don't just think about yourselves and do whatever you want all the time." Cheng Huanran sneaked a glance at Zheng Duo, stifling a laugh as he took a sip of wine. Zheng Duo shot Shueheng a look and muttered with a frown, "Hengji, why do I feel like that last comment was aimed at me?" Shueheng played dumb. "Huh? Last comment? Which one? No way. Why would I target you?" Zheng Duo laughed and gave him a playful punch on the arm. All right. I'm willful. You're the big brother, criticize away." Shueheng laughed too, his tone gentle. "Duo, you're 20 years younger than me. We live on the same floor, see each other morning and night. I've watched you grow up. I haven't failed in many areas, but you've seen my shortcomings up close. You're more mature than the others, so you should see things more clearly. It's just, I can't handle it," Zheng Duo said with a bitter smile and a sigh. "I really don't know what to do anymore." Cheng Huanran put down his wine glass and picked up his chopsticks to take a piece of sashimi. "Hung uncle, you've been through it all. Why don't you give him some advice?" "Oh, come on." Shueheng burst out laughing. "I'm a failed husband myself. What good advice could I possibly give him?" Young people these days are all so headstrong. If things work out, they stay together. If not, they just get divorced. Otherwise, why do you think the divorce rate is so high now? Zheng Duo chuckled awkwardly and mumbled, well, I haven't gotten divorced yet, have I? I'd love to be headstrong, but I don't have the luxury to be. Wrong. Shui Heng snorted. You're in a great position. Just your net worth alone lets you be more headstrong than most people. Zheng Duo gave a wry smile. Heng Ji, are you complimenting me or making fun of me? I'm complimenting you. Shui Heng replied, his tone dripping with irony. Ordinary people get divorced, split up, and go their separate ways. But you're different. If you get divorced, the courage it takes is dozens, even thousands of times more than for an average person. Most people have, at most, a house and a basic car as assets. After a divorce, splitting things up, maybe it's $1 million or so. But you? You're worth billions. Divorce means giving up half. That takes guts, doesn't it? No comparison. No comparison at all. Zheng Duo. Well, that was just short of calling him an idiot to his face. Cheng Huanran struggled to hold back his laughter, quickly hiding his handsome face behind his large wine glass. Zheng Duo shot Shui Heng a look of utter defeat and said weakly, Heng Ji, I was wrong. I was wrong, okay? Haha. Shui Heng laughed, reaching out to pat his arm. Bro, your cleverness and emotional intelligence are even better than your dad's, but how come you didn't inherit any of his patience? Zheng Duo rubbed his nose and said in a low voice, maybe it's because my dad passed away too early. He never got the chance to teach me. Sister Chun is also a strong woman who knows how to endure, Shui Heng said. Look at Taitu. He's your younger brother, not your elder. He's just as outstanding and full of spirit as you are, but his ability to endure is way beyond yours. Zheng Duo didn't deny it. Instead, he nodded in wholehearted agreement. In that respect, I really can't compare to him. Shui Heng squinted, sighing lightly. I didn't interact with your dad much, but back then, he and Uncle Shui we were very close, always playing chess and chatting together, so I'd run into him from time to time. Lingling also got along great with your dad. They worked happily together for years. When your dad made it big, Lingling was just starting out, but as time went on, your dad fell far behind her. The main reason was your birth mother's gambling addiction. You were still young then, so you probably didn't understand much of what was happening at home. Let me ask you, do you know how many years your dad endured before finally getting a divorce? Zheng Duo shook his head, a little lost. I think, several years? More than that, Shui Heng said firmly. From what your dad said, ever since Xiaoyi was born, your mom would often disappear to gamble. You were the youngest, much younger than your siblings, so you didn't know much. According to Lingling, your mom could be gone for 10 days, half a month, sometimes even months at a time, out playing mahjong and gambling. Your dad took you to live at the factory, manage the business, and all the money he made went into your mom's bottomless pit. He argued with her countless times, and every time she promised to quit, but she never did. By the time you were about 10, your dad was completely drained, deep in debt, his health failing. Only then did he finally decide to get divorced. Zheng Duo's eyes dimmed, and he murmured, I remember most of it. I was about 7 or 8 when they divorced. Shui Heng nodded. If he hadn't been forced, if he hadn't had absolutely no other choice, your dad would never have divorced. People of that generation valued family deeply. He loved you 3 kids, kept trying to persuade your mom to come back, and endured for the sake of the family, for your healthy upbringing. Only when there was truly no way out did he make the painful decision to divorce. I've long forgotten her, Zheng Duo murmured. I only have Mom Chun. Shui Heng patted his shoulder gently. Think about it. Would your Mom Chun ever agree to you getting divorced on a whim? Splitting up at the first sign of conflict? And think about your dad. He was seriously ill and deep in debt before he finally had to get divorced. Compare yourself to him. Who had it harder, you or him? Zheng Duo was at a loss for words, mumbling, It's not the same. Of course it's not, Shui Heng said. You've got it way easier than your dad, more money, fewer burdens. Zheng Duo. Shui Heng took a big gulp of wine and licked his lips. Bro, Don't think just because your dad got divorced, and I did too, that lots of people get divorced. In our generation, divorces were rare, almost unheard of. And, honestly, out of those who did get divorced, 9 out of 10 regret it. Even if there's no official survey, I'm certain that's the case. I'm one of those who regrets it. Zheng Duo looked at him in disbelief, not daring to ask more. Shui Heng sighed deeply, his tone earnest and heartfelt. Bro, only when you're young and ignorant do you think life is about winning every argument. When life's burdens really land on your shoulders, you realize all that talk is nonsense. Only the truly selfish think it's enough to just live for themselves. You can be selfish, but you have to think about your child, too. He's so little, doesn't even know what a warm family feels like, and the family falls apart. How innocent is he? If I'd known back then that Xiaoan would develop such serious psychological issues because of our divorce. I really regret it. Then he put his hand on Zheng Duoduo's shoulder and gave it a firm squeeze. Bro, I don't have any clever tricks for you. The only thing I can share is a bit of hard-earned wisdom. Don't act on impulse, endure as much as you can. Don't let a moment of pride lead to a lifetime of regret. In life, you can't be too willful, can't just focus on whether you feel wronged, unless you're all alone, then it doesn't matter. But you're not. With that, he waved his hand. I'm done drinking, feeling a little tipsy. Good night, brothers. And with that, he strode away without looking back. Jing Huanran's eyes darted around. He put down his wine glass. I'm a bit drunk too. Duoduo, I'm off to shower and sleep. Good night. Zheng Duo kept his head down and gave a soft In the blink of an eye, the room fell silent, leaving him alone in the empty corner of the hall. The night was long and chilly. Some people, it seemed, were destined for a sleepless night. A few days flew by, and the weekend arrived. The weather was getting colder by the day. Aside from the occasional go-karting trip, the kids spent most of their time in the indoor playroom or the heated swimming pool. On Sunday morning, Shui Yang drove over with Wang Xiaoxiao. Mom, Uncle Heng. Mom. The moment he got out of the car, Shui Yang's booming voice rang out, calling nonstop. Hearing her son's voice, Shui Ling hurried outside. She hadn't seen her second son in a while. He looked thinner, noticeably slimmer than he did in video calls. He was still tall and sturdy, but his jawline was sharper, and his once thick arms had clearly shrunk. Mom. Shui Yang rushed over and gave Shui Ling a big, tight hug. Wang Xiaoxiao followed behind, carrying 2 large bags in each hand. Seeing the scene, she couldn't help but stop and smile, both happy and a little embarrassed. Mom. She was a bit nervous and felt a pang of homesickness. Maybe it was because she'd said some harsh, hurtful things on the phone before. Now, seeing her mother-in-law in person, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Shui Ling patted her son's back, then turned to Wang Xiaoxiao with a warm, loving smile and reached out her hand. Come here. Let Mom have a good look at you. Wang Xiaoxiao broke into a smile and hurried over. Shui Ling looked her over, her voice gentle and full of concern. You've lost a little weight, but your complexion looks better than before. I've lost weight too. Shui Yang pouted and whined, Mom, now that you're back, you have to help me get my strength back. I'm so skinny I barely recognize myself. Shui Ling shot him a look, then smiled at her daughter-in-law. There are still 3 or 4 days left before your quarantine is over. How come you're here so early? Wang Xiaoxiao held Shui Ling's hand and replied, We just couldn't wait any longer. We missed you all so much. Big Brother said your COVID tests have always been negative, and you were only in semi-quarantine anyway, so there's nothing to worry about. We're the ones who've been running around lately, so if anything, we should be more careful. Shui Yang chimed in, If it weren't for my brother, we'd have come even sooner. I heard Duo and the kids moved in, and I couldn't help wanting to come too. But my brother said the place was too small for all of us and told us not to come. At this, he looked around and instantly realized he'd been tricked. Come on, Mom. How's this place small? There's plenty of room. I should have known. How could a house with both indoor and outdoor play areas not have space for the 2 of us? Shui Ling laughed. Well, you've offended too many people. Your brother didn't want to see you, so of course he didn't want you showing up so soon. Shui Yang pouted, aggrieved. Mom, I already know I was wrong. Wang Xiaoxiao looked a little embarrassed and said softly, Mom, I'm sorry. We made you worry so much. It was just the two of us fighting, it shouldn't have dragged you all into it. It's all in the past, Shui Ling interrupted her gently, smiling kindly. Let's not talk about it anymore. What couple doesn't argue now and then? As long as you clear up the misunderstandings, let go of old grudges, and move forward together, that's all that matters. Thank you, Mom. Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes turned red and she choked up. Thank you for understanding. Shui Ling patted her hand and changed the subject with a smile. The kids have really missed you. They're over by the pool now with Ran and the nanny. Come, I'll take you over. Shui Yang, always quick on his feet, dashed ahead with a laugh. Babies, my darlings. Daddy's here. Daddy and Mommy are here to pick you up. Watching Shui Yang run off so excitedly, Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smile. He's been dreaming about coming here these past few days. He bought so many toys and clothes for the kids, and even got us all matching family outfits. Shui Ling held her hand and said gently, Yang Yang may not be the most accomplished, but he's definitely a loving father. You've been married a few years, and he's been learning to be a husband all that time. I know he's a bit rough around the edges, he cares about you deeply, but he's careless and doesn't always think about your feelings. Give him some time, and give yourself some time too. If he does something wrong, just tell us, we'll scold him and set him straight for you. A daughter-in-law isn't the same as a daughter. If it were her own daughter, she could scold her however she liked, but not her daughter-in-law. A daughter-in-law is first and foremost someone else's daughter, a family member who joined later. She should be cherished, not blamed or scolded. Even if Shui Ling disagreed with her daughter-in-law's actions, she would never say so directly. No matter what the young couple did wrong, she would always correct her own son first, not her daughter-in-law. Even if she had issues with her daughter-in-law, Shui Ling would quietly talk to her son about it, never confronting her daughter-in-law head-on. After all, her daughter-in-law had only been part of the family for a few years. She might call her mom, but it wasn't the deep bond of a mother and daughter. Shui Ling could love her like a daughter, but never scold her as if she were one. In short, if her son and daughter-in-law fought, she would only scold her son. If her daughter and son-in-law argued, she would only scold her daughter. There might be exceptions, but this was Shui Ling's principle, and she would always stick to it. Thank you, Mom. Wang Xiaoxiao's tears started to fall. I've made a lot of mistakes too. My mom was right, I get so caught up in my own feelings when I'm upset, I never think about Yang Yang. He's been working so hard to start over, and instead of supporting him, I threw tantrums and didn't trust him. I was wrong too, I can't blame everything on him. Mom, please don't say that. The more you do, the guiltier I feel. It's all right. Shui Ling smiled and comforted her. You don't need to feel guilty. He was the one at fault first. Wang Xiaoxiao lowered her head and said softly when I was angry. I said some awful things. Mom, please forgive me and don't take it to heart. I've already forgotten, Shui Ling laughed. Who takes angry words seriously? They go in one ear and out the other. I don't even remember what you said. When people argue, who says nice things? Of course it's all yelling and threats, saying things like, I want a divorce, and so on. She'd lived long enough to understand that. If she took every word the younger generation said to heart, even 9 lives wouldn't be enough to handle the stress. Wang Xiaoxiao wiped away her tears, full of gratitude. Mom, thank you. My mom and dad are always saying you're the most understanding mother-in-law, and that I'm lucky to have married into such a warm, loving family. Even when I acted out, you all just worried about me, never a word of blame. You even sent people to look for me when I was abroad, and always tried to comfort and understand me. Silly girl, Shui Ling said with a loving smile. We're family, of course we should care for and support each other. All right, let's not talk about the past anymore. From now on, just focus on living happily with Yang Yang and the kids, that's what matters. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law walked into the house arm in arm. Wang Xiaoxiao asked, Mom, can you stay with us a bit longer this time? Xing Yuan is so quiet now. Besides Xu Hu and his son, it's just the two of us, it feels so lonely. Once quarantine is over, Xueling replied, I can stay at most 3 to 5 days. I have no choice. I still need to go back and help take care of the 3 elders. You'll have to manage the kids on your own for a while. It's not hard, Wang Xiaoxia shook her head. The oldest 2 are still in kindergarten, and the 3rd and 4th will start next year. Xueling asked gently, do you need to hire another nanny? If you're overwhelmed, just get someone you know. You still have the numbers for the maternity matrons, right? Remember to contact 1 or 2 for help if needed. That shouldn't be necessary for now, Wang Xiaoxiao explained. The 3rd and 4th are going to some early education classes, so mornings and evenings are busy, but I can manage the rest of the time. Xueling nodded. Then do as you see fit. Remember, our family can afford another nanny or 2. Don't wear yourself out. MHM, Wang Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. Thank you, Mom, I know. Xueling lifted her chin and asked, that brat hasn't made you angry again, has he? No, Wang Xiaoxiao replied shyly, lowering her voice. Actually, I was at fault too. I can't blame him for everything. That's good. Xueling patted her back. From now on, you stay here and keep an eye on him. Don't let him stir up trouble. Leave your grandparents to us, and I'll count on you to take care of Xingyuan. He Yangong definitely won't, Wang Xiaoxiao nodded, blushing. We'll look after Xingyuan and wait for you to come back. Xueling smiled with relief. Then I'm at ease. Wang Xiaoxiao felt a weight lift from her heart, seeing her mother-in-law was just the same as before, still loving and caring toward her. Xueling, meanwhile, was secretly amused. That's just how young couples are. When they're angry, even the other's breathing is wrong. But when they make up, they can't stand to hear a single bad word about each other, even if it's from the husband's own mother. The heated pool was filled with laughter, with Shui Yang's booming voice and the excited shrieks of several children echoing back and forth. Cheng Huanran and Zheng Duo sat to the side, smiling as they watched Shui Yang being swarmed and tormented by the kids. Daddy. Papa. I want a hug. Daddy, me. It's my turn for a hug. My turn. My turn. Lift me up. Horsey ride. No. I want to ride on your shoulders. I want a shoulder ride. Shui Yang could barely keep up, his hands full, hugging one, kissing another, grinning from ear to ear. Everyone gets a turn. Everyone. Little Zhu waved her hands, pointing at the pool and shouting, Dad. Let's race. See who swims faster. Shui Yang glanced at the kiddie pool and chuckled. I'm so big, if I paddle twice, I'll splash all the water out. Haha, Daddy's the swimming champion. Little Shuang called out proudly. Shui Yang quickly bent down and kissed his daughter on the top of her head. Our big girl remembers. My darling. Daddy, I want a kiss too. Me too, Daddy. Everyone gets a kiss. Little Zhang was left behind in the pool, his big eyes blinking as he watched Shui Yang, not at all shy. He climbed up the pool ladder and ran, dripping wet, to Zheng Duoduo's side. Zheng Duoduo quickly grabbed a big towel and wrapped him up tightly. Son, what's wrong? No one to play with you, are you done playing? The little guy pointed at Shui Yang and asked softly, Daddy, who is he? Zheng Duoduo smiled. He's the dad of Xia Shuang, Xiaozhu, and the others. Wow, the little guy's eyes widened. He has that many kids? Zheng Duoduo didn't quite get the point of his son's question and explained, yes, he has 4 kids. The little tiger at his feet is Xiaohu's youngest son, not his. All the others are his. The little guy stared in disbelief. Why does he have so many kids? Zheng Duoduo found this question a bit difficult to answer and stammered, well, he and his wife had them, just like you're the child of me and your mom, it's the same thing. The little guy turned his head, confused and innocent. Why did he and his wife have so many? Why do you and mom only have me? Zheng Duoduo was stumped again, forcing a sheepish smile. This kid's been hanging out with them lately, not only does he talk more, but he's getting more fluent too. Cheng Huanran sipped his juice, pretending not to hear, even smiling as he teased. Little Zhang is asking, why did you and Xiaodong only have him? Why not more? Zheng Duoduo. He shot Cheng Huanran a big eye roll. Little Zhang tugged at his collar, persistent. Why? Why? Because Zheng Duo was thoroughly embarrassed, unable to answer. Because they love kids, so they had a bunch all at once. He had to hand it to Shui Yang and his wife, 4 kids in less than 3 years. Twins each time, 2 pregnancies, 4 kids, way more than most couples who are used to the idea of only child. The little guy's eyes dimmed and he asked, aggrieved, "Do you and Mom not love kids?" "Of course not." Zheng Duo was startled and quickly hugged him. "We love kids very much, and we love you, Xiaoxin. That's why we had you." But the little guy wasn't comforted at all, staring ahead. He watched as Shui Yang crawled on the carpet, 1 kid riding his neck, 2 more on his back, and 2 more behind spanking him and shouting, "Faster! Hurry! Giddy up! Giddy up! Daddy! Go faster! Papa! Horsey, run! Run!" And Shui Yang was all smiles, teasing one, then another, his handsome face full of happiness. Little Zhenzheng couldn't tear his eyes away, whispering, "Daddy, I want to play too." Zheng Duo immediately got a headache, his face stiffening. "No way. Daddy's neck and back aren't that great. I can't play horsey." He loved his son dearly, but that didn't mean he'd spoil him without limits. Shui Yang had always been carefree, never caring about his image. In front of everyone, under high-definition cameras, he'd strut around in just his swim trunks, showing off his muscles. Even after all these years, Zheng Duo remembered it vividly. In short, he just couldn't be as shameless as Shui Yang. The little guy in his arms gently pushed Zheng Duo away and ran off toward Shui Yang. Zheng Duo watched his son's disappointed back, feeling a bit helpless and sorry, but he didn't call him back, figuring the little guy would forget all about it in a moment. Who would have thought that his son would just stand in the corner, staring blankly at Shui Yang for a long time without moving? Cheng Huanran, who was watching from the side, couldn't stand it anymore and scolded. "It's just a piggyback ride, isn't it? Is it really such a big deal? Can you really bear to let your son be so disappointed? Kids compare themselves to each other in all sorts of ways, you know. He's looking at them with nothing but envy, can't you see that?" Zheng Duo shook his head. "You can't spoil him too much. He can't just get whatever he wants. In a bit, he'll go play something else and forget all about it." Cheng Huanran couldn't be bothered to argue. He waved at little Zhenzheng in the corner. "Come here, come to Uncle." The little guy didn't really understand, but he ran over with little steps, though his eyes were still glued to the Shui Yang father and son duo playing together. Cheng Huanran squatted down and asked with a smile, "Little Zheng, do you want to play the piggyback game too?" The little guy nodded obediently. Cheng Huanran lifted his chin and suggested, "How about Uncle plays with you for a while?" "Come on." No, little Zheng lowered his eyes and shook his head. He's not my dad." Cheng Huanran was stung by how pitiful and sad the little guy looked. He turned and waved at Zheng Duo. Zheng Duo pretended not to see. Cheng Huanran cursed under his breath, then picked up little Zhezheng and carried him over. "Xiaoshuang, you guys can't just play by yourselves and ignore your little brother. Come on, your dad is tired. Let him rest for a bit. You all can't stay out of the water too long or you'll get cold. Go swim a bit more, then come out and change for lunch. Let's go swimming." Swimming. Shui Yang hurried to coax the kids back into the water. He grabbed one with his left hand and another with his right, and in no time, tossed the kids into the pool. The children burst into laughter. Little Zhu was especially mischievous, splashing water and launching attack after attack on Shui Yang. Seeing this, the other kids immediately joined in the new game. Shui Yang exaggerated his cries, then bent down to counterattack. The kids shrieked and laughed, dodging and running around, having the time of their lives. Little Zhenzheng was stunned by the scene, watching with wide-eyed envy. Cheng Huanran ruffled his hair and put him into the pool too. "Go on. Join them and play." Little Zhezheng was quickly swept up in the fun and joined the splashing army. Shui Yang didn't mind one more kid or one less. He was happy to play with them all. Cheng Huanran watched the little guy regain his energy, then shot Zheng Duo a glare. Zheng Duo leisurely continued sipping his juice, pretending not to notice. At that moment, Wang Xiao, who didn't know what was going on, walked over with a smile. "Duoduoji, Where's Xiaotong? Isn't she here? Zhang Duo hid his embarrassment and forced a warm, charming smile. She couldn't make it today. Wang Xiaoxiao pressed, will she be here for lunch? I haven't seen her in ages, I really wanted to catch up. She's busy, Zhang Duo replied. Maybe next time. There'll be other chances. Wang Xiaoxiao looked a little disappointed, but still smiled. All right then, please say hi to her for me. No problem, Zhang Duo replied politely. Thanks. Wang Xiaoxiao had a feeling Zhang Duo seemed a bit distant today, but figured it was just because they hadn't seen each other in a while and didn't think much of it. Honey, Shui Yang called out with a laugh. Come quick. Take some photos and videos for us. Hurry. Wang Xiaoxiao quickly grabbed her phone and ran over. Meanwhile, Zhang Duo quietly slipped away. There were a lot of people at the villa today, so lunch was buffet style. After swimming, the kids were all starving and wolfed down their food. Once they finished, they crowded around Shui Yang and Wang Xiaoxiao, chattering away. Shui Yang had one arm around his wife and the other around a child, his face beaming with happiness. Where's my dad? Minnie Tiger asked, hugging Shui Yang's neck from behind. Why hasn't he come to see me yet? Shui Yang's eyes crinkled as he explained, your brother has extra classes today. Your dad wanted to come ages ago, but your great-aunt kept stopping him, saying you all still need to quarantine. This afternoon. Your dad said as soon as your brother finishes class, he'll bring him over right away. Really? Minnie Tiger asked excitedly. This afternoon? You mean today? Yep. Shui Yang rubbed his big nose against the boy's forehead. I'm not lying, this afternoon. Once you wake up from your nap, your dad and brother will be here. Wah. Minnie Tiger was over the moon, shaking Shui Yang's neck with his chubby hands. Shui Yang burst out laughing. The other kids giggled along. At the table, little Zhang watched enviously, forgetting to move his spoon. Son, eat up. Zhang Duo reminded him. Your fried rice is getting cold, hurry up. Little Zhang turned to look at Zhang Duo, seemed to think of something, then dropped his spoon and dashed off. Zhang Duo called out suspiciously, Xiaoxin, where are you going? Xiaoxin. Shui Ling saw this and lifted her chin. Stop yelling. Just follow him and see. Zhang Duo had no choice but to put down his utensils and hurry after him. Sitting across from them, Shui Heng saw everything clearly and couldn't help but shake his head. Duo really isn't attentive enough with his kid. Shui Han, busy with her phone, just mumbled, tastes pretty good. Cheng Huanran munched on his toast and agreed. He doesn't see it that way, though. Shui Heng leaned in toward his nephew and lowered his voice. It's been days, right? What, he still hasn't made up with his wife. If they'd made up, the father and son wouldn't still be hanging around here. Obviously things weren't settled yet. Probably not, Cheng Huanran replied. Shui Heng looked incredulous. He didn't tell you? You didn't try to gossip about it? He's stubborn as a mule, Cheng Huanran said. And way too proud. Even if I asked, he might not say. I can't be bothered to ask anymore. Shui Heng couldn't help but get annoyed. Why is that kid so stubborn? I almost talked myself hoarse for nothing. You can't blame him entirely, Cheng Huanran chuckled. Xiaotong is even more stubborn and tsundere than he is. Shui Heng raised his eyebrows and gave a wry smile. Then he's really in for it. Just ignore him, Cheng Huanran said in a low voice. We should take a page from my mom. Just look after the kids and leave the adults to their own devices. Let them do whatever they want. Shui Heng gave a thumbs up. Makes sense. Still, relationships between couples are the simplest and the most complicated. It's best not to get involved. When they're mad, they can see each other as enemies. Nothing is right. Everything is wrong. If you tell them to break up and they make up the next day, they'll resent you for meddling, saying you were trying to stir up trouble. Better to tear down 10 temples than break up one marriage. You'd be the worst villain ever. So, you should always advise them not to break up. And if you can't help, just pretend you don't know anything. Exactly, Cheng Huanran nodded. That's the way. Unless you're really close or things are truly beyond repair, never say something like that lightly. Shui Heng winked and chuckled. Just give your advice and leave it at that. In the end, it's up to them. They're adults, They know they have to take responsibility for their own lives. The kids played with Shuai for most of the day, and their nap time had to be pushed back. By the time each of them was worn out and finally fell asleep, they looked just like a bunch of little piglets. Shuai looked them over, reaching out to poke at his youngest son's chubby little feet. The little guy was sleeping so soundly that he didn't react at all. Shuai couldn't help but chuckle, gazing at the pile of sleeping little ones. His heart felt like it was melting. He stroked this one, then that one, his eyes full of fatherly tenderness. Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't take it anymore and lowered her voice. All right, let's go out and let them sleep properly. No rush, Shuai said, rubbing his eldest son's chubby hand. Let me stay with them a little longer. Wang Xiaoxiao found it funny and reminded him, in a couple of days, their quarantine will be over, and then we'll be with them 24/7. How am I going to be with them 24/7? Shuai smiled wryly. I still have to work, don't I? And they have to go to kindergarten. The time I get to spend with them is getting less and less. Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh. Don't start complaining in 2 days. Don't come crying to me then. Shuai gently kissed his little daughter's cheek and murmured, I won't. They're my precious babies. I'll never get tired of them. Wang Xiaoxiao tucked a thin blanket over Mini Tiger, checked the room temperature, and finally felt at ease. Suddenly, she sensed someone behind her and turned around suspiciously. She saw little Zheng pressed up against the doorframe, staring at Shuai with wide, blank eyes. Wang Xiaoxiao laughed and asked, Xiaozheng, aren't you sleeping yet? It's almost 3 o'clock. Hurry up and get to bed. Shuai looked over at the sound, studied him for a moment, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Wife, is it just me, or has it been so long since I saw Xiaozheng that he looks exactly the same as last year? He's definitely grown a little. Wang Xiaoxiao shot him a look. You just haven't seen him in a while, so you don't remember. Shuai chuckled and moved closer to the little guy. At first, Xiaozheng shrank back a couple of steps, but then he quickly came forward and snuggled into Shuai arms. Uncle, can I call you Dad? Shuai looked baffled and turned to Wang Xiaoxiao, then burst out laughing. Wang Xiaoxiao was also amused by the little guy and ruffled his mushroom-shaped hair. But you already have a dad. Your dad is Zheng Duo, not him. What is it? Did you hear your brothers and sisters calling him Dad and think it sounded fun, so you want to join in? Shuai shook his head. I'm their dad. Your dad is older than me, so you should call me Uncle. That's right, Wang Xiaoxiao reminded him. Anyone older than your dad, you call Uncle, and anyone younger, you call Uncle. No, the little guy protested, looking wronged. I want to call you Dad. Shuai ruffled his little chest with his big hand and easily picked him up. Haha, why's that? Do you think having one dad isn't enough, so you want a few more? Xiaozheng looked seriously at Shuai face. I want you to play with me too. Shuai paused for half a second, then burst out laughing. Of course you can. But you don't have to call me Dad, Uncle is fine. From now on, when I play with your brothers and sisters, you can join us too. Wang Xiaoxiao tried not to laugh. Her own kids were always coming up with wild, adorable ideas, so she was used to it by now. But hearing Xiaozheng wanting to call someone else Dad just so he could play, this was a first. But what the little guy said next surprised her even more. Shuai was about to tuck him in with the others, but instead, the little guy wrapped his arms around Shuai neck. Are you all leaving soon? Shuai replied, we'll leave in a couple of days. When the time comes, we'll take you all to Xi Yuan to stay. How about it? You can come too. Really? The little guy asked excitedly. I can stay with my brothers and sisters all the time. You can. Shuai nodded firmly. As long as your dad agrees, you can stay as long as you want. The little guy asked tentatively, would you want me to? Would you want me to stay with my brothers and sisters all the time? Of course, Shuai answered without hesitation. Anyway, Xi Yuan had to feed a whole bunch of people every day. One more little guy wouldn't make a difference. Besides, he wasn't the one footing the bill, so he had nothing to worry about. But Xiaozheng looked even more aggrieved and asked timidly, so, you still won't be my dad? Shui Yang laughed, but you already have a dad. But I don't want him, the little guy pouted. He's not like other dads. I want a different dad. Shui Yang was a bit stunned, then teased him with a laugh. Looks like Duo is being rejected by his own son. Haha. Wang Xiaoxiao looked around and asked, where is Duo anyway? I haven't seen him since lunch. Over there, Xiao Zhengzheng pointed with his little finger. Computer, work, phone. Wang Xiaoxiao sighed. That's our workaholic Duo. Can't even put work down for a weekend nap. The little guy's face fell, and he said softly, Dad only loves work. Mom only loves work too. Every day it's work, work, work. On TV, Little Bear found himself a new dad and mom. I don't want them anymore. I want to be like Little Bear and find myself new parents. Shui Yang felt a pang of sympathy and smiled wryly, so that's what it is. Don't worry, when your mom and dad finish their work, they'll play with you. Actually, I'm usually busy too, and don't have much time to play with your brothers and sisters. You're lying, the little guy muttered. You play with them, give them piggyback rides, play in the water. I never get any of that. Shui Yang didn't take the little guy's nonsense seriously and suggested, if you don't want to sleep, how about I take you out to play? Xiao Zhengzheng cheered immediately. Shui Yang, always full of energy, played with him for a while without getting tired, then carried the little guy straight outside. Wang Xiaoxiao stayed in the room, keeping the napping little ones company. Just then, Xueling arrived, carrying a small stew pot. Xiaoxiao, I made you some fish gelatin to help your stomach. Drink it up. Wang Xiaoxiao stood up in surprise. Mom, you didn't have to cook for me. I ate plenty at lunch. It's good for your stomach, Xueling said gently. It's not much, just a few spoonfuls. Wang Xiaoxiao was touched and whispered, Mom, you're the only one who always remembers my stomach isn't great. Silly girl. Everyone else remembers too, they just don't have time to make you supplements. Xueling urged, come on, drink up. Thank you, Mom, Wang Xiaoxiao said gratefully. Xueling pulled her over to sit at the small side table and asked with concern about her family back home. Wang Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly. Grandma's health is getting worse by the day. She's long since lost the ability to take care of herself and relies entirely on my parents. Xueling couldn't help but ask, are you satisfied with the caregiver Yang hired before? Is she diligent? She's pretty good, Wang Xiaoxiao explained. Thank goodness for her help, otherwise, my parents wouldn't have been able to manage. They're getting on in years themselves and are already considered elderly. If it were just for 10 days or half a month, they could barely hold on. But as the days drag on, with the exhaustion and sleepless nights, they both ended up falling ill. After the caregiver started, she helped with meals, cleaning, and so on, which really lightened my parents' load and gave them a chance to catch their breath now and then. That's good, Xueling reminded her. If you need to, you can always hire another one. No, Wang Xiaoxiao shook her head. My parents wouldn't agree. They already wanted to pay the caregiver themselves, but she said Yang had already paid her wages half a year's worth at once. My parents feel really bad about it. Xueling sighed. We're all family, there's no need to be so polite. As the younger generation, you and Yang are supposed to help care for the elders. But you both live far away, one has to work and support the family, the other has to look after the kids. You simply can't be there in person. Since you can't help physically, at least contribute financially, otherwise, you'd feel guilty. That's what I thought at first, too, Wang Xiaoxiao said, frustrated. But my parents wouldn't have it. They said it's not easy for Yang to earn money and told me not to waste it. I even contacted an agency, but my mom scolded me so much that I didn't dare follow up. Xueling chuckled. Some things have to be done by Yang himself, only then will your parents accept it. Thanks to your advice, Wang Xiaoxiao smiled. With the caregiver, my parents are much more relaxed and have time to look after their own health. Actually, my mom has quite a few siblings, but only my parents are willing to take care of my bedridden grandma. Xueling said warmly, your parents are truly filial. You and your sister should respect and learn from them. Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes turned red as she spoke softly. When Grandma was first hospitalized, my uncles and aunts were willing to visit her, but as time went on, fewer and fewer showed up. My aunts-in-law all said to put Grandma in a nursing home and split the costs among all the children. But Grandma can't take care of herself and needs someone with her 24/7. How could she go to a nursing home? My parents refused and suggested everyone take turns caring for her. The others all made excuses, too busy with work or looking after grandkids. My parents had no choice but to bring Grandma home. At first, some were willing to chip in for her medicine, but after a while, they wouldn't even give a cent. My parents had to use their pensions to buy her medicine, living frugally and not daring to spend on themselves. My sister and I wanted to help, but they wouldn't let us, saying it was their responsibility as the older generation, not ours. They just don't want you two to worry, Xueling sighed. Taking care of an elderly person is exhausting. They don't want to add to your burdens. Wang Xiaoxiao choked up. I know. It's just hard to watch them struggle and refuse our help. As their children, it really hurts. I completely understand how you feel. Xueling lowered her voice. Whenever money needs to be spent or someone needs to be hired, let Yangyang handle it. Tell your parents that Yangyang's business is doing well now. He's making good money. They should feel free to spend it and not worry about saving for him. Wang Xiaoxiao finally smiled, wiping away her tears. My parents are even more reluctant to spend his money. Having the caregiver already makes them happy. They keep praising him. When I had a falling out with him this time, my parents found out and scolded me harshly, saying I was being unreasonable and kept speaking up for Yangyang. It was Yangyang's fault, not yours, Xueling said gently, not taking her son's side at all. As long as your parents are getting help, that's what matters. Since they trust and appreciate Yangyang so much, you need to tell him everything and make sure he's good to your mom and dad. Wang Xiaoxiao looked a little embarrassed. He's always been very filial to my parents. Whatever he sells in his live stream shop, he always has his staff send some to my parents. Xueling laughed. You'd better keep an eye on what he sends. Make sure it's suitable for your parents, not just random stuff. Wang Xiaoxiao giggled. Last time he sent a few boxes of imported chewing gum. My parents didn't even know what it was. Half a month ago, he sent a box of cosmetics. Luckily my sister was there and packed it all up to take home. Oh, right. How's your sister doing lately? Xueling asked with concern. Does she have a boyfriend yet? They broke up again, Wang Xiaoxiao explained awkwardly. The men you meet through matchmaking are all over the place. Some are just hopeless. There was one who seemed decent, but his family situation was too complicated, so my sister turned him down. He didn't have his own place and lived with his parents, grandparents, brother, sister-in-law, and several nieces and nephews. He had his own room, but the big family was chaotic. My sister suggested that after marriage, they could live in her apartment, but he was too macho and insisted he couldn't let people think he was marrying into our family, so he refused. On top of that, before they were even officially together, his family kept causing trouble, visiting my sister's workplace, coming to our house, asking all sorts of questions about us. My sister was really put off and broke up with him. Xueling nodded knowingly. Your family is simple and has a good atmosphere. It's no surprise your sister doesn't like that kind of complicated family. Sigh, Wang Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly. My sister isn't young anymore. She's getting older every year. We're twins, born almost at the same time. My child is already in kindergarten, but she's still single. My parents are busy caring for Grandma and still have to worry about their younger daughter not being married yet. She's becoming an older leftover woman, and we really don't know what to do. Being anxious won't solve anything, Xueling said gently. Marriage is about fate. When the right person comes along, everything will fall into place. Her true love just hasn't appeared yet, so she can only keep waiting. Wang Xiaoxiao smiled helplessly. But who knows how long she'll have to wait. She's pretty open about it, though. She says she won't settle or compromise for marriage. Unless it's someone she truly likes, she absolutely won't marry. Xueling nodded in agreement. She's right to think that way. Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes shifted as she said softly, My mom says that if this were decades ago, in their generation, that would be the basic requirement. But in today's matchmaking market, it's become the highest standard. one that's hard to reach. The highest standards? Hearing this, Xueling laughed and said, "Your mother isn't wrong. Under the influence of materialism and the pursuit of money, it's actually really hard for young people who genuinely want to find true love and get married." "My mom says the same thing," Wang Xiaoxiao replied with a wry smile. Luolua's grades were average, her job is average, and her looks are just so-so. She has an apartment and almost finished paying off her car, so you could say she owns both. Her material conditions are pretty middle of the road, but she only has one requirement. She must like the person she marries. Just one condition, and yet it turns out to be so hard. Xueling smiled. "You're luckier than Luoluo. You found the one you love earlier than she did." Honestly, most relationships that start during school are the purest. But once you step into society and enter the marriage market, it gets harder and harder to find true love. Exactly. Wang Xiaoxiao explained. She used to be so well-behaved. Back in school, there were boys who pursued her, but she turned them all down. She always thought she should focus on her studies first, and that love and marriage could wait. Plus, most relationships that start at school don't work out in the end. She saw that, got scared, and didn't dare to date. Xueling didn't want to comment too much, so she said lightly, "It depends on the situation. If Luoluo wants to find someone suitable through matchmaking, she'll have to play by the rules of the market. It's just too hard." Wang Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly. The ones who are a bit better all have a ton of requirements. They think Luoluo is too old or worry she won't be able to have kids in the future. The 40-year-olds want to marry someone in their 30s. The 30-somethings want someone in their 20s. All the men want someone younger. They look down on my sister. Xueling chuckled. To put it bluntly, who doesn't love the young and pretty? Have you ever heard, no matter how old a man is, he only loves 18-year-old girls? Haha. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded. I've heard that. It's so realistic and so cruel. But everyone was young once, everyone was 18 once, right? My sister isn't in a rush anymore. She says if she can't find someone, she'll just stay single for life. She'd rather be alone than settle, and she won't get married just for the sake of it. Xueling raised her eyebrows. Really? Do your parents support that? Of course not. Wang Xiaoxiao shook her head. They told her to keep looking, that she'll find someone eventually. My sister says a lot of her classmates and colleagues only got married because they reached the right age and had to find someone with similar conditions. Most of those marriages end in divorce over trivial family issues. She's seen enough of that and thinks it's better not to get married at all than to end up divorcing later. Xueling thought for a moment and said, "It doesn't have to be that way. Marriage is like drinking water, only you know if it's hot or cold. In the end, it's up to the individual." Maybe it's because divorce is so common among young people these days, Wang Xiaoxiao said. Everyone has their own weird reasons. Plus, so many people cheat on their marriages now, it makes a lot of people lose trust in their own relationships, and those who aren't married yet are even more hesitant. True, Xueling agreed. The main thing is that information is so easy to share now and everything is public. Once something's online, the whole world can see it. You open your phone or a website and there it is, so it creates this impression like there are just so many of these cases. But actually, most people are just ordinary, working to support their families, raising kids, and looking after the elderly, without all that drama or craziness. Wang Xiaoxiao disagreed. It's definitely more common than before. Probably, Xueling didn't deny it. The new generation is more self-centered, and they value refined self-interest. They care more about themselves. As long as I'm doing well, nothing else matters. The older generation never had ideas like Buddha-like or lying flat. They were all very responsible, not just for their jobs, but for their lives and families, and they wanted to contribute to society too. Of course, I'm talking about most people, not everyone. There have always been bad apples in every era. There have always been scumbags. That's just human nature. Yeah, Wang Xiaoxiao shook her head. Seems like that's just how it is now. There's so much weird motivational stuff online. As long as I'm happy, who cares if the world burns? Or, I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me. Young people are just getting more and more self-centered. Haha. Xueling laughed and sighed. If the world burns, where's the me? If the world's gone, how can you be happy? There are billions of people, can you betray them all? Walk out your door, how many people even know you? Who's got the time to betray you? Haha, it's just so ridiculous. Wang Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and giggled too. Xueling patted her arm gently and said warmly, just listen and don't take it seriously. All those short videos, toxic, chicken soup, advice, live streams, they'll do anything for clicks, using hype and drama to grab attention, with no bottom line. As soon as there's a hot topic, all the media jump on it, each with their own spin, just to grab the first wave of traffic. In the end, it's all about profit. Sigh, Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but sigh. It's scary. Feels like everything is controlled by profit. That's just how it is, Xueling smiled. It's the same everywhere, all the time. The only difference is whether you see through it or not, and whether you're willing to say it out loud. Wang Xiaoxiao put the lid back on the stew and said, Thanks, Mom. I finished it. Okay, Xueling reminded her gently, when you get back to Xinyuan, remember to tell Xiaoli to make you fish gelatin stew twice a week for your stomach. Is your stomach problem still acting up? Not much anymore, Wang Xiaoxiao explained. I started training when I was really little, eating at all sorts of canteens and food stalls. Later, when I joined the national team, the food got better, but I was used to eating hot and cold stuff, and I ended up with stomach problems without realizing it. Luckily, it's not serious. As long as I don't eat anything too raw or cold, I'm fine. Over the years, you've made me all sorts of nourishing supplements, and I've gotten much better. You still need to keep taking care of it, Xueling reminded her. Stomach problems need maintenance and self-discipline. You're still young, your health is the foundation of your life, so don't take it lightly. Wang Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. I know, thanks Mom. Just then, Xueling's phone rang. She took it out and glanced at it. It was Xiao Tong. Wang Xiaoxiao picked up the stew bowl and said, Mom, I'll take this to the kitchen. You go ahead. All right, Xueling nodded with a smile, swiping the screen to answer the call. As evening fell, Shui Yang and Wang Xiaoxiao left the villa. Originally, Wang Xiaoxiao wanted to stay, but considering that the things the children needed at Xinyuan still weren't fully prepared, and Shui Yang had to work, she had to go back early to get things ready. The children were reluctant to see them go, but they'd gotten used to being accompanied only by their grandma and uncle lately. Soon enough, they forgot all about it and went back to playing. Only little Zhezheng cried until his nose turned red, watching Shui Yang's luxury car disappear into the distance, sobbing uncontrollably. Jing Duo. Cheng Huanran picked the little guy up and explained, once everything's ready at Xinyuan, Uncle and Auntie will come get you all to live together. Really? Little Zhezheng sniffled. They're not going to abandon me, are they? Of course not. Cheng Huanran smiled and nodded reassuringly. When the time comes, we'll all move back together, including your dad and you. Little Zhezheng looked at Zheng Duo, then lowered his eyes. I've already found myself a new dad. From now on, I want to be with my new dad. Jing Duo. Cheng Huanran stifled a laugh, glancing sideways at Zheng Duo. All right then, your new dad lives at Xinyuan. He'll be waiting for you there. Zheng Duo was torn between laughter and tears. He played with you for just one day, and now you're calling him dad? Do you even know who he is? Just calling anyone dad. Who taught you that? Little Zhezheng shrank his head and mumbled, I like him. I want him to be my new dad. He agreed. Huh? Zheng Duo couldn't help but curse with a laugh. That little rascal Shui Yang. Always taking advantage. Son, do you even know what dad means? Just because you see others calling someone dad, you join in too? You already have a dad, that's me. Xiaoshuang and Xiaozu call their own dads. Why are you joining in? Little Zhezheng buried his head and didn't dare make a sound. Cheng Huanran shot Zheng Duo a look and retorted, if you were willing to play with him, would he be looking for a new dad in Shuiyang? I do play with him. Zheng Duo argued. Cheng Huanran snorted, you just sit there scrolling on your phone while the kid plays by himself. Is that what you call playing together? Why not just say you're keeping your phone company? Zheng Duo was momentarily speechless. Cheng Huanran went on, Shui Yang may be unreliable in other ways, but he's a great dad. As soon as he gets home, he plays crazy games with the kids, sometimes lets them sleep beside him, and no matter how much they mess around, he's always patient. Even when he's super busy, he still video calls the kids for 10 or 20 minutes almost every day. Even while driving, he'll video chat for a bit. Look. He hadn't seen the kids for 8 or 9 months, but as soon as they saw him, there was no awkwardness or distance at all. They just pounced on him for a group hug. How long has it been since little Zhezheng saw him? He didn't even recognize him at first, but seeing him play so happily with the others, he immediately joined in. You really need to reflect on yourself. Zheng Duo stammered, well, every dad has his own way of raising kids, right? But your son prefers Shui Yang's way, Cheng Huanran pointed out mercilessly. Zheng Duo was at a loss for words. He glanced helplessly at his son, only to see the little guy lying on Cheng Huanran's shoulder, not even sparing him a glance. All right. Xiaoxin, from now on, Dad will play with you, just like Uncle Shui Yang, okay? Unexpectedly, the little guy pretended not to hear, slipped down from Cheng Huanran's arms, and dashed off to join the other kids playing. Zheng Duo. Cheng Huanran stifled a laugh and gave him a I feel sorry for you look before flopping back onto the recliner. Just then, Shui Heng came over. Huanran, have you seen Xiaoan? Where did she go? Cheng Huanran replied, earlier she was playing go-karts with Yang Ong and the kids. Then she said she was hungry and went to the kitchen to grab a bite. That girl. Shui Heng laughed and scolded, always slacking off. She sent out her resume and now she's just completely relaxed. Cheng Huanran couldn't help asking, where did she apply? Which companies? I heard she applied to a lot, Shui Heng explained. Seems like she sent her resume to all the top companies in the capital. She's just waiting for nothing to happen, then she'll obediently come work for me. Cheng Huanran found it funny. She really has that little confidence in herself? Who says so? Shui Heng teased. At first, she was full of ambition, almost overconfident. But after some research online, she finally sobered up a bit. I told her, you never know until you try, so she sent them out. Zheng Duo said, as long as she's not afraid of hard work or competition, there are still plenty of good jobs out there. She's afraid of both, Shui Heng said with a wry smile. She just wants an easy job with a high salary and little work. Zheng Duo laughed, that's easy. Let her be a director at a retirement home or something. Just sign a few papers every day, relax the rest of the time, and wait for the year-end bonus. Yeah, right? Shui Heng laughed and scolded, you're always coming up with terrible ideas. If she really wants to slack off, when I retire I'll just set up a foundation and let her live off a monthly allowance. But if she wants to maintain her current lifestyle, she'll have to work hard and learn. Even if she's not that capable, she should at least learn enough to take care of the family business. Must be nice. Zheng Duo said enviously. With you teaching and guiding her, it'd be hard not to learn something. But Shui Heng didn't have much confidence in his daughter. She still needs her old man to worry about her. Sigh. Children are a lifelong debt. It's hard to expect too much from others. Now I just hope I can live a little longer. Zheng Duo's brows twitched, and he couldn't help glancing at his own son. If his son still needed this much attention after graduating college, just thinking about it made him break out in a cold sweat. His son hadn't even started kindergarten yet. There were still 3 years of kindergarten, 6 years of elementary, 3 years of middle school, 3 years of high school, plus a few years of university. He didn't dare imagine any further. He was already starting to panic. If his son still needed him to worry after college graduation, that would be a nightmare beyond imagination. Dinner time. Shui Ling shouted from upstairs. Dinner's ready. We're eating on the 2nd floor tonight. Everyone come up. Cheng Huanran immediately got up and called out, kids. Wash your hands, time to eat. Hurry up. Haha, dinner time. Let's go. The kids jostled and laughed as they filed into the house. Cheng Huanran and the nanny quickly followed. Zheng Duo, however, was too lazy to move. He pulled out his phone and started tapping away. Suddenly, He seemed to see something shocking and sprang to his feet. Shueheng was startled by him and asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Zhang Duo glanced at him in confusion, then shook his head vigorously. And nothing. Shueheng didn't pay much attention to his jumpy behavior and reminded him, "Come on, let's go eat." But Zhang Duo just stood there, dazed, staring blankly at the glaring words on his phone screen. Divorce agreement. It took him a long while to calm down a bit, and then he stretched the screen to read it carefully. Xueling was eating while taking care of the kids. Only after the children had finished and gone off to play with their Legos did she finally sit down to eat slowly herself. "Huh? Where's Duo? Wasn't he just with you guys?" she asked. Cheng Huanran was cutting his steak and shook his head. "No idea. I came up with the kids." "I called him," Shueheng said. "He seemed busy, glued to his phone, so I just came up by myself. The barbecue today is really good, smells amazing." Shuehan was eating with gusto. "The meat is so tender, crispy outside and juicy inside, absolutely delicious." "Don't eat so much," Shueheng frowned, reminding her. "You've put on quite a bit of weight lately. If you don't watch it, you'll have to go on a diet soon." Shuehan pouted in protest. "It's just 5 or 6 pounds. Is it really that bad? Aren't you always saying that healthy is beautiful? Didn't you say most people who diet have something wrong with their heads? Didn't you say unless it's for health, there's no need to lose weight?" Shueheng was left speechless, stammering, "At your age, you still need to watch your figure. Everyone wants to look good, don't you? Curves are nice, but the trend now is being slim. Besides, you're way past just curvy at this point, aren't you?" "Huh?" Shuehan was instantly unhappy and put down her knife and fork. Fine, I won't eat anymore, okay?" Shueheng chuckled. "You've already had 2 pieces of meat, that's plenty." "Dad." Shuehan pouted and acted cute. "Why are you suddenly like this? Aren't you supposed to coax me, tell me to eat, and then diet later?" "There's no need." Shueheng smiled dotingly. "I don't need to coax you, you eat non-stop on your own. Diet after eating is just an excuse you made up for yourself, not something I said." Shuehan grumbled and quietly picked up her knife and fork again. "My dad's gotten so sharp. I can't fool him anymore." Shueheng rolled his eyes at her. "I've seen through your tricks long ago. The more you act like this, the less I'll indulge you." Shuehan giggled sheepishly. Cheng Huanran smiled warmly and asked, "Han, I heard you send out several resumes. Any responses yet?" "Not a single one." Shuehan pouted. "My inbox is quieter than my face is clean." Cheng Huanran laughed. "It's okay, just be patient." Shuehan shrugged helplessly. "I've already figured it out. With my degree and 0 work experience, there's no way I'll get into any big company. Forget it, I'll just go work for my dad." "Hey," Shueheng snorted. "I'm not obligated to take you in. My place isn't a dumping ground for rejects." Shuehan rolled her eyes and shot back, "Whatever, the nursing home needs staff anyway. If you can hire others, why not me?" "Sure," Shueheng said. "But only if you can do the job as well as anyone else. If others can do it well, so should you. Otherwise, why should I hire you?" Shuehan nodded eagerly. "Of course I can do it. It's our own business. If it makes money, it's ours. Don't worry, I'll work super hard." "Really?" Shueheng couldn't help but laugh. "Why do I find that hard to believe?" "It's true." Shuehan glared. "You've already invested in the nursing home. If it doesn't make money, it's a loss, so of course I have to work hard. You're getting older, and sooner or later the nursing home will be inherited by me and my cousins. If I make an extra $1, I might get 30 cents more, why wouldn't I try?" Shueheng was amused and reminded her, "Remember what I told you before. If you can't manage the nursing home well, you won't get a share." "Got it." Shuehan nodded. Xueling chimed in at just the right moment. "Han, why not start at the front desk? If you can work your way up from the bottom, who in the nursing home would dare disrespect you in the future? Step by step, show everyone, including your dad, what you can do." "Yeah." Shuehan was instantly fired up. "I'll start from the bottom. I won't let dad look down on me." Xueling gave her a thumbs up. "That's the spirit our Xue family needs, determination and perseverance. Don't let anyone look down on you. If you work your way up, Even if people want to say you only got the job because of your dad, your resume will make them see you in a new light. They'll have to respect you. Exactly. Shuehan made up her mind. I'll start from the bottom and never let anyone look down on me. Shueling and Shueheng exchanged approving glances and nodded. All right, it's settled then. You can start as a front desk intern, Shueheng said, deliberately glancing at her with disdain. But with the way you look now, the front desk might not even want you. Image is everything there. Their appearance and attitude represent our nursing home's service and first impression. Not just anyone can be at the front desk. As soon as she heard that, Shuehan immediately lifted her chin. Don't worry, I'll start dieting right now. I'll look the best in business attire. With that, she put down her knife and fork again. Shueling secretly laughed and handed her the fruit salad nearby at just the right moment. Eat well and eat healthy. Our little Han is really something. Shuehan was rarely praised by Shueling. Being complimented by her aunt made her float with happiness, and she started eating the fruit salad with gusto. Shueheng chuckled dotingly and shot Shueling a sidelong glance. This girl is just too naive. A few words and she's completely taken in. It's safer to keep her under my nose, otherwise, if someone tried to scam her, she'd probably help them count the money. Soon, Shuehan finished eating and left. Cheng Huanran ate slowly, craning his neck to look out the floor-to-ceiling window. I see Duo, he's on the phone. Shueling raised her eyebrows and said, he probably doesn't feel like eating now. Once we're done, have someone clear the table. If he gets hungry, the kitchen can make him something hot. Doesn't feel like eating? Cheng Huanran asked suspiciously. Why? Does he have something urgent? Shueling replied, Xiao Tong called earlier. She said the divorce agreement is ready, and they've already applied for divorce on the Civil Affairs Bureau website. Once the cooling-off period is over, they'll go get the divorce certificate. Cheng Huanran. Shueheng. Shueling put down her knife and fork, slowly wiping the corner of her mouth. If he comes up later, don't ask too many questions. Cheng Huanran frowned. Mom, why don't you try talking some sense into Xiao Tong? Didn't Duo already go to comfort her? He did, Shueling replied, but I guess it wasn't enough. In the end, the two of them started arguing again, and nothing got resolved. Shueheng looked puzzled. Isn't it just a disagreement about raising the child? The kid isn't a helpless baby anymore. He's already so big, almost ready for kindergarten. Is that really enough to talk about divorce? I just can't believe it. That's how we see it, but they don't. Shueling waved her hand tiredly. I tried talking to Xiao Tong, but she wouldn't listen at all. All she can think about is her career and her anxieties about work. She's restless and frustrated. As for Duo, honestly, I'm too tired to try anymore. Cheng Huanran explained. Last time Uncle Hung tried talking to him, and he seemed to get it. He understands, but whether he's willing to act on it is another matter, Shueling said. Duo is very smart. He gets things right away. But whether he's willing to do something about it, that's a different story. He's proud, he won't swallow his pride, and he refuses to compromise. And Xiao Tong is just as stubborn. When she gets angry, she insists on divorce. Shueheng scratched his graying hair, still baffled. What's with young people these days? Why is divorce always the first solution? There's no such thing as absolutely must in this world. If marriage is treated so lightly, there'll only be more unhappy people and children. Their child is still so young, why can't they think about him for a moment? Shueling's face darkened. If they really cared about their child, they wouldn't be talking about divorce at a time like this. The kid might have psychological issues, and he has allergies that even the doctors can't figure out how to treat. Instead of finding ways to help him, they're busy fighting and dragging each other down. It's infuriating. Seeing Shueling getting upset, Shueheng quickly signaled to his nephew. Lingling, don't get so worked up. Maybe they just need some time to cool off. Isn't there still a 3-month cooling off period? Maybe they'll make up before a month is out. It's not that easy. Shueling shook her head. They're both stubborn and competitive. Unless one of them completely backs down, there's no way to compromise. Forget it, let's just leave them be. Cheng Huanran hesitated, lowering his voice. But if we don't try to talk to them, it just doesn't feel right. The two of them clearly aren't at the point of divorce. Duo still has deep feelings for Xiao Tong. How did it come to this? As a longtime friend, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Xue Ling shot back, you think you can talk sense into them? If you could, would they still be heading for divorce? Didn't I try already? Did they listen? One says she's emotionally exhausted and can't go on. The other says he's physically and mentally drained and can't go on either. It's their life. If they want to ruin a good thing, what can we do? In the end, they have to figure it out themselves. What if they never figure it out? Qing Huanran gave a bitter smile. Are we just supposed to watch them split up? What else can we do? Xue Ling waved her hand. Like I said, we do what we can and leave the rest to fate. We've tried, but if they won't listen, then let them regret it themselves. Xue Heng nodded in agreement. Exactly. Some people have to learn the hard way. Only after being taught a harsh lesson by reality will they wake up, change their attitude, and start living right. If they won't listen, let them suffer the consequences. Qing Huanran didn't know what else to say, but he felt even more sorry for little Zhenzheng. From what I've observed, that child is extremely sensitive. His allergies probably aren't from food, but psychological. He seems quiet, but he craves company. Wherever there are people, he wants to be there. He's already showing signs of resentment toward Duo and Xiao Tong. If they really get divorced, the one who'll be hurt the most is Zhang. Xue Ling paused in clearing the table, then let out a soft sigh. If we can't help the adults, then we'll just have to do our best for the child. He loves being around people, so let's bring him to Xi and Yuan to stay. We'll just have to pay more attention to him. Luckily, Xi and Yuan is big, and with Shui Yang's whole family and Xiao Huzi and his 2 sons, there are plenty of kids to play with, plenty of noise and excitement. Jingzheng is already inseparable from Xiaoshuang and the others. Wherever they go, he goes, even insisting on sleeping with them. Next voice. With a few kids as company, hopefully his anxiety and depression will lessen. Xue Heng also felt sorry for the child inside. Xiao Han, it was the same with her. When she was little, her mother and I were always fighting and giving each other the cold shoulder. After we divorced, her mother had problems, and Xiao Han became withdrawn and sensitive. She craved affection, but was also afraid of it, and she's always been a bit odd. Hard to manage as a child, hard to guide as an adult. It's hard to explain. She's already getting better, Xue Ling comforted him. There's no such thing as perfect in this world. Life is full of holes, and someone has to patch them up bit by bit. You've finally come through the hard times. Since going abroad, Xiao Han has changed a lot. She's become stronger. She's willing to come back to work, to start from the bottom at a nursing home, to learn among people. That's already a huge step forward. No matter how big the hurdle, there's always a way through. No matter how bad things get, there's always a turning point. Xue Heng gave a helpless smile. I'm just speaking from experience. When parents act on impulse, it's the kids who suffer. There are people with depression and emotional problems in this world, and it's always the result of someone's actions. Nothing happens for no reason. Let's not talk about it anymore. Xue Ling waved her hand tiredly. I talked to Xiao Tong for a long time this afternoon, listened to her complain about everything. I can't persuade her and I'm exhausted. I'm going to rest in my room. Mom, are you all right? Qing Huanran quickly stood up. Let me help you to your room. No need, Xue Ling said. You finish eating with your Uncle Heng, then check on the kids. Make sure they go to bed early, no later than 9:30. And Zheng didn't nap this afternoon, so settle him first. Okay, Qing Huanran agreed. Xue Ling went back to her room, her back slightly hunched, clearly worn out. Qing Huanran watched her leave, then sat down to finish his meal quickly. Xue Heng couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Your mom says she's not getting involved, but she's done more than anyone. The hardest part is not being able to help and having to suffer along with them. Qing Huanran chewed quickly. I'll check on the kids after I eat, then go see my mom later. Xue Heng reminded him, if she can't sleep, warm up some milk for her. She didn't eat much earlier, she's in a bad mood. I will. Late at night, Qing Huanran's phone rang. Still groggy, he fumbled to turn on the bedside lamp and squinted as he grabbed his phone. It was actually Shui Yang. Cheng Huanran glanced at the time and saw it was already past 1 in the morning. "What's up? Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night?" His tone was tinged with reproach, but Shui Yang showed no sign of guilt. Instead, he shouted, "Bro, Duoduoji is getting divorced from Xiaotong seriously. Oh my god. Why didn't you guys mention anything when we were at the villa today?" Cheng Huanran had to hold the phone away from his ear to spare his eardrums. "How did you find out? Who told you?" Shui Yang hurried to explain. He went to consult lawyer he about his divorce agreement, and I happened to be there on some business, so I found out. I only finished up just now and didn't dare call Duoduoji directly, so I thought I'd ask you first. "I'm not the one getting divorced," Cheng Huanran said, closing his eyes. "Why are you asking me? If someone's getting divorced, just ask them directly. Or is Duoduoji hiding from everyone like you did, making us all run around looking for you?" Shui Yang chuckled sheepishly. Well, that was just a moment of impulse. Plus, I was drunk, my phone died, so you guys couldn't find me. Honestly, I regretted it right away. I only dared to talk about divorce. I'd never actually go through with it." "Didn't you draft a divorce agreement too?" Cheng Huanran retorted. "Didn't you think you absolutely had to get divorced? The lawyer made money off you, and now you're not even signing the agreement. Don't you think that's a waste?" Shui Yang kept up his sheepish grin. "Bro, can you stop roasting me? I already know I was wrong. What's there to waste? I tore it up and threw it in the trash ages ago. The money's spent, I'll just earn more. It was only a bit of lawyer's fees, I can afford that. Don't lump me in with you." Cheng Huanran's tone was icy. "Who's we? I'm me, you're you. I finally managed to find a wife and get married, forget bringing up divorce. I don't even dare think about it. How could I compare to you? You made such a scene, even got mom and dad involved. You just about announced it to the whole world." Shui Yang laughed awkwardly. "Bro, my dear brother. My best brother. Get lost." Cheng Huanran scolded with a laugh. "Go to sleep. Stop grossing me out." Seeing his brother laugh, Shui Yang immediately clung on. "Bro, what's going on with Duoduoji and Xiaotong?" He wasn't consulting for someone else, it was about them. "It's true," Cheng Huanran replied. Shui Yang was shocked. "No way. Such a huge bombshell. There wasn't any sign at all. When we were at the villa today, Duoduoji seemed totally normal." Pfft. Cheng Huanran half opened his eyes and sneered. He's getting divorced, not losing his mind. Why wouldn't he be normal? "No," Shui Yang protested. "If you're about to get divorced, how can you act so normal?" I saw him lazily scrolling on his phone, working on his laptop, sipping coffee. He didn't look like someone about to get divorced. Back then, I was a nervous wreck, anxious and regretful, not knowing what to do. "That's why you and Xiao didn't end up divorcing," Cheng Huanran analyzed calmly. "First, neither of you really wanted to. Otherwise, why would you feel so awful? Second, when mom and dad tried to reach Xiao, they found out she wasn't home. She'd gone up the mountain to do charity work. Even when there was no signal, Aiching sent someone up to set up a small signal tower just so they could contact her. Mom and dad didn't say anything, just kept caring for her, coaxing her to come down and return home. Plus, mom always had the kids video chat with her." Shui Yang was stunned. "Really? Why didn't you guys tell me any of this?" He'd thought that with his family overseas, they only had a vague idea of what was going on, so he could get away with his nonsense. Who knew they'd done so much behind his back, scolding him to his face, but quietly helping him and Xiao through the crisis? Cheng Huanran snorted. "Tell you? You were hiding from us. You caused trouble and then disappeared. What, were we supposed to act like you?" Shui Yang scratched his head, embarrassed. "Sorry. Thanks, really. You should be thanking mom and dad," Cheng Huanran explained. Mom chatted with Xiao, listened to her complaints, and kept comforting and encouraging her. She also secretly contacted Xiao's parents. They're very reasonable and immediately started persuading their daughter. Mom and dad never said a bad word about Xiao. All the blame was on you. Not long after, Xiao calmed down. Shui Yang was deeply moved. That's what family is. No need for too many words, no sweet talk. They'll scold you, tease you, even act annoyed and impatient. But when you're in trouble, they're always the first to step up, quietly supporting and helping you through confusion and hardship. Cheng Huanran continued, Xiao Xiao has lived with our family for years. She's close to all of us, and especially to the kids. She's their mother, after all. At first, she'd cry whenever she saw the kids. When they asked why, she said she missed them too much. Later, she stopped crying and just smiled, interacting with them. She couldn't bear to leave the kids, or our big family, so she chose to forgive you and gave up the impulsive idea of divorce. Thank you. Thank you, Shui Yang said sincerely. Cheng Huanran, however, was done listening. All right. Stop disturbing my sleep in the middle of the night. I'm going back to bed. Wait. Shui Yang hurried back to the main topic. Bro, about Duoduoji, are they really getting divorced? Did you and Mom try to talk them out of it? I heard from lawyer he that both Duoduoji and Xiaotong have consulted lawyers. Looks like they're serious. We tried, of course we did, Cheng Huanran explained. But neither Mom nor I could change their minds. Mom even tried to pressure Duoduoji, but he and Xiaotong just couldn't reach an agreement. Mom also talked to Xiaotong, but she wouldn't listen. Earlier, Mom even spoke with Xiaotong's parents, but it didn't help much. Didn't help much? Shui Yang was incredulous. Really? I thought Xiaotong's parents were pretty close with Mom. And isn't Xiaotong's mom cousins with Uncle Hu? Being close doesn't mean you see eye to eye, Cheng Huanran said quietly. Apparently, they've been dissatisfied with Duoduoji for a while. Shui Yang couldn't help but ask, dissatisfied? With what? I'm not sure of the details, Cheng Huanran replied. That's just what Mom said, I didn't hear it myself. Seems like they think Duoduoji doesn't respect Xiaotong enough, that he's not a good family man. Not showing enough respect to Xiaotong. Shui Yang was completely baffled. Really? I don't feel that at all. Cheng Huanran shot back. You're not Xiaotong's parents, so how can you say that's not the case? If she's saying it, she must have her reasons. Huh? Shui Yang thought for a moment and asked, that's it? Just those two reasons? Cheng Huanran chuckled. You think those two reasons aren't enough? Not respecting Xiaotong, what does that mean? Not caring about the family, what does that mean? They got together because of love. Xiaotong believing this about Duo, what does that mean? If a man doesn't respect his wife and doesn't care about his family, can he really be a good man? Shui Yang was stunned for half a second, suddenly realizing how serious things were. No wonder it's gotten to this point. Bro, what should we do now? Cheng Huanran sighed, I don't know what to do either. Duo hasn't said anything, so Mom and I can only help him take care of little Zhenzhen. As for everything else, I don't think we can help much. It's so tough. Shui Yang grumbled, dissatisfied. Duo is such a handsome, dedicated, good man, who would have thought he'd ever be disliked. In his eyes, Zheng Duo was good-looking, wealthy, and capable. He was already the president of a major corporation at a young age, so he shouldn't have to worry about these kinds of problems. Xiaotong shouldn't be worried about her husband being stolen away by some other woman, or about mistresses or affairs. Instead, it's all about not being respectful enough or not caring about the family. How bizarre. What's the world coming to these days? It's unbelievable. Cheng Huanran thought for a moment and said, human potential is limitless, but our energy is limited. There are only so many things a person can do in a day. Duo loves his work too much, pouring so much time and energy into it that he naturally neglects other things. Xiaotong is the same kind of person. She loves to work hard, to compete with others. In this way, they're really quite similar. They're two of a kind. Shui Yang snorted. Xiaotong has the nerve to complain about Duo? Isn't that a bit much? Cheng Huanran calmly pointed out, from our perspective, they're very similar. But from their own opposing perspectives, all they see are each other's faults. Of course it's different from how we see it. Something occurred to Shui Yang, and he asked, Bro, if Duo really does get divorced from Xiaotong, I mean, if it actually happens, will the company shares have to change hands? Have you guys thought about that? No, Chung Huanran replied, unconcerned. Even if they do get divorced and Xiao Tong gets half of Duoduo's shares, that's only about 5%. But what if Xiao Tong sells her shares? Shui Yang pressed. Wouldn't that shake up the board of directors? Cheng Huanran said, that shouldn't be a problem. Uncle Heng sold almost all his shares to Mom, so she's still the largest shareholder in the company. Duo has 10%, and after Mom, he has the most. Bro, we still can't let our guard down. Shui Yang lowered his voice. If Xiao Tong sells her shares and someone with ulterior motives gets involved in the board, that wouldn't be good for our family. Mom already split her shares evenly among the four of us. The ones Uncle Heng sold are still with Mom. If Duoduo's shares get diluted, his standing in the company won't be what it used to be. Could that affect his ability to run the company? It could, Chung Huanran said firmly. If his shares decrease, his position naturally won't be as strong. But none of us have ever participated in any board decisions. When the time comes, we can call a board meeting and authorize Duo to represent our interests. With us backing him, there's nothing to worry about on that front. All right then, Shui Yang couldn't help but add sincerely, I have to say, under Duoduo's leadership, the company has really grown by leaps and bounds these past few years. His contributions are obvious to everyone. Cheng Huanran understood what his brother was getting at and said gently, don't worry, no matter what changes, even if Duoduo's shares are diluted and he doesn't have as many as the rest of us, he'll still be the head of the company. No one can change that. Shui Yang chuckled and explained, I'm just worried he'll get discouraged and quit. He won't, Chung Huanran said with certainty. Duo is the kind of person who can't live without work. He loves his job and enjoys the process, so he'd never give it up. Yeah, Shui Yang sighed. That's why he chose to give up his family. Cheng Huanran raised his eyebrows and suggested, tomorrow, talk to Xiao Xiao and ask her to try to persuade Xiao Tong. I'll talk to third brother as well. Xiao Tong has always been close to him. She's one of his biggest fans and always listens to him. All right, Shui Yang replied, but he didn't sound very hopeful. Xiao Tong may come from an ordinary background, but she's beautiful, smart, and capable. Deep down, she's very proud. She seems kind and easygoing, but she's got a mind of her own. It won't be easy to persuade someone like that. We have to try, even if it's hard, Chung Huanran said. To quote Mom, do your best and leave the rest to fate. If we don't even try, that means we're not loyal or caring enough. If we do try, even if things don't work out, at least we'll have a clear conscience, right? Yeah, Shui Yang grumbled in agreement. Cheng Huanran yawned and said irritably, I'm hanging up. Don't call me in the middle of the night again. With that, he hung up and tossed his phone aside. Then he wrapped himself in his blanket, snuggled into his pillow, and closed his eyes, ready to go back to sleep. Bang! There was a muffled thud, startling him awake. That sound seemed to have come from the hallway outside. Xiao Han and Uncle Heng were sleeping in the back. On this side of the third floor, it was just him and Duo. Jing Duo. He hurriedly threw off his blanket, grabbed his warm robe, and rushed out to open the door. Under the soft hallway lights, he saw a figure stumbling along, sometimes leaning against the wall, sometimes bracing himself on the floor. It was just a dozen steps, but he looked like he was fighting a wrestling match, making as much noise as possible. Cheng Huanran sighed wordlessly, walked over, and helped him up, half carrying, half dragging Zheng Duo back to his room. Zheng Duo was dead drunk, who knew how much he'd had to drink, reeking of alcohol. Luckily, he wasn't a bad drunk. He just lay there motionless with his eyes closed. Cheng Huanran resigned himself to taking off his shoes, socks, and jacket, then helped him lie down properly. After that, he went out to make some hangover medicine and fed it to Zheng Duo. Zheng Duo opened his eyes, somewhere between sober and drunk. After a long moment, he focused and managed a reassuring smile. I'm fine, bro, not drunk. Cheng Huanran couldn't be bothered to argue with a drunk, so he just helped him lie down again. Then, resigned, he went back to his own room, grabbed a pillow and blanket, and came back to sleep on the sofa in the corner. Early morning, seaside villa. The sea breeze was gentle and refreshing. Everyone was gathered under the coconut trees, some sitting, some lounging, chatting happily. Chung Tianyuan carried a large tray, with housekeeper Lee following behind, pushing a food cart as they hurried over. Didn't I remind you all? If you're sitting under the coconut trees, you need to open a big umbrella. The coconuts up there are getting pretty big. Who is dozing on a lounge chair, mumbled a sleepy, huh? Shifted to a more comfortable position and promptly fell back asleep. Wang Qing, sitting in a wheelchair, smiled helplessly and explained, he didn't sleep well last night. He's been tired since before dawn. Chung Tianyuan shot Ahu a glance and set down the large tray in his hands. Housekeeper Lee, get someone to set up a big umbrella right away. Yes, sir. Housekeeper Lee pushed the cart over and said warmly, I'll arrange it immediately. For safety's sake, we should have all the coconuts taken down at noon, just in case. Exactly. Ching Tianyuan looked up and saw that some coconuts were already the size of soccer balls. He shuddered at the thought. Get them down quickly. Don't wait until they're overripe and fall on someone. Papa Shue chuckled from the side, no worries, we're sitting off to the side. Even if they fall, they won't hit our heads. Ching Tianyuan shook his head. Getting hit on the head would be terrible. Even the side isn't safe. No matter where it hits, it's dangerous. For safety, take them all down, don't leave a single one. Shue Jilian chimed in, that's right. A coconut weighs several kilos, and they're so high up. Wherever it lands, it'll cause an injury. If it's serious, it could be fatal. We've worked hard most of our lives and done right by our country and society. We're not exactly famous, but we have some reputation. It's one thing not to die on the job, but to die under a coconut tree? That would be a terrible way to go. Everyone burst out laughing. The bodyguards hurried over and, under housekeeper Lee's direction, quickly set up a large umbrella, gathering everyone beneath it. There we go, Mama Shue joked. Our protective umbrella is up, nothing to worry about now. Wang Qing teased, Auntie, your real umbrella is Ah Yuan. He takes care of everything for you and protects every one of you. Mama Shue laughed heartily, he's more than that. He's the pillar of our family, holding us all up. Chung Tianyuan ladled out bird's nest porridge, giving each of the elders a bowl, and handed one to Wang Qing as well. There's not much left, probably just enough for 2 small bowls. Let's save it for Ahu. Ahu had always been tall and sturdy, with a bigger appetite than most. Even as he got older, he still ate more than others. As his close friend for many years, Chung Tianyuan knew him well. Wang Qing agreed. Housekeeper Lee brought out plates of snacks, pastries, and side dishes. Papa Shue ate as he asked, Ah Yuan, why hasn't Lingling video called us these past couple of days? She's moved back to Xinyuan, right? It's been almost 3 weeks. That should be about right. Yesterday was exactly 22 days, Chung Tianyuan replied. Their last nucleic acid test result was delayed by half a day, so they only moved back yesterday. They were probably busy packing, so didn't have time to video call us. Shue Jilian looked up from his bowl and explained, Hung told me last night that they moved out of the villa yesterday and took Xiaohan back to the convalescent home. Oh, Papa Shue asked, business at the convalescent home has been good lately, right? Shue Jilian shook his head. I'm not sure, I didn't ask. Xiaoyi's been really busy. She called me last week to check in, explained she couldn't come visit, and told me to take care of myself. Now that Ahang's back, Xiaoyi should get a bit of a break. After all, there are only 2 of them in upper management. When one is away, all the work falls on the other. Is graduation coming up? Mama Shue asked. Xiaoyu hasn't graduated yet? Can he help out? Shue Jilian gave a wry smile. He's still in graduate school. Graduation's a long way off. And he'll probably go for a PhD, so he won't be able to help out anytime soon. Oh, going for a doctorate? Papa Shue lifted his chin proudly and laughed, that's great. We have to support him. Shue Jilian smiled kindly, eyes crinkling. Of my 3 grandkids, Xiaoyu's always done best in school. His parents used to put a lot of pressure on him, but thankfully he learned to manage it as he grew up, and his grades kept improving. Even in college, he works hard and never complains. I heard from Ahuan that he's studying medical research, so he'll probably go for a PhD. That's wonderful. Mama Shue praised. There's never been a PhD in our Shui family. His dad has a master's. He should guide him to go further, maybe become a PhD or even a postdoc. That would really make the family proud. Oh, not at all, Shui Jilian laughed. He hasn't made any real contributions yet, just some theoretical research. That's hardly an achievement, let alone something to bring glory to the family. I don't dare hope for too much, just as long as he doesn't disgrace us, I'm happy. Uncle, you're being too modest, Cheng Tianyuan said, shaking his head. With Ah Huan leading the way, Xiaoyu will definitely surpass his father. He'll do even better. Not necessarily, Shui Jilian explained. Ah Huan says the boy doesn't want to follow in his footsteps and won't let him interfere. Ah Huan doesn't want to work with him either, says it's not good for father and son to work together. So he can't really guide or help him. He's still young. It's too early to talk about achievements. All he can do is work hard and try to make a real difference, whatever field he chooses. Wang Qing smiled. The future is bright. You don't need to worry. Shui Jilian shook his head with a smile. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. There's only so much we can worry about, so I don't. Nyo is different from her brother. She was never that into studying, just did enough to get by. Her grades were above average in elementary and middle school, but not so great in high school, and she only got into an average college. But she's a sweet, lively girl with a great personality. I told Xiao-Yi to let it go. As long as the child has good values and a good temperament, that's enough. As parents, it's natural to have high expectations, Papa Shui said. But you can't expect every child to be the same. You can't have all the good things in one family, right? Haha. Everyone laughed. Cheng Tianyuan agreed with his father-in-law exactly. Xiaoyu and Nyo both take after their parents, tall, good-looking. They have a good family, good looks, good grades, and a bright future. How can one family have all the luck? It makes everyone else jealous. Don't be greedy, know when to stop, Shui Jilian said, finishing the last spoonful of bird's nest porridge and setting down his bowl and spoon. He sighed, if the kids are healthy, have a good mindset, strong values, and grow up safe and sound, that's already more than enough. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Besides, academics are getting more and more competitive these days, and kids are under so much pressure. We shouldn't make things harder for them. Exactly. Shui Jilian agreed. That's what I think too. Xiao-Yi complained to me that Ah Huan is just too busy and can't really take care of both kids. Aside from those few years after she quit her job and spent more time with them, she hardly had any time for them before. Now she has to work and shuttle the kids around, and often can't keep up with their studies. She regrets not being stricter with Nyo about learning more when she was younger. She says the kid is smart, so it shouldn't be hard for her to learn. I told her to let it go. If the child wants to study, she will. If not, you can't force it. Things change with time, and there's no point regretting it now. That's right, Shui's father nodded. No need to worry. They're adults now, so there's no need to meddle too much. Girls are different from boys, Shui's mother quickly added her opinion. At this age, girls still need to be watched a bit more closely. You can't let your guard down, or someone might take advantage. No worries, she's just started university, Shui Jilian replied. Shui's mother couldn't help but remind her, it's college students at this age who are the most into dating. Tell Xiao-Yi she doesn't need to micromanage her studies, let her arrange her own learning and exams. But when it comes to dating boys, she has to be careful, not too casual, and really pick a good one. Huh. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. Mom, the kids are still young. At this age, how would they know which boys are good and which aren't? Young love is just fooling around, no need to interfere too much. If you meddle, she might get annoyed and deliberately go against her parents. Exactly, Shui's father agreed. They're still in their rebellious phase. The more you forbid something, the more likely they are to do it. Shui's mother widened her eyes and retorted, still young? Your Xiaoxin started dating Taidu back in high school. Was she just fooling around? Once she set her sights on him, she was all in, no one else would do. Cheng Tianyuan looked a bit embarrassed, not knowing how to respond. Nearby, Ahu was woken up by the lively conversation. Hearing his good buddy get shut down by his mother-in-law, He couldn't help but laugh out loud, gloating. That's right. Xiaoxin was only 10 when she secretly got together with Taitu. She was serious from the start. So you see, you have to teach them how to choose a good boy from the very beginning. If you wait too long, it might be too late. Everyone burst out laughing. Qing Tianyuan explained helplessly at first, Lingling and I didn't take it seriously. The kid was so young, we thought she wasn't mature yet. If we interfered too much, she might actually get serious, so we just pretended not to know. Huh. Who spoke the truth? That's because you both knew Taidu and trusted him. You knew he was a good guy, so you felt safe pretending not to notice. If you weren't sure, or if he was just some unreliable punk, you'd definitely have freaked out. Of course, Chung Tianyuan admitted. The main thing is that Taitu was trustworthy and knew his boundaries. But Xiaoxin and Nyonyo are different. Xiaoxin is too naive, we've protected her too well, and her emotional intelligence is a bit lacking. Nyonyo, on the other hand, is sharp as a tack. She's a born little genius when it comes to emotional intelligence. Xue Jilian smiled fondly. That's right, she's always been a clever little thing, amazing at reading people's moods. No one in our family has high emotional intelligence, so she must be a genetic mutation. Even as a toddler, she could read faces, she's a natural. Qing Tianyuan gave a thumbs up. Lingling and I both have high hopes for Nyonyo, all because of this. Exactly. Xue's father mused. After all, we live in a society that values interpersonal skills. Sometimes, people with high IQs don't do as well as those with high EQ. Absolutely. Xue's mother emphasized. It's not just sometimes, it's always been that way. People with high IQs rarely have high EQ too. If someone has both, they're a real gem, very rare. High IQ people often don't get social niceties, and sometimes their pride and arrogance keep them from bending. But high EQ? That's different. They can get along anywhere. All those young people who do well socially are experts at reading people. Xue's father nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's exactly right. Qing Tianyuan smiled. So, Nyonyo doesn't need to be taught or reminded, she knows exactly what to do. But she doesn't have experience picking boys. Xue's mother shook her head. She doesn't know what kind of guy is good. Someone needs to tell her. Xue Jilian teased, let her learn from Xiaoxin. If she can find someone even close to Taidu, no, even if he's a lot worse, I'd be so happy I'd wake up laughing. Everyone laughed again. Qing Tianyuan shook his head. Uncle Jilian, you're too modest. Nyonyo is so cute and smart, there's no way she won't find a great son-in-law. No worries about that, Xue Jilian widened his eyes. But finding someone as good as Taitu? Now that's something to worry about. Everyone burst out laughing again. Xue Jilian gestured around. Look. Just look. Taitu's business is so successful, not only do his grandparents get to enjoy the good life, even I, as a great uncle, get to benefit. Great place to live, great food, beautiful scenery every day. I'm so happy here I don't even want to go back to the capital. If Nyonyo could have that kind of luck, I'd have to work hard to live a few more decades, or it'd be such a shame. No. Who laughed? At least 500 years. A few decades isn't enough. Xue Jilian was overjoyed and gave a thumbs up. All right, I'll do my best. Everyone roared with laughter. At that moment, standing at the back, Cheng Huancheng listened to the waves of laughter and hesitated to go over. Lin Qingji, standing beside him, glanced at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Afraid to say it. I'm worried Grandpa will be too upset, Cheng Huancheng said with a wry smile. He's always been very fond of Duo. Lin Qingji half smiled and countered, "If you don't tell him now, do you think he won't find out? It's better to let him prepare himself mentally, isn't it?" But Cheng Huancheng shook his head and pursed his lips. Forget it. Let Duo tell him himself. No, Lin Qingji said gently. Zheng Duo is too involved, what he says might be biased. It's better if you tell him. Besides, Grandpa and the others have been through a lot in life. They're not fragile youngsters who can't handle a little setback. And really, it's just a divorce and a custody battle, not some terrible disaster. Grandpa will be fine. All right then. Cheng Huancheng thought for a moment, then decided, maybe Grandpa can talk some sense into Duo. I'll go tell him. Go on. Come with me. Okay. No, I just can't relax. Dad Shui looked at his son-in-law. Yuan, book me a plane ticket, will you? Let me think. Yes, I really need to go back. No way. Cheng Tianyuan didn't even hesitate before refusing. You'd have to quarantine for 3 weeks, and who knows where they'd send you. Even if we went back with you, I still wouldn't agree. Dad Shui frowned and sighed. Duo suddenly wants a divorce, and now there's going to be a lawsuit. I need to be there for him. That's not necessary. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. Ling Ling is over there. If he needs help, she'll be there for him. Dad, you're not young anymore. You can't just travel back and forth like that. Without someone to take care of you, how could we let you go back and quarantine for 3 weeks? No, this isn't up for discussion. I don't support it either. Shui Jilian shot her older cousin a look and reminded him, Uncle Wu, you're almost 100 years old. This isn't the age where you can do whatever you want. This wave of the pandemic is no joke. Elderly people absolutely can't risk getting infected. The consequences could be dire. You wouldn't be helping, you'd be putting yourself in danger. Sometimes you really can't take chances. No one knows if an elderly person could recover if they got infected, or if they'd even make it through. There still weren't any vaccines available in the country. With no guarantees, the only thing to rely on was a mask. It was already winter in the capital, cold and harsh. After a bumpy trip home, the old man would still have to go into quarantine. No one could guarantee nothing would go wrong during that time, so there was absolutely no way they could let him risk it. Exactly. Mom Shui glared at her husband, annoyed. The young couple is having marital problems, so what's an old man like you doing trying to get involved? Do you even know how serious the pandemic is? What if you get infected during quarantine and there's no one to take care of you? What then? Look at yourself. At your age, just staying healthy is already helping your children. If you get sick, not only will you suffer, but your kids will have to drop everything to look after you. You're not helping, you're just making trouble. What are you thinking? Is your brain not working? Just saying whatever comes to mind. Honestly, you're being ridiculous. Dad Shui shrank back, looking aggrieved, and mumbled, Duo always comes to me when he has problems. He always has. Of course I worry about him. I just want to talk to him, help him out. Ever since old Zhang passed away, Duo had grown up under his watchful eye. He was the junior he doted on most in his later years. Back in the capital, Duo would come over to Xi and Yuan every few days for a meal, to chat and to eat his favorite shrimp dumplings and crab buns together. Now that something this big had happened, how could he not worry? And what good does worrying do? Mom Shui shot back angrily. If he wanted to talk to you, he would have. You think he can't call? Or that he can't afford a few bucks for phone credit with his billions? He's not telling you because he doesn't want you to worry. But you, the moment you get emotional, you want to rush back. How is that not making trouble? Did Duo say he needed you? Huh? You're just overthinking it. Dad Shui looked thoroughly chastened, not daring to argue back. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't bear to watch and tried to comfort him. Mom, Dad was just being impulsive. Don't blame him. Once you explain things clearly, he'll understand. Mom Shui was still angry. At his age, still acting like a child. Does he think he can do whatever he wants? Does he not remember why we're hiding out here? To avoid the pandemic and enjoy the good environment. And now he's talking nonsense again. Dad Shui had calmed down a lot after being scolded and said quietly then, I'll just get in touch with Duo later. Good. Mom Shui didn't push further. Ask him what's really going on and tell him not to do anything rash. And warn him, he can't just talk about divorce so easily, or he'll regret it. Doesn't he remember what it was like when his own parents divorced? He and his brothers had a rough time. Learn from the past. Learn from the past. Dad Shui nodded obediently, taking it to heart. Yes. You're right. What's with all this? Talk of divorce. Who was baffled. When did this happen? Isn't my niece-in-law a good person? Why doesn't Duo want her anymore? Is he having an affair? No way. Wang Qing looked shocked. Did Duo go bad after getting rich? She rarely spoke in such long sentences. If it weren't for the heated mood, she probably wouldn't have managed it. Cheng Tianyuan was also suspicious and turned to his son for answers. Third, what's the real reason for their divorce? Explain it clearly. Cheng Huancheng shook his head. No, neither of them cheated. They're both blaming each other for not respecting the other's work and for not taking care of the family. Everyone. Thinking they didn't understand, Cheng Huancheng repeated, they're blaming each other. Duo says Sister Xiaotong works overtime day and night and neglects the family and the child. Sister Xiaotong says Duo is always working overtime too, also neglecting the family and the child. Who was dumbfounded. What? So neither of them is taking care of things? There's only one kid, right? And the kid's old enough for kindergarten, is it really that bad? Are they just messing around? Cheng Huancheng shook his head. No, it's real. They've both hired lawyers and are planning to fight for custody. If neither of them is taking care of the kid, what's the point of fighting for custody? Cheng Tianyuan was completely confused. If they can't even manage, why fight over the child? Cheng Huancheng shrugged. Who knows? Big brother asked me to talk to Sister Xiaotong, and I did, but she wouldn't listen. She said Duo was too much, and that men just slow down her earning power, so she might as well not have one. She insists on splitting the assets fairly, but the child has to be with her. Duo says the same, assets can be negotiated, but the child has to be with him. Xue Jilian was stunned. Wait, did I hear that right? They're so alike. Even their reasons for divorce and their demands are the same. If they're so in sync, why are they divorcing? Exactly. Who was equally baffled. They're such a good match, why get divorced? There's no cheating, no drama, so why take it this far? Are they treating divorce like a joke? They must be bored out of their minds. Cheng Huancheng struggled to hold back his laughter and shook his head. I suppose so. In his view, this wasn't a crisis of love or money. How could things possibly have gotten so bad as to end in divorce? Cheng Huancheng had grown up in a privileged family. The older generation was loving, his parents were devoted to each other, mutually caring and respectful. Because of this, he placed great value on family, believing that nothing was more important than a complete and happy home. That's why he supported Uncle Ahu's opinion. Isn't this just making trouble out of nothing? Uncle Ahu was furious. Duo is already over 40, and Xiaotong is in her 30s. They're not kids anymore, so what's with the tantrums? If you're not taking care of the family, then do it. If you can't look after the child, then make the effort. What's the point of getting divorced? Is divorce as casual as eating a meal? Just try it for fun when you're bored? Huh? Ridiculous. For the older generation, divorce was a huge deal. Unless there was absolutely no other choice, you should never get divorced lightly. Decades ago, divorce was a disgrace in the countryside, even a shameful scandal that made people look down on you. Back then, Uncle Ahu had been tricked into marriage and cheated out of money. After his partner left him, even though he wasn't at fault, he still endured ridicule and mockery. That's one reason why Uncle Ahu especially cherished the hard-won marriage he had later. Wang Qing had also been cheated on and abandoned, which forced her to get a divorce and live alone in a rented place. During that period, Wang Qing barely dared to return to her parents' home, for fear of gossip and of her family being looked down on by the neighbors. After all, in those still conservative times, divorce was anything but glamorous or honorable. Unlike now, when you can grab a handful of divorcees on any street, some people even divorcing 3 or 4 times, not only feeling no shame, but even taking pride in it. All these elders had lived through that era of slow carriages and horses, a lifetime loving only one person, so it was even harder for them to understand. Xue Jilian sighed. Falling in love is hard, but maintaining a marriage is even harder. But as long as the marriage stands, the family won't fall apart. The ancients said, there's nothing more tragic than the destruction of a family. Losing your family is a heartbreaking thing. How can you treat it like a joke? In those turbulent times, he had missed out on true love. Even though, years later, they happened to reunite in the capital, both of them were rational people, they wouldn't sacrifice their own happy marriages and families for the sake of a vague, youthful romance from the past. Because, in their hearts, family was the most important thing. That's why he couldn't understand what Zheng Duo and Xiao Tong were doing. They were two people who had married for love, with a house, a car, money, resources, and such an adorable child. Life could be so rich and happy. So how did it come to the point of divorce? The elders just couldn't make sense of it. It seemed utterly baffling. Mother Shui was also skeptical. Duo always seemed like a reliable kid. How could he suddenly lose his head like this? If you can't take care of the family, then set aside some time and energy. There's no need to work 24 hours a day, right? Back when Lingling was running the group, she still worked normal hours, only occasionally working overtime. No matter how important work is, it can't compare to family. We have to know what we're living for, have a sense of priorities. What's important and what's not, we should be clear about that, shouldn't we? In the eyes of the older generation, working was to provide a better life for the family so that loved ones could live well. So Mother Shui simply couldn't understand why Zheng Duo and Xiao Tong would get divorced. She even felt they'd gotten their priorities all wrong. Exactly, Wang Qing nodded. No sense of priorities, just acting recklessly. Uncle Ahu was even angrier. I'll call Tongzi's parents later. My cousin usually respects me. I'll have them scold Xiao Tong and Duo. How can they just get divorced on a whim? Nonsense. How strange. Cheng Tianyuan frowned in suspicion. Why has your mother's side been so quiet? She hasn't mentioned anything these days. Didn't she say Duo and his son moved into the other house with them? Did it start back then? It started even earlier, Cheng Huanchong shook his head. Taitu said the child's allergies got really bad, and Duo and Xiao Tong started fighting because neither had time to take care of the kid. They even separated. Before my mom and the others went back, those two had already fallen out. Cheng Tianyuan frowned, analyzing. Most likely your mom couldn't handle them. Otherwise, she would have told me. If she could have talked them out of it, it wouldn't have come to this. Cheng Huancheng explained. I heard the first court hearing is scheduled for early next month. They've both hired lawyers and are busy pulling strings. So there's still a month, Uncle Ahu said. That should be enough time. We can still try to talk them out of it. Father Shui immediately made arrangements. I'll get in touch with Duo soon. Yes, Mother Shui agreed. Let's all try to persuade them, everyone do their part. Cheng Huanchong was half amused, half exasperated. It's really hard to talk sense into them. My mom and my big brother have already tried so many times. At this moment, Lin Qingji, who had been quietly listening, elegantly set down her teacup and calmly joined the conversation. If Auntie was determined to stop them, she would have done so already. The fact that she hasn't told us, maybe she has her own reasons. Everyone paused, then turned to look at her. Lin Qingji smiled slightly and analyzed. They're both people Auntie personally mentored. She's not just their benefactor, but also their matchmaker. With things falling apart like this, Auntie is probably the one who feels the most angry and helpless. If she could have talked them out of it, she would have done so long ago. Most likely, she just can't find a solution, so she's letting things be for now. That's right. Cheng Huanchong shrugged. Big Brother said Mom was so exasperated by them that she finally decided to wash her hands of it. If they want to split, let them. But Big Brother can't just stand by, so he asked me to help talk to Xiao Tong. Let them be. Father Shui immediately frowned. That won't do. The adults can fend for themselves, but little Zhezheng is still so young. How can they be so heartless? Exactly. Uncle Ahu waved his hand. How can they just get divorced like that? The kid is still so little. Mother Shui's face darkened, her voice full of obvious displeasure. Duo is being so thoughtless this time. When he was little, his father and that gambling-addicted, worthless woman fought and divorced. Has he forgotten all that? When his father fell ill, what kind of life did he and his sister have? Has he forgotten? He suffered so much because of the mistakes of the previous generation. If he hadn't been lucky enough to meet a Chun, how would he have ever had a stable life? He's been through it all. How can he bear to let his own child suffer the same pain? Qing Tianyuan, however, didn't rush to comment. He looked at Lin Qingji. Qing, what did you mean just now? Are you saying that even Lingling can't talk them out of it, so we shouldn't waste our breath either? MHM, Lin Qingji nodded. I think Andy has almost certainly kept something up her sleeve. Everyone was extremely curious and turned to look at her. Lin Qingji explained, from what we know, there hasn't been any real emotional breakdown between Zheng Duo and Xiaotong. At most, it's just the daily grind of family life and raising a child that's worn them down and made them irritable, unwilling to face things. Even their reasons and demands for divorce are exactly the same. Two people so in sync are probably just venting at each other, not truly wanting a divorce. They really are just venting at each other, Cheng Huancheng chimed in. Sister Xiaotong keeps blaming brother Duo, saying he always hints that she should quit her job and be a stay-at-home mom, and only go back to work when the child is older. Xiaotong says she can't stand Duo's attitude. Why should she, just because she's the mother, be expected to sacrifice for the child? Her position wasn't easy to get, and once she's past her prime working years, it'll be impossible to find a job that suits her or that she likes. Why should she be the one to sacrifice and not Duo? She really cares about this. Everyone was stunned. So this is the real reason, isn't it? Neither of them is willing to sacrifice even a bit of work time for the child and the family, and then they just blame each other for not making sacrifices. So it's Duo wanting Xiaotong to quit her job to take care of the kid, and Xiaotong refusing, right? It's weird. When there are two of them, they can't even take care of one child. How do they think one person will manage better after a divorce? How does divorcing make it easier to care for the child? What kind of logic is that? Exactly. Neither wants to quit their job or stay home with the kid, so why are they fighting for custody? When they're together, they can't manage, so how will either of them do it alone after a divorce? It's like that saying, when there are two monks, there's no water to drink, but with one monk, there is? If that's really the case, then the problem is truly with the two of them. Cheng Huancheng explained, the child got sick recently, had a really bad food allergy. Both of them had to work, were busy with their jobs, and just couldn't take care of the kid. They kept firing nannies one after another and still couldn't manage. So they just kept fighting, and things got worse and worse. Lin Qingji analyzed, that's probably their biggest disagreement. You can't rely on just a nanny to raise a child. There needs to be another person there. The question of who quits their job to stay home with the child has become the biggest sticking point. Someone has to make a sacrifice. Mama Shui said matter-of-factly. If you can't rely on a nanny, then you have to do it yourself. Either the dad or the mom. If you choose to have a child, you have to raise them properly and take responsibility. Cheng Huancheng shrugged helplessly. Right now, brother Duo wants Xiaotong to sacrifice, but she won't. She wants him to be the one to do it. There could be lots of reasons, but from what I've heard, this is the main issue. So neither of them is willing? Hu frowned. Then, who's taking care of the kid now? Cheng Huancheng replied, my mom. Hearing this, Shui Jilian couldn't help but laugh and waved her hand. Young people these days, always making a fuss. Look at this pair, neither is willing to give up their job or future, neither will back down or make a sacrifice. If I didn't know the details, maybe I'd feel a bit sorry for them. But I know Duo is worth billions. My God, how is this so hard to understand? Then she patted her own chest. When Ah Heng's mom and I got married, we were both assigned to hospitals far from both our families. There were no grandparents around to help. There weren't any so-called baby nurses back then, and our salaries were just enough to get by. No way we could afford help. We just had to swap shifts as best we could, making sure one of us was home. I remember once I had to work night shifts for several days in a row just to make it work. Thank goodness I was young, or I'd never have managed. Sometimes I'd lean against the doorframe for a few seconds and fall asleep right away. When we really couldn't manage, we'd just take the baby to work and take turns watching them. Colleagues in the department would help out when they could. The baby would sleep in medicine boxes, and we'd carry them home after our shifts. When the kids got older, we sent them to daycare and kindergarten when we could, running around all the time. Both our kids were raised while we worked. Back then, we had no villa, no car, we even had to ration our coal briquettes. The two of us took turns with the kids, often getting just a few hours of sleep. But watching them grow up day by day filled us with hope. Young people now have houses, cars, money, can hire nannies and workers, but still can't manage one child. Huh. Huh. Everyone found it rather ironic. Who muttered, forget billions, even if I had a few 100,000, I wouldn't see the point in divorcing. It's not like life is unbearable. Cheng Huancheng explained. Sister Xiaotong said she wants custody and plans to have her parents come to the capital to help with the child. She says brother Duo doesn't respect her, her dreams, or her work, and he's not worth holding on to. Duo, he's young and capable, Papa Shui analyzed. But he does have a bit of a proud, macho streak. He still leans toward a traditional family model. He wants Xiaotong to be like his mother, put family first, work second, and be the virtuous wife and good mother. In the past, Aunt Chun could help them with the kid, Cheng Tianyuan added. They could just hire another nanny and not worry about this. But now Aunt Chun is gone, and the child is frail and often sick. It's overwhelmed both of them. Sister Xiaotong just can't do it. Cheng Huancheng shook his head. She's very ambitious, extremely career-driven. She said if she can't work, she'd rather die. Who shook his head? Oh, Xiaotong really is that way, always has been. She always had to be first in school, wouldn't settle for anything else. I heard from Min that once she only got third place in a competition, and she tore up the certificate, saying if it wasn't first, she didn't want it. She'd work harder to get first next time. That's just her nature, born that way. Everyone looked at each other and finally fell silent. Some things are just a matter of personality, not so easy to change. After all, everyone's heard the saying, a leopard can't change its spots. But Lin Qingji smiled slightly and continued, the more competitive someone is, the tougher they are. Right now, you can't force either of them to back down, or it'll just make them even more stubborn and combative. So, what should we do? Cheng Huancheng frowned. Wait for them to regret it later? They'll definitely regret it. Papa Shui blurted out without thinking. If they really get divorced, they're bound to regret it. Lin Qingji nodded. If they don't stumble and fall, they won't recognize their own mistakes, and they won't be able to accept that they can fail. Papa Shui hesitantly asked, so, Qing, what do you mean? Just give them a few words of advice, but don't interfere too much, Lin Qing replied. Be like Auntie, help them take care of the child if you can, and if you can't, just wait and see. Cheng Huancheng glanced at him, a little confused. Then why did you tell me to inform Grandpa? Wasn't that so he could step in? Lin Qing lowered his voice. Grandpa will find out sooner or later. If he acts on impulse and tries to stop them, he might end up ruining all of Auntie's efforts. Cheng Huancheng didn't say anything more. He trusted Lin Qing and felt his analysis was spot on, so he fully supported him. The others, however, were hesitant and worried. Qing, what if they don't stumble and end up hurting the child instead? Adults can throw tantrums and act willful, that's one thing. But the child is still so young, we have to look out for them. That's right. When a family falls apart and the parents get divorced, it's the most painful thing for a child. Nothing is scarier than that. The kid is still so little, not even a teenager. How could they handle their parents going to court for a divorce? I can't stand watching those TV dramas where the parents fight in court and make the child choose between mom and dad. Every time I see that, I can't help but cry, it's just too cruel. Exactly, I can't take it either. No matter who the child ends up with, it's painful for them. Kids from broken families rarely have a complete and happy childhood. One wrong move by the parents can doom a child to a miserable childhood. Cheng Huancheng quickly waved his hands, let's not be too optimistic. Duo and his wife are really hard to persuade. It's not like saying harsh words or giving warnings will work. They've already decided to go to court, there's no stopping them. But Papa Shui was still hesitant. Lin Qing smiled, Auntie will help take care of the child for now, so there's no need to worry about that. As for the two of them, I think they'll get a lesson soon enough. Let's just wait and see. A lesson? Qing Tianyuan asked suspiciously. What kind of lesson? Lin Qing replied calmly, I heard from Huancheng that Xiaotong is currently staying in a hotel and has been let go from her job. She's working hard to contact headhunters and find a new job. She's probably fine financially, but her future work might not satisfy her. Everyone didn't quite understand, and all looked at Cheng Huancheng. Cheng Huancheng looked a bit embarrassed and scratched his temple. What Aching means is Xiao Tong is very ambitious. If it weren't for the fact that a good job can't satisfy her. She started at a high position in the group, so she always had great roles. Even when she joined last year, it was an easy and good job. She was the president's wife, no one dared offend her, and people even tried to curry favor and make things convenient for her. But in other places, it'll be a whole different story. She was let go? Qing Tianyuan asked in surprise. Yeah, Lin Qing analyzed. A good platform is built by a good leader and the hard work of all employees. It's not something one person can do alone, no matter how capable. Many people like to take the platform's success as their own ability, but one person can't represent the whole. Once you lose the platform, you also lose its shine, and you're left with just yourself. Ahu asked, who let her go? Was it Duo? Is Xiaotong okay now? Cheng Huancheng lowered his voice. It was my mom who made the decision to let Xiaotong go, but Xiaotong thinks it was Duo pulling strings to force her hand. She said the more they try to force her, the less likely she is to give in. She's looking for a new job now, acting like she's determined to win. At this point, everyone finally understood. Looks like Lingling had a plan all along. We don't need to worry so much. Stir up the conflict, let it explode all at once, and then resolve it. That must be the plan. So the goal is to force Xiaotong to give in, right? Probably. After all, the group can't do without Duo, and financially, Duo earns way more than Xiaotong. There's no comparison. Of course. Whoever earns more calls the shots. Isn't there a saying, economic base determines the superstructure? Xiaotong is a woman, and the child is her own flesh and blood. Mothers care most about their children, so it's usually the mother who makes sacrifices. We're still pretty traditional. Usually, the man works outside and the woman takes care of the home. It fits the mainstream of society. It's not about who's more capable or less, it's just how it usually is. Of course, there are exceptions, and it's not a knock on Xiaotong. Yeah, if it's for the child's sake, then someone has to make a temporary sacrifice, right? It's not that Xiaotong isn't good enough, it's just that she really can't earn as much as Duo. In the end, it comes down to interests, the most practical gains and losses. At this moment, Xue Xian and her husband arrived, and their opinion was different. Xue Xian voiced her strong dissatisfaction. I can't believe my mom is a woman herself. She should know how hard it is to be a mother. How hard is it for a woman to juggle career and family? If you have to choose one or the other, women always end up having to pick family. Isn't this just forcing Xiaotong to give up her career? She's incredibly ambitious. How could she stand that? How can my mom be so biased toward Duo? She was a woman too, and she'd started her own business, so she knew how unfair and discriminatory the job market could be for women. You're wronging Mom, Cheng Huancheng disagreed, emphasizing, Mom is absolutely not biased. She's always been the fairest and most impartial. She definitely considered everything and chose the best solution. She's not thinking about gender, but about the actual situation. If Duo and Xiaotong switched places, Mom would make the same choice. She wouldn't be biased. You can't just look at one side, Qin Xinji analyzed calmly. You have to look at the whole picture. To put it bluntly, whoever earns more gets the final say. That's just how it is. The more basic the choice, the harsher and more realistic it is. It's all about strength, not feelings. Feelings don't get things done. If Duo focused on the family, the huge interests of the group would suffer, and all the employees would be affected too. Weighing the pros and cons, this is the best choice. You're a man, of course you'd side with men, Xue Xian muttered aggrievely. And Duo is your brother, so of course you'd take his side. Qin Xinji couldn't help but laugh, explaining, even if he wasn't my brother, I'd still say the same. I'm a man, and a man should strive to be strong, so he can protect his family and wife and kids. A man who truly loves his wife wouldn't want her to suffer or be bullied. That's why Duo tried so hard to keep Xiaotong by his side. He was afraid she'd be mistreated or wronged out there. Xue Xian shot him a coquettish glance and huffed, no matter what you say, you're still taking the men's side. That's not it, Qin Xinji explained. I'm just standing on the side that makes the most sense. No matter how you look at it, Duo is the better choice. Xue Xian rolled her eyes at him. Off to the side, Cheng Huancheng hesitantly said, I think, maybe it's not that complicated. It's just forcing Sister Xiaotong to go back to being a housewife and sacrifice for her child. Xue Xian pouted and shrugged. You're right, it's not complicated at all, pretty straightforward and obvious. You can't say it like that, child, Father Xue said with a gentle smile. If Xiaotong really doesn't want to, no one can force her. At most, your mom just wants her to see some harsh realities and recognize her true abilities. As for what she ultimately chooses, that's up to Xiaotong herself. No one can force her. The choice is hers. Xue Xian gave a bitter smile. But Sister Xiaotong lost her job and has to find a new one. She's at a disadvantage. Qing Tianyuan analyzed calmly. Your mom can easily fire Xiaotong, but she can't fire Duo. That shows the huge gap in their abilities. Exactly, Qin Xinji agreed. Duo has been with the company for years. Under his leadership, the group became a domestic industry leader, and the stock price has steadily risen, making it a household name. His abilities are clear for all to see, and his management style is recognized both inside and outside the company. The group can't do without Duo. Xue Xian muttered in dissatisfaction, but Sister Xiaotong is great too. She's really outstanding. Qin Xinji shook his head. There are so many mid- and high-level employees in the company, most of them with bachelor's or master's degrees, and the R&D department is full of PhDs. They're all industry elites, graduates from top universities at home and abroad. Xiaotong is just one of them, not the best, just average among them. Her perspective is too limited, and she hasn't realized this. Mom tried to teach her, but she quickly forgot. So this time, Mom fired her directly, hoping she'll face reality sooner. But Xue Xian found herself at a loss for words. Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but remind her, Sister Xiaotong is capable, but her thinking is too naive. There's a lot of gold in this world, but not all gold gets to shine. Without a platform, without the right spotlight, without connections, even the brightest gold won't glitter. Xue Xian was completely speechless. On the other side, Hu muttered, makes sense. If my niece hadn't met Lingling, who gave her such a good opportunity, she might not have even gotten into the company. And once she was there, she only did so well because Duo protected her. She's capable, sure, but without connections and background, at best she'd just be a small-time manager in a small company. Exactly. Xue Zhilian couldn't help but sigh. Society today isn't what it was 30 or 40 years ago. It's not about how well you study or how good your grades are, you won't necessarily get ahead. Without connections and background, a lot of times you won't even get a chance to show what you can do. Reality is harsh, and it's unfair. Lin Qingji smiled faintly and sipped her tea. There's a saying in all those motivational speeches, all roads lead to Rome. But people forget that some are born in Rome. People like to say everyone is born equal, but some are born beautiful, some are born plain. Some have high IQs, some are average or even below average. Ability is important, hard work is necessary, but none of that can be separated from the reality of society. Without the Lin family, there would be no Lin Qingji. With Lin Qingji, the Lin family might not even be what it is. Without Tianshu Group, Xiaotong is just an ordinary white-collar worker. With the group and with Duo, Xiaotong becomes Xiaotong, the president's wife. Exactly. Mother Xue sighed and nodded. Qing is right. Some young people, never having been tempered by society, think too highly of themselves, thinking they can reach the sky just by stretching out their hand. They have no idea how hard it is to make it in the real world. Xue Xian grumbled inwardly, Duo isn't that great. If my mom hadn't appreciated him, he'd just be a low-level worker at the airport. No, Qin Xinji chuckled. He has his grandfather's love, and he's hardworking. Even if he'd stayed at the airport, he wouldn't have done badly. Plus, he has a wealthy younger brother. If he hadn't joined Mom's company, I would have partnered with him to start a business and helped him succeed. Cheng Huancheng smiled too, rubbing his nose. In the end, Duo's connections and resources are better than Xiaotong's. Sister Xiaotong is all alone in the capital. Even if she has connections back home, they can't help her here. All she's got is her education and work ethic. But we all know the capital is full of people like her. She's nothing special. Then he turned and glanced at his sister. You're the same. If you weren't born into our family, no matter how pretty you are or how good your figure is, there's no way you could have started a new media company so quickly. If your last name wasn't Shui, you wouldn't even get through your mentor's front door. Sure, you think you're doing great, but have you ever thought about how many people have supported you from your studio to your company? Shui Xian was stunned. Cheng Huancheng started counting on his fingers, analyzing. You wanted a good location for your company, so you just used the high-end office building Mom gave you. That didn't just appear out of nowhere. If you had to rent it, do you know how much a floor costs per year? Your company's operations are all arranged by Taitu. Do you know how much that costs annually? My entertainment company promotes you for free, and even Second Brother's live stream company gives you free ads from time to time. If that's not resources, what is? If that's not background and connections, what is? Shui Xian gave an awkward smile and didn't dare say anything more. Cheng Huancheng continued, maybe you'd have better opportunities for self-development elsewhere, but the era of striking out alone is over. Without resources and connections, you could work for years and still not afford a good apartment in the capital, let alone just open a company whenever you want. No matter how talented you are, without family backing you up, what waves could you possibly make? You'd have been eaten alive long ago. Shui Xian lowered her head, feeling wronged. She was a bit unconvinced, but she had to admit that every word her third brother said was annoyingly true, leaving her with nothing to say. Qin Xinji ruffled her hair and gently explained, it's not about targeting Xiaotong, or men or women. No matter how you look at it, this is the best choice. Shui Xian was still hesitant and asked, but what if Sister Xiaotong insists on making a scene to the end? Let her, Qin Xinji replied, not particularly worried. It's painful to have your pride knocked down, but facing reality takes courage too. Shui Xian had always been soft-hearted and couldn't help but feel sorry for Xiaotong. But if none of us help her? Qin Xinji reminded her helplessly, if we help her, then she'll definitely end up divorcing Duo. Are we hoping they get divorced, or that they don't? Of course we hope they don't. Shui Xian answered. Qin Xinji smiled. Then we can only follow Mom's plan. She must have her reasons for arranging things this way. Shui Xian could only nod. The others exchanged glances and, in the end, all voiced their support as well. Lin Qingji wanted to go out and pulled Cheng Huancheng along. Where are we going? Cheng Huancheng asked. I still need to design the logo for Second Brother's live stream company. Not far, Lin Qingji replied. I heard there's a beautiful waterfall a few dozen kilometers away. I thought I'd take you to see it. You've been cooped up indoors for days without any inspiration. Sometimes getting close to nature sparks creativity. Sure. Cheng Huancheng shrugged. My mind's blank anyway, I don't know what else to do. Lin Qingji smiled. An empty mind is the best state to be in. Come on, let's go clear our heads. The bodyguard drove up, and the two got in. This wasn't the capital, after all, so Lin Qingji had brought twice as many people as usual. Normally, you wouldn't notice how many bodyguards there were, but this time, as they left, Cheng Huancheng counted and realized there were 20 or 30 people, both inside and outside the perimeter. Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but tease him. Lin Qingji chuckled softly, his features gentle and refined. Can't help it, my family just has too much to protect. Cheng Huancheng rolled his eyes. You're not planning to start another business here, are you? I am thinking about it, Lin Qingji replied honestly, never one to hide things. The other day, Xinji and I were looking around and thought the sea views here are great, and the climate's nice. The security's always been good, one of the few stable tropical countries. Island tourism is really attractive to people back home. Maybe it's worth investing in the tourism industry. Cheng Huancheng asked curiously, what does Taidu think? Does he want in too? Yes, Lin Qingji explained. I've got my eye on a small island nearby and plan to buy it. I've already asked Xinji to help negotiate. The island's about 30 degrees year-round, with lots of rainforest and a very pleasant climate. The only downside is there are too many coral reefs around, but otherwise it's perfect. I want to buy it, clear a few routes, and develop it into a tropical tourist island. Cheng Huancheng nodded approvingly. Sounds great, definitely worth investing in. If we don't want to make money, we could turn it into a private vacation island, Lin Qingji suggested. Winters in the capital are too long and cold. Every winter, the elders could come here for a holiday. The younger ones could come during school breaks. Xinji's place is pretty big, but not big enough for all the relatives. With all the bodyguards, nannies, drivers, and chefs, there's just not enough room in the villa. Cheng Huancheng laughed and waved his hand. Forget it, you might as well make it a business. Lin Qingji raised an eyebrow. What, you're not worried about too many outsiders? I don't mind, Cheng Huancheng explained. No need to reserve a whole island just for family, that's a waste. If you've got good resources, of course you should share them with more people. But Lin Qingji wasn't one for big crowds. Alright, we'll see how it goes. Taitu wants to build a big hotel and tourist facilities to make money, and he's willing to help build 2 small docks and 2 roads. So you guys have already talked it all through? Cheng Huancheng asked with interest. They agreed to sell? It's settled. Lin Qingji shook his head. He says he's confident and told me to wait for good news. Xinji may seem a bit cold, but he's someone who values feelings and keeps his promises. If he wasn't sure, he wouldn't promise lightly. Cheng Huancheng seemed to remember something and suddenly smiled. Taitu once said, if Duo were just an ordinary office worker, he'd still help him out. He'd never let him be just an ordinary person. I never doubted that for a second. Lin Qingji said. After Auntie passed away, Duo was the only family left over there. Cheng Huancheng gazed out the window, speaking softly. When old 4 and I were little, Auntie helped raise us. Taitu is 11 or 12 years older than us, a bit younger than Duo. But among all his kids, he was the big brother. Everyone listened to him, not just because he did the most work, but because he was the richest. Rich? Lin Qingji raised an eyebrow in surprise. Cheng Huancheng nodded with a smile. That's right, he really was. Every day after school, he'd pick up bottles, notebooks, and cardboard boxes that other kids or shops threw away and sell them for money. He was good with his hands too. After finishing his homework at night, he'd make crafts until Auntie told him to go to bed. Because he knew how to make money, he was the richest. Duo was always greedy as a kid, a bit chubby too. He'd always pester Taitu for snacks. Taitu didn't pay him much attention, but as long as Duo asked, he'd buy him something. How interesting. Lin Qingji laughed. In a way, he was more like the big brother. Exactly. Cheng Huancheng's eyes crinkled with his smile. I was little and didn't understand much, but I remember it clearly. Taitu didn't smile much, he was only gentle with Xiao Xian, cold to everyone else. Duo loved dragging him to play and liked to put his arm around his shoulder and tell jokes. Later, when Taitu ran away, Duo was heartbroken for a long time and often cried in secret. Lin Qingji couldn't help but speculate, maybe in Xinji's heart you all gave him warmth, so he cherishes you all the more. Even though Duo is his half-brother, in his heart, he treats Duo as his real brother. That's right, Cheng Huancheng said. So when he said that earlier, I wasn't surprised at all. He worked so hard to build his business empire here, but he'd never forget to help his brothers. Even if Duo had nothing, he'd still make sure he had plenty. Duo is capable too, Lin Qingji said. He rarely praised people, but he genuinely thought highly of Zheng Duo. He's a bit young and impulsive, but he's strong-minded, has good judgment, and a sharp business sense. Xinji put it well, he doesn't lack one good employee like Xiao Tong, but Auntie's company couldn't do without Duo. Cheng Huancheng chuckled and flicked Lin Qingji's hand. We all know it's what. It's just old 4, he's too naive, that's why he thinks my mom is biased toward Duo. Lin Qingji chuckled softly. It's not that Auntie is playing favorites. She's just being practical, maybe she wants to teach Duo's wife a lesson. Sister Xiao Tong is actually pretty nice, Cheng Huancheng said. My mom is very fond of her too. But this isn't a simple either-or question. My mom is just being realistic and choosing the best solution. Lin Qingji found it a bit odd. I haven't interacted much with this Xiaotong. But for someone who's spent years in the capital and still doesn't understand the unspoken rules of society, it either means she's overly arrogant, slow to react, or just fooling herself. She's definitely arrogant, Cheng Huancheng admitted. She seems easygoing, but she's always had a high opinion of herself. If you don't see her often, it's hard to notice. I remember my mom once said it might have something to do with her father. Oh, Lin Qingji nodded. So it's a matter of family upbringing. Cheng Huancheng explained, my mom once opened a photo studio with an old colleague. Back in the 1980s, cell phones were just a concept, and cameras were luxury items most people couldn't afford. If you wanted a photo, you had to go to a studio. My mom saw the opportunity and started a studio with a colleague from the newspaper's photography department. Business was good, so they hired an extra hand. That person was Xiaotong's father. I heard he worked at a radio station and had an amazing voice. Not only was he good-looking, but he was also eloquent, articulate, and had an eye for photography. He was the epitome of a talented, artistic young man. Even in a big city, someone like him would stand out, let alone in a small county town. With that kind of talent, a bit of arrogance is understandable. When the family atmosphere is like that, it's hard for the children not to pick it up. Lin Qingji laughed softly, his gentle gaze drifting out the window. Times are always changing. Outdated things quickly age and disappear in this fast-paced world. No one can stay at the top forever. Humility has to be ingrained in your bones, and you have to remember that there's always someone better out there. Maybe he was a top talent decades ago, but to people today, he's just ordinary. Xiaotong might have been a standout in her small town, but in the capital, with no background, no connections, and no resources, she's just one among many talented people. You can't be too arrogant. If you're too rigid, you'll break. In the end, you only hurt yourself. Cheng Huanqing laughed helplessly. Who wasn't full of passion and ambition when they were young? But reality is harsh, and you have to rein yourself in bit by bit. As you grow up, you lose your happiness little by little. Only after being battered by reality, after being knocked down hard, do you finally learn to go with the flow. Lin Qingji glanced at him, eyes full of affection. What's this? From the way you're talking, it sounds like you've been through the ringer. Not really. Cheng Huancheng tried not to laugh. Can't I just get a little sentimental? Lin Qingji smiled slightly. You can be sentimental, but there's no need to overdo it. You're one of the people in charge, not an actor in the play, nor just a spectator. I have to say, we're really lucky, Cheng Huancheng sighed again. If it weren't for the hard work of the previous generation and my parents, we might have had to start from scratch, building up bit by bit. Maybe the struggle would have been tough, life would have worn us down, and at best we'd just have a place to stay in the capital. Whether we could have a stable, comfortable life would still be up in the air. Lin Qingji didn't deny it. The lower your starting point, the farther you are from the top of the pyramid, and the harder the climb. I'm just lucky to benefit from my ancestors and parents. I happen to get a bit more education, that's all. Hey! Cheng Huancheng laughed. You don't have to be that modest. With your talent, landing a good job and becoming a high earner wouldn't be hard. Besides, with your looks, 1 in a million, if all else failed, you could join the entertainment industry. I bet a ton of agents would be dying to sign you. Lin Qingji couldn't help but laugh. Are you complimenting me or making fun of me? Living off my looks isn't shameful, but even if I didn't work hard, I wouldn't fall that far. Don't look down on it. Cheng Huancheng glared at him, teasing. Half the stars at our entertainment company make tens of millions a year. Don't think living off your looks is a bad thing. With your face and your vibe, you'd be a hit in no time. Lin Qingji gave him a half smile. Third young master, are you trying to promote me? That's right. Cheng Huancheng immediately played along, his long fingers brushing Lin's handsome face, joking, whether you can seize the opportunity is up to you. Lin Qingji gave him a doting glare and pretended to bite his hand. Cheng Huancheng yelped and dodged away, laughing out loud. But Lin Qingji wasn't about to let him off, and started tickling him mercilessly. Cheng Huancheng laughed so hard he couldn't breathe, and couldn't escape, finally having to beg for mercy. Lin Qingji leisurely smiled and asked, well, Third young master, are you satisfied now? Not at all. Qing Huancheng huffed. If you don't seize your opportunities, just wait for me to make things difficult for you. Lin Qingji was completely unbothered. My feet are the same size as yours. Whatever size you wear, I wear. Are you stupid? Qing Huancheng said seriously. When I say opportunity, don't you know what I mean? Lin Qingji raised an eyebrow in confusion. 3 accompaniments? Accompany you to eat, drink, and sleep. Yeah. Qing Huancheng put on a big boss act. That's about right. Lin Qingji shot him a look and retorted, and haven't I? Don't I do that every day? Qing Huancheng looked a little embarrassed and coughed. At least you know what's good for you. Just keep up the good work. Lin Qingji flicked his cheek and asked, Third young master, so how are you going to promote me? At least make me a superstar, right? And then, Qing Huancheng pretended to think seriously for a moment. Don't worry, I'll keep you close to my heart. Hearing such a perfunctory answer, Lin Qingji grabbed him by the collar. Third young master, I don't care for empty promises. Qing Huancheng snorted and shot back. What else do you want? Threaten me. No, Lin Qingji raised his fist. I can just beat you up. Qing Huancheng couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. I can't keep acting anymore. Watching him laugh so freely, Lin Qingji couldn't help but smile too. You can't even pull off the air of a boss and you want to play at unspoken rules? Terrible acting. Qing Huancheng shook his head. Never tried it before, so yeah, I'm terrible. I don't really manage the entertainment company, but I've told them they can't do anything illegal or immoral. No matter how much money someone makes or how famous they are, if they cross the line, I won't protect them, and the company won't cover for anyone who does wrong. No exceptions. Lin Qingji nodded approvingly. That's the bare minimum. Exactly. Qing Huancheng agreed. Knowing and abiding by the law, that's the most basic thing any citizen should do, right? But some people act all arrogant, like, I make money for the company, so you have to treat me like royalty and protect me. During last week's video meeting, I laid it out straight. Either cooperate and follow the rules, or get out immediately. No matter how popular or famous they are, if they're up to shady business, they're out. Lin Qingji smiled faintly. Once the rules are set, there's nothing to worry about. If anyone breaks them, just kick them out. Everything is by the book. So, what if they're popular? Qing Huancheng snorted. One scandal and they're finished. Everyone avoids them like the plague. If they didn't want this outcome, they shouldn't have acted out in the first place. Anyway, in my company, no one gets to exploit loopholes or mess around. If you can't follow the rules, your contract's terminated, pack up and leave. Lin Qingji raised an eyebrow. Someone actually dared to mouth off? Judging by how riled up he was, someone must have really ticked him off. Of course. Qing Huancheng scoffed. Someone stood up and started ranting. The company only makes big money because of us, so why are you tying us down with all these restrictions? How are we supposed to live like this? The company's bound to go under. Just a bunch of garbage talk. Lin Qingji couldn't help but laugh. So what did you say? Qing Huancheng shrugged. I told them straight up. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you make money. Just because you bring in some cash doesn't mean people have to suck up to you. If you follow the rules, you can stay. If you want to mess around, then leave. I'm not short on money, so I don't care if the company goes under. Bet that scared them, huh? Lin Qingji said knowingly. The scariest thing for employees isn't a boss who loves money, it's one who doesn't care about it. Exactly. Qing Huancheng replied. They all sat right back down and didn't dare say another word. I don't need their money, so why should I let them run wild? My mom always said that reputation and credibility are essential for a company. I always make them keep their word and stick to their contracts, and I won't let anyone tarnish the company's name. If things go south, I'd rather not make the money at all. I'm not hurting for cash anyway. Lin Qingji gave him a fond look and teased, You actually make a lot of sense. Don't I? Qing Huancheng shot back. I can support myself just fine with my own 2 hands. The fortune my mom gave me is more than enough for a good life. And if worst comes to worst, I've still got you to take care of me. What do I have to worry about? Lin Qingji was amused and nodded approvingly. Sounds pretty reasonable. Qing Huancheng shrugged. The company's stock price is doing well. If I want to make money, I can. If not, I've still got plenty to spend. I'm not greedy. I just want good food and drink every day, a clear conscience, and to make honest money. No shame, no guilt, and I sleep well at night. These past years, your entertainment company has made quite a bit, Lin Qingji observed. Your net worth has risen with it. Most people think everyone wants more money, and I bet your company's higher-ups think the same way. Qing Huancheng sneered. It's because the company's been doing so well these last couple of years that they've all gotten big heads. The fatter their wallets, the bigger their ambitions, even trying to skirt the law to make dirty money. I told them straight, anyone who tries anything shady can resign on the spot. I won't tolerate anything illegal or unethical under my watch. Do your job, make your money. If you can't handle a bigger bowl, don't try to carry it, you'll just end up smashing it. If they really piss me off, I'll just shut the company down. I don't care, but can they say the same? And then, Lin Qingji laughed. Did they all behave? Cheng Huancheng replied. A few of the agents straightened up, and the higher-ups kept trying to butter me up. I couldn't be bothered, so I just logged off. Lin Qingji laughed again, a bit wistfully.